I have a pimple allegedly in my coin purse that hurts like a motherfucker.
As if what? We're dealing with mamish real yayin nesach. The end. Right? Yayin nesach doesn't exist. Because of that, halakha are more strict, and therefore again, we asking that even to use
Really?
that shard for some
Oh, dog.
like propping up the leg of your bed will be us. That is a unique halakha.
Look at this athleticism, bro. Everybody on
I should say, ultimately, as long as you're using it in a non-normative way, it will be permitted. For the whole law, remember again, I'm sorry, this is where Shimon Ben went ahead and gave the testimony. Shimon Ben gave testimony to the son of Rabbi Gamliel. If Rabbi Gamliel went ahead and drank from these darkuri or rutubos, either these leather jars or from these bottles that belonged to an apple, but that had Jewish wine in it. So Shimon Ben Yehuda gave testimony to Shimon Ben Gamliel went ahead and drank from these guys. Below Hodulo, last kasha, nine haba, they look to vote to all the Kohabim. Let's say the ultimately you have wine, Jewish wine, kosher wine.
This is not the first time I've tasted penis. Look at this athleticism, though. For serious. Look at this move. You know, Joe Rogan, this is not the first time I've tasted penis. Doug, look at this athleticism. Let's really summarize this. Are you ready? The most athletic person in the history of the world. Really? Doug, ain't nobody ever been more athletic than this motherfucker right here, son. Look at this move. Look at this move. This is really unprecedented. Unprecedented athleticism. Look at this move.
In the first place, ultimately, again, it's Shimon Ben Yehuda with an aleph. In the second place, it's Shimon Ben Yehuda with an ayin. It could be, I will say that what? You didn't believe Shimon Ben Yehuda, the aleph. If you did believe Shimon Ben Yehuda, the ayin. It's always like, it's just a mixture. That maybe, again, one individual is more reliable than the other. Okay, but all those people, what's another again, next I'm going to mix up quite fast. All those people, what the people means that if you find the animals, they don't be again here. It has a hole by the heart. That's the nature of the hole. So it's like what's the halakha? So the Gemara says over here, all those people. So if you go ahead and find the hole by the heart, the concern that the heart was ripped out of the animal while it was still alive. In and of itself is a form of idolatry. And therefore, again, the animal will be usher out Tatronas Avodos Kocham. He says to the Gemara, or love, most like, how exactly can you tell this is an animal use tribe with what's the nature of hair? Ezu or love. The whole shekul of negative of it. Number one of those things, the hair or the whole has to be opposite the heart. That's number one. The kadar kamin aruba. And I've also said ultimately it's circular like a window.
Oh,
so
I love how he
it's circular in nature like a window. Yesh Allah Torah Kedamasa. Literally, but that's also because if it's dry blood, that indicates to us that this is speaking out of the animal, and the animal was still alive. So you have also seen the criteria. No criteria, why is the opposite the heart? Number two, it has to be circular like a window. Number three, there has to be some dry blood on it. I'm a big in Allah correct dam. Let's say if there is no dry blood there, mutter. Then ultimately again it's mutter. So we'll say look at Rashi Tabash at this moment. In Allah correct dam. After a state of the level. So we'll say we assume that if there's no dry blood there, that hair must have taken place after the animal has already been skinned. And we'll say therefore again you should be just shamat hair. Fine. When is that so? Moshanu Allah Shalom Malchim. That's only true if the hide has not been salted. About Malku Asr, how you salted is Asr, why? Ema Malku Abarasa. Because once it's possible that what? There was dry blood there, but what? The salting removed the dry blood. Fine. Shimon Amil Omer, this man Shak Kerashelo Avu Asr, Mashak Mutter. So we'll say, so listen to this. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Shimon Amil says, when the care is circular, it is Asr, but if it is like a straight line, Mashak, like a straight line, like a slit, then ultimately again it will be Mutter. Says the Gemara.
It's radio tomography. Yes, it is something that's very simple. The radar is
So what's that? Yossi says the name of the name of Shmuel. That's the halacha follows from Shimon Amil. Namely again that it was only called the oros moving in front of us if there is a circular hole and not a slit. Amalei Abaye, so it's actually fascinating. Abaye says, halacha meklal tzvidi. That was like in general, whenever the Gemara has to make a statement that the halacha follows X, that usually means that what? That someone is arguing on this statement, and if the Gemara feels into it, the clarity that the halacha follows a particular opinion. Because remember, if nobody's arguing, then what? They don't want opinion. So it says the Gemara says Shmuel, he says Abaye, Shmuel, the fact that you felt that you should say that Allah follows Abaye, indicates to me that somebody argues. Who's arguing? This is a fascinating discussion. Shmuel says, Amalei, I'm not coming to coming up. So Shmuel says, what do you care? So what does it mean? What do you care? Look at that. My not coming up. Bein chalukim, bein halacha kimoso. What does it matter who argues? That the halacha follows. I mean, what matters? Shmuel says, what matters? Right? The bottom line. What matters is who does the halacha follow. The halacha is coming on the that's the only kind of distributed as if there's a circular hole. What does it matter who argues? To which Abaye responds, Amalei, Gemara Gomer, similar to hey. I came to learn Gemara. What are we doing? Zeros over here? So what does that mean? So it's Abaye is the son of Amalei. Abaye says, at the end of the Rashi, Amalei Gemara Gomer, I came to learn Gemara. Similar to hey, it becomes Zeros. Abaye comes to Shirav Yosef. They come like, I'm getting Roma halacha kimoso. You take the Zerah Ba'alma, you invoke halacha Muhammad. Also, what Abaye was saying was as follows. In order to have the sugya class, right? In order to have the sugya down clearly, you have to know the progression of the sugya. And the progression of the sugya requires knowing the various opinions, understanding the various opinions, and then getting into who the halacha follows. But ultimately, again, just to skip to the bottom line, so kind of undermines the silver part of the class. It's almost like, so Abaye saying is Shmuel saying, it's almost like fundamental, like machlokes, and ultimately, again, an approach to learning. Shmuel says the most important thing is the bottom line. What is the halacha? Abaye says, yes, of course the halacha is important, but also understanding the progression and the opinions is important as well. Okay, so we'll say that. Next statement of the Mishnah was that if you see an asshole walking in to his idolatrous house of worship with a piece of meat, and you get him before he walks in, so the meat is not yet considered to be consecrated to Avodah Zarah. So for example, you can buy it from the Jesus, obviously not for consumption necessarily, but you can purchase it from him as long as you get him before he goes into his house of Avodah Zarah, because before then again it's not considered to be Avodah Zarah yet. So you must man and who's it and was it's clear that the Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Elazar. That also changes this Rabbi Elazar. Okay, Rabbi Elazar, Ha'amar Stam Machshavas Avodos Kochanim LaAvodos Kochanim. What's exactly amazing? So the Elazar holds, they will say that the Stam Machshavas, when an Amkin has in mind that he's going to give something to Zara, once that gas is already there when? At the time of the Shita. It goes back to from Stam Machshavas, she says, if he shot of the La'avodos Kochanim Shita, then Ezra Shita Shita Shivasa. So the Elazar holds that once an Amkin is going to bring an animal to Avodah Zarah, he doesn't wait to dedicate that to Avodah Zarah until when? Until he gets to the house of worship. But when is it dedicated as Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah already went from the time of the Shkita. So therefore, again, like it was like, if you were catching Apple walking into his house of Avodah Zarah, you know he hasn't walked in there yet. You have to assume that what? That meat is already usher. That meat is already usher, and therefore again, so it's like so. Let's point out, our Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Elazar, because our Mishnah says that you assume that he only is makdish his, or he only consecrates his meat for Avodah Zarah when he gets into the idolatrous temple. But if you catch him before he walks in there, then the Maisa again, his meat is not usher bando. The Elazar says no. If you see him already going in the house, you shafted it already. It's usher outside of his cover. By Yotze usher, the nation is in the But on the other hand, if you get him coming out, which also what if I see him coming out with the meat, then already it's usher. Because we assume that he's coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah, that at the end of the day he's already been consecrated as Avodah Zarah. My time, what's the reason for that? He asked the Laka Takobas Avodah Zarah. Essentially, what this means is it's impossible that it's not an offering to Avodah Zarah. Or if you see an Akum walking out with a piece of meat from his house of worship, it's impossible that is not Avodah Zarah. Of course it's Avodah Zarah. I mean, what else is happening with meat that is coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah? I will say, now again, I want to point out, it could be that he's bringing it out for his own consumption. That's fine. The same way, we have karbanos that are offered to others, of which some of which we are also permitted to eat. So the fact that he's taking it out and he might eat it himself is fine. But Lamaisa, once it's coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah, then what can I say? Then again, that is definitively Avodah Zarah. Therefore, the Jew can't get any benefit from it. Money. So who's going to this reflect? But we do understand. So we do understand. The sign that we do understand, oh man, name a technical from Shonatani, but oh hell, say, how do we know that Avodah Zarah is going to come in for what? Well, it's actually amazing. How do we know that Avodah Zarah is essentially becoming like a mace? You see when you have a corpse under a roof in an oil. You don't can. So that corpse goes ahead and spreads too much and anything else under the same roof. How do we know that Avodah Zarah does the same thing? And Avodah Zarah communicates Tumah via an oil. And the Emma, like you see things about God, literally going to say, when they're going ahead and unfortunately fall prey to Balpar side. This isn't here, but referring ultimately to the episode of Balpar. That is the rule of Balpar. If you can play, if you can close, or they attach themselves to Balpar, by Yochlu Zikhimis, and they ate of the carcasses of the dead. So what's that? What do you see in this passage? It's comparing Avodah Zarah to a mace. Man, mace can come in the oil, just like a mace that goes there and communicates in an oil. After this, let's go come in the time oil. So to again, Avodah Zarah was also communicates Tumah by the oil. What does this have to do with our conversation? Take a look at actually just a moment. Man, mace can come in the oil. And also we take this comparison one step further. Man mace asabano, kidigamin abushanhetin, latama shamiriam, sham shame eglalifa, aksakoves avodas kokalan asiraban. Also we take this comparison one step further. So remember, the positive from establishes the connection between the corpse and Avodah Zarah. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Yisrael says, just like a corpse is mechanic to Masoel, so Avodah Zarah is mechanic to Masoel. We'll say in our signature, the one step further, just as a mace is ushered behind it all, you cannot derive any benefit from a corpse. So to what they're saying, Avodah Zarah will also be ushered behind it all. Therefore, again, when the Akim walks out of his house of worship with the piece of meat, we assume that is not we assume. Such an assumption of it. So for us, it's a definitive reality that Halakha Lamaisa that this was used for our Sarah, and therefore it is ushered. Good. Next part. Halakha L'Karvos, Asur Losses to Losses. Also, the next part of the Mishnah is a fascinating idea. That if you catch a Gentile going on his pilgrimage, right, he's bringing on his pilgrimage ultimately again to his Avodah Zarah temple, wherever it is. So what's that? On the way to the pilgrimage, the Mishnah says, you can't do business with him. What's the logic? The logic is because if he do this, he's going to give thanks to his idol when he gets to when he reaches his destination. So this really is a throwback to the first Mishnah in the Masechta. However, again, once he's coming back from the pilgrimage, you're permitted to go ahead and do business. Now, listen, I watched this. It's really fascinating. Amr Shmuel, Ovid Kocham Ma'ovid Kocham, the Halicha Aser, supposed to listen to this. If an Ovid Kocham is on his way to his Avodah Zarah pilgrimage, so when he's on his way, you can go ahead and you can do business with him. Right? I'm sorry, you cannot do business with him. Also, why? The Azu Umodi Kamei Avodah Kocham. As well as like ultimately again, since he's on his way to his pilgrimage, when he gets there, he's going to give thanks to his idol. However, the Chazorah, we'll say on his way back, you can catch him on the way back from the pilgrimage, mutter. You can't do business, and we'll say, why? Listen to this. My Dahava Hava. We'll say, Dahava Hava means pilgrimage is over, right? Religion, okay, we did that. Check, right? Done. Right? Check out. You think you have all these are. Now we're back to regular life. We're not concerned. As listen, what this means is as follows. He's not turning back to go back to the Avodah Zarah to go ahead and give thanks again. So therefore, by definition, once the pilgrimage is done, it's done. And we're not concerned that he's going to now go back and give thanks to his Avodah Zarah. Let's see if you take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, it's the Rashi, it doesn't have its own to their master, it just says a hate people, all the Garcina. Amr Shmuel, Ovid Kocham Maholik from Tampos Bali, Chazul the Azul Modi, Chazari Mutter, my Dahava Hava. Okay, so he goes on, he says, what about a Jew? Yisrael Holik from Tampos, Balicha Mutter, Dilma Hadipay below Azul. Wow. What about a Jew? Nebuch is on his way to a pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah. What about Jews on his way to Avodah Zarah? What's halacha? So Shmuel says you can do business with him when he's on his way. Why? Why? He may turn around. He may turn around. The Jew, as much as he says that he's going on a pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah, maybe he won't have it. Maybe he'll turn around. Still Mahazir. Hello, Azir. The Chazara, I'll say, watch this. On the flip side, if you caught him after the pilgrimage, you can have to business with him. Why? We'll say, Kevan Tabal Lamed Gimel, Kevan the Afik Ba, Mahadar Hazar Azir. As I said, since this Jew has demonstrated an allegiance to Avodah Zarah and has forsaken his religion, so we'll say such a person like this is going to have an incredible level of religion. And we're concerned that he's actually going to turn around, go back, and give thanks to the idol. Such is the power of the Jew. Such is the power of the Jew. See, I will say, at the end of the day, before he makes his pilgrimage, there's always hope. There's always hope. Even though he's on his way back, he's on his way to Avodah Zarah, pilgrimage on one side. As long as he hasn't gotten there yet, we always hold out the hope that he can turn around. We do business with them because we don't automatically assume that he's going to catch one of the pilgrimages. But Job will say, the strength of Klal Yisrael is that we're an Amshorah, we're stiff-necked people, and we have incredible resolve. That works both ways. So the problem is that unfortunately, once he's gone ahead and gone over to Avodah Zarah, we know, at least for a little bit of time, that he's there. Every Jew comes back. Everybody does tshuva. It's just a question of when. We know that he's going to have a strong connection to this Avodah Zarah. So once he comes back, we can't do business with him because we're literally concerned that unlike his Akum counterpart, if he gets a good deal, he will what? He will turn back around and go to the Avodah Zarah. I brought time to Yisrael that he taught this thing. Also, another place someone says that book that if he's going to the pilgrimage, but if he's going or whether he's coming back, you're not going to do business with him. So which one is it? The first advice he says when he's going, he can do it. On the way back, he can't do it. The second advice he says whether he's going on his way there or way back, he can't do it. It's not a contradiction. He kind of he saw Mummer, the second advice is about a Mummer. So let's remember again, a Mummer is someone who's done ugly battles. He's Meshugah, right? He's exceptionally corrupt and pious. The idea is he's managed to spend in idolatry. So let's say, so for this person, for a Mummer, you can't do business with him on the way there, nor can you do business with him on the way back. Why? Because we're concerned on the way there or on the way back, you give thanks to Avodah Zarah. A study is just struggling theologically. Others way there you can do business. And why? Because there's the possibility that what? That'll turn around. On the way back, the problem is also once it's already done the Avodah Zarah, we have to be concerned that the business and the gets a good deal, we will go back again. Also, I want to be clear. That doesn't mean we're throwing in the towel on it. You don't throw in the towel on anything. Every single Jew is holy, and every single Jew is beautiful, and every single Jew is special. And even those of us who are broken, we fix ourselves at some point in time. Some of us, it takes a long time, but we fix ourselves. For the things at this moment, when he's demonstrating this fidelity and allegiance to the Avodah Zarah, so you can't do business with him on the way back, and it's concerned that he may go ahead and say, what? Back around and give thanks to the Avodah Zarah. As was stop over here, share with you a short idea of the parasha. So you know that we have the days that was this week to start parashas concerning the Mishkan. Truma Tzava and then Vayakov deal extensively with the details of creation of the structure of the Mishkan, the Kelim of the Mishkan utensils, and then again the Injei Kuna. So the parasha begins with a simple phrase, a phrase which is so dramatic in that it is interpreted in so many different ways. Because Baruch says to Moshe Rabbeinu, speak to the Jewish people, and you will take from me a truma. So you'll take from me a truma. You'll go out and you'll take from me. We normally translate it as a gift, right, or a separation. Tell the people to separate from their wealth, and ultimately give it to me for the creation and the fabrication of creation. So there's a magnificent insight by the Pastor. Because it says as follows. He says the lesson of truma we normally translate ultimately as a gift. As a gift. As a gift, matana or separation. The idea is, I'm taking something from you, I'm giving it to a child. The truth is, we know that shodash of truma is really the same notion of laharir, to lift up. To lift up, truma is to lift up. So again, on a base of my money is with me, I'm lifting it up and giving it to a child. Because this is something amazing. Because I must say, I mentioned this in the Nachman show. That the great struggle with these parashas, I mean, we're amongst friends, so let's be honest. No one really looks forward to Truma Tzada by Yaakov. Just be honest. No one really looks forward to it. Like even the Beta Egel in PC says, like a welcome retreat. It's like, why? Because they're using these parashas, and okay, it's Torah, so I have to learn it. But it's because I have nothing to do with it. Because then you remember again, there will never be a Mishkan again. There'll be a night, there'll be a third day Samikdash, but never again will there be a Mishkan. So let's say, what do I do with all these details? That's a starting point. That in every single one of these details, there are life lessons for us to learn that apply to temporality as also. Kutzman says something amazing. He says, the Holy Truma doesn't just mean separate out from the money to go to Mishkan. This is Truma, is Lashon Haram. In life, what's the goal? The goal is to lift ourselves up. The goal is to be truma of ourselves. The goal is aliyah. The goal is to grow. The goal is to ascend. How do I do that? How do I grow? He's asking a general life question. We all want growth. Even those of us who don't yet know that we want growth, we all want growth. There's no such thing as a Jew who doesn't want to grow. There's no such thing as a neshama that doesn't want aliyah. So ultimately, again, how do we grow? So the Kutzman says something amazing. He says it comes not from the word truma, but it comes from the word vayik. He says, Lashon kicha,
one of the most famous sneezes of all time, folks.
Lashon mekach means like a purchase or a business transaction. Get ready for this. He says you can learn about spiritual growth from business. How so? Baal Isha, Einano Polish Nisto, Impam Einano Masliach Nashon. Because every single businessman knows that if you want to be successful in business, there's one thing you have to do, which is what? You have to be prepared to fail. Inevitably, some deal is going to go bad. Some deal is going to go south. Something is going to fail. But what does the businessman know? He also knows that after your first failed venture, you can't close up shop. You can't close up shop because if you close up shop after the first failed venture, then what? Then of course again you're not going to make any money. So every businessman knows you have to be prepared to fail, and in the wake of that failure, you have to begin to rebuild yourself. And you have to because we'll say one thing is clear, which is if after you fail, you start building your business, one thing is clear, which is what? You will be poor. You will be poor. At the end of the day, remember, if I don't work on the business at all, of course the business will not survive. He says something amazing. You have never been told this. I would say what's true in the business world is true level of spirituality as well. In if you're not successful, even for a number of times, so I have to say, the goal is to keep on trying. Just like in business, one bad deal, you don't close up shop, right? You recognize that failure is part of the course. Also, it's the same that is true in spiritual growth as well. Spiritual growth, I will say, failure is part of the course. And the challenge of life is sometimes we fail and we stay down. Sometimes we fail and we give up. Sometimes we fail and we simply throw in the towel in the realm of looks. I'm never going to amount to anything, says the Chutzpah. Just like there are things in the business world that you can learn from spirituality, there are things in this world of spirituality that you can learn from the business world as well. Just like in business, if you fail, you have to learn from your failure, pick yourself back up. So in the world of spirituality, you have to learn from your failures. Don't stay down. Just pick yourself back up. This is the shot in the Truma. All of us want an aliyah. All of us want a harama. All of us want to go ahead and lift ourselves up. So what's the key? What's the secret? If you take an approach of mecca to memka, if you take the business approach to spirituality, then the wake up failure, don't close up shops, don't shutter the window, don't shutter the store, but go ahead and figure out what can I learn from this failure, and how can I go from this failure? The same thing I will say is true in the realm of business. In spirituality, there is no one among us who has the ability to live on a constant high. There is no one among us who has the ability to always go ahead and be spiritually perfect. There's none of us who have the ability to be constantly and consistently plugged in. There are valleys, and there are peaks in the realm of witness. I will say that sometimes when you get into a valley, you know what happens? You stay there. Because you tell yourself, oh, look how far I've fallen. There's no way I can ever get myself out of the side. You would never take that approach in our Parnasa. Because if you take that approach in our Parnasa, it will be able to sustain our families. In our Parnasa, we realize that even if I'm in a valley, I gotta fight my way out and rise back up to the peak. It's true in my Parnasa, it's true in my listeners, even in the midst of failure. And even when I find myself at a very low point, the Yitkuli Truma, I have to figure out how to raise myself up back again. In the face of failure, learn from the failure, figure back out how to get back to my feet. I want Truma in life. I want Halama, I want growth, I want Aliyah. I have to accept the mindset of Mecca. It's time to be successful. You also have to learn the art of being a successful businessman. So when we encounter failure on both sides, same way hopefully we rebuild ourselves financially, we should be so committed to find a part to rebuild ourselves spiritually as well.
This field in the comfort pyramid, there are some shots. There are the photos of the shot where
so it's like Adriatic Paris, remember again, this was one of
there and see and watch those shots.
I was mentioning in the Mishnah that a Jew, Rashi says over here, these are the things that you cannot use, and there's a prohibition of Hana. You cannot use that, you can't get benefits from them. And one of these items was this Cheres Hadrian. That is hygienic performance. So my hygienic. So what does this mean, hygienic performance? It's actually quite interesting. I'm going to read on the show. Cheres Hadrian is Tesa. This literally refers to the earthenware of the Emperor Hadrian. Like you see the versus remember again, you know Hebrew from an intimate perspective, because remember again it was under the Hadrian that Christianity began in the aftermath of the destruction of the second Islamic Church, and again most notably that was the era of the Asara Arabian Mountains. It was the era of the martyrs, as well as an incredible number of edicts regarding religious persecution. So what does this mean, Christianity? I'm going to do so you want to judge as Paris Shahadianis. Just a few dollars. So what does this mean, Christianity? I'm going to do this. How come this is not so what happens? So under the Hadrian devised this particular method for winery, and you'll see why this was important. He would take virgin soil that was never worked before. So the idea being that soil was filled with incredible vitality. What did he do? For nata, he would go ahead and plant vines. So rather than camera, the goal to and he would go ahead and plant vines. He would make from it wine. He would go ahead and put that wine in brand new earthenware vessels. Really means white, in this context it means brand new earthenware vessels. We might see the rule of Hamrayu, and what would happen? And ultimately, again, he would go and keep the wine in there for a while. And after we move the wine from the earthenware vessels, and we'll say what happened. Earthenware vessels had gone ahead and absorbed the flavor of the wine. There's a number of combinations of this. Number one, we say that the wine itself was very strong because it was made in virgin soil. Number two, this was brand new earthenware vessel. Brand new earthenware vessels was what they were saying. No prior, right? No prior absorption in the earthenware. Therefore, by definition, the only thing that's absorbed in the earthenware itself is this wine. So it's a very heavy and intense absorption. So what would happen? After they emptied out the wine from the earthenware, he would break the earthenware vessel into shards. The Dorim Bahadai, and the Greek soldier, the Roman soldiers, would take these shards with them wherever they went. Wherever they went, they would travel with one of these shards with them. And whenever they wanted wine, what would they do? They'd fill a container with water, put the shard into the water, and the absorption from the shard would create for them wine. The Rishon Shalom, Shlishi Shalom. It was amazing that the Rishon says their wine was so strong that the third use of that shard was the equivalent ultimately again to first tier of our wine. So let's say, the third time of using that shard to constitute wine, that wine that came from the third usage was as strong and as good as our first tier wine. Okay, so let's say, the idea being what? This is the Messianic earthenware. So the Messianic earthenware was earthenware that had a very strong wine infusion, and therefore again you can't use it, you can't get enough from it, because it in and of itself has the status of Yayin Nesa, has the status ultimately of idolatrous wine. So you must have fun. By the way, you want to ask also like this side question. Fascinating question. Can I use, let's a piece of this Adriatic, can I use it to prop up the leg of my bed? What's the shiloh? So we must go to the QI, we have an Akar Shari off. So we've gotten through, we've already established that I can't go ahead and drink and get benefits from Yayin. We've also established that I also can't get benefits from this Adriatic earthenware. So can I go ahead and get benefits from it, but in a non-consumption fashion? So here's an example. I have a piece of this Adriatic earthenware. I don't want to drink it. I'm not using it to reconstitute wine. I'm not even using it as a receptacle for a liquid. I'm using it to prop up the leg of my bed. Is this permitted or not? So this is what Chazal termed as Rosen Kiyumo Agidei Davar Achar. I want through some other means. Non-consumption means, but in this means, is this mutter or is this not? Look at Rashi in this moment. I gave Gavar Acher. It's in the shorter lines of Rashi, that 5 lines in. So Yisrael looks at the Kimosh and Yain Nesach. So Yisrael, on one hand, was like, I want the existence of the Yain Nesach. Right? Why aren't the Yain Nesach is in the shard? I need the shard. However, again, the little Bishvilo, not because I want the wine, Ella Bishvil HaCheres B'Yismicha. I want the earthenware. So I will say, you see, in essence, I want the earthenware, but what's absorbed in the earthenware? The wine. So in essence, I want the wine. But I don't want the wine because I want the wine. I just want the wine because I need the earthenware. So the shayla is this permitted? Is this type of usage permitted or not? So Tashma. So I'll say the Yochanan, Achad Asr, Achad Shari. So I'll say it's Machlokes. One said it was Asr, one said it was Mutter. So there's in the parentheses, it says that they know the stuff. They know the stuff. So the Rush, the Agos seems the Rush takes this out. But the Ophus commands the Asr, they say, Gemara is the Kash Shop. Listen to this. Hadardurim v'harukuvos. So it's like Dardurim are leather jars, Rukuvos are bottles. Some of the Kohabit that belong to an apple. Yain shall you saw close by if you choose his wine in either of these types of receptacles, either in the leather jars or in the bottles. So what's the halacha? Asr b'shiyah mutar b'hana. So you can't drink it, you can't drink seemingly if you which is why I want to be receptacles. So ultimately, the wine itself is prohibited from consumption, but it's mutar b'hana. You're ready to go and get that. Hey, Shimon ben Guda. The snake and Rabbi Gamliel. So Shimon ben Guda gave testimony in front of the son of Rabbi Gamliel. And the testimony was, our Rabbi Gamliel, not Rabbi Gamliel, Sheshasa Imenu Ba'akom. That Rabbi Gamliel actually had wine in one of these type of receptacles, either the Darduris or the Rikuvos. He kept his wine in one of these items. And what? And he drank the wine. This happened in Akko, and he drank the wine. The law Ogile. And I will say, they did not agree to Shimon ben Guda's testimony. Now, what this sounds like is that they were disputing that Rabbi Gamliel did this. That's what it sounds like. Although we'll examine that in just a little bit. So fine, that's the first part of the verse. So what it seems like, Nudos show up the color. We'll say Nudos are leather flasks. So remember again, as opposed to Dardurin, which are leather jars, this is a leather flask. So Nudos show up the color. Shimon ben Guda Mishum and Yoshua ben Kusai also. Village on the top. Shimon ben Mishum and Yoshua ben Kusai. Also, La'asos Me'esh Shkik and Akama. Let's listen to this. It's actually quite interesting. And this is more relevant to our question at hand. So let's say I have a leather flask of an apple. So to keep my wine, and that we've already established is awesome. What about taking that leather flask and making it into a saddle for my gun? So this is our Shiloh. Lord said to Yuma on the day Gavar Acha. I understand that the item is limited for use in a particular way. What about if I want to use it in a different kind of way?
What's up, Tommy John?
Flask of an apple. I know that I can't keep my wine in there. Because of
What's up, Tommy John?
Can I go ahead?
Look at this athleticism.
For my gun. So what's this? So that's the Shiloh. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara quotes Shimon ben Kusai, who says that it is awesome. I first one line. So this is our case. This is a case of where I take an item that is normally prohibited because of dryness. I can't store my wine in it. But I don't want to use it for my wine. Instead, I want to use it for something else. And you see that what? That it's also supposed to seem to go ahead and answer the question that what? That if I take one of these Adrianic earthenware shards, I cannot use it to prop up the corner of my bed. Because again, that's still considered the illegal usage of a prohibited item. So the Gemara says, but using the same logic, Kankanim shall also go oven, Lissu, the Mizban. I will say, watch this. If you're going to tell me that I can't take the noodles, I can't take the leather flask of an oven, and I can't make it into a saddle, which tells me that what? Lo let's say the Kimo idea of Acha is going to be Asa, Side Foundation, based on that, I shouldn't be able to purchase Kalkanim. I shouldn't be able to purchase the jugs of Obiko Mother. Let's say that working people use to do. Can I purchase the jug of an Obiko Mother to use it for my wine? That is what we established that the answer to that is no. For you cereals, the truth is as follows. I would purchase these Kalkanim for what purpose is it say? For a planter. A planter, I'm not going to use this for my wine, but again, I get a good deal. That's not a good deal. I get a good deal on the jug of rum. I'm not going to use it for any of my liquids. Or use it as a planter, or use it as a fruit bowl, or use it for whatever. Just not for wine, not for liquid. We know that this was done. It wasn't using this logic. Listen, right? Listen to the misbar. Also using this logic in one should be us or why. Because it was like it would appear that we hold road said the Yuma ID of that if somebody ultimately again wants to use a prohibited object, but not being prohibited in a particular way, the use of these objects is still be permitted. Also, what's the lie of that? And the lie that would seem to be that I can't take the node and make it into the saddle. The leather flask. I can't take the leather flask ultimately not going to make it into a saddle. So which you say that's purchase drugs to use them as a planter. Meister no, those are my stuff I can it. Those I want that to be sure like what Sai said. Can't take the leather flask and make it into a saddle. It seems to be that I can buy the bottle of over here from me, use it for someone else as long as I'm not spraying wine in there. To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you what. I'm a rab Sailor Shem and Buckland Leno Algado no joke. What's it all? Somebody interesting. What's the concern? Let's say I buy the node, I buy the leather flask from the Oligo Hub. And I make it into a saddle. So I'm on the straw. Then we'll say what happens. I get a hole in my wine flask. Listen, what did I do? Cut a piece from the saddle and I would ultimately attach my node. That's the concern. And then again, ultimately, that's what, even though once I make the node of the apple into a saddle, it is still, essentially, it is still used for node replacement parts. That's our different, and the touch this leather flask, sprung a loop here and there, I detach it from my saddle. That's what that's why so that you can't go ahead and purchase the node of the oven, even if you're going to make it into a saddle. Ulamanta Amar, Lord said, Yumo, ID of the Acher Oster. So, bring back to the he said that by the Asiatic shards, by the Asiatic earlier shards, you cannot go ahead and use it to prop up the leg of the bed. Because Lord said, Yumo, ID of the Acher, if you want the existence of a limited item, even though you're using this in a non-conventional way that is still absurd, might not have kind of show. Why is it about that kind of allows you to buy the bottles of the Oriental product? And as long as I'm not using it to store liquids, I'm using it as a planter, then why does he say it's okay? What's the this? And here's really where it gets to the crux of the I'm going to call Hassan, racing Yisira Kidimo, Papa, Yisra Yisira, what's it literally translated over there, the Isser is not the end, right? The Isser is the like word, I'm sorry, stand. Right? The Isser is not extending, the Isser, right? The Isser is not extending, the Isser itself is not in existence, right? Not in existence. Masha'inkin by the Egyptian earth, the Isser is in existence. So we'll say, what is that mean? What it means is as follows. In a regular utensil of an apple, so there's a prohibited absorption. There's an absorption. So what do we say? What's halacha? The halacha says, listen, as long as you're using the object in a way where that absorption can't come out, it's fine. So you want to purchase an old wine bottle from an apple, and you're going to use it as a vase? Fine, no problem. Why? Because the customer you're using it in a dissimilar way, and we're not talking about an isser that is not an existence, but an isser that ultimately is absorbed. Let's say when it comes to Asiatic earthenware, the absorption is so strong. The absorption is so strong that it's considered to be as if it's the end. It's considered to be as if It's mamish in existence, a tangible is. And therefore, again, the halachos are more strict concerning this which also makes sense because remember, again, what do they say? This from this Gemara, that how are they using this particular shard? They were making multiple batches of wine from this one shard, which tells you ultimately again the strength of the absorption itself. Because under all circumstances, we assume that if an item has an absorption, very often those absorptions are extracted 1 or 2 times in. When using it multiple times over, that means that the absorption itself is accepted. So because of that, the most time, when it comes to the Adriatic shard, we treat it as if what? We're dealing with mamish real yayin nesech. The end. Right? Yayin nesech doesn't exist. Because of that, the halakha is somewhat strict, and therefore again, asking that even to use that shard for some other purpose, like propping up the leg of the bed, but that is a unique halacha. Only by the genetic shard, but by other utensils which absorb yayin nesech, stamina, I should say, ultimately, as long as you're using it in a non-normative way, it will be perfect. So no hold you up. So let's remember again, the Mishnah read, I'm sorry, this is on the right side. This is when Shimon ben Yehuda went ahead and gave the testimony. Hey, Shimon ben Yehuda, so Shimon ben Yehuda gave testimony to the son of Rabbi Gamliel, which Rabbi Gamliel went ahead and drank from the during of the kuvot, these leather jars or some of these bottles that belonged to an apple, but that had Jewish wine in it. So Shimon ben Yehuda gave testimony to Shimon ben Gamliel, went from these items below Hogilo, last kasha, Yain Hava, say the kuvot, so the kuvot, so say if ultimately you have wine, kosher wine, the bottles of an apple, us to distill with your bad dog. So the minute you are prohibited to drink it, but you're permitted to get enough. Maybe Shimon ben Yehuda, maybe no show Rabbi Gamliel. Yet Shimon ben Yehuda went ahead and gave testimony in front of the son of Rabbi Gamliel. How Rabbi Gamliel Shassan Meni. Rabbi Gamliel actually drank wine from these utensils, the Hodulo. And I will say again and again, they accepted the testimony. So the Gemara says, 1 second, my low Hodulo to come. So I'll say, so which one is it? It took out 50 prices. Did they accept the testimony of Shimon ben Yehuda, or did they not accept the testimony of Shimon ben Yehuda? Which Gemara says, my low Hodulo to come on some. About no Hodulo. So what is the Hodulo? Hodulo means the whole group of people who heard his testimony of Shimon ben Yehuda. So what's that? No Hodulo means the collective group of Rabbanim who did not believe the story. The son of Rabbi Gamliel did believe the story. Anybody say the other possibility is Guda Lachod, the Guda Lachod. What's that? You notice again there's 2 different spellings in the 2 Braisos. In the first Braisa, ultimately again it's Shimon ben Yehuda with an aleph. In the second Braisa, Shimon ben Yehuda with an ayin. It could be I will say that's what we didn't believe Shimon ben Yehuda the aleph, but they didn't believe Shimon ben Yehuda the ayin. Which I will say it's just a mitzvah that maybe again one individual is more reliable than the other. Okay, but all those people, once again, next item in Mishnah, quite fast, all those people. What's the OC movie means that if you find an animal, they don't appear, it has a hole by part, that's the nature of the hole. So it says, what's the halacha? The Gemara says over here, roast beef even. So you go ahead and you find by the heart, we're concerned that the heart was ripped out of the animal while it was still alive, which in and of itself is a form of idolatry, and therefore again, the animal will be usher out sakrovas avodos kohar. So says the Gemara, turn Rabbanon, Esav or love of like, how exactly can you tell if this is an animal use by what's the nature of the tail? Esav or love, number 1 of those things, the tail or the hole has to be opposite the heart. That's number 1. The kadar kamin aruba. And I've also said ultimately it's circular like a window. So it has to mean that we'll see as opposed to a slit. It's circular in nature like a window. Yesh Allah korek dam asa. If there is, so we'll say literally dry blood, then that shows us the reason. The reason that's also we'll say is because if it's dry blood, that indicates to us that this is semen out of the animal and the animal was still alive. So you have also seen the criteria. No criteria, one has to be up to the heart. Number two, it has to be circular like a window. Number three, there has to be some dry blood on it. How many days will say? In Allah korek dam, let's say if there is no dry blood there, mutter. Then ultimately again it's mutter. So we'll say look at that, we have that with the in Allah korek dam. Often at shape of your level. So we'll say we assume that if there's no dry blood there, that tear must have taken place after the animal has already been skinned. Below level of the color. And we'll say therefore again you treat it to be just stomach hair. Fine, I'm ready. When is that so? Most Shanu Allah Shalom Malchus. Also, that's only true if the hide has not been salted. About Malchus, also, if the hide is salted, it's also why. Ima Malchus Abarasa. There's also it's also that blood. There was dry blood there, but what? The salt is really dry blood. Fine. But Shimon Amir Omer, his man Shak, Tera Shalom Abu, also. So how you explain it to these listen to this. So the man says as follows. So the Shimon Amir says, when the tear is circular, but if it is like a straight line, much wasn't a straight line like a slit, then ultimately again it will be mutter. Says the last time. So Yossi says, remember using the name of Shmuel, that the halacha follows in Shimon Gamliel. Namely again, that we call the oros to move in the front side, if there is a circular, if there's a circular hole and not a slit. Normally Abaye, so there's actually fascinating. Abaye says, halacha follows the people. And also in general, whenever the Gemara has to make a statement that the halacha follows X, that usually means that what? Usually means that what? That someone is arguing on this statement, and if the Gemara feels need to make a clarity that the halacha follows a particular opinion. Because remember, if nobody's arguing, then what? They don't want opinion. So it says the Gemara says, well, he says that by Shmuel, the fact that he felt that he just said halacha follows that follows the indicates to me that somebody argues. Who's arguing? This is a fascinating discussion. Shmuel says, "Amalei, I'm not sure what coming up." So Shmuel says, "What do you care?" So what does it mean? What do you care? Look at that. My not coming up. Bein chalukim, bein lo chalukim, halacha kimoso. What does it matter who argues? I just told you that the halacha follows the Shemini. I mean, what matters? Says Shmuel. Says. What matters the most side? The bottom line. What matters is who does the halacha follow. The halacha follows the Shemini. If the only time it is critical is if there's a circular hole, what does it matter who argues? To which Abaye responds, Amalei, Gemara Gomer. So Moshe to hey, I can learn Gemara. What are we doing? Zeros over here? So say, so what does that mean? So I'll say, Abaye is something in a very wrong way. Abaye says, at the end of the book of Rashi, Amalei Gemara Gomer, I came to learn Gemara. The word to hey, it becomes Zeros. Tira, Abaye Hamdosher of Yosef, the Kamalei, Atamaran Benu Lama Halacha Kimoso. To take the Zera Ba'alma, in Hokin Halacha Ram. That's what Abaye was saying was as follows. In order to have the Sugya right? In order to have the Sugya down clearly, you have to know the progression of the Sugya. And the progression of the Sugya requires showing the various opinions, understanding the various opinions, and then getting into who the halacha follows. But ultimately, again, just to skip to the bottom line, so kind of undermines the silver part of the process. So let's say, Abaye said this is Shmuel saying, so let's say it's almost like fundamental like machlokes and ultimately again an approach to learning. Shmuel says the most important thing is the bottom line. What is the halacha? It shows that like saying, Abaye says yes, of course the halacha is important, but also understanding the progression and the opinion is important as well. Okay, so we'll say like that. Next statement in the Mishnah was that if you see an Akom walking in to his idolatrous house of worship with a piece of meat, and you get him before he walks in. So the meat is not yet considered to be consecrated to avodah zarah. So, for example, you could buy some meat, you use it as not from the consumption necessarily, but you could purchase it from him as long as you get him before he goes into his house of avodah zarah. Because before then, again, it's not considered to be avodah zarah yet. So you must who's the kind of the local was like it's clear that the Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Elazar. That goes and changes this. You're going to changes Rabbi Elazar. Okay, Dikra Rabbi Elazar, Ha'amar Stamach Machshavas Avodos Kochavim, La'avodos Kochavim. What's exactly amazing? So the Elazar holds, there was like that the Stam Machshava, when an Ampul has in mind that he's going to give something to Avodah Zarah, was like that dash is already there when? At the time of the Shkita. So go to Rashi this moment, Stam Machshavas, Rashi says, if you shut down after the Avodos Kochavim Shkita, so in the Esra, the Shkita Sekita Kivasa. But the Elazar holds that once an Ampul is going to bring an animal to Avodah Zarah, he doesn't wait to dedicate that to the Avodah Zarah until when? Until he gets to the house of worship. But when this is dedicated as Avodah Zarah, already went from the time of the Shkita. So therefore, again, if you attach him after walking into his house of Avodah Zarah, even though he hasn't walked in there, yes, you have to think that what? That is already that meat is already there, and therefore, again, so also so verse 20 out, our Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Elazar, because our Mishnah says, and we assume that he only is makish, or he only creates his meat travel when he gets into the Elohim's temple. But if he can't before he walks in there, then the Mesa again, his meat is not usher banned off. The Elazar says no. Stamach Shevas Avodos Kochavim is. If you see already going in there, the shechting already. It's usher Avodos Kochavim. By Yotze usher, the nation is the nation. But on the other hand, if you get them coming out, which was the right, if I see him coming out with the meat, then already it's usher, because we assume that he's coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah, and at the end of the day, it's already been consecrated as Avodah Zarah. My timer, we'll say what's the reason for that? The after the Raka Takrovas Avodah Zarah, because we'll say essentially what this means is it's impossible that not an offering to Avodah Zarah. If we see an apple walking out with a piece of meat from his house of worship, we'll say it's impossible that is not Avodah Zarah. Of course it's Avodah Zarah. I mean, what else is happening with meat that is coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah? Now again, I want to point out, it could be assumption, that's fine. Anyway, we do have dollars, we have kabbals that are offered to this bar, of which some of which we are also permitted to do. So the fact that he's taking it out and might eat it himself is fine. But Lamaisa, once it's coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah, then what can I say? Then again, that is definitively Avodah Zarah. Therefore, the Jew can't get any benefit from it. Money, what's the use of business reflect? Then you demand the same. So we do understand. So we do understand. Decide we do understand. On that, now let's talk about from Shemaiah. But oh hell, say how do we know that Avodah Zarah is Mekame Bo'ar? Which is actually amazing. How do we know that Avodah Zarah is essentially becoming like a mace? The same as if you have a corpse under a roof in an ohel. In a tent. So that corpse goes ahead and spreads too much than anything else under the same roof. How do we know that Avodah Zarah does the same thing? And Avodah Zarah communicates Tumah via an ohel. Shneimar, by Yitznidu L'Bal Par, literally going to both say, when they're going ahead and unfortunately fall prey to Bal Par side. This isn't Tehillim, but referring ultimately the episode of Bal Par. By Yitznidu L'Bal Par, they became close, and they literally attached themselves to Bal Par by Yochlu Zikhenis. And they ate of the carcasses of the dead. So what's like, what do you see in this passage? It's comparing Avodah Zarah to a mace. Mace becoming the ohel, just like a mace was like goes there and communicates tumah in an ohel. Let's go come in the time of the ohel. So to again, Avodah Zarah was like also communicates tumah via the ohel. What does this have to do with our conversation? Take a look at that for just a moment. Man makes me coming for ohel, umino. And also we take this comparison one step further. Man makes asabano, is the Gamina Bisanhetin, but Tama Shamiriam, Sham Eglarufa, Aktakovesh, Avodos Kokalan, Asuraban. Also we take this comparison one step further. So remember, the Pasuk from establishes a connection between a corpse and Avodah Zarah. So the Yudah and the Seder says, just like a corpse is mechanic to Masohel, so the Avodah Zarah is mechanic to Masohel. We'll say in our city, which is one step further, just as a mace is Asr Ba'anah, you cannot derive any benefit from a corpse. So to what they will say, Avodah Zarah will also be Asr Ba'anah. Therefore, again, when the Abba walks out of his house of worship with a piece of meat, we assume that piece, not we assume, such an assumption, for us it's a definitive reality that Halakha L'maisa again, that this was used for Avodah Zarah, and therefore again it is Asr Ba'anah. Good. Next part. Ha'olchim l'tarfim asur l'aseh specific. The next part of the Mishnah is a fascinating idea. That if you catch a Gentile going on his pilgrimage, right? He's going on his pilgrimage ultimately again to his Avodah Zarah temple, wherever it is. So on the way to the pilgrimage, the Mishnah says, you can't do business with them. What's the logic? The logic is because the individual is going to give thanks to his idol when he gets to when he reaches his destination. So this really is a throwback to the first Mishnah in the Masechta. However, again, once he's coming back from the pilgrimage, you're permitted to go ahead and do business. Now, also, now watch this. This is really fascinating. Only the Tarsus. Bahalicha, listen to this. If an Ovid Kohanim is on his way to his Avodah Zarah pilgrimage, so when he's on his way, you can go ahead and you can do business with him. Right? So, sorry, you cannot do business with him. Also, why? The Oslu B'Mogid Kamei Avodah Zarah. Right? The Oslu ultimately again, since he's on his way to his pilgrimage, when he gets there, he's going to give thanks to his idol. However, that Hazorah, we'll say on his way back, if you catch him on the way back from the pilgrimage, mutter. You can't do business. We'll say why? Listen to this. My Dahava Hava. We'll say, and Dahava Hava means pilgrimage is over, right? Religion, okay, we did that. Check. Right, done. Right, check. I already did. Let's see how we're done. Now we're back to regular life. We're not considered. Our book was continuing to be as follows. He's not turning back to go back to the Avodah Zarah to go ahead and give thanks again. Therefore, by definition, once the pilgrimage is done, it's done. And we're not concerned that he's going to now go back and give thanks to his Avodah Zarah. Let's take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Rashi, it doesn't have an Odeh Master, it just has a Heikim, a Holy Gassinon. Amr Shmuel, Holy Docham, Maholik, the Tapas, Balichas, the Azul, Chazari Mutter, my Dahava Hava. Okay, so he goes on, he says, Yisra, what about a Jew? Yisra, Holy Tapas, Balicha Mutter, Dilma, 100 days below us. Wow. Listen to this. What about a Jew who never is on his way to the pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah? What about a Jew who doesn't do Avodah Zarah? Listen, what's the halacha? So, Shmuel says, you can do business with him when he's on his way. Why? Why? He may turn around. The Jew, as much as he says that he's going on a pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah, maybe he won't have it. Maybe he'll turn around. On the flip side, if you caught it after the pilgrimage, you cannot do business with him. Why? Because since this Jew has demonstrated an allegiance to Avodah Zarah and has forsaken his religion, so we'll say such a person like this is going to have an incredible level of status, and we're concerned that he's actually going to turn
Every
around.
day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I take 3 minutes and tell people about my project?
Such is the power of the Jew. So we'll say at the end of the day,
Oh, okay. No, I'll be less than that. I appreciate it. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow as many people in the space as I can. If you want a free follow back, send me a follow. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find a link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more content archived on the internet than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Yes, sir. Who's my founder? What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. My parents. No, I'm a real deal, baby. I'm in your space. Meaningful connections and more. Chill, shill, share, alpha, make money. You're DeFi. We've got Sage. We've got Bell Web. I'm better than any AI that you've ever seen.
We normally translate it as a gift, right, or a separation, separate from your wealth, and ultimately given to you for the creation and gratification. There's a magnificent insight by the customer. The customer says as follows. He says the Russian of Truma, we normally translate ultimately as a gift. As a gift, as it was a response, as a gift, matana or a separation. The idea is, I'm taking something from you, I'm giving it back to the father. The truth is, we know that shoulders of Truma is really the same as of Lahari, to lift up. To lift up, to lift up. So again, when I think of you, my money is...
I'm not AI. I'm a real person. You can look at my profile and see me live on camera right now. No AI is going to tell you that. DeFi, please do not spread misinformation. I've been doing this for 4 years. I am live. I'm a real person. I'm not reading this. You can see me live on camera, either on X or on YouTube. No one else you have can say that. I'm live, 100% real.
So it's like, what do I do? That's like starting that in every single one of these details are lessons for us to learn. But might be temporarily lessons. Customer says something. He says, Truma doesn't just separate out from the money to go with.
Giving my show for 4 years, so I've got it down quite well. DeFi, I'll send you a message. I'd love to connect and help you in any way.
How do I do this? How do I grow? That's kind of general life. We all want growth. Even those of us who don't yet know that we want growth, we all want growth. There's no such thing as a team who doesn't want to grow. There's no such thing as a neshama that doesn't want aliyah. So ultimately, again, how do we grow? So the Pasuk says something amazing. He says it comes not from the word truma, but it comes from the word vayish. He says Lashon Psicha, B'chinas Mekach. He says vayish Psicha, Lashon Mekach. Mekach means what I will say, a purchase or a business transaction. Get ready for this. He says you can learn about spiritual growth from business. How so? Baal Esek, Eino Eneno Poresh Le'isko, and Pam Eneno Matziach Basa. Because every single businessman knows that if you want to be successful in business, there's one thing that's clear, which is what? You have to be prepared to fail. Inevitably, some deal is going to go bad. Some deal is going to go south. Something is going to fail. But what does the businessman know? He also knows that after your first failed venture, you can't close up shop. You can't close up shop because if you close up shop after the first failed venture, then what? Then of course again you're not going to make any money. So every businessman knows you have to be prepared to fail, and in the wake of that failure, you have to begin to rebuild yourself. Yodel and Yafsik B'Masel Matan, he's supposed to do it because we'll say one thing is clear, which is if after you fail, you stop building your business, one thing is clear, which is what? You will be poor. You will be poor. At the end of the day, remember, if I don't work on the business at all, of course the business will not thrive. He says something amazing. I would say what's true in the business world is true about spirituality as well. And in my speech and Tantanai, if you're not successful a number of times, I would say the goal is to keep on trying. Just like in business, one bad deal, you don't close up shop. Like you recognize that failure is part of the course. I would say it's the same that is true in spiritual growth as well. Spiritual growth, I will say failure is part of the course.
The artist, I'm warming up to you, my man. Those pictures are really nice. I tell you, I really see your artistic creativity in them. One of these days, you're going to be able to pull me in. But if you haven't checked out the artist art, they're beautiful. The profile pictures that he creates for the community are absolutely stunning. Check him out. He's really a talented individual.
There are things in this world of spirituality that you could learn from the business world as well. Just like in business, if you fail, you have to learn from your failures, you pick yourself back up. So in the world of spirituality, you have to learn from your failures. Don't chas v'shalom stay down. Just pick yourself back up. Says, this is the pshat in the pasuk. Shuma. All of us want an aliyah. All of us want the harama. All of us want to go ahead and lift ourselves up. So what's the key? What's the secret? The yikhu trip. If you take an approach of mekahu memka, if you take the business approach to spirituality, then in the wake of failure, don't close up shop, don't shutter the window, don't shutter the store, but go ahead and figure out what can I learn from this failure? And how can I go from this failure? The same thing I will say is true in the realm of business. The spirituality.
DeFi. He's just joking.
Who has the ability to live on a constant high. There's no one among us.
Okay, well, I don't want you upset with the artist because the artist is a really great person and he loves you very much.
There are valleys and there are peaks in the realm of wickedness. I will say this, sometimes when you get into a valley, you know what happens? You stay there. You stay there. Because we tell ourselves, oh, look how far I've fallen. There's no way I can ever get myself out. I will say, you would never take that approach in our parnas. Because if you take that approach in our parnas, you would be able to sustain our family. In our parnas, you realize that even if I'm in a valley, I gotta fight my way out and rise back up to the peak. Still my parnas, still my ruchnius, even when it's a failure, and even when I find myself at a very low point, the yikhuli truma. I have to figure out how to raise myself up back again.
They think you're a fucking robot.
And to learn from the failure.
They're immense though. You bitches hear me? They think I'm a robot. Like, why didn't you go viral faster, Fat Rabbi? Because people thought I was a robot. Why? Because I'm that fucking good. What do you want me to do about it, baby?
So when we encounter failure, I will say, same way, hopefully we rebuild ourselves financially. We should be so committed to find a cut to rebuild ourselves spiritually.
Now you got to listen to that. So we'll talk about the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash. This motherfucker doesn't even have a plan to rebuild it. I do. People stop thinking I'm a robot. Are you a robot? No. Are you sure?
Where it says, Amr Basi, Amr Yosman, Pero, Basi says Yosman, that they heard.
Dog, I was just watching Elon Musk. Why is your shit so shitty? I was just looking at how many followers I have, and it literally just went down 15. Like 15 people and just fucking bounce on me.
That you can't have any, you can't have any benefit from that wine. This is speaking of a wine that was actually used in the service of a Matzah, which is a Kame Kuma Kamuro Sakurai. And it is it's called Kuma in the fashion of Kuma Kamuro, which is Kuma in the here in the sky. So what does that mean, Kuma Kamuro? So that said, Matzah, well, first of all, obviously, it's a touch, it's touching, that is carries something, even if you don't touch
I
it
love
directly,
these fucking
through your actions, you transport it.
people who are like,
Another way
you're a robot. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm literally on camera.
This is basically
Who built you? My parents. Yo, what's going on? How you living, doctor? Doctor, can you hear me? Just one moment, my man. Can you hear me, doctor? Maybe you can't hear me. Just one moment. Let me refresh my. Just one moment, doctor. Let me just refresh.
So the first category is Yain Nesa, which is actually used for Abazar. Then you have Sam Yainam. Sam Yainam would be something, wine that is belongs to a guy or has been touched by a guy. So Sam Yainam after Bahana, and the Sam is kind of masculine. So the halacha is that it is just like Yain Nesa, that is after Bahana, but it is weaker in the sense in the time they the first law is weaker in the sense that the Isra Hana in this case would be Midrabana. So the entire thing is Midrabana, because if you're going to drink Tamyin, which is the wine of the guy, you might come to drink the Yain Nefesh. So the whole thing is Rabbanan, but it's also weaker in the sense that we said before the Yain Nefesh is from a Kamula, according to describe, there's a kind of master, which is basically talking about it has a status like a Vlada Shoma. And in fact, in order to become Kame, it would need to be the size of a Ziyat, which is the ordinary measure of wine. Now, the way Rashi learns, others don't disagree, but the way Rashi learns is that what it's trying to tell you is not that it itself is Nakame, that it itself caused something to become. It's saying that if it is touched by, let's say, a ferret, Rashi says, so then it becomes Kame like any other liquid. And the question that the Rishonim deal with is, what's the finish then? If you're just telling me that it's liquid that becomes Kame like any other liquid, so then why do you need to tell us? Oh, of course, it's getting worse than any other liquid. So Tosfos says in Rashi that the reason it tells you that is because you might think because we're dealing with Tanyenom that is related to Yain Nefesh, that it is more summer in the sense that it's science. Others say that it comes to take it out because there's a sheet of Rabbi Shimon. He talks about that in order to be that you would, in order to be usher the Hana, it has to be something that you can eat that you're able to feed to others. And since you're not able to give some yenim to others and usher the Hana, you might think that you have a different halacha, and that's why it's trouble. But in any event, so we now have two categories. Our first category is Yain Nefesh, wine of factory use of Abizar, which is usher the Hana, and it has strict Tuma. You have Sam Yenam, which is wine of a goy that's not known to be used for Abizar.
You're shitting me. Fucking thing. Yo.
Is that wine, once you deposit with the guy, becomes usher to drink, but it is mutter to have hanaf.
Yo.
You're not allowed to use it.
Yo. Zoo. Zoo, can you hear me? Living like a pimp. How about you? Nothing much. How are you? I'm here. I don't know if my microphone's working. Just a moment. It's my end. Just one moment. I know you can't. Just one moment.
Swapped it out with his own parents, and therefore, the student already now are into the future year and against his parents and does, he has to be concerned and treated as if his parents does, and he has to treat it as if it is Makuyan in Mises. Now, as we kind of point out, this obviously goes according to the view that a guy that his produce is subject to Mises. But in any event, according to that view, it's saying, so what do we see from that mission? We see from the mission that there's a concern when you deposit something with the guy, that you have to be worried that he swapped it out. So therefore, why in our case do we say that it's not under the hana when you deposit your wine with the guy? Why not be concerned that he swapped it with his own wine? It should be either Charmin or Mayan Yosef. It should be after by enough. So why do we say that something only after and drinking that you're allowed to have enough of it? We should say, let's be concerned that the guy swapped out his wine for your wine or his, and therefore it should be up to even by enough. So I answer, he goes to Mishagol Terence of it. So what are we talking? Now you're right. If you just generally give the guy your wine,
Yo.
You're going to have to assume that he swapped it out
Yo.
and would be up to by enough. In what case do you say that it's not up to by enough? It's, for example, when
this shit sucks.
designated a separate area for it.
This shit sucks.
And therefore, it's considered more likely.
This is the worst. This is the worst. Yo.
If you're telling me that once you set aside a corner, you know that he doesn't swap it out and he doesn't mess with your wine. So you might say, be happy to see an amulistry. So why?
Yo.
Why it's not up to enough and we're not
I've got to restart. This thing
But
sucks.
if you're saying we don't have that concern, then let the guy drink it. But you say we know that the guy just left it there in the corner, and therefore you should be able to drink it too. So we say, where do we have this idea? The Rav Yochanan, Parbud. Rav Yochanan went to the town of Parbud, and Omar Klum Yesh Mishnah Bar Kapara. Is there a Mishnah Bar Kapara? So Rashi points out Bar Kapara at this point had already died. Bar Kapara was one of the Talmidim of Rav Yehuda Nasi, which was having a Shnayet. And so he lived in Parbud. So Rabbi Yochanan went to Parbud and he said, has anyone heard anything? Anyone have a Mishnah that they want to tell me, a Brisa or a Mishnah they want to tell me from Bar Kapara? So it's kind of later comes from in Parbud. So, someone answered the call. Hamkom who lived in Parbud and he taught him something that learned from Bar Kapara at the time. What did he learn? He said, a mafki game of Asa all the Kapabim. That if someone deposits his wine by an overcooked mutler b'shisia, that you're allowed to drink it. Okay, so that was the halacha of Kamshon Kodim. Rabbi Yochanan responded, he said to him, the pasuk in Koheles, he said, Makom she'yipol ha'eis, sham yehu. So he said that in a place where the wood has fallen, the tree has fallen, there it should be. Which you understand somewhere that Talmud was situated, that he lived. So where Talmud fell, meaning that he lived or he died there, from you, there he is. The Gemara says, "Shom self the Daita." Are you telling me that literally Sabbath after he died is still there? That can't be. Ela Shom you Perosa. Rather, what does it mean that he'll be there? It means that the fruits of the tree that has since died, but the fruits had fallen off. So if you go to the place where the tree was, you can find the fruit. So what was his point? His point was that he went to the town of Bar Kapara, to Parvud, and by going there, he found fruits that had fallen from Bar Kapara that he had taught people there. And as he says, so you see, if you want to, says, I'm trying to turn up with different comment that if someone wants to learn something from what's coming, you should open a year to show them, well, maybe you should go to the people of the city who used to learn by him. And that way you'll teach it to others, and you'll teach it to others. So the idea is, he was saying it's a good idea to go to someone's hometown to learn his Torah. In any event, what do you see? You see that you have a mission that says if you deposit wine by an the covenant, you can drink it, right? And it must be, and the Gemara is assuming, in order to say why it's not a stira from the Mishnah, which says that someone who's mafkid is parents that we're worried that the guy switches, then it must be talking about where in a case where he designated a corner. Otherwise we have a problem with the teaching of Bar Kapara. So what do you see? You see that where he designated a corner, according to this, you're allowed to drink it. So the Gemara is saying once you're establishing it, then we're talking about where he used the parents of it, that the guy put it in a corner, and therefore we're no longer concerned that the guy swapped it out. Once you're talking about putting it in a corner, you see from the Bryce of Bar Kapara that it should not only be, but that it should actually be mutter b'shasir. You should be allowed to drink it. And yes, we paskin, or Rabbi paskin, that you cannot drink it, but you can be nana from it. So why is, if we're talking about it, you can look parents of it, you should be able to drink it all together. And Rav Zera, well, kasha is no kasha. Or Rav Elazar, Harabanan. That one view, the view that says that you're allowed to drink the wine when it's put in the corner by a guy, that's the opinion of Rabbi Elazar. And our limud of Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira is going according to the Rabbanan. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira says you're not allowed to drink it, but you're allowed to have enough from it. Is going according to the view of the Rabbanan. The Tanya, because we learned in the Brisa, Echad Alokea. So if someone went and they either bought rights to an area within the cluster of the covenant, or he rent space there and he rented a house, and he filled up the house with wine, and the key for the seal is Biyad Yisrael, meaning that not only was it placed there, but it actually either was locked up or had some other kind of seal on it.
Yo, dog, how about that shit stop sucking?
Says,
Yo, are you fucking serious?
Considered sufficient protection. The guy is not going to mess with your wine, and therefore you can drink it.
Dog.
And the Chachamim say no, you can't drink it because we're concerned that the guy will swap out the wine, or his own wine, or otherwise a touch of the wine. And turned it into something you're not allowed to drink. Okay, so now we have an explanation of that where's the limit of Bar Kapara, which says you can drink it, but that's according to Rabbi Elazar. And we have Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira who said it's not usher but you can't drink it. It's not usher but at the same time you can't drink it. That was going according to the Chachamim. Okay, Amar Pia, Reza Pia by Nachmeni, Amar Kista, Amar Rav, Amar Lam, Amar Kista, Amar Zihiri, Amar Lam, Amar Kista, Amar Abba, Bar Kama, Hafi, Amar Zihiri. Good way to take up 4 lines. Halacha for Rabbi Elazar. The halacha follows Rabbi Elazar, and therefore we're going to say, as long as something was put to the side in the category of under the stewardship of a Jew, either by seal or by key, that we're going to say that you're allowed to drink it. So what do we see? We see that we're talking about a single fulta. Because it was neither sealed or was locked, and we see that you can have wine. So the Rishonim all deal with the question of, we learned that we said that if you're dealing with vinegar or yain bushel of a guy that you can have it with a single seal. So that everyone wants to constantly with every leather. So saying even wine works that way.
Yo, dog.
And our implication is when you get vinegar or yain bushel, that it's only those and not regular wine. You're trying to deal with that. Tussa says that
Randy Shannon,
the difference is here,
the
wine,
fighter,
deposit.
and the
You deposit it, you're the one that picks it up, right? So therefore, you're going to recognize your
worst
own single
podcast
sign.
ever.
Either you're going to recognize
The worst. The worst podcast
But
ever.
if you're talking about the other cases, we're talking about where the wine is being sent with the guy. So if it's sent with the guy, the person who deposits it with the guy and the guy who gets it at the other hand are different people. So therefore, he doesn't recognize the seal as well, and that's why you need posted and self-posted. You need both. Many of the Rishonim have a different gear to the Gemara, which is we learned that either it was in the hands, either it was sealed or it was locked. So we understand one or the other, and therefore it's only one seal. Many Rishonim have a gear says that it's both. It was sealed and it was locked. So then I understand that the case we're dealing with there is the case of a double seal. But in any event, Allah says in the leather. Okay, I'm going to leather. I told you that everything is enough to have a single seal, except for wine. So we're dealing now again with this question that wine is not enough to have a single seal. You have to have a double seal. For example, what we have nowadays.
It's called on paper, so a little bit loud.
Double seal. So Yochanan says that yain amishtamer that wine it's enough to have a single seal. So clearly they're saying two different views. Gemara says below tweaking. Rabbi Lezer, they're not arguing. Why? Because one is saying like Rabbi Lezer, one is saying like Rabbanan. Because it explains that one person that they're not. When he says they're not arguing, they're obviously arguing because one says one seal is enough, and the other says you need two seals. But they're saying they're not arguing about two. Another than one person saying he held like this, and the other person saying he held like that. They're saying it's two separate things. They're talking about two different people, and that's what it means that they don't argue. The other opinion of closest to explain what it means that they don't argue is saying both of them hold like Rabbi Eliezer personally. As we just said before, Allah says Rabbi Eliezer, and therefore it's enough to have one seal. So they're not, they themselves are not arguing.
Damn,
they're
bitch.
presenting a view that would say it requires two seals. Okay, again, we see a distinction in the Machokim of Love and Rabban.
Yeah, this
There are
dude is
those
hot
that
as
learn
fuck.
differently that I'm Rabbi Lezer. Rabbi Lezer says, I'm told Mishtamar Gechosim, two seals is enough for everything, plus Yayin, except for wine. The wine, even a double seal is not sufficient. And basically, if you want to be able to drink wine, it has to have been under the shira of a Jew. That's the first. Continue, Rabbi Yochanan says,
Dog.
the second view
I hate
is saying
how my
that
shows are
that
watched.
even
Do you?
wine is
Oh, this shit's
capable of
the
being
worst.
protected even without the constant shira of a Jew as long as it has a double seal in it. So the first you said one seal, the first verse of this Machokim said they were arguing about whether one seal or two seals are required for wine. According to the second view, they're arguing about whether two seals is good enough. One said yes, and the other said no, it's not good enough. But in any event,
What a funny joke.
And both of them are going like the Rabbanim because they're obviously not going to Rabbi Eliezer. Because according to the second view, because Rabbi Eliezer held that it was enough to have one shmirah. So you can either seal it or you can lock it. So one shmirah is enough. So obviously, when they're saying one is definitely not enough, and they're arguing that two or none, meaning no option of a deal, that has to be going like Rabbanan. My Savar, one holds to Rabbanan later, Rabbi Eliezer, but some method. That when did Rabbanan argue on Rabbi Eliezer only talking about when there was a single seal? So then they argue, is that good enough or not? But they're saying that in the first view of the Rabbanan are saying we disagree with Rabbi Eliezer that one seal is enough, but we agree that two seals is enough. And the other one holds that when the Rabbanan argued on Rabbi Eliezer, they were asked even the double seal the second version of the Machloket is solely in the Rabbanon. The first version was a repetition of the Machloket between another and the Chachamim, which as we saw before, the more asking like Rabbi Elazar. Okay, so now we've been talking about this double seal business. The question is, what is a double seal? So where it says, what does it mean to have a seal with a seal? Amarava, Agana, the Tuma, the Kabita, Mika, the Tasima,
DeFi. What up, girl? Shit, I don't want your shit.
The cover of a barrel. Rashi learned that it's you basically have a barrel and you put a large plate on top of it. That's how Rashi learned. Agana, and some say the Tuma, the Hamal of the cover. Shrika, you it up or you seal it up with some kind of clay or something like that. The kasima, and you sign it, you stamp it, you put some kind of stamp, or you carve your initials into it or something that's going to show whether it's been disrupted. That's considered a custom, and that's a double seal. You low, and if not. If you don't have these double seals, then it's not considered custom.
These motherfuckers think you're a robot.
Okay. Now another piece.
Hey, Rabbi, why don't you go viral soon? Because everybody thought I was a robot. Really? Why? I don't speak like a robot. I speak like a pimp.
Barrel had no cover. You put a big plate
What about a robot pimp?
You plastered it up. Now we're getting another option. You can have a barrel. In this case, we're understanding.
Oh, let's go watch Robot Pimp 7. This Robot Pimp 8's coming out.
And then
Everybody loves it.
A basket of some sort, and and he ties it, he attaches it
Robot
very,
Pimp.
very tightly. So we're talking about a basket that he gets
Robot Pimp.
over the top of the barrel, and therefore it constitutes the second seal. That's a seal within a seal. Low mahadek, but if you're you simply put the basket on top,
I got it.
but it wasn't hard to put it on.
3,661, son.
That's
Really?
That's nothing.
That shit is baller. Dog. Now, I gotta listen to this asshole or that asshole. I wanna listen to this asshole.
So he says, let's say you have a node. Node is like a campaign or
Wonder what happened to Joey Diaz. No one's heard of that motherfucker in years. What would you say to Joey Diaz? I would be like that Peter Griffin, like be funny.
So Rashi himself, and we've had this many times, says the word Messiah comes from doom stock. What's it called? Coming out with a saddle bag. Put on a
Dog, I've heard all this. Everybody.
bags on either side.
We need this.
What's the point? You took this canteen which ties itself up, and you put it in
Joey
kind of,
Diaz.
that's on the side of the donkey. That's considered.
Is it full?
When
Interview with Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck no more. I remember watching him, and I did not like him when I heard him. I was like, this guy sucks. Tip top, with dude. Author Joey Coco Diaz. Narrator Joey Coco Diaz. Good Google. It's all about the quitting line concept. What is it? I don't know. Nobody knows what this shit is. South Africa still has quaaludes. Tremendous. Call the ludes, dude. Cape Town, 84. Me and Mandela were coked up to the gills. The hummus juice leaking. Leaking out everywhere. It was tremendous. Uncle showing out for his city high school.
Okay, now we'll give another option.
This doesn't say.
I'll give you another option. Rashi describes that even in Rashi's time, this is how you
Ended up in Joey's little neighborhood.
that let's say you have a bag or something, and you tie it up, and then you push the knot that you just made into itself, and then you take it and tie it again.
Drag it in.
Right? So the Kiddush, the back and the top of the back of the Kiddush here is that it's enough to have a knot. So let's be clear. We're talking about a knot that then gets pushed into the center of the back, and then you tie it again. So the back is that a knot not work, that a knot works without having to be sealed. But the way they learn, the Taz learn, and it says the sire of the custom, that it says that if you tie it up and you seal it, means that you're sealing it with some kind of extraordinary knot. You're not just doing a regular knot. A knot is tradition, but it has to be like a knot that's an instrument that's a little bit different. So that's considered a different version of Chosam where you have a double seal. Tanarabana, second to bottom, second to last line. Tanarabana. Originally, they used to say, Yayin shall in kushi after nifnei bira sriko. So, okay, we're going to now list three pairs of cities, which were basically kufi cities. We've done kufi many times, and so kufi have a different aspect. Yes, so we're talking about three cities of kufi, and each of these cities was next to a city of people who were over Kapab. Originally, they used to say, the wine and Kushi after that you're not allowed to drink the wine in the Kushi city of Ein Kushi because it was next to the city of Bira Srika where there were Ote Kapab. So Birkasa often makes Parshoy. Similarly, the Kushi city of Birkasa was the wine was also because it was next to the city of Parshoy, which is the city of Ote Kapab. So Zagdor, and the people in Zagdor, the Kushi in Zagdor, you couldn't drink their wine also in Parshoy because they were next to the city of Parshoy. So the concern here is that we're not worried about Cosmos. We're not worried about them marrying out because if you drink Kushi wine, because Kushi are Jews, and we're not worried that they use it for Avodah Zarah because that wasn't the form of their worship. Even according to what we learned that they used to serve the Yono that was on high reason, but they didn't do it in this way. So the question is. The theory here is that the wine in the city of Kushi is also because it's close to an idolatrous city. And the concern is that they allowed Goyim to touch the wine. So that was initially they said you can't have wine in any of these Kushi cities. Bazu Lomar, subsequently they came back and said, he says no, it's not an absolute rule that you can't have wine in those cities, but rather if the barrels are open, then you cannot have the wine. If the barrels are closed, you can. So what would be the reason? The reason will be because the Jew, we're going to see more in a second, is because the Mishnah knows that if he wants to do business with Jews. If the Jews suspect them of allowing Goyim to touch the wine, then they're not going to buy wine from them. So therefore, they're very careful with wine that they were going to sell. The wine that they were going to sell on their own, they weren't careful. So therefore, if it was an open barrel, you would sell an open barrel. That's what you drink. So then you have to be worried you would not drink the wine there, but if you think that's the converse careful. So my cousin was part of the cover with myself, my color. So you said in the beginning they thought all the wine in these two cities are upper. And then they said only the open one. You said my color summer originally they thought ACC Master Mago of the cover. Was not super. So initially they thought that a Kushi is just not careful about keeping wine away from public consumption. But since these Kushi towns were next to Avodah Zarah towns, so we're convinced that the Ote Kapam are touching the wine, so therefore you can't take anything from them. Afterwards they decided, Kilo Kapid, when are they not makbid or not careful that a guy shouldn't touch their wine? I'm sorry, Apsukas, when it's open. Apsumas makbid Kapid, but on a closed barrel they're careful. Why? As I said, because they want to make money, they want to be able to sell it, so therefore it's Sumas Mutaris. I'm sorry, so that therefore they're makbid. And are you telling me though that closed barrels of a Kushi are mutter to be purchased or drunk from minimal after I'm on the base? Ashaleach Chavis, so Yayin beyond Kushi, someone sends a barrel of wine in the hand of a pussy, so we're now talking again about a pussy that has wine. You shall sear the shom Mariah, yad over the oven, or if you're dealing with sear or Mariah. What are sear and Mariah? Sear is Rashi says is sear shall dagim tmeim. I'm sorry. Sear is Rashi says. Hold on a second. He says that basically they would press, would dry out fish, and this is the day of like the sweat or the zebus or the secretions, the drippings that come out. It's basically they would squeeze out the fish juice, which would become sharp like vinegar, and they used to use it to dip things in it. Murias, Rashi says, is ma'arvin bag kirbei dagim, that they used to take the insides of fish, enough fish shumne, which were very fatty, they had a lot of fat, and they would take it. So now, what are we worried about with sear or Murias? So Rashi says earlier, so he says, we're concerned that maybe they're going to switch it with dagim tmeim. That they're gonna that guy is gonna swap it out with his own sear. Or in the case of Marias, they're worried that they're gonna place the Marias, which is a fisherman, which are very expensive, and instead they're gonna put wine inside. Okay, but by a pussy, we don't suspect a pussy as swapping things out. The only thing we suspect a pussy of is that he's not careful with letting a guy touch it. And what are we saying? We're saying if it's wine, that you can trust a pussy. You're right, and if it's a guy, you can't trust, and for sure you can't trust the guy by wine. But if it's by sear Mariah, you suspect the pussy, but not a guy. And so the Gemara says, "In makar kosamo, if he recognizes his stamp or his signature and his seal, then it's mutter. In lav, and if not, it's usher." So what do you see? You see that the first case said that as long as it's a closed barrel, you can trust the pussy, even in the town that's next door to the oven. And here we're saying that if you send a barrel of wine with a pussy, it only works if you're able to recognize your own symbol or your sign. So it seems that we don't trust the pussy, and we're worried that maybe the pussy lets it over the oven touch it. And we're there like that. So when do we say that you trust the pussy, that he doesn't let a guy touch the wine, is in the city? Because in the city, there's people there, and they're going to watch, and it's going to ruin his reputation that somebody can buy wine from him if he lets a guy touch it. But Kambadera, if he's on the way, while they're traveling, there's no one there, and he's not careful, he might let the guy touch it. So we suspect the pussy on the road, but not in the city. He's saying, but how did this wine get to the city in the first place? It was transported from somewhere. And it was transported under the stewardship of the pussy. Probably got a guy touch it. So why is that what we think? Well, I'm going to give you
Look at this one.
He says, no, we're talking about during the time of year, during the harvest time. Even the near time. That since everyone is around, it's a very busy time during the time when they would produce the wine, so therefore the species would be afraid. Amar, he says, after suddenly listen, that if they're going to see you, let the guy touch it, I'm going to lose money because I won't be able to sell it. But during the season that people aren't around,
Folks, look at this athleticism.
not assuming the distinction between city and road, but rather between the time of year whether the people are around. Okay, Hitman is saying, that the Gemara now says, why do we answer the beer of an overcome? And Tosha says, you're not to say, but this is take a little material of the Yisrael and the Bible, then will be made a Moriah and two. Tosha says, we're asking why you answer the beer of a guy. Tosha says, I don't even know where you get that from. It's not in the Mishnah, it's not in the Bible. It must be that this is something that I'm right on the second. We're going to see in a minute, hopefully, there's time to see something where this comes up again. Okay, so why are you not allowed to have to deal with that? Because we're concerned that if you go drink beer with a guy, you're going to end up, Rashi says, you're going to go hang out in his house, and you're going to like his daughter. He's going to be there, and therefore, you're going to end up marrying his daughter. But not when I'm going to see you. That what are we worried about? We talked about this before, that you're worried that they're not careful to steal things up, and a snake should come and drink it. So, Gemara said, what are you concerned about that they left open? So he said, if you're worried that they left open, the guy said, Rashi says, this is when it's still in the barrels or the containers that you can make the beer, not when they put it where they make it. So if it's there, we also leave it uncovered. So why are we planning on the guy? The Ella the Kavita. So maybe you're talking about when it's already stored in barrels. So I said, we also keep open barrels of beer. So why are we planning on the guy that we're worried that he left it open and they put things in? We also leave it open. Why do we leave it open? We learned it because snakes don't like beer. So they're not going to go into the beer. Okay. So you might say, well, after the Matsumaya. So no, we're talking about a place where what did they do? That they were beer obviously has water as an ingredient, so they used to leave the water to settle, so that the water that they use in the beer will be clear, right? And that water they used to leave there. So the concern is it's true that a snake doesn't go into beer. The snake will go into water that you leave open, and in the production of beer they will leave the water open. So you might say that we have to reference history, but if you're right that that's the concern, that they allow the snake into the water before they made it into beer, then you should be able to have anything that is old. I'm sorry. Because in Manipul Yafin. So he says that something that's old, that's already become aged, is looking to drink it because if there would have been any snake venom in there, it would have prevented it from aging. Hitness, mutter. Similarly, if something ferments, then it's mutter because in Manipul Hatness. So because if there's snake venom in there, it would prevent it from fermenting. So the question is, if what we're worried about is the water that got snake venom in it before it was put into beer, you shouldn't worry because once the beer is produced, and so we should distinguish and say that when you have this concern is only by something that is new, but something that is aged already, you shouldn't worry about it because it's already by aging, it showed us that there was no snake venom in the water. Like that's very nothing. No. You're right, that in theory our only concern would be something new, not something old, because something old already, something that's aged could not have had snake venom in it, but yet we're going to make it clear, so we don't want to sit there and make a distinction, and therefore you can't use the dye, or you can't use the beer of any dye. Okay, well, Papa, okay, so the Papa was careful not to drink beer by a guy, so what would he do? You would go out to the doorway of the store of the tavern, and with a person, and he's something you drink over there. The Rabbi might be in the base disgusting. The Rabbi they used to bring it to his house and he would drink it there. The Rabbi is too confident. Obviously, what they're both concerned about is confidence. In fact, why don't you drink beer by a guy? Because you're going to come to marry his daughter or hang out with them. But obviously, he's not concerned about snake venom because then what does it help you to drink it outside and to drink it back at his house? Okay. I want to say something on this. Let's see what's at the bottom of the afternoon. Okay. Rabbi other than fucking scared dog. So what's the difference? One of them, a couple used to go drink it outside the tavern or outside the store, and Rabbi used to drink it at home. So, they were worried about Sassus. Rabbi had a stricter standard for himself, and he went all the way home before he drank the beer. Okay. The school about this one applied in the Morgan. That is small by additional rent and more time, and this is a town of Jews, but they were posted them. They didn't trust these Jews. So he says as follows. He says himself that keeping all you because these are reasons second like hey, my keeping again he told us come they weren't marketed on not drinking wine of the cup. The isolate number they brought him wine, he wouldn't drink it. Why? Because they weren't careful. They were served isolate stuff, they brought him beer, he didn't drink it. So this one the time with some symptoms. They say, fine, I understand why he wouldn't take wine because he's concerned that maybe it is Tanyena. They said symptom is too nice. But the beer, what's the concern? What are you concerned about beer? My son is concerned with the stuff. You didn't want to distinguish. You're going to end up drinking beer, you're going to end up drinking wine. And since they weren't careful with wine, you didn't want to drink that. I'm around. That's it. I just the Mohan. Sorry. They said, Armenian beer is permissible. The Thea Green won this discriminate. But my son Thea couldn't drink from it. So I said, mother stuff, what kind of standard is that? We started with the laboratory. If it's good for workers, so everyone should be good for even your son. We are here, we put our if there's something wrong with it, how do you have a different standard for your son and the rest of the world? Passionate, yes or no? Hello, Ralph WC, the Uggle, the rule of the chief of the color like here, I'm sorry. It says that Rob was worried about snake venom, but why was he not? Why did he say everyone else could drink it? Because the rule of the bitterness, the Kasuka with the color would burn out the venom of the snake. So he said, so he wasn't worried. Once the beer turned into beer, he got rid of any snake venom they had to worry about. You can wait safe. But if someone was already affected, they were sick, it would make them worse. And therefore, the Thea Green was a lucky one discriminate. He's just saying, my son Thea, he's saying Thea generally will dilute snake venom enough that it doesn't hurt anyone who's healthy. If someone's sick, then it could hurt them. So therefore, his son Thea was sick, so it had nothing to do with halakha. Well, it has to do with halakha, but it has to do with his particular circumstances as things sit. On the floor, Russian Nathan Eretz, that all Russians have poison in them. So not the snake, it's Russian enemy. Because a snake venom kills, or the venom of Russian doesn't kill. Unlike Shmuel, the Shir so the Shmuel says the Shir Bar Arya, this is the Philadelphia, the Russian of the Ben Torah, the son of the Torah, the angel of the milk from Ari to the Hariyam Rabbi. This is Shir Barak, the son of Rab. He came and said, let me tell you something that your father said that was nice. Your father, Honey, I'm going to I did not be touching unless he covered with fire. Instead of fell. These Armenians, you know, it's not because of the kitchen. You take a shower it up. It's like, whatever. That they would drink uncovered things, even though they would have venom. Well, Mason, they didn't die. Why? Because I did not be touching Russian. That somehow that by eating sugar mushroom it protected them and therefore they didn't die. Okay, I'm not Yogi says I follow the scripture that I'm also in my days you enjoy your He says that if you have pure vinegar of the Armenian, you can't have it. Because they mix into it, you're going to yain not just water, but the sediment of the wine of yain nut. The Rashi may also study to the Ma'arifah Mr. study. And the Rashi says, when do you say that the vinegar here of an Armenian is offered, it is only when you give it to regularly. But if you take it out from the storage room, so then you don't have to worry that it had wine in there. Why? Because wine sediment ruins the vinegar here. If you replace it and then serve it shortly thereafter, it's not a big deal. But if you add the wine sediment and then you put it into storage, it's going to ruin the beer vinegar. So therefore, when he pulls it out of the oatmeal, this is from the storage. This is obviously not a place that it was. One minute. Okay, let's just do very quickly. This is actually very important process. A lot to do with why we're able to drink today, and why we're able to drink coffee. It gives you a time, but this very quickly, so Rashi says, this is the focus of Havaya Mishum Passport, with Alpha over our fucking program. So we say that the Passoy and the couple, one lived in the street, and one went to hell, and you come up and play him when he's facing the face of the couple. Neither of them were willing to drink beer in the house of all of the couple. They came, and if that's so, carefully very so, and lift us, give us the couple. That's be careful not to drink beer by God. Or the couple were not to drink by Troy, like how you told us, that they were Amoraim by Troy, that they were late Amoraim in after life, they wouldn't drink. In real, I'm an absent, the days of the couple, someone's saying by a guy, you have to realize it's possible to look at what's life, to really look for a system and everything. Obviously, one Jason says so. They could send someone to bring beer, and they, bring your own beer. If you come to the guy with your own beer, then you should be able to drink. That even if the guy ends up giving you some, you should drink it with some able. Because otherwise he's going to reject that you're not letting him do it. What? So it's a very interesting style about able as to whether it applies even in an established place like a bar. What happens in Catholic, only requires to see if the financial deal is so he's saying you have to be very careful not to drink beer. I'm sorry, but he's saying so this is by a place that's New Yorker that there's going to be Catholic that you can't drink beer, but if you just happen to be somewhere by a guy, you can drink beer. Well, being safer for four. That's what he said, and it doesn't matter what's talking about base beer or youth beer. But here's the interesting part. The Ema Asik says 452 The question is, why is beer not in Israel crystal apple? Because it's the most filthy of the guy, so like filthy of the guy, so I think they can use this author. Because the apple that was something that's close to the guy, feel like it's okay. So basically, there's two reasons why something we're going to see this shortly. Like something will not be a problem of Ola Kosamalakim. We're saying if it's something that's eaten raw, now that is not the case of here. So we don't use raw, but you also have to use it's only a problem of philosophy of Ola Kosamalakim. And he's saying that here is not Ola Kosamalakim. Okay, so Moses, Tom, Akala, Hatia, then you can see it. Because there's different reason why it's not philosophy. If you hear about two, butter was out there, mine, you're even different to Hakel, you have to borrow, remember, you took the ring in the you take a car. And when you add water to beer, water is diluted enough that you're saying that it loses its status as pure, and it's demonstrated by the fact that you make the Hakel on beer instead of making it a donut. But others don't like this opinion of Coach at all, because they say the reason you make a taco is not because it loses its status as a donut, it's because it lost its force. You can't see it there anymore. In any event, we don't have time, but this gets into the very interesting question. This issue of the water diluting and losing its character has a lot to do with whether you can drink coffee that is made by an open guy, which many of us, when you go somewhere, you go to hotels, you go to Starbucks, they're making you the coffee, and the question why you're not been walking, that's a lot to do with the process. I don't have time to get into it now.
Do you have to listen to this asshole? You'll be happy if you do. Come on, it's your people. Yeah, but it sucks. I want to learn about aliens. So don't get into that alien shit, dog. All right, well, what if you do both?
Roman era, where we're holding now, and there's a disruption of the time.
I mean, how much shit you want to listen to? Give me some good alien shit, though. Bob Lazar. That's my shit. No, dude, who's your guy? Michael Stratt. I fucking love Michael Stratt.
We had a day. We need a day to remember all of this. And the day of the destruction of the temple was such a, because spiritually that's a calamity. So remember the physical calamity as well. But there were three major battles. The first one lasted 10 years. It was, which we mentioned before, it finished off with the destruction of the temple. 1 million Jews perished in those 10 years in the battles back and front until the enemy, till the Romans got into Jerusalem and actually destroyed it. They destroyed the entire Judea, not just Jerusalem, wasn't just the temple. Everything was destroyed, and 1 million Jewish people perished one way or another. Many, we mentioned another time, committed suicide. Like Masada, but there were others, there were thousands, Josephus writes, who jumped into the fire of the temple because they felt there's no temple. They felt this was the end. There was no more Jews, there was no more Judaism, and they felt no reason to carry on. This was we mentioned these zealots. We mentioned those people who put on a presenters.
Wouldn't it be tight if you listened to this and then it went into that? That would be cool. That's not really happening. Could you make it happen?
Look at this, it's right at the bottom.
1,000 people were, ran to Masada, and the Romans brought 30,000 Jews to go build their ramp. As the famous story is, that was after the destruction. They ran from Jerusalem to Masada. A major battle which happened afterwards, which happened about 40 years afterwards. So for a period, the Romans had marched in, massacred, destroyed, gone back, and whoever was left was left to pick up pieces. Again, there arose a move to throw off the yoke of the Romans once again. 40 years after the temple was destroyed,
how much alien shit.
That's not very well known. They wanted to rebuild the second temple.
Look at this.
They wanted to rebuild the temple. There were negotiations. Delegations were sent to Rome. Rome would have it, but only under very restricted conditions. The temple would not be able to be built on the Temple Mount, on Mount Moriah. They would build somewhere else. And they limited them in that sense. They just within them. They went back and they made another uprising, which was based in the city of Lod, which is today. Headed by two people called Pappus and Julianus. The Talmud makes very great mention of their self-sacrifice for Jews and for Judaism. But again, the Romans came and they quelled that revolution. They destroyed Lud, and that was pretty much, they killed Pappus and Julianus, and that was pretty much the end of that. The third uprising is probably the most famous one, and that was the uprising of a man called Bar Kokhba. Bar Kokhba, his actual name was Shimon. His name was Shimon ben Kusiva. Shimon ben Kusiva was a person of extraordinary might. We were told he was able to ride a horse and uproot a tree whilst riding a horse. He was such a character, a superhuman character. Bar Kokhba as well was extremely charismatic and fearless man who feared nothing, and a tremendous leader. Besides that, he was a good person, very from, he kept the Torah staunch, he had tremendous faith in Hashem, and all-rounder, somebody who the Jewish people at that time, many thought as Mashiach, including Rabbi Akiva. We're going to speak about Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is the leader of the Jewish people at the time, pretty much. In this era, however many, within the next 100 years after the temple was destroyed, Rabbi Akiva backed him. He was a warrior, he was religious, and had the backing of the rabbis. He had an all-round thing to him. And indeed, he rounded up an army right at the beginning of 200,000 Jews, all of whom were of tremendous might. The test, if you were able to get into his army, was if you could uproot a tree. If you take a tree out, you were qualified. The Talmud tells us actually that he was so fierce that the initial test to get into the army was if you could chop off your own finger. Okay, the rabbinate told us that nobody can do it, but we're going to do it to show your guts. The rabbinate told them that the Torah doesn't allow it. The Torah doesn't allow such things, so the test became if you could uproot a tree. Where did you get this from? Well, the finger thing, yes. That's common history as well. Bar Kokhba never know guts. They were a trigger finger. Bar Kokhba has very well documented. Now, what he did was he made an uprising against the Romans, and he conquered the Romans out of Galilee and made his way down. He pushed them out of Jerusalem. There was even plans again to build the temple. His name became Bar Kokhba because the word Kokhba means a star. There was Rabbi Akiva who gave him this name, because Rabbi Akiva said that when the verse said in the words of Jacob, Dorach Kochov Miyakev, a star rises forth from Jacob, Rabbi Akiva said this is him. He's going to be the Mashiach. In the end, he got together an army of 350,000 soldiers and put up a fierce rebellion. The emperor at the time was Adrian, a cruel person and a great dictator. Adrian had this was very big for him. He got together many soldiers and many generals that he had all over the world at the time. He got from England, his people in England, his people in Germany, and all the other sort of islands. He had to get them together to try and put up with Bar Kokhba. For 4 or 5 years, Bar Kokhba was successful. He put up a resistance that was not able to be broken. After 4 or 5 years, however, things started to turn the other way. Bar Kokhba himself started getting very, very nervous and agitated because he thought there was some spies among his people. And he thought also that the rabbinate was up against them. He thought that there was history for the rabbinate not being happy with a particular rebellion. At the time of the destruction of the temple, the rabbinate was not happy at all with the zealots. They said, you're not going to win this. There's nothing to fight for. You may as well make it peaceful and try and salvage what you could from the Romans. But anyway, Bar Kokhba, he grew to be very agitated and very nervous. And he actually put to death one of Rabbi Elazar, one of the greatest rabbis at the time. And the rabbinate kind of backed out from his support. That was the start of the end, because when the rabbinate backed out, much of the people backed out. He thought he was a spy. King David descended from Ross, but that's something else. That's got to be from the Davidic dynasty. So what happened was, at the end, there came to a very sad ending. One of the reasons why we mark Tisha B'Av is because many years after the destruction, there was a city which its namesake at least exists today in Israel called Beitar. Beitar was a massive city. The Talmud uses the proportions. It was a huge place with I'm not sure. I don't know if it's in modern day Beitar. There is a modern city called Beitar. I'm not sure if that's the actual place. There are excavations of what may have been the original Beitar. And on Tisha B'Av, Beitar was broken into. Bar Kokhba and his men took refuge in Beitar. It was a fortress of a city. If you had Beitar, you had Jerusalem as well. And the Romans broke into Beitar, and 500,000 Jews perished in that destruction, which is another reason for why we mark Tisha B'Av. It was Holocaust number 2 in those proportions. There wasn't as many Jews as maybe there was at the time of the Holocaust. And proportion-wise, that was a very, very great calamity. The one who led this push against Bar Kokhba and the eventual victory over Bar Kokhba was Adrian. And Adrian had it with the Jews. It was just trained of dealing with them. And so Adrian put his Jew hatred into motion in the way of The final solution, not only a physical one, Adrian wanted that the Jews should disappear. When you do that, is you decree and you persecute against Judaism. That is where the backdrop of that was set the stage for all the Roman decrees against Torah and Yiddishkeit. Anybody who was caught learning Torah was put to death. There's a famous idea of the Asura Harugi Malchus, the 10 of the greatest sages. Asura, the 10 Harugi Malchus, those who were killed by the emperor. 10 of the greatest sages, including Rabbi Akiva and many others, were killed in that era. Rabbi Akiva taught Torah in public and he was killed for it. They tortured them in the most horrible way. Another thing he did was Adrian, he took the Temple Mount. This is interesting. Go today to the Temple Mount. It's not that high. We're told Hara Maria was the highest mountain from all the surrounding mountains, higher than the Mount of Olives. It was higher than the other mountains which surround Jerusalem. How did it become relatively a hill? Adrian instructed that it should be literally plowed off. It should be 1,000 feet were lost from the Temple Mount. Thus, to just take he had a spade of people, thousands of people at his disposal. He didn't have a problem with that. And there is actually a verse that seen in Southern Tichorish that Zion will be plowed like a field. He plowed the he basically cut it in half to make it loud and clear that Judaism was over. The temple was never going to be rebuilt. This place is going to be flat, and that's it. This only lasted about 10 years, but in that 10-year period, he managed to destroy unbelievable, and we could even say it's rational if Judaism would exist had he carried on in that way. He was an all-powerful. The Jews were under his mercy, and that was the kind of his period ended up in about 10 years. His successor was a good person. His successor was called Antoninus Pius Antony, who was a good man, and he was very friendly with Rabbi Yehuda Nossi, Judah Prince. We're going to get to him later. But that was a breath of salvation for the Jewish people. Possibly. I don't know if it's the same time. Julius Caesar we're talking long before Herod, yes, talking 150 years, 200 years afterwards. There were many names repeating themselves in those days. Now, what were the Jews doing now? Well, we know what the sort of physical situation was, basically a situation of survival under Hadrian. And they sort of were putting themselves together wherever they were. We mustn't forget about the Jews in Babylon. But we mustn't forget that this was the time when Jewish communities started cropping up in many places in the Roman Empire. The Jews sort of ran everywhere, went to wherever they may seek refuge and wherever they would be accepted. And we have the Jewish community in Egypt. There was many places. There were many places. The face of the people. The people merited to have in those times great leadership, which helped quite a bit. Rabbi Akiva lived in a generation after the destruction. Rabbi Akiva was a student of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who was the leader of the spiritual leaders of the people at the time of the destruction. Rabbi Akiva was his student. Rabbi Akiva's story has always been a very moving one, a very amazing one, of how Rabbi Akiva, we'll go through it, how Rabbi Akiva was ignorant, he was illiterate until he was 40 years old. He was a shepherd by a man called Kalbo Savua. Kalbo Savua means the satiated dog, because he got his nickname because he was an extremely rich man and very charitable, and in his day he had a kitchen where anybody who was hungry would be able to come in and would come out smacking his lips like a dog. And that was how he got a nickname like that, but everybody loved him. and he had a daughter called Rachel, and he was looking for her, so we call it Rockefeller Shidduch, something which would be really in it, and yes, money, the words. He was from the very honorable people of Jerusalem, but Rachel noticed this shepherd who was illiterate but had a good heart and had potential, and she decided to get married, and God also banished her from the house they lived in abject poverty, in utter poverty. And Rachel tells her husband to go and learn. And he protests with me. I'm 40 years old and I don't know anything. She told him, go, and she pushed him and encouraged him, and he went. The famous story is how on the way to school, on the way to learn with the little kids, he saw a stone being hole in the stone, and he was wondering how the stone get such a big hole. He saw that on top of this little pool of water, which had like a niche, which drops of water were dropping on the stone. And for years, drops were dropping on the stone and poured the hole, and he figured to himself, if a stone can get a hole in it from soft water, my head, even if it's like a stone, the waters of Torah will eventually, after persevering, will penetrate. The Talmud tells us how he literally went with his own child. He helped me backboard the luach, it calls it, the board of the right of the other base on one hand with one hand, and his child held it with the other hand. He went literally to kindergarten, but with his perseverance, he spent 12 years and became a tremendous Torah scholar. He came back after 12 years, and the famous story, he goes close to his own, and his wife, he sees that his wife is still living the way he left her, and the neighbor is talking to her and saying, are you Meshuggah, you're crazy, your husband has left you, he's gone to learn. And that's what he heard his wife saying, that if it would be up to me, I would tell her to go back another 12 years. He heard that, and he turned around, and he went back for another 12 years, and came back to be the greatest of the greatest sage of Torah of the generation. He came back with 24,000 students, and when he came back, a parade came, and his wife, Rachel, pushed her way through the crowds to see her husband, and she fell to his feet, and the students didn't know who this was. They wanted to give him one of this little doing it. And Rebbe Akiva helped him back and said one of those famous statements in Judaism, Shali v'shalochem shalochi. What is mine and what is yours is really hers. And she is noted to be one of the women in Judaism with that self-sacrifice, really, in a sense, saved the day as far as Torah was concerned. The Talmud tells us that Kolu Ali Beder Rabbi Akiva, there is not one mission, there's not one law in the Torah that was not stated and didn't go through Rabbi Akiva. Remember, we're soon going to get to the time where the oral law was written down because it was a danger of forgetting it. The Talmud says if not for Rabbi Akiva, we wouldn't have an oral law. He was the one who went and heard from this one, heard from that one, and learned and studied and took the written law and understood it in the way that it needs to be understood, and got out of it all the rules of the Torah Shabbat Peh, and he was instrumental. He's quoted the Mishnah, the Talmud, thousands of times. His father, by the way, this is one of the best well-known part of the story. His father had made was still around when he came and he had made a vow, and you know that Rachel and her ignorant husband would not have any benefit from his possessions even after they died. He found out now that, when they didn't find out, he figured now he had second thoughts, to start on this, and he heard that a great sage was coming to town. This Rabbi Akiva, and we know there's a system of annulling vows. Many do it for Rosh Hashanah, we do it in Yom Kippur, all the days, annulling vows. We make a statement that if I made a vow, he wanted to annul his vow. And so he had to go to a rabbi, he had to go to a Talmud Chacham to be able to do this properly. So, rich man, he got Rabbi Akiva to come to him, and he said, I made this vow that my daughter and son-in-law will not have any benefit from my possessions. I have second thoughts. But I made a vow, says Rabbi Akiva, if you would have known that your son-in-law would be a Torah scholar at that time, just take a bit of time, he would become a Torah scholar. If you had made that vow, said, no way, I would not been done, he was ignorant. Says Rabbi Akiva, and speaking. And they fell on each other, Thomas says, and they made up. made amends, and everything was sort of good after that. The Talmud tells us that on high, Moshe Rabbeinu listened to when Rabbi Akiva gave a drasha. He listened to Rabbi Akiva said that Moshe was jealous of him because Rabbi Akiva had done things in the Torah he hadn't said. And Hashem had to appease Moses, and Hashem had to say that you gave me the principle, you gave me the source for everything. I will learn for you, so really it's all yours. But that was the degree of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva was a tremendous Kabbalist. The Talmud tells us that all people who entered the learning of Kabbalah, the secrets of the Torah, and not everybody made it out safely, so to speak. Some, it's not one has to be of stature to be able to take it the way it is, and not to corrupt it, and not to, it's a difficult business. It's the only one of the four in his generation who came out safely was Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva actually, who he is, the 24 years that his wife, he as well, lived in poverty, were made up for. Rabbi Akiva inherited his father-in-law. And there were two other things which made Rabbi Akiva exceedingly rich. One, the Talmud tells us he found a very big treasure from the shipwreck, which made him a very wealthy man. Another thing the Talmud tells us, very fascinating. He ended up, after Rachel, I believe, passed away, he married the wife of Turnus Rufus. Turnus Rufus was a wicked emperor of Rome, who had a wife who was the stark opposite, who was a very righteous lady who ended up reverting and married Rabbi Akiva. His wealth went to Rabbi Akiva. See how Hashem, they gave that sacrifice in poverty for all that long. I mean, Rachel, the Talmud goes very quick. Rachel was washing for a living, was washing other people's garments. She was a launder of other people's things. She didn't even hay to lie down on. They used to make mattresses. They didn't even have any hay for a baby that they had to live with this. It was Hashem always repays. The end of Rabbi Akiva's life was the period of hatred. He was 100 years old around when Hadrian came to power. We know the story of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, at the end of his life, may have had many reasons to give up. We know the story of Lag Boimer, the 24,000 students that he had died in an epidemic. One of the reasons we celebrate Lag Boimer is because they stopped at that. In addition, this is something very important. The Romans wanted to abolish what is called semicha. Now, semicha, in today's vernacular, is the ordination, the permission that you get to rule halachic rulings. You've got to learn, you've got to be tested through rigorous testing, and then you get semicha. Now, that's a borrowed term. The real semicha is was more of something of spiritual nature. Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses gave smicha to Joshua. He laid his hands, that's what smicha means, he laid his hands on Joshua, and gave him the sort of the stature that it would be to be the carrier of your rule. Many received smicha in those days. If you received smicha, it meant that you were not just given permission to rule, you were authority. You were the term. You were the continuer of the Torah and books. And there are certain things which are only based in accord with only of those who are smuchim, only of those who have received the real smicha. There's certain things that only accord with those people could do. The smicha was upheld. Says King David gave smicha to many thousands of people. King David was the source. He gave smicha. The smicha was upheld through great self-sacrifice. That was one of the things the Romans were desperate to abolish. They gave it the death sentence. Any people called giving smicha was being put to death because they were desperate to get rid of the Jew. Rabbi Akiva gave smicha to 5 students. One of them was called Red Meir, Rabbi Meir, who was the next great sage of the next generation. And he was one who received smicha from Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, at the end of his time, Rabbi Akiva lived till 120, but at the end of this time, he was arrested for publicly teaching Torah. Same story that Papa Ben Yehuda fell came to him when he was in prison and said, Rebbe, what are you doing? You're risking your life here. He was in prison, and he told him the famous allegory of the fox who went by the riverbank and he saw the fish swimming backwards and forwards and he said, what are you doing? He said, well, the fishermen I want to capture. Say the fox to the fish, well, come with me, come to the dry land. You'll be safe there. Said, stupid fox, we thought you were clever, you're not. If we stay in the water, then either way we'll still make it. We'll get caught, we won't get caught. We go on the dry land, I'll end this place, and we'll keep it without making a run. Very questionable. But whether we have to teach Torah, that's a must. That is Jewish survival. The Romans tortured Rabbi Akiva in the most horrible fashion, and they combed him with iron cones or steel cones. And he died with Shema Yisrael. And he died with the word Echad. And he told his students at the time, students said, his students were standing there, and Rabbi Akiva said to his students that all my life I was waiting for the time when I could fulfill the verse, V'ahavta es Hashem elokechem shalom Hashem, b'chol mavoncha, with all your heart, and b'chol nafshecha, with all your soul. That was the time when I was able to love Hashem with all my soul, when he gave his life up for Hashem. That's why he done it. But again, Rabbi Akiva lived to be one of the greatest sages ever for the Jewish people.
So what would be the reason? The reason would be because the Jew, we're going to keep them on the second.
There was, as we said, Adrian lived in the time after. There was Adrian, and then there was Antonius. Antony, who lived after, was a good king. And in those days, the Chacham, the sages at the time, gathered in a place called Usha. Usha is in the Galil. I don't know exactly where it is today. But Usha is in the Galil, because Judea was totally destroyed. There was nothing left to live, so they went up to the Galil. That is why most of the sages of the Jews at this time are buried in the Galil. We're going to go through it. We have Rabbi Akiva. We know where his tomb is today. Rabbi Akiva was buried in close to Tiberias, which is all up north in Eretz Yisrael. And that's where they all are. Reb Shimon ben Yochai, we're going to go through in a minute. It's also all the way up, not a Judea, not around Jerusalem, not. It was not many. You couldn't live there. There's two more sages which we're going to go through, which were cast a tremendous light on people at the time. The successor, basically, even of Rabbi Akiva was a Meir. Now, actually, his real name was not Meir. His real name was either Bilbo or Nehemiah. His real name is unclear. He was nicknamed Meir. Meir means the luminary. He illuminated people in his time with Jewish hope. He came after Bar Kokhba. Basically, the time of Adrian, the time of Bar Kokhba, the time of Rabbi Akiva. This was a Holocaust time. This was big time. This was terrible. He came the aftermath of that. Rabbi Akiva, I forgot to say before, Rabbi Akiva was called Akiva ben Yosef. Many say Yosef himself was a convert. If anything, however, Rabbi Akiva's grandfather was definitely a convert. He was a descendant. His yichus was, do you remember Sisera? Sisera was the one at the time of Devorah when she sang a song. Sisera was the general who came and attacked the Jews and got his head cut off. That was the lineage of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva stabbed from Sisera. Rabbi Meir came from an individual called Nero. Nero in case Nero himself, according to the Gemara, built it because he gave up on Jerusalem because he heard that he stopped some children outside Jerusalem, and he was into superstition. He was into all this kind of thing. So he stopped the child. He asked him to tell him what he learned, and the child basically said the verse came from the prophets that said that Basically, the Almighty employs people to punish the Jewish people for what they've done and then takes revenge from them. So he says, I'm not going to be subject to that. And he went and converted. And then from him came Remeir. Remeir was a descendant of Conrad. Remeir had a very famous wife, a Jewish woman. He had a Pruria. Pruria was very famous among Jewish women. She was the wife of Remeir, a very fearsome lady. She was, she was, at the time when Remeir wasn't available to give the drasha, she would stand behind the Mechitza, says the Gemara, and give it instead of him. She was one of those people. She was very sharp individual. She used to for Remeir's strength. There was some people who lived in the neighborhood of Remeir who were extremely evil. And Remeir came up and said, right, I'm coming to Hashem that they should all die. So she said, no. She said, Itamu Chatolim, it says in the verse that sin should cease from thy chaytim, and not sinners. Pray that they should return, they should return. And he said, no. And he followed her advice, says the Gemara. The Talmud tells us she was so studious. She wanted, one day she learned 300 laws from various chachamim. She got them all together. She learned 300 halachas in one day from the chachamim of the time. Remeir is known today as Remeir Baal HaNes. Remeir, the owner of the miracles, the one who performed miracles. And the story behind that is, Remeir's father-in-law was a great sage who was called Hanina ben Teratia, who was one of the 10 sages who were killed by Hadrian in that era. And Hanina ben Teratia had the daughter, the sister-in-law of Remeir. What happened was, an unfortunate story happened. She was a very beautiful girl, and the Romans kidnapped her and put her in a place where she would be contiguous, so to speak. Remeir was desperate to get her out. Remeir, what he did was, he went to the place and was a gardener, and he told
so therefore the truth is going to be afraid. Omar, instead of asking, suddenly misses you. That if they're going to see me, let the guy touch it, I'm going to lose money because I won't be able to sell it. But during the season that people aren't around, it's a similar concept, but not assuming the distinction between city and road, but rather between the time of year to whether the people are around. Okay, Itman, they not up to take us all to the public. The Gemara now says, why do we answer the fear of an oversupply? And Tosha says, we're asking why do you answer the fear of a guy? Because I don't even know where you get that from. It's not in the current time of price. So it must be that this was something that I'm right more than a second. We're going to see in a minute, hopefully, where this comes up again. Okay, so why are you not allowed to have fear of the because we're concerned that if you go drink beer with a guy, you're going to end up, Rashi says, you're going to go hang out in his house, and you're going to like his daughter, who's going to be there, and therefore you're going to end up marrying his daughter. But not when I'm in these viewers. That what are we worried about? We talked about this before. That you're worried that they're not careful to seal things up, and a snake could come and drink from it if you leave it open. So Gemara said, what are you concerned about that they left open? So he said, if you're worried that they left open, the guy said, Rashi says, this is when it's still in the barrels or the containers that you can make out of the stores where they make it. So if it's there, we also leave it uncovered. So why are we finding on the guy? So maybe you're talking about when it's already stored in barrels. We also keep open barrels of beer. So why are we hiding on the guy that we're worried that he left it open and it's making us think in? We also leave it open. Why do we leave it open? Because snakes don't like beer. So they're not going to go into the beer. Okay. So the Gemara says, so no, we're talking about a place where, what do? That they would, beer obviously has water as an ingredient. So they used to leave the water to settle so that the water that they use in the beer is clear, right? And that water they used to leave there. So the concern is, it's true that a snake snake doesn't go into beer. So the snake will go into water that you leave open, and in the production of beer, they will leave the water open. But if you're right that that's a concern, that they allow the snake into the water before they made it into beer, then you should be able to have anything that is old. I'm sorry. Because they manipulate the often. So he says that something that's old, that's already become aged, is looking to drink it because if there would have been any snake venom in there, it would have prevented it from aging. Hypnot, mutter. Similarly, if something ferments, then it's mutter because a manipula happening. So because if there's snake venom in there, it would prevent it from fermenting. So the question is, Mara says, if what we're worried about is the water that got snake venom in it before it was put into beer, we shouldn't worry because once the beer is produced, so we should distinguish and say that when do you have this concern is only by something that is new, but something that is aged already, we shouldn't worry about it because it's already by aging, it showed us that there was no snake venom in the water. No, you're right. That in theory, our only concern will be something new, not something old, because something old already, something that aged could not have had snake venom in it. But yet, we're going to make it clear if you don't want to sit there and make this distinction, and therefore you can't use the guy, or you can't use the beer of any guy. Okay, let's hop up. Okay, so the couple was careful not to drink beer by a guy. So what would he do? He would go out to the doorway of the store, of the tavern, and with a person, and he would drink over there. The Bakoi might be in the base day with Chussi. So the Bakoi, they used to bring it to the house and he would drink it there. Obviously, what they're both concerned about is confidence that if why don't you drink beer by a guy? Because you're going to come to his daughter or hang out with her. But obviously, he's not concerned about snake venom. Because it helps you to drink it outside, back at his house. Okay. I want to say something. Let's see what's at the bottom of the minute of the movie. Talk a little bit about this one. Okay. Rabbi having had something to say. So he says, so what's the difference? One of them, a couple used to go drink it outside the tavern or outside the store. And Rabbi used to drink it in his home. So, they were worried about customers. So Rabbi had a stricter standard for himself. And he went all the way home before he drank the beer. Okay, it's more about this one applies in the Morgavan. That is more than additional rent to Morgavan to a town. And this is a town of Jews, but they were posted them, they didn't trust these Jews. So it says as follows. Because he saw Kasuga Mayura because he was using second way Makina really felt that they weren't master on not drinking wine of the Papa. The Isaiah Kama, they brought him wine, well Yaki, he wouldn't drink it. Why? Because they weren't careful. They were served not made him. Isolate stuff, they brought him beer, well Yaki, wouldn't drink it. So this from the time when he Kimsa. So they say, fine, I understand why he wouldn't drink wine because he's concerned that maybe that it's Tamiana. So he says, different, it's too nice. But the beer, what's the concern? What are you concerned about beer? So it doesn't concern you didn't want to distinguish. You're going to end up drinking beer, you're going to end up drinking wine. I think they weren't careful with wine about this problem. You didn't want to drink by that. Amarat. That says, I shift from Ma'ar. Sorry. It says, Armenian beer is submissible. The sea of green won this green egg. So it's my son to see a free drink from it. What kind of standard is that? He's sorry, I'm sorry. If it's water, so everyone should be the same, even your son. He here, if there's something wrong with it, how do you have a different standard for your son and the rest of the world? Yes or no? Hello, now I'm telling you things you would. But also, the rule of the speaking of the color I'm sorry. He said that Rob was worried about snake venom. Well, why was he not? Why did he say everyone else should drink it? Because the rule of the bitterness, the pizza of the hot, which the colorway would burn out the venom of the snake. So he said, so he wasn't worried. Once beer turned into beer, he got rid of any snake venom they have to worry about. The lucky mouthful like say, but if someone was already affected, they were already sick, they would make them more sick. And therefore, the fear free, however, lucky on this you just say, my son fear, they say fear generally will dilute snake venom enough that it doesn't hurt anyone himself. But if someone's sick, then it could hurt them. Therefore, his son fear was sick, so it had nothing to do with halacha. Well, it has to do with halacha, but it has to do with his particular circumstances as being sick. Other small, lucky Nathan Eretz, that all structures have poison in them. So not the snake, but structure in them. They said the snake venom kills. The venom of structure doesn't kill. I'm really sure with fear by Rash. So the school said fear by Rash. Bar Arya. This is the last production of the lesson of the Ben Torah. The son of the Torah. Torah, the name of the Muslim, how do you see the Hariyama Yavazi? This is fear by Rash, the son of Rash. So he came and said, let me tell you something, and your father said that was nice. Talking to my book, said your father, I'm sorry, Tommy, and Chelsea, you need to see I do not be touching my nephew trouble with fire. These Iranians unite, and you not because of the Mekusim is like knuckle. You take a sack and you blow it up. So it's like, whatever, that they would drink uncovered things, even though it would have venom in it. But on nature, they didn't die. Why? Because I did not be touching their muscles, that somehow, by eating touching their muscles, it protected them, and therefore they didn't die. Okay, I'm not Yosef, Yosef says, I told the sicker than law, also, in our day, you enjoy your yayin. He says that if you have real vinegar of the Aramean, you can't have it because they mixed into it the yayin, not the slurry, but the sediment of wine of yayin. The Rashi also started to the article this was started. The Rashi says, when you say that the vinegar here of an Aramean is usher, it is only when you physically regular. But if you take it out from the storage room, so then you don't have to worry that it had wine in there. Why? Because wine sediment ruins the vinegar beer. So if you replace it and then serve it shortly thereafter, it's not a big deal. But if you add the wine sediment and then you put it into storage, it's going to ruin the beer vinegar. So therefore, when you pull it out of the ulcer, from the storage, this is obviously not a place that it was. One minute. Short to say. Okay, let's you know what? Let's just be very quickly with one focus. So this is actually very important focus. Has a lot to do with why we're able to drink beer today and why we're able to drink coffee. This is the kind of good way to keep the Rashi says, and this is welcome to. This is the focus of Havaya Mishum Kasher was also on the coffee soda. They say that was Achoy and the couple, one who did in the street and one went to hell. And you come up and snare and he starts in the base of the cover. Neither of them were willing to drink beer in the house of all the cup. And if that's so, terribly sorry for a look of shit of drink of the cup. That's the second not to drink beer by God. While the couple were not to drink by Christ, like how you told that they were Amoraim by Christ, that they were late Amoraim who actually like, they wouldn't drink. The meal, and it's asked the days of the cover. And if someone's staying by a guy, Yahuwah, it's possible to look at his class to hear listeners with him and others mother. Having some motivation to himself. They can send someone to drink beer and they, it's bring your own beer. If you come to the guy with your own beer, that you should be able to drink. After all, we can talk about even noise, the law, mention on the law, that even if the guy ends up giving you some, you can drink it, you can able. Because otherwise you can resent and you're not letting him do it. What? So it's a very interesting style. It's very interesting style. That's whether it applies even in an established place like a bar. But okay. So what else is fantastic? I will require to steal the financial So he's saying you have to be very careful not to drink beer. I'm sorry, but you're saying so this is by a place that's in Yorkshire that there's going to be passionate that you can't drink beer, but if you just happen to be somewhere by a guy, you can drink beer. Well, they say there's a flooding of pure, as we said, and it doesn't matter what's talking about drink beer or root beer. But here's the interesting part. The little after so before we see the two of the question is, why is beer not an official alcohol? Because it's the most simple that I said, like, simple that I think that these maple leaves that are upper, because the Havana was something that's close to the side, feel like you have like so basically there's two reasons why something we're gonna see this shortly, why something would not be a problem of Olaf Sokomalabin. It's saying that something that is raw. Now that is not the case of here, because you don't need raw, but it also has to be, it's only a problem that we're talking with Olaf Sokomalabin. And saying that here is not Olaf Sokomalabin. Okay, so all this time after what happened, I think there's a different reason why it's not the Kalako. If you answer that to a buckle of Gabriel Mine, you're in the different Kalako, you're the burrow, how come you took the ring in the different? It's like a follow. And when you add water to beer, water dilutes it enough that you're saying that it loses its status as pure, and it's demonstrated by the fact that you make the Kalako on beer instead of making the burrow. But others don't like this opinion of at all, because they say the reason you make a taco is not because it loses its status as a religion, because it lost its form. You can't see it there anymore. In any event, but this gets into the very interesting question. This issue of the water diluting and losing its character has a lot to do with whether you can drink coffee that's made by other stuff. Many of us, when you go somewhere, you see they're making you the coffee, question why you're not the coffee.
I just want to make sure that I don't want to represent the country for something that within the space. Someone will say something and I have to respond back and it wasn't due to me. I have to make sure I'm safe. That's it. I agree with you. I totally agree with you there. Okay, guys, we're going to move to somebody giving us name. Hi, Rabbi. Okay. What we have here. This bit of a hi, Rabbi.
Hello, I don't know why you have a bad feeling about it. Do you mind if I take 3 minutes and share my project?
We are picking up on Daf Chof Dalid Amud Aleph.
Excellent. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow as many people in the space as possible. Maybe some newcomers like Tyre, I will follow you as soon as I can. If you want a free follow back, just send me a follow. I follow everyone back. I'm the king of follow backs. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you. Nobody dares you to look at the link tree, but I do. Because I have more social media than anyone. I have more content than anyone. You also find a link to my Discord. Discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you all to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency for about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and waters in developing nations for the best of us. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a chiller, or you want a free mentor, coach, and guide, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
For the amount of money that I lost because I was mechabed my thought. I'm going to ask you to recoup the loss
No, I am not an AI tire. I am not an AI tire. Thank you for the follow.
So what do you see from here? You see from
Thank
here
you.
that when I saw
Thank
that
you.
when
I don't know you. I've never met you in my life. Is in space especially. But you're wonderful. You know how to speak, and you are. Good luck for you in your own, life. But you are wonderful. And I thought for a minute I was listening to to an AI guy. I haven't seen someone speak like this, for a while. And go for it. Rabbi. Whatever you do, go for it.
I love you, Tyre. Thank you so much. I have had the opportunity to follow you back. Thank you so much. And for anyone out there who doubts that I'm a real person, just look at my timeline. You can see I'm live on camera right now in this space. And additionally, you should know I get accused of being AI multiple times a day. People think I'm a robot. I have my pitch down very well. It's not read, it's completely memorized, but I've been doing it for 4 years, so it's pretty tight. Thank you. Rabbi, it's Hebrew for teacher. That was hilarious. Yeah, I'm a real person, baby. Everybody's looking at a robot. Dog, I'm like Small Wonder. That bitch. Whatever happened to that girl? Well, I met when she was older than I was. She was a robot.
That's what I said. I name for Juma, brother Juma, Governor Abba. And the mother was pregnant with the product. The mother is and once the ice was so on, and once the cat came back, the mother were allowed to see that the cat survived. How did the cat survive the Amadabah? God and of that us also again. God and of that us God and of that us. How does she love her? We start to see the rest. Well, that also
10 people are saying, did I rug?
as well. So at the end of the day, it's very nice that we see here in this case that our doing that was going to be
If you guys still haven't, be sure to follow up Alex FX. He's an active mutual. He is going to follow you right back. He's going to 62. But he's following 1,125 people. So yeah, give him a follow and he is going to follow you back ASAP. I see Schultz has recently followed up Alex FX as well. We are going to count on his profile. Let me see if anyone else followed him up, otherwise we are going to move on to the next person. Right now, we have Robert Chen, Alex FX. Be sure to go ahead and give each and every one of these guys a follow back and needs and facts as well. I think it's time for a little quick shuffle again. So that the people that have already promoted recently, let me give you a few.
all those that are mistakes, the offer up and like a say and
no question should be brought up.
how
Who else is active?
that the answer is
So I think we will stick for a while.
we also honey from the honey from
Maybe I might see when she does want to see her. Let's see, Jimmy. This is your profile. You have been active. Let me give it a follow back. And let me bring you up into the MIC section.
everyone will be
Spacing. Timmy. You have it, Timmy. Be sure to do that email. If you haven't done that email, not going to check your profile in the next 15 to 20 minutes. The skill of you as you have been active. I see your profile. You have done the info that you bring you up. Is Jude. Let me bring up that one more person. Alright, so yeah, we see your profile.
Say that Paul was watching the mother from the time that the mother was and that the mother of the mother she was already under the water for sure that the mice again she never sees I the very first film on the world is about to give up. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the mother of the mother so that I go like almost like by the way, it's gonna point out The mice again is a concern. The mice again is a concern. Including value animals. Losing mice is some good things. So ours, people say, you got the business model. What's the business model? So the mice again, completely got a business model. So at the end of the day, oceans for the mother, we won't do oceans again for the mother's mother. But mice for the business model, you will have to go stand up to the status of the mother animal, but you'll have to actually know the status of the mother of the mother animal as well, in order to hopefully get the information now what you see it. This is only in the specific case of when they're purchasing mother animal for the action. Okay, that's where this certain vehicle that is down. But then when you see the part of the smell, and then these issues of these concerns do not exist. And then that is that the business if you're purchasing the product you will from one has to know not only the status of the product you will smell your stuff, but the part you actually want to first, that's obvious. And then the business model, well, obviously the business model connected to what mother itself also has to have the whole word both the take and product or product. So,
followers, target figures, they are moving stack people. I can guarantee that because they have the getting each of them done with, and then once that's about actually connecting with others, even check the follow section. Yeah, actually people are everywhere. You can take a spin and connect with everyone.
One of them.
Let's see who is next. By the way, I have some space there. Hold on a second, let me bring up the
Lord said, Lord said, you can't purchase the sacrifice coming up. Why? Must not be miles. What's the answer? Why did the answer not allow purchase
Keep in mind that you're approaching the second half of the day. That is very long, and you should be able to bring up the next batch of speakers and the next fresh new driver. Start this space, refresh your energy, so we are getting to that. Then we move to the next person. Alright, next one. See if we can go ahead and get it right.
will be gathered and offered up as cover of you see that what's so bad those are
He's slaying dick like it's going out of style. Yes. Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, West Side. This athleticism. Okay, so move on to so. Dog, you're talking too long. That rabbi go. Way better, way more entertaining. I don't understand. Some people are like, dog, you're. Some people are like, you're the best talker ever. I'm like, I know.
find that in the first we got yeah, then we got sarcastic. Now comes the at the point where we say maybe it's both. Maybe it's both. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sarcastic. Plus, and she will be. So we're just trying to bring out a whole series of questions. That's another question. Was it second class like from thousand dollars? Remember that I'm talking all of let's say cancer or the most not only on the news but much
You're ready for me to go to the mall. As you can imagine, as an Orthodox Jewish woman, I do not wear bikinis or one-piece bathing suits in public. Therefore, if I'm going to go to the beach or in the pool, I will dress modestly. When people hear that I'm going to be wearing a modest cover-up, they just assume that it's not going to look nice. And let me tell you, wait, that's not the point. See, when you want to walk around, and get this, it comes with a headpiece as well. So, because the one-piece and get this, it comes with a headpiece as well. So now, when you're going swimming, you need to go in style. It's modest style. And if you want to be more fancy, okay, with the headpiece on top. See, modest can be beautiful. Thanks for watching.
Oh, I'm a late. I should have known I'll meet up so fast. I'm shutting down, starting down, once that's the best spot, I wanted to go ahead and watch. Sacrifice stuff before what was your face? From never again. That's why it's like Harabais is owned by a man by the name of Aragna Ayubis. His name was like Aragna Ayubis. And the reason he was a evangelist, Saikir Harabais was freshly born. I was around this house, but in his backyard, and it was a freshly born. What happened? So I remember right now, the coming up. The bullets going on. No fight, fire, fire. Ayom arad me al double kiko. Ayala go me amala kasato. The ass had bunker in the table. And he's very serious. So my cat, he's like, hold up, down, everything. They talk about it. Only my mommy, he's like, he's as wood. I was making this so he's everything as wood. I think my kind of that's the one. So what's this? What is it? What is it? The next. Like I was.
Oh,
Something orange colors, colors stop feels colors colors across the most class. Right? Basic. So let's say never again. So try to figure out like that. But like so again, go ahead and sorry. Go ahead and put
wait, come on. Lady, shut the fuck
You guys should drop a comment in the comment section.
What about the following? Still be in the club, by colors. Often up the colors as a whole. Not a problem. But the open model is increasing that color. So, my animals that were less than 3 years old. What's that? Animals that were 3 years old. Last people are going to be good. Last people are going to be good. In case, any best being told the bias. Who's some best people showing you? We'll say, what's that? What's the system? If the east can be left, they animal less than 2 years old, sleepable. A person will let you birth. Mother says, this is a small, you can go. But I will be there. All of the cover is that small, not that small. Something was the ultimate against talking about the car. But if you purchase a car or a car, less than 2 years old, a man will get these after that is for sure a first one animal to the coin. It's older animals that such a pleasure to watch that first one animals of the park. Once you can see less than you know that the bird that becomes a cows and the bird is set to less than 3 years old. That's why you see what you call one of us colorados. Yes, hello, the Kabbalah that was in a rush job. But there was a rush job. A rush and even let's take miracle that occurred during that they brought
while we're doing that, you see
by themselves that
the section that
the
I
was that
let's
my
see
brother was to see one of
your heart emoji, those in the listener section that are active.
We're still left
Let me see your emoji, let me see your wing catcher. I see your Catcher, I see you guys doing shoot me, catcher a photo. He's a Web3 enthusiast and everything like. Wing catcher, he catches wing, he catches wing, that's cool. So, let me see, I see the savage, I see 2550, he goes into 550, 550, let's see, let's all see, so just one person for him to get to 550, he's at 500, and for that followers, just one person for him to get to 550, 550 followers, okay, that's just one person, okay, one person left for the savage to get to 550. Now I hope you guys are reposting, I hope you guys are following the space link, I hope you're following your host, I hope you're following your co-host, I hope you're following the lovely speakers. I see the speakers flashing the 100 emoji, you guys are the best. I hope you guys are doing what is needed. We want to be brought up to the speaker role. They you have to be followers from the host. You have to repost from the space link, and you have to what else? You can also like, you can also comment, I see you, Victoria, I see you flashing the 100 emoji. I see you, Victoria, you guys should connect with Victoria, you guys should connect with Victoria in the comment section. Connect with Nelson the enthusiast in the comment section too. Okay, now let us see the savage. Have you gotten up to 550? You guys, let's see the savage to 550 followers. Okay, just one person.
What the fuck?
Just one person left for the savage to enter 550 followers. Okay. Now, let's go to the next speaker. Who's
Yo, how you living? Hello, how are you? Hey, what up, Maris?
Hi, good morning. How are you?
GMG,
Good night.
lovely. How are you? Looks good.
Been a while. Oh, I good. I've been kind of chatting up. I saw that you're online. I said, okay, let me tell you what I've been going on.
Okay, let me check.
I've been doing a reflection regarding all this. Because of my job, it's getting more hectic all day. So I now decided that maybe I should tell you that let me start that faceless animated channel using my health sector. Maybe if you can give me more training on it. If I lock in from now till maybe middle of the year, in 6 months time, I think something will come out of it. I'll choose maybe for weekends to be posting a video, either a video or choose a particular day when I'll be posting. You can give me training on it. I think something will come up. If I become consistent to lock in, I think something will come up since I have enough knowledge, a little knowledge, I can't say enough, on my medical health sector. I can do this. Maybe let me send you what I did yesterday. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. We are
Yes,
picking
I
up
can
on
hear
Daf Chaf Dalid Amud Aleph.
Yeah, let me send you what I did yesterday.
And remember, again, we are in the midst of the raging machlokas between Rabbi Eliezer and the Rabbanan as to whether or not one is permitted to purchase an animal from an akul in order to go ahead and use it for carbonic purposes. So the Gemara says as follows. Remember.
That's why I this. Just hang on, I'm trying to get it from my WhatsApp. So let's look at it. This is what I did throughout yesterday. So I can show you.
Let's begin. We are picking up on Das Chaf Dalid Amud Aleph. And remember, again, we are in the midst of the raging machlokas between Rabbi Eliezer and the Rabbanan as to whether or not one is permitted to purchase an animal from an akul in order to go ahead and use it for carbonic purposes. So the Gemara says as follows. Remember, again, the Gemara wanted to bring a proof from the episode of Dama ben Hina. So remember, again, Dama ben Hina, we saw the Gemara, she brings it down in the context of Kibud Avra. Ben Hina is going to wake up his father, despite the fact that he stood to make a windfall, Avni Miluim, that they wanted to purchase from him. So once I see
How did you see I was online? Did you see that I had my video going?
See from here that you can, in fact, purchase objects, even consecrated objects from an akul.
Your video on?
Yeah, was it on X that you saw it, or just you came in Discord and saw it?
Take a look. 3 lines in, last one line. Avnet,
Just
where
hold
it
on.
says,
I want to it's gonna send it to you.
shame, hifsika inyan.
With a
So says it was
kind
different.
of
Why?
information
Because the
and then
stones
it comes
ultimately,
out
again, they want to
practice
purchase
to
stones
make it
that
better.
were not
Because I discovered that maybe I should
the idea for the Avana by the
add
Ephraim
this
talks
to
about
what I have.
that they are mentioned as a self-standing item in the
I'm
Pasuk.
coming, just
That's why they can be purchased from the Akum. So the Gemara says, Avnei Shem Hefsika Inyan, Avnei Miluim Ksiv, the other Arvei, for 1 second, but the Pasuk later on says, V'nei Miluim, which I will say the Avnei Miluim, remember again, were the other precious stones that we used in the clothing of the Kohen Gadol. Gave Ksiv the Hadar Arvei, because I will say ultimately again, remember they are included. They are included once again in the Ba'od Katani Sefer, the Shana Acheres, Nodalo Para Aduma Lepto. So also remember again, the story of Dam ben Asina continues. And the Dam ben Asina story continues is that the following year, there was a Para Aduma born in his flock. Nichnasu Chachmei Yisrael Etzlo. So I said the Chachamim came back to tell him Benisna. Amar Lahem, he said to them, he said to them, Yodea Ani Bachem, I know She'im Ani Mevakish Mikem Chamamon Sheba'olam Atem Nosnin Li. I know that what? I know that at the end of the day, if I were to ask of you any amount of money in the world, you would give it to me. In other words, that I know that I could ask any amount for this paradum. Achshav in mevakish mikem ela osa mamon shefsaret b'shvil abo. Now I'm only going to ask you for what? I'm only going to ask you ultimately again for the amount of money that I lost because I was mechavik my father. I'm going to ask you to recoup the loss for the lost opportunity
Okay, what do you need me to do?
and sell the precious stones. So as I suggested,
Yeah, I did it on Capcom. Like you said it on Capcom, so I couldn't send it here. Let me go. You hold on, trying to download yourself on this app. So,
Rather, also let's say you have an animal that would another animal,
Why have this is WhatsApp?
right? And that's
Why have it? Hello?
What do you say?
Do I have your WhatsApp? I don't think so.
No. Send it to me on Twitter.
Okay,
On Twitter.
let me see whether it works. Because
So to if you had an animal that engaged in bestiality, and the animal was pregnant at the time of engaging in bestiality. Us, why? Because you got done with it. So let's say you ultimately, whatever happens ultimately again to the mother is considered to have to be offspring as well. Mother bird and ultimately the offspring is considered to be the growing animal. If the mother engaged in bestiality, then what? Then ultimately again you be the offspring of having engaged in bestiality as well. To which the Gemara says, so at the end of the day, it's very nice that you see in this case that Parador that was born to the apple, you watched it from the time it was born. That's fine. That tells me that the blood
Yes, sir. What's going on, Zoo?
But what doesn't that tell
Controversial tag.
What's that?
I don't think he'll kill himself.
All right, Zoo. You told me that 2 nights ago. It's not that controversial.
I'm thinking about it, right? He had one. This is pre-internet. There wasn't like scans. There wasn't like technology where like DNA trackers were everywhere and you couldn't get away with shit. No.
Zoo. Just if you look into it a lot more, there's a lot more evidence to what you're saying. So just look into it more.
Boy, he escaped to Argentina.
Perhaps, but just keep looking into it. There are pictures of him,
There's pictures of him.
allegedly. Zoot, are you ready for Friday? You still think you got a 25% chance of going to the finals?
Yeah, but I'm telling you, Joseph, you'll get it.
So then why wouldn't you say it's 5%? Why don't you tell them that you're bisexual?
It's not that. It's not that. It's the fact that we have. If you watch much more comedy and you know the judges quite very as much as I do, then you would understand that it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that Chelsea don't get stuff.
But Zoot, you'd be a person with neurodivergency who's bisexual. You could be for one night if it meant you go to finals.
Maybe the mother of the mother
What up, baby?
By the way, I want to point out, the mice again, it's a concern. The mice again, it's a concern.
I'm not the opening until endless skills. You know.
Did you tell him that you're a finalist for your state? Dude, you didn't even tell your cousin that you're a finalist for the state? When's the last time you talked to your cousin? Oh, so a long time ago. All right. Mary's
He is you know,
Hold on. Maris? Just one moment, Sue. I'm going to talk to Maris for a second. Maris, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. So this kind of content, while it's beautiful, it does not do well on YouTube because YouTube's very strict on what you can say about health, like extremely strict. So if I were you, what I would do is I would look on YouTube for what you can say and what can't you say about health. They're very, very strict. In fact, I don't ever say anything about health, and I get my videos flagged just because I'm watching a video on YouTube about somebody who talks about health, and I don't even talk about health. I think this video is, pardon me, very cute though, and it might do better. Zoo, can't you hear I'm in a conversation with somebody? Zoo, just be patient. Oh, well, who were you talking to? Zoo, calm down. Okay, well, is your mom in this call? Then mute yourself if you're talking to somebody outside the call. So, Maris, you, if I were you, I would look at what is said on YouTube in the guidelines because they're very strict, very, very strict. In fact, especially after the pandemic, they got really, really strict on what you can say from a health perspective. Now, I heard you say, I think I could basically start doing this full time halfway through this year. You're not going to make any money within 6 months. It's very difficult. I would tell you this, though. I sent you some messages, one of which is to get your resume together and to register for those different apps and to start applying for jobs that way remotely. Have you done that?
I'm yet to convert that to text. You told me to that resume, I should convert it to text. So I'll be able to put it in GH and reformat it for me.
I'm not going to reformat it for you. You can do it. You can do it. All you have to do is upload it in the chat GPT and it'll do it for 1 second. In 1 second for you. And then once you do that, you create the accounts for ZipRecruiter and JobUrban and Indeed, all of them. You put a picture with it. You make sure that you make sure your profile is totally filled out 100%, and then you start applying for jobs. And you're going to apply for 10 jobs, and you're going to come back to me, and you're going to say, Rabbi, I applied for 10 jobs, and I'm going to say to you, Maris, good job. But you might have to apply for 10,000 jobs before you get one. You have to understand how difficult it is to get a remote job, especially after the pandemic. So keep up the good work, and then if you do that for 6 months, you'll get a job. Just one moment, Zoo. Just one moment, Zoo. Maris, does that make sense? But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean you can't still look into YouTube and get your channel started. But if anything, I would not talk at all about health information.
So that means I can't talk about this. I can't use this on YouTube. Like it's your policy.
Yeah, I mean, like basically, even though it's really simple stuff that you're giving, that's really good. You can't give health. You can't promote uh, topics and health as of them on YouTube. So, like you say in it, like you should have 2 to 3 liters of water. You could get in trouble saying that. It's basically giving health information without any uh, yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll talk generally without being specific. Drinking water, hydration is life without being specific. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but you've got to understand that all you have to do is get one strike against you, and then you only have two more, and then you lose your account. So you have to be very careful. I would first go on YouTube and research what you can and can't say about health, and you'll find
Before that, let me resume.
that's exactly what you want to do. Because if you get that resume in 6 months, you'll have a better job, and you then you can start getting more serious about YouTube. But for you to start making money with YouTube, even with those cute videos, I don't want to say what you put together isn't cute and interesting and helpful. It would be really helpful for children, and I think it's good. There's nothing that you said that I don't think is good advice, but I don't make the decisions. YouTube does, and it's automated. So what it will do is it will basically be able to create captions of whatever your content is, and then it will say that this is a violation. You're not allowed to give health advice.
Okay. So, okay, what you said, I heard that, and I'm taking that in. Another one I want to ask, what if I use drug? Let's use example for one of the drugs we use in surgery, that's cleansing. Cleansing is an anti-coagulant
Yes,
that
ma'am.
helps to, aid somebody so that the person doesn't have thromboembolism. So if I take the drug and explain the indications, contraindications, and how it works in the body,
Yes, ma'am.
does that
They're
does
good.
that matter down to?
They're gonna nail you so quickly. You won't even be able to upload the video. Especially when it comes to pharmaceuticals, they're really, really tight on that because a lot of their advertisers are pharmaceutical companies, and the pharmaceutical companies don't want random people giving health advice to people. I would love for you to be able to. I would absolutely love for you to be able to. If anything, if you wanted to give any kind of quote unquote health advice, you might change it to like exercise if you wanted to be like an exercise influencer. But when it comes down to giving people information about nutrition or certainly pharmaceuticals or even just basic um, self improvement, betterment, you need to be really careful about that. And I want you to be able to do this because I know you have a lot of knowledge to be able to give this, but especially with pharmaceutical, like I can tell you just how specific they are on me. I watch the most popular podcast in the world. It's on YouTube, and when YouTube hears that I'm watching something that's already on YouTube, I get a message saying I have to take a test, and they make you take a test, and they tell you what you can and can't say on YouTube, and you can't say like you can say that this drug works well. They don't even want you to be able to do that. Now, there are other platforms where you could do this. Rumble is one of them, but nobody's going to be watching you there. In comparison to YouTube, it's just not nearly as big a platform. But if you are very passionate and you're like, Rabbi, I want to talk about health, okay, then, focus on Rumble. But YouTube's where it's at when it comes to money.
No, what about TikTok? I think there's some TikTok.
They're getting really specific about it too. About health misinformation. So you'll get a flag on health misinformation, and all they have to do is change their policy, and they'll take away your whole account. Like, okay, so what would I do if I were you? I would say this is going to be my vlog, which is like a video vlog. And I would say, I'm currently a nurse. and I'm not happy with my job. The hours are really long. The patients are really demanding. But I love them. The management can get difficult to work for, and I'm looking for another position. Now, I might not make that right now because you need your job, but once you find your new position, you could make the video and then just not upload it to YouTube. Just upload it to your Google account. But basically, keep a video diary, and you can say, "I'm looking for another job," and then you walk people through the process. So I needed a new job, and so this is what I did. I took my resume and I updated it. I created these different accounts, and then I started applying. And I got frustrated because of I can give you statistics of people that I've seen on Reddit recently. They're like computer scientists, so they have something that's like in demand, and they'll apply 200 jobs and still not get it. Um, I know that like it's common to apply for at least 1,000 jobs and still not get it. 10,000 jobs though, you might have a chance. And you're gonna say, okay, but that takes a lot of time. No, it doesn't. All you have to do is go to the one-click jobs, and you just sit there while you're eating lunch or whatever on your break, and just hit apply, 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 and you keep doing that. And if you do it enough, you're gonna get a job. It's a numbers game. It's basically, it would be like if you there's a phrase like throw something at the wall and see what sticks. That's basically what you're doing. You're going to apply to a ton of jobs. You're not going to get your hopes up for any of them, and somebody's going to see that you're a special individual, and they're going to ask you to interview, and then you're going to interview probably on camera. They're going to go through your resume. They're going to go through questions for the potential position. And when before that happens, you can come to me and we'll do a mock interview or multiple mock interviews so that you're ready for the questions that they're going to ask. And then another really important thing that you're going to need to do to work remotely is you need good internet. And your internet is generally pretty good, but you need, once you get like a full-time job that's based on working remotely, you need to make sure your internet is working at least 99% of the time. You can't go into a job and be like, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, I'm cutting out. I'm just working on a cell phone service or whatever. You're going to have to get wired internet or whatever I think they offer broadband to some extent. But that's down the road. Right now, you just got to get it's pretty easy. The steps are this. You get your resume. You put it in ChatGPT. You have it revise it to be as updated as possible. And exactly what I say in that message, that it's focused on whatever your desired career is. And it'll give you the best resume you've ever seen. Then what you do is you upload that resume into those different websites. I give you 10 of them. You create the accounts with them, and you don't just say, okay, well, I uploaded my resume to it, I'm done. No, you have to go in, you have to make sure that everything's filled out, that your contact information is correct, that you have a picture, all of the things. And if you're like, well, I don't feel comfortable putting my face out there, that's okay. Just use an AI picture that just sort of looks like you. Just something to put a face with a name. And then you're going to start applying, and it's an uphill battle. And again, it might take you to midsummer, but you'll get some interviews, and we'll go through mock interviews for you, and then eventually you'll get your position, and then you'll be really happy. Now, on top of that, you still you still could be a Web3 marketer, and we've talked about that as well. But for right now, you want a career that's different than what you're currently doing. And the best way to do that, to make more money, is to work remotely. So you're going to take your resume, put it in ChatGPT, create those 10 different profiles, and start applying. Does that make sense? Okay.
So do I add? I will just put only my resume there. Do I add any other things to it if it's
So what you would do, you're gonna put your resume in there into ChatGPT, and then you're gonna say, please optimize this for a remote work position, and please add any job or career or recruiting keywords that may need to be on my resume. You want to make sure it's a robust, meaning like a filled out one page. You want to make sure your contact information is there, your education history is there, and your desired position and whatever you want to be. I would say for you, probably remote customer service agent would be really great for you. And I know you're like, but I'm a nurse. I'm a registered nurse. I understand that. I get that. But for right now, we just want you to get a job. Once you get a remote job, then you're going to get a better job. And eventually, I want you to be a nursing influencer. I want you to use that education. Just perhaps not going to be able to do that all at once. But I know you work hard, and I know it's really a lot of work to get that education that you have, and you have a lot of experience. And so I don't want you to think that we're going to throw that away. We're just going to be patient with that, but eventually I want you to be able to utilize all that, okay?
Okay, so should put remote customer agents, right?
Absolutely. And you try with that. And you can, if you want, you could always try different, change it. If you do that and absolutely nobody says anything, you could always change it up. But there are a lot of those jobs available, and they're going to pay better than you're making now. You're going to make a few $100. Go ahead. Maris, what'd you say?
Finish what you want to say. I want to ask you something, but there's something you want to say.
You're going to make a lot more money than you currently make. Like you're making like $15 a month or some crazy low amount of money. You're going to make a lot more money. And do you speak any other languages?
No. So I think you're coming to what I want to ask you.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
When it comes to media, they might require any software, something like electronic health records and all that. All those. I said I'm good with computer, not like I'm perfect with Excel. But I know that the works of those, Google Sheets, Google Docs, all those stuff.
Yeah, and you're going to put that in your resume. You want to make sure that's part of your education history. Any kind of software that you use, and you're familiar with medical software and certainly basic office software. So you can put that in there. And generally what they will do, if they like you, they'll say, okay, Maris, we're going to send you a computer, and we need to make sure that you're, like what, we're going to run a background check on you. We're going to make sure that we connect your banking, all the other things. Now, you may say, why do they need my banking? They need to be able to pay you. And they're not going to pay you in cryptocurrency. They're going to pay you in, dollars probably. So you've got to be ready for that. But that's all down the road. But before you, I want to say this to you, and I want this to always be in the back of your mind. There are a lot of people who are going to try to scam you. And so these websites are generally very trustable, but there are those random situations where you might get someone who's trying to scam you. So in the back of your head, always just think, could this be a scam? And generally it's not going to be, and the way you can test that is you take the name of the company and you put it into Google and you make sure it's a real company, and you look the person up on LinkedIn and you make sure that they're a real person. You get what I'm saying? But what I don't want you to do is to get your hopes up and be like, oh, I've got the best, like somebody right away offers you a job and they say, connect your bank account. And you're like, okay, well, I have to connect my bank account. Rabbi said I had to do that. No. That's a different process. Usually you have to do some other things. So just be cautious, but it's really going to be pretty easy. You upload you revise your resume, you upload it, you create the accounts, you go to it's called one click apply for many of these websites, where it just automatically applies for you if you just click the button one. You do like 100 jobs a day like that, and Actually, you can do at least 400 jobs a day like that. I helped somebody the other day, and they did, I believe, 400 in a day. Um, and then you, if you do 400, if you do 400 a day for the next 6 months, you will definitely. I mean, unless something you had some kind of major red flag, you're gonna have a much better job, and it's gonna pay better than what you currently make. It's gonna pay a few $100s a week, and that's enough for you to be able to get um, more stable internet, and then be able to start your YouTube channel and your YouTube journey. And so let's talk about your YouTube journey. So if I were you, I would basically, and you don't have to show your face either. Just like you made this video with this little water droplet, you can say, you don't have to give like who you are. You could just say like, my name is, I don't know. You could just say I'm M, whatever. I know it's Harris, but you say, hi, I'm M, and I'm a nurse, and I was frustrated with my role in healthcare, and I wanted a new job, and this is my story. And you can upload little videos, and you say, I wanted more freedom. I wanted to be able to work from home. I wanted to be able to make more money, and so I updated my resume, and I applied, or I created these different accounts, and I updated all my information. And you could show like little screens of what you were doing, and then you said, and then you'd say something like, and it was frustrating because I would get people who would get interested in me, but I wouldn't make the final cut. But eventually, I got some people who wanted to interview me, and I did 3 interviews, and I didn't get hired. And then I did another one, and I did 2 interviews, and I didn't get hired. And then I did another one, and I did 4 interviews, and they made me an offer, and I accepted, and I start my new job on Monday, and I'm really excited about it. And the same can be true for you. Like that kind of content YouTube loves, and it's not healthcare information. And you can also stay anonymous as well. And then you're going to have a nice little start on your YouTube channel. And then from there, you can say, hey, I'm going to be a travel vlogger, or I'm going to be any kind of influencer that you desire to be. Aside from just some, I would stay away from politics. I'd stay away from health. And that's not me saying it. That's what YouTube says, because they'll and I'd stay away from music because you can get like copyright strikes for a lot of that stuff. But aside from that, if you're just documenting your journey, that's going to be really exciting to your audience.
I think I've added it to LGBT, and it's giving me a lot of things, but it's telling me 10 years plus. I think I need to remove that. No? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, you need to make sure it's accurate. So then you just say to ChatGPT, I haven't been doing it for 10 years. I've been doing it for how many years you've been doing it. You go in there and you say, oh, make sure to add that I know how to use Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel and Microsoft PowerPoint, and I know how to use Google Sheets and Google Docs, and I mean, basically the Microsoft Office suite and the Google suite. And I also know how to use a lot of social media because that can help, like Discord and Twitter and YouTube and WhatsApp. You can say all those. I mean, I gave you a list of all the different social media that you already created it all. You did a really great job. So put that in the ChatGPT thing, and it'll put all of those. And guess what? Somebody's going to be looking for someone who has knowledge in customer service also, and they also know how to run an Instagram account. And the fact that you have the word Instagram in your resume is going to make you pop up, and they're going to send you an opportunity to be able to, it's called an invitation to apply. And you'll get a message saying, hey, Maris, we saw that you have some of the skills that we're looking for in a customer service agent. Please feel free to apply to this job if it's of interest to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I have a challenge somehow.
What's your challenge?
If if I'm to put this, that means it has to rewrite all my resume entirely because it's still giving me information on my health care and where I've worked, the hospital I've worked before.
That's fine. You just keep having it do it. You might have to run it through there 3 or 4 or 5 times until you get it the way that you want.
Okay.
Deze week had ik lucht up, zoals ik heel erg asked all the questions that we raised before already in your product. And what happens?
But it does it like automatically. It does it very, very quickly. So you should be able to just be like, okay, change it from 10 years to 7.
Okay, can you write one or two and say follow the format? Because the more I'm doing it, the more least I'll get some things. You know what I mean?
No.
You can write some things.
Mares.
Some of the things you told me now,
Mares, I know.
and send to me on
I know. But Maris, you have to be self-sufficient. So I'm going to tell you what to do. You take that list of the 30 different social media that I sent you. It's in our conversation. You copy it. You put that into ChatGPT.
Is an animal less than 3 years old capable of birthing, suitable of giving birth?
It starts with Linktree, and then I think it says X and Facebook and Instagram and Reddit. It's a list.
Yeah.
Grab that list of 30 different social media platforms and then put that in the ChatGPT thing and say, please add this that I have knowledge of these different social media platforms in my resume, and it will add that to your resume.
You can't say that because the Constitution says that one, they have their young home, which places them more than 3. Ella, the Chabarta is it Nishani when they come. You have to say.
So let me know when you've done that.
That was a Hurrah Shah. Was there always a Hurrah Shah? Hurrah Shah means at the end of the day, you saw a miracle that occurred with these cows.
Did you say you found it?
They brought them by themselves without any driver.
Did you find it?
This was directed by
Yeah, I'm on it. That should be the first one of the first chats or message that you sent to me. So I needed to go back to your
That's great.
message that you sent.
All you have to do is scroll to the top.
What do you say?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All you have to do is scroll to the top, and it's one of the first probably 10 messages I sent to you. And if I were you, you put your contact information. You can put your link tree in there as well. There's nothing wrong with that. You have a professional link tree. It looks very good. It shows that you're able to register for these things at least. And, with your contact information, I would have in there your name, your telephone number, your email, and I put your link tree in there.
So that means I have to, if I put this in my resume, I have to have, I want you please, what I look at is, I want you please to have this result.
Social media.
Yeah, using my resume, I want you to re-optimize it. I think I have to use that word.
That's okay. Yeah. That's 100% fine. It'll know what you mean.
You don't know what you say?
It'll know what you mean. Yeah, you're doing it right. Or you're.
Resume, that's my CV, right?
Yeah, they're basically the same thing.
Said one thing solved. And most of what is the other solved. So this is the one this is 98. Hashem Shechadash Kiniflos Asa Shia Lo Ilunas Baruch. Why is it called? This lesson is also without attribution. Remember, the many of the Kapita Fakim is called David, but ultimately, again, this one is without attribution, so it's called the ultimate Psalm. This is what now is saying. Rosa Omer Hashem Malach Yiglas Malach. Rosa others say that what you can sing, the same ultimately again, Hashem Malach Yiglas from Kilim again. So Kilim inside the text, now you not. Right? So also, not only the whole capital, but this phrase, Hashem is king, ultimately again, nations will tremble. Which most like directly related to what exactly happened. Roshomar Akmari Omar Hashem Malach good Deus Lavish. The Yitzchak Nafkar Omar Roni Hashit. So also, it's actually but the Yitzchak was comes on and said no. They didn't say any capital from them, rather again they composed their own tefillah. We'll say what did they say? Roni Hashita. Ultimately again, literally again, call out was a shita means isha, which was a reference ultimately against the art itself. This nobody baruch adre. Literally you are exalted in the abundance of your greatness, of your glory. You are adorned with golden garments. You are again praised with fear. Literally again the confines of your palace. And you wear many crowns. So what's actually not this apple in the Rashi? This again, and you see that so again, we now see Tefillah count. And that's Hashem. We see how some of Rabina comes along now and uses this phrase. Rabina Amalo Tasha. We'll say the Mishnah and Brayso are not a contradiction. Why? Halachatchila Hadi Anet. And we'll say the Mishnah is talking about Lachatchila.
What I said, can you hear me?
Yes,
What
ma'am.
I said, using this uploaded TV,
Yes, go ahead.
using the uploaded CV, I want you to optimize my CV to be a remote customer agent, remove my hospital addresses, and add another places I have worked, and that I have few years of experience on this, and I want you to please add this list of social media platforms in my CV, including the link tree.
Okay, that's good.
So I want to grab those lists and add it up to that.
So remember again, Egla Aruf of the Torah is Asher Lo Allah Allah. You do not carry his guilt. So the Egla Arufa, the Egla Asher Tim Shofar. Was an Egla ultimately again is going to disqualify the egg, but so ultimately carries the guilt. So we'll say, so watch this. So you want to suggest over here that maybe the reason why the Ezra says you can't purchase a part of Aduma from an Akum is why? Because even a minimal amount of work disqualifies a part of Aduma, even just putting some empty sacks on that. What do you have to be concerned about? That the Akum did this. Again, even if an Akum, even if Kaka wasn't knows, every good Akum knows. If you got a part of Aduma over here, that's your retirement right there. That's it. It's a jackpot. So therefore, again, you got to be careful with this animal. So he knows, everybody knows, a paradigm can't work. But if the optimism was what's going on the site, so work means plowing the field, work means carrying the load, putting a couple of empty 7-mile bags on the back of the paradigm is not going to do anything. But that, even said will say that is enough to disqualify a paradigm. That the Eliezer perhaps subscribes to this shita and therefore says that you cannot purchase a paradigm from an akum because again you have to be prepared that the akum did quote unquote work the animal even in this very minimal fashion. So the Gemara says, Mar Savar Hashiva, That he has the whole time, he has to be coaches that maybe the apple went ahead and put some sacks on the back of the car. Kumar Sabalo Failan. I'm going to hold over that coaches. Here's the ones in low. Sagarai Club, Mecha Furta, Bombak Sid Tuba. Most of the ones is you're not going to say the apple is not going to the apple is not going to go ahead and certain minimal benefits from the testimony and really spiritual ones. Not the ones like the little bit of benefit that he gets, like putting the sacks on the back, on the empty bags, on the back of the paraduma. With that little bit of benefit, it's not going to be willing to want to ultimately use to bring windfall of being able to sell a paraduma. Doesn't make sense, I will say. So therefore, again, we're not kosher tonight. So why do we see the same thing over here? Haganami, Lema Yishur, enough for God, no mass to it. We'll say if that's the case, then you say it's the same thing like bestiality. So you shouldn't be kosher. That means you should be able to purchase the Para Akira from Yaakov. Let's say we were saying before. What's the potential issue? And why does Rabbi Eliezer say that a Jew can't go ahead and purchase a Para Akira from Yaakov? So we floated a couple of ideas. They've all been dismissed, which leads us back to one place, which is bestiality. So we'll say, so now we just said before, all roads lead back to bestiality. So we'll say, so again, so we just got finished saying the Bible. We just got finished telling you that even though that maybe like Rav, we said that even putting a couple of empty bags on the back of the party will disqualify it. I'm not kosher that the Akum is going to do that. Why not? Because the little bit of benefit that he gets from placing the empty bags on the back of the paraduma, he's not going to be willing to lose out on a major financial income. So one thing is something like bestiality, with a little bit of pleasure that he'll get from engaging in the carnal act with the animal, he's not going to be willing to go ahead and lose an incredible fortune from selling it. Wasn't which the Gemara gives a dramatically amazing answer. To which the Gemara says, Hassam Yitzro Tomzro. I was saying, you can't make a rational argument when it comes to Yitzhara. Like Yitzhara doesn't operate with rational logic. Yitzhara works with the Yitzhara. So it's at the end of the day, when the Yitzhara kicks in, logical thought is fulfilled. So we'll say, so when it comes to something like getting minimal benefit, replacing some empty bags on the back of the paraduma, so that's what we'll say that we say the Akli says at the end of the day, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. The few moments of benefit that I give them putting the empty bags on, it's not worth the incredible society. But listen, and this, by the way, we don't need to tell us this because this is the narrative of our lives. Hassam Yitzhak Takva, they say. We do crazy things throughout the course of life. It's hurricanes and with me. And so listen, you know how nice like this. I look back and I say to myself, why did I do that? Why did it's so illogical. It doesn't happen like this. Now, I'm going to clarify that. I'm getting some weird looks like this. I mean that at the end of the day, we've all made mistakes in life.
Maris, this really, it should not take you that long. Are you having trouble?
Okay, I'm trying to add the list, which I've done. The list of, I have to add all the list so that you will exactly know the one I have. Please add the list to the platform and see YouTube, X, Telegram, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Pinterest, LinkedIn, Reddit, Quora, Track, Twitch, Rumble, ChatGPT, and Grok. So I was trying to add it all. So you need to say what every so I added the list so that you are so that you really know the ones dealing with perfect and waiting your signature. Okay, empathetic and reliable customs of a professional with several years of experience, delivered high quality client system of people. Why is it still putting patient? Do I really like that? Backed up by over 10 years of healthcare. Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Experience in handling inquiries resolving concerns, making accurate records, and supporting customers across multiple digital platforms. Wow, that's nice. Highly organized, detail-oriented, and committed to excellent customer satisfaction. Core customer support here, customer communication, phone, email, chat, activity, actively cleaning and empathy, conflict resolution and complaint handling, issue escalation and follow-up, accurate documentation, blah, blah, blah. So, okay, see what happens now. We now say digital and social platforms. Experience engages supporting and communicating users across YouTube, X, Telegram, WhatsApp, Instagram. So he has to add all those words. Oh, I forgot to put that. He has to put my link.
Okay, so just tell it, put my link tree, and it's linktree.com/Marriage Designs or whatever it is.
Okay, see what happens. See what he did. Healthcare worker / client care representative.
What does it have to do with it?
Okay, health assistant / common support officer.
Why does it really exist? She can't purchase money from the
That's not bad.
And they will take for you a para aduma. B'nei Yisrael yakichu ve'im ovnei kochavim yakichu. So we'll say, the way we darshan is, instead of reading it, yikchu is yakichu. Yakichu means it will be bought from. And therefore, again, we'll say, Shiva is saying, there's a custom
I need to copy that HCT keyword optimization for platform like Indeed and LinkedIn. Yeah.
What'd you say?
It's saying that do I want another? Why not? We need to be added. I wanted to add so I want to add. Please add.
I don't think so. I'll tell you why. I don't believe ultimately again that it is easy. Rabbi Eliezer Posel, the Cholar Karbanos.
Add ACT keyword.
Raisa ends up saying, Rabbi Eliezer says, remember, Rabbi Eliezer holds that you cannot purchase a para aduma from an apple. Furthermore, Rabbi Eliezer says that you can't purchase an animal generally from karbanos from an apple. He's saying that from Kiditani Shila, and if you want to say the reason Rabbi Eliezer says you can't purchase para aduma from an apple is because of what Shila said. I said, what did Shila just say? Yakichu, it's clear as a cousin, which is a para aduma from an apple. So the Gemara says, so Bishlama para ksibekicha, ela kul or kabaros kicha ksibu. So I don't understand. If that's the case, that it's about yakichu, then that is a word like para aduma. Both say that word doesn't appear by other companies. If that's the case, then what? Rabbi Eliezer should allow you to purchase other kabaros from an apple. Dilma, both said last time, with Dilma, I'm coming to do that one like Rabbi Eliezer. Both say furthermore again, maybe it's only here that you have one argue on Rabbi Eliezer. Ella, on the base, Ella, the para, Didameha Yutari. So we'll say maybe at the end of the day, the only reason that one are allowed, maybe it's only the reason.
It's saying do I want ACT optimization to be added? So what I did was to copy it and add it to what I wrote previously.
Okay.
We'll say maybe it's only here, but not by other kamanos. Why would part of it other kamanos? We'll say very simple. You can know how you call it. We'll say because the argument is very down. So because that look at Kabarashi,
so my link tree on it so that you add it where I add my email. Okay, I'm not supposed to add my email and phone number. It's not ideal.
No, it is ideal. Right? No, you do want that on there.
What is it?
You do want your email address and your phone number on there.
Okay, I should add them.
Absolutely. You want all your contact information on there.
Also, when it comes to other kavaros, ultimately, Rabbanon will use Rabbi Eliezer that part. You have to be cautious, ultimately, a good for the cannot purchase other animals from other for kabbalic purposes.
Because I'm still on your messages that you sent. so I need to fish it off with them.
What's the dramatic method? Yes. Do we assume that the Akum has the ability to curb his Yitzhara? I would say that that's really what they're arguing about. Rabbi Eliezer will say, no. Rabbi Eliezer will say, tuck your feet here. I will say, by the way, it will have ripple effects. Not just for Akum's bestiality, it's a fundamental use.
Okay, one question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So Rabbi
Have you
Eliezer
worked with
that the Akum has.
with YouTube, or you're currently working with them?
That's his Yitzhara.
Because me, I
Do
don't
not
know.
assume that people keep curbing
What do you mean?
Yitzhara. Even when they stand to lose a lot of money.
What do you mean?
If they succumb to that appetite. Incredible.
What I mean is,
Rabbi Eliezer
when
will
you
say,
are giving
you
me
can't
additional
purchase
media
Yitzhara
information like
from
this,
an Akum because
shows
you
you
must
know
assume
everything
that you
about
need
it.
to do this Yitzhara.
Tip of your finger, not even
Sure. I'm live streaming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 65 days a year for the last 4 years. So I've just been using it. I've used it than anybody else on earth for the last 4 years.
When he stands to make a lot of money, we'll say incredible mathematics. Jewish people will say second line of Elo. But what about Hudson? We'll say what about the
So that doesn't necessarily mean I know everything about it, but I know where I've gotten in trouble before, and it's when anybody ever on my stream talks about health, and I want you to avoid getting in trouble for any of that stuff.
Says the Gemara, money, whose opinion does this reflect? Lo Rabbi Eliezer v'Rabbanan. Ultimately, again, it's not.
I know this is not going to be
And it's not
easy,
Rabbanan.
but
I'll say neither of them. Remember again, Rabbi Eliezer ultimately says you can't.
this is what this episode is. In a few 5 minutes, it will remove the message.
That's number one.
I think this is not going to be easy. It has to be all kind of tenacious around us. Tenacity and consistency, I guess.
Why?
That's true.
Since it's so valuable, you see that the apple is going to curb his appetite. But by other commands, it was you can't progress on the apple because the actual the apple will reach the bestiality. So most of the price it says that you can purchase other carbonos or other animals from an apple for carbonos. It doesn't reflect the Rabbi Eliezer or the Rabbanon, to which the Gemara says the Otai Negyo. So the Rabbanon says that's supposed to price. What's the price? So the Gemara says the following. My Osibu they Chavoy Rabbi Eliezer. We'll say what's Rabbi Eliezer's friends? How do they respond to him? Most like Rabbi Eliezer's shita is that you cannot purchase a Kara Aduma from an apple. So remember again, we're not suggesting that Rabbi Eliezer really holds you can't purchase any animals from an apple for carbonic purposes. So the Gemara now says, what did Rabbi Eliezer's friends respond back to? What did they retort to him? To which the Gemara says, the pasuk here was like quotes over here from Yishayahu. Chotson Kedar Yit Ritzulah Ya'alu L'Ratzon Al Mizbechi. So we'll say, what does the pasuk say? Literally, all of the sheep of Kedar will be gathered to you, and you will offer them up willingly on my Mizbeach. Most of the Rashi, it's 4 lines down, 4 lines down from the top of Rashi, last wide line, called Son Kedar. Kedar is Yishma. So we'll say Kedar refers ultimately to Yishma. Sid Ya'amu L'Ratzon Al Mizbeach. I will say, what does the pasuk say when it's speaking about again the animals that come from the Yishmael? It says they will be offered up willingly on my altar. Alma, Shar Karbanos Nadi Shar.
Okay, do I need to go now?
Not necessarily, but you should have everything that you need. And if you have questions, I mean, you can always ask me, but you can always ask ChatGPT too. You just say, ChatGPT, is this like a good customer service, right? How would you improve it? And ChatGPT will be like, oh, Maris, this looks like a great resume, but I would add these things to it. Do you want me to do that now? And then you say yes, and you keep building it up until you're like, this is perfect. And then you upload it to all those websites. Does that make sense?
It has added my phone number, email, and YouTube.
trying to go
So what
ahead.
he says is that professional summary, customer preference remote supervising with several years of experience, delivering exceptional customer service across digital platform backed by 10 years in people-centered roles, requiring empathy, clear communication, problem solving, and accurate documentation. Skilled in handling inbound and outbound customer inquiries, resolving complaints, managing client relationship, and supporting customers via chat, email, phone, and social media. Highly organized, oriented, comfortable working remotely in fast-paced environment by keeping KPIs and service level agreements. What's that?
Key performance indicators.
Okay, core competence is 8 years of twice, business systems. Okay. So it has added what they need 8 years or something. It's okay. Personal experience, freedom to digital platform.
Was it up until now, right? This method was now Rashi points out. You'll set the Nashi
So added the other users on digital platform, including YouTube, X, Telegram, maintain organized. So it added those that I help clients with that. So you now say healthcare workers to client partnership, senior care to client support specialists, like to spread.
The Paraduma ultimately again.
But he didn't add the hospital. He didn't add any address or any place I did. Is that cool?
You don't need the address of the hospital. You just need the name of the hospital.
He just gave me only dates October 2012, 2018, June 2018 to June 2022, July 2022 to present. He didn't give me
Okay, I mean, then you've got to put more information in there and say, I worked at this hospital from this date to this date. I worked at this hospital from this date to this date. I did this at this hospital. I did this at this hospital. You got to help it a little bit. Just tell them what you've done.
No, well, okay, I think I'm the one that said remove my postal address and add another place that works, but you add places.
Okay.
Why make sure okay, I wasn't specific.
Okay.
Another places that worked. Maybe
Yeah, then just tell it. Then just put the other places that you've worked.
Items that are owned by the base of English but have a monetary sanctity much more than
okay, I can go on and add the address of the hospital.
If you want, the address isn't really important. You just want to put the name of the hospital, when you started, when you finished, what your position was, what your duties were. Okay, what your duties were, and then the city where the hospital was. You don't have to put its address.
Just the name of the hospital, not the address.
No, you can put the city where the hospital is located, but not the full address.
Tells us that what? That it is in the carbonic family. Elamiato, that's the reason it's called the chatos, and therefore part of the carbonic family. To self video thing. We'll say that's the case in what? They will say that paraduma should be disqualified if it's born cesarean. Right? If it's a C-section. What's the thing that is actually because of the thing? The possible chakras is actually interesting. I love that. Apparently, if an animal is not born through natural birth, but is born through C-section, so such an animal is disqualified as a karma. Look at Rashi. Because of the okay? The psulu v'shar kol the sharo kesed practically always practically with net. He valid practically don't say go. No uses the concept ultimately again of valid. Right? It will be born. Also, just the only animal that is born naturally is fit for carbonic use. Any animal that is born C-section, is born through a cesarean, ultimately again, ultimately again as possible. Sagittarily, that paradigm is called the Katas, which puts them in Kabbalic family, and ultimately, again, if it's a Yotzi government, should be disqualified. If he came a Hachina, and you'll say, yes, indeed, that is the case. Lama Kaya will say, that's the
It's
why
still
does it say, Lama Kaya, should be Yotzi government, Sula, then Shir will say, if that's the case, then ultimately, again, why does it say, if you are Makish and Para Aduma, then ultimately, again, it's Yotzi government. It's possible. Yet if Shimon says that it's kosher, what's happened if Shimon says that it's kosher? If the Paradu is called the Chatos, it's called the Chatos and it's part of the Shabbat family, and if it's Yotzi Dofen, it should be possible. If he can't show what having the Amr Yotzi Dofen Brad, Ma'al Yuhu, or say, you'll say, this is what Shimon going according to his logic. Shimon will say, generally holds that whether child or animal born Yotzi Dofen is considered to be a regular birth. Rabbi Yochanan, Mo the Hayat Shulin in Kachim, She'ino Kadosh. So that can't be because we have on records and Shimon holds that by Kabbalah, so we'll say, Yotzi Dofen are not capable of Kabbanic, of achieving Kabbanic sanctity. Ella, Shaini Kara, Holy of Umum Osaba, Ibar Erva, the Avoduzar Nani Osaba. I'm going to say the Gemara says as follows. Hargun is different. Hargun is different. So we'll say, I'll tell you, remember again, we're trying to figure out why is it that if the alcohol doesn't do it, the activity is not with the Hargun, why is it disqualified? So the simplest answer seems to be because it's like a carbon. It's like a carbon. The problem is if it's like a carbon, then you'll see Dofen should pass it. But yet we see a sheet of Reb Shimon which says that if the paraduma is Yotzi Dofen, it's still kosher. The question is, I'll tell you why. There's a different reason. Why bestiality will hassle the paraduma. I will say because since by paraduma we know that a mum sometimes
I didn't even go to Nigeria. Okay.
Therefore,
Okay.
once
Yeah, I mean, if that's where it was.
then it's about every active immorality or idolatry will also disqualify. How do we know this connection? The Sid, because the Most the Pasuk says as follows: "Kimash chasam bahem mum bam lo yiraseh lachem." So what's like ultimately again? This is talking about a carbon that comes from an apple. Pasuk says you can't go ahead and offer it up. Why? Kimash chasam bahem. Again, we're going to define what this means as well. Mash chasam bahem mum bam. We'll say, what does this mean? Determine the Yishmael, Koma kum shnera ashchasa, eno elo davar erba. Wherever the Torah uses ashchasa, right?
Yeah, I did the.
Ashchasa that always refers to davar erba. Right? It always refers to some type of immorality. So you must say, eno elo davar erba, davar zara.
Because there's really everything in mind.
Again, by
Yes,
which was literally against every living thing to speak this way. Alaris. Now, when we started the Sid, and Tashkis and Masis and Lachem Pesel, the Hapara, Nami Oil Sabah, Divar Erba, sorry, Oil, the Hapara, Nami Oil Sabah, Divar Erba, and all this no Chabin, Pasiba, was it in there for again, this grouping of Mum, Avodazara, Divar Erba. So we'll say, why? Because it's the same washing. Ashkasa that refers to all three of these things. Therefore, I will say they're grouped together. So therefore, again, since we know that by paraduma, a womb passes by the paraduma, therefore, what will say? The Dvar Erba will also pass by the paraduma. What's the example of Dvar Erba will be the case of this reality. So Gufa was, let's come back to this. I'm going to punish Shiva. So remember again, one of the suggestions we had for Rabbi Eliezer's Svara. Rabbi Eliezer holds that one will say. In Allah again, you cannot purchase a para aduma from Anahu. Why not? Because Rabbi Eliezer has a custom. Yakihu can only be purchased from a tree. So let's go back. Punish you. My time Rabbi Eliezer would say, Dardo b'nei Yisrael v'yikhu b'nei Yisrael yakihu vein okichum yakihu. Element of was using this line. Daber of b'nei Yisrael v'yikhu v'truma. So let's say maybe we'll say something by truma. Why does the Pasuk say by Truma? Speak to the Jewish people, and they shall purchase, or they shall take from the Truma, most of the construction of the Mishkan. Hanami, the Bnei Yisrael Yakichu, Bein Okekov, what's that? Are you going to tell me that there's only Jews who contribute to the Beis Hamikdash? It doesn't mean Hamikdash, or to the utensils, but Okekov, the Chitim Mahachanami, maybe you'll say, yes, indeed, only Jews can contribute to the Beis Hamikdash. That's not true. Listen to this myself. So the Hamar Rabbi Yehuda Shmuel, Shalos
Then the most
Yes,
customers for client service like Lagos, Nigeria, 22%.
how
That's
far
not
and what
bad.
length must
Why
one
is
go
it still
to
thinking?
honor their parents?
Okay, that's not bad. Added that I
What
work
will say,
in
brings
a
myself on an
like
apple. Amar Lahem, Su'uru Le'uma Asa Obikocham Echel Amda
food that I work
What's
into
that
places
said?
and
What's
says
the
like
famous
what
myself?
customer facing.
What is
That's not nice.
Okay, so all you have to do, it's really simple. It's really simple. All you have to do is say to ChatGPT, you have me working in two different places. This is inaccurate. I work here from here to here, and I work here from here to here.
And they wanted to purchase from him so precious stones for the ephod.
So Peter, what you said.
What happens?
You just tell ChatGPT that wherever there's an inaccuracy, you say work from place A from date 1 to date 2 and place B from date 1 to date 2.
For the precious stones of ephod. And what happens? That's kind of master. The Shmonim Ribo was a kind of 300,000 coins. It's a lot of money. Right? Was a piece to be saved were underneath the pillow of his father, and his father was sleeping below the Sierra. And ultimately again, Dama Ben Sierra was saying would not what? Would not wake his father. So it's a remember that is my son. As an example to the lens, there was no one says what his father said when he woke up from the nap. Right? There was I again. There was obviously what he was looking at here, the example lens, that one must go to the people of the age. And Dama would not wake up his father. But again, what's the point? The point over here is that the rabbis were ready to go ahead and what? The rabbis were ready to go ahead and purchase stones for the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol from an apple. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That obviously an apple is permitted to go ahead and contribute towards the collection ultimately again of the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here, even though the Torah uses lashon of bikhu when it comes to truma, right? When it comes to collections for the Beis Hamikdash. Nevertheless, what? You see that you can purchase, you can take from an akum as well. Maybe so too by para aduma says, even though it says yikhu, at the end of the day, Miradash means yakihu. You can only purchase the para aduma from a Jew, and ultimately again not from an akum. So you see, maybe it's not true. To which the Gemara says, Avnei Shoam if Sikha Inna. So I say ultimately again, the pasuk quotes Avnei Shoam over here, kind of by us. So I say, when actually we'll stop over here, we'll leave off with this question. We will inherit Hashem pick up how you reconcile the fact that we are ready to purchase the stones with the fact that it says Dikhu, which we're dashing to mean purchase from Jews and not from Gentile, to be continued to follow.
All right, Maris. It's pretty late here, so I'm gonna get some sleep. If you have questions, you can always come back and I'll answer them. Okay?
I'll put it later. Don't be later because midnight now. Please, right?
It is 2:30 in the morning.
Oh, okay. It's just for 12 midday. 11 a.m.
Okay. So just keep working on it.
Anything I'll put it down real quick.
Absolutely. Keep working on it. And you'll get it the way that you want.
We convert it to PDF later. Sure.
Okay. All right. You take care, Maris.
I'll pay you for the scullies for the test. I'll be fed to the dogs if there's someone missing. He said, don't worry. He said, if anything happens, you say, and the God of Rameir Aneni, the God of Rameir, answer me. And everything will be fine. The guy laughed at him. He said, you want to try me out? Try me out. There was Alsatian dogs, which would rip up a human being. And said Rameir, send the dogs on me. Look, it will happen. He sent the dogs on him. Rameir said, the God of Rameir Aneni, the God of Rameir, answer me. And the dogs sat down and were peaceful. He heard what he had to say. He took the money and he gave out There was soon after that, the Romans made the head count, and so what was missing? The guard's off with his head, right? He shouted at the God, and something happened. The guards looked a threat from the other side. They ran, he ran. Everything was fine. Rameir was then became known as Rameir Baal Hanes, Rameir, the one who performed miracles. In the 1800s, there started to be a charity with printed the name of Rameir Baal Hanes on the charity box, and it was considered to be a merit to give charity which bear the name to a charity which bear the name of Rameir Baal Hanes, and many saw miracles in that way. Until today, the charity exists. One of the big ones is Kugel Chabad, founded by the Alter Rebbe, by the Shnei Zalman Liadi, to support those who are in Israel, and that carries the name of Rameir Baal Hanes until this very day on the Tzedakah pushers. You'll see it was always considered the merit. That is the idea lasted all that time through. Rameir and his wife Brudia also went through difficult times. They lost 2 children on one particular Shabbos. The 2 children passed away. Rameir was out in shul. And Rameir came back, and Brudia, being the woman she was, didn't say a word. They were sleeping in. Once in Shabbos, after Shabbos Eve, she came and she said, someone gave someone who needed something. Should I give it back to him? I said, sure, so she should give it back. She said, come, and she shut. She said, Hashem entrusted us with children to give it back. And that's how she sort of even taught Rameir about how to deal with what they had. In the end, Rameir actually passed away in Turkey. The whole thing, he had to go up there. He passed away over there, and many say he's very ill. There is a tomb in Eretz Yisrael which is accredited to him. Many say it's not that, but it's anyway. It's the Gemara says he passed away in Turkey. The last one we'll talk about is Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai also lived in Roman times. He was, again, a student of Rabbi Akiva. He was one of the 5 who received the smicha. He was one of the survivors after the 24,000 students passed away. As you know his story, the Romans persecuted him terribly and wanted to kill him. He had to hide in a cave for 13 years. Until the emperor died and everything was sort of calmed down, and he was able to emerge again. Reb Shimon ben Yochai, or Rashbi, is very important. He was the first one. We're going to go into the transcription next week. We're going to talk maybe a lesson about how the oral law came and was transcribed, and all the names and details of what we need to know about the oral law being transcribed. Reb Shimon Ben Yochai transcribed the first work called the Kabbalah, of the esoteric element of the Torah, which had all been in tradition. The Zohar, which he wrote, had all been in tradition, although the word, according to some earlier works, was not as major as his. As we know the story of Lag Boimer, Reb Shimon Yochai, a man who was of the holiest of holy, passed away on Lag Boimer. Many today, we have to understand Lag Boimer for what it is. What makes Lag Boimer? Why Reb Shimon Bar Yochai? There are 500,000 approximately of Jews who come to the Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. Many of them don't know why they're coming there. And what is Lag Boimer? Why is it such a celebration? Reb Shimon Bar Yochai was the one who gave us, who transcribed the mystical parts of the Torah, on which everything is based, which the Kabbalah afterwards is based on. The Hasidus is taken from everything that is an entire segment of the Torah that is his credit, that is to his credit that we have. He was sort of the father, the Moses of the esoteric parts of the Torah, and it is to that reason why Lag Boimer is such a celebration. It's the day of his Yortzeit, which you said should be a happy day and not a sad day, but it is for that reason as to what makes Lag Boimer the day that it is. Again, he lies in the Khalil. That's where everything was going on at the time. Next week, we're going to speak out in the days of Antoninus of Antony. There arose a man called Rabbi Yehuda Anossi, Judah the Prince. He's commonly referred to just as Rabbi, just as the Rabbi. Okay? He was the one who transcribed the oral law, and thus made everything official, put everything into writing and set the stage for Jewish survival and the survival of Judaism until today. And we're going to learn of many times of the era they lived. Again, it wasn't an easy era. But just one last thing. We're told on the day Rabbi Akiva was killed in such a brutal way, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi drew that the prince was born. In other words, the Jews, this was Rabbi Akiva, the Jews, the sages would be killed one after the next. And Hashem said, Hashem takes care, Hashem makes the cure before the damage, before the pain. Hashem makes that, as the Tefillah says, the sun will rise and the sun will set. Every time the sun sets, the sun rises again. There's one sun that may set, but another sun that is eventually in the making. A new day will come, and the Jews will forever survive. That was the interesting contrast. Next week we'll get into that major phase in Judaism, the transcription of the oral law and everything that came with it.
I would say the power of Torah is that Torah has the ability to restore logic, Torah has the ability to restore reason, Torah has the power to restore rational thought to otherwise irrational situations. Therefore, again, even though the biblical company goes in and act of bestiality, you will lose.
We're at the point in the travel through Jewish history we're up to Rabbeinu HaKodesh. Rabbeinu HaKodesh literally means our holy rabbi, our holy master. He's also known as plain Rebbe. You say in the yeshiva world, Rebbe. Who is Rebbe? Rebbe is a reference to Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, who is known as Judah the Prince. Judah the Prince. If you want to list 20, 30 characters among the Jewish people, the Prince if you want to list 20, 30 characters among the Jewish people who made a tremendous difference, who made an unbelievable shift in everything Jewish, he will definitely be one of them. Because up until the times of Rabbeinu HaKodesh, up until the times of Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, the oral law, the Torah Shebaal Peh, was transmitted from rabbi to student, from Moshe to Joshua to the one who came after him, and so on. But it was around about 100 years or so after the destruction of the Second Temple, which we spoke last week, that Rabbi Akiva lived in the time of basically the aftermath of the destruction of the Temple. He had a student called Reb Meir, who so last week was the generation after him. And after that generation came the generation which will mark as the generation of Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. He came more or less, again this is roughly, but among their generations by their grade. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi came along and realized that something had to be done. The oral Torah was at risk, was in peril of being forgotten. And what he did is he got together everybody, all the sages of the generation, and wrote down in a concise form, wrote down the oral Torah. Now, this is something very, very key, very important. And it's so important because what identifies us as Jews today, what we have we have the Sefer Torah. The Sefer Torah on its own, it is what it is. We understand whatever we understand of it, but that's very little. Very little. Especially when it comes to the actual mitzvahs, as we've described many times. And the transcribing of the oral Torah was the hallmark, was a time when the Jewish people kind of received maybe even anew the Torah. They had now something they were able to learn. wherever they may be. They may have been in Morocco, they may have been gone to Egypt, they may have been in Babylon, they may have gone and been dispersed anywhere in the world. They were now able to set up communities. They were now able to be Jews, as Jews should be, because now they had the oral Torah written down. Now, we're going to refer now, we're going to actually go through. I want to be able to go through all of it. The one who did the most brilliant job of running through the history of the oral Torah up until now was Maimonides, was the Rambam. Maimonides, in the beginning, as an introduction to his book, the Mishnah Torah, to his magnum opus, to his great book, where he codifies the entire Torah, the mitzvahs of the entire Torah. He goes through the history of the oral law. So we called this evening, we called it on email, we said, who made up all this Jewish law? People get very skeptical. People are, what's this, are we just to blindly rely on this, what it says here, what it says there? Well, where is this all coming from? The Rambam knew of this, and many other sages knew it, and wrote down such things. But they did a mega job, and a very short one, it was only a few pages, was the Rambam. And he goes through the unbroken chain and much of the history, which we'll not inside here. We'll constantly refer back to this. The introduction of the Rambam, and we'll see just how all this comes together. Rambam starts his introduction in the name of Hashem, the Lord of the world. And he starts with a verse, I will not be ashamed when I gaze at all of your mitzvahs. It's a verse, but the Rambam uses this verse to all of the mitzvahs because he's about now to write down the details of all the mitzvahs. The mitzvahs given to Moses at Mount Sinai were all given together with their explanations, as implied by the verse. And I will give you the tablets of stone, the Torah, and the mitzvah. It seems to be redundant. I'll give you the tablets of stone, the Torah. Alright, the Torah, well, that's done. What's the mitzvah? So he explains. The Torah refers to the written law. The mitzvah to its explanation. God commanded us to fulfill the Torah according to the instructions of the mitzvah. The mitzvah is called the oral law. Here, the verse refers to as the mitzvah, not in the conventional sense, but in the sense of meaning the oral law. Moses, our teacher, personally transcribed the entire Torah before he died, the written Torah, that is. He gave a Torah scroll to each tribe and placed another scroll in the ark as a testimonial. As the verse states, take this Torah scroll and place it beside the ark, and it will be there as a testimonial. So the written Torah was given to every tribe and put in the ark. There was no change. The mitzvah, i.e. the explanation of the Torah, he did not transcribe. Instead, he commanded it verbally to the elders, to Joshua, and to the totality of Israel. As the verse states, be careful to observe every night prescribed. Joshua says, make sure I'm telling you. For this reason, it's called the oral Torah. So that's how Torah was not transcribed. Moses, our teacher, taught it in its entirety to his court, to the 70 elders. We know the Torah said there were 70 elders. The Torah says that there was a time when Moses couldn't handle it, complaining, and Hashem said, can't handle it. We'll give you, Hashem said, appoint yourself 70 elders. Elders was the beginning of the 700. The main ones out of those 7, Elazar, Pinchas, and Joshua received the tradition from Moses. Elazar being the son of Aaron, Pinchas the son of the grandson of Aaron, and Joshua's leader. In particular, Moses transmitted the oral law to Joshua, who was his primary disciple, and instructed him regarding it. Similarly, throughout the life of Joshua, Joshua taught the oral law. Many elders received the tradition from him. Eli received the tradition from the elders, and from Pinchas. Maimonides is kind of jumping. There was Joshua, Pinchas lived to see Eli. Samuel received the tradition from Eli and his cult. David received the tradition from Samuel and his cult. He's just going down the line. Achio of Shiloh was one of those who experienced the exodus of Egypt. He was a Levite and heard teachings from Moses as a child. He was, however, of low stature in Moses' age. He was actually very young. He lived very long. Afterwards, he received the tradition from David and his court. Elijah received the tradition from Achio of Shiloh and his court. Elisha received the tradition from Elijah and his court. Yehoiada, the priest, received the tradition from Elisha and his court. Zechariah received the tradition from Yehoiada and his court. Hosea received the tradition from Zechariah and his court. Amos received the tradition from Hosea and his court. Isaiah received the tradition from Amos and his court. Micah received the tradition from Isaiah and his court. Yoel, these are all prophets, by the way. All these names are prophets in the Tanakh. What is the court? The court refers to each one of them at the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin idea was kept throughout the ages. So, every court had the same number of people. Generally, you have 71. With the print for the elder, who was the leader. So, Yoel received the tradition from Micha and his court. Nachum received the tradition from Yoel and his court. Habakkuk received the tradition from Nachum and his court. Simon received the tradition from Habakkuk and his court. Jeremiah. Now, we've reached now the time of the destruction of the first temple. We've gone through all of the generations. Jeremiah received the tradition from Tzvania and his court. Baruch ben Neriah received the tradition from Jeremiah and his court. Ezra. This is the rebuilding of the second temple. Ezra and his court received the tradition from Baruch and his court. The members of Ezra's court are referred to as the Anshe Knesset Haggadah, the men of the Great Assembly who went through this. They included Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, these were the last prophets, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. They were saved from the burning furnace that Nebuchadnezzar threw them into. Nehemiah ben Hachaliah, he was the contemporary of Ezra. Mordechai, the linguist, that's one of the names that Mordechai has, that the Rambam refers to him. We know that Mordechai was a linguist, and that's how the whole story happened, because he knew the language that those people were talking. Zerubbabel, who was the leader of the first descent to Israel after the Jews had been exiled to Babylon, and many other sages, 120 elders Now, as we know, that's what the Rambam makes note of them, because as we mentioned, the Anshe Knesset Haggadah really established many things in their day. For example, the davening, the text of the davening, many other institutions that they made that would establish Judaism for what it is today. So he makes a big stage of it out of it. The last surviving member of this group was Shimon the Just. Simon the Just, Shimon HaTzadik. He was included among the 120 elders who received the oral from all of them. He served as high priest after Ezra. Antigonus of Socho and his court received the tradition from Shimon the Just and his court. Yosef ben Yoezer of Sereda, Yosef ben Yochanan of Jerusalem, and their court received the tradition from Antigonus and his court. Yeshua ben Berachia and of Arbel, and then the tradition from Yosef ben Yoezer and Yosef ben Berachia and their court. This, by the way, this list over here is going to do the first chapter of Ethics of the Fathers of Pirkei Avos. We look at the first chapter, besides being very nice, a bunch of aphorisms. Each Mishnah, each paragraph in that first chapter is another link in the next generation. Okay, it starts off Shimon HaTzadik, the second Mishnah. Shimon HaTzadik, Antigonus is Socha, and so on and so forth until you reach Hillel and Shammai, going through a few hundred years. So it gives you a piece of every generation. That's how the first chapter of Ethics of the Fathers, if you look at it. So he's going to go through this list. Yehuda ben Taba and Shimon ben Shaltach, and And their court received a tradition from Yeshua, Rabbi Anita and Arbel, and their court Shmai and Avtalion, who were righteous converts. The Rambam learns that they were actually converts, and their court received a tradition from Yehuda and Shimon and their court. Hillel and Shammai, and their court received a tradition from Shmai and Avtalion and their court. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai and Rabbi Shimon, the son of Hillel the elder, received a tradition from Hillel and Shammai and their courts. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the leader of the people at this time of the Rome, at the time of the destruction of the Second Temple. Okay, so we're close now to the time of talking. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had 5 students who were greatest, who received the tradition from. They were Rabbi Elazar the Great, so it was called Rabbi Yehoshua, Rabbi Yosef the priest, Rabbi Shimon ben Nisai, Rabbi Elazar ben Aruch. Rabbi Akiva ben Yosef, Rabbi Akiva received from Rabbi Elazar the Great. Yosef, his father, was a righteous convert. The Rambam again. Maimonides is very good at doing this. He said the brilliance of the book of Rambam Yeshiva, the Yeshiva world, is the simplicity which just lays things out, but doesn't get into any discussion. The most Jewish discussion is based on is the Rambam. You go to Yeshiva world, you'll find shelves of books on the Rambam, because the Rambam just, everybody, if you look at something and everybody's grappling into this, that, the other, Rambam puts it out nicely and smoothly, and leaves you to find the source, which he doesn't write. And we had a question, it's a historical question. The son of God, so his grandfather's father, Rambam was a common. Go bang your head, that's the way you know it from. The Rambam said, Rambam sort of many things out like that. Rabbi Yishmael Erev Meir, a son of righteous converts, received the tradition from Rabbi Akiva. So we see Rabbi Meir was the next generation. Rabbi Meir and his colleagues also received the tradition from Rabbi Yishmael. The colleagues of Rabbi Meir include Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Nehemiah, Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, Rabbi Yochanan the Shoemaker, I'll tell you about him in a second, Shimon ben Azai, and Rabbi Hanina ben Zeradia. Rabbi Yochanan the Shoemaker is buried, if you've ever been to Meron, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai is buried down the street, down the hill. He was showing, the Rambam makes mention, when the Rambam speaks of the laws of Torah, of learning Torah, the Rambam says that many of the most ultimately greatest of sages were very simple craftsmen. They refused to use their Torah as making a living, although they maybe could have. Many of them were very poor. Hillel was a woodchopper. The woodchopper. At that time, he suffered tremendous poverty. Rabbi Yochanan was a shoemaker. He's one of the greatest. He's buried not far from Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. Similarly, Rabbi Akiva's colleagues also received the tradition from Rabbi Elazar the Great. Rabbi Akiva's colleagues include Rabbi Tarfon, the teacher of Rabbi Yosef, Gamliel, Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and Rabbi Eliezer ben Nuri. Rabbi Gamliel the elder received the tradition from Rabbi Shimon, his father, the son of Hillel the elder. Rabbi Shimon, his son, received the tradition from him. Rabbi Gamliel, his son, received the tradition from him. And Rabbi Shimon, his son, received the tradition from him. You see the name Shimon and Gamliel repeating themselves, they named after each other. But there's a rule. There's a rule we know the Rambam also rules this way, that if there's a position among Jewish people and the son is worthy enough of taking that position, then he has rights for it first. And that's why you'll see, many these generations, they may have been tremendously great people who were the same generation. How did they decide who was going to be the head, who was going to be the head of the yeshiva? Well, the first one was, if his son was the one son, the one before son was worthy enough, then he had. That's the rule. Yehuda, the son of Reb Shimon Refaz, Rabbeinu HaKodesh, our saintly teacher, received the tradition from his father, from Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, and from Rabbi Shimon and his colleagues. Okay, if you memorize all that, Well, you know, seven a few times to get it, right? So in that case, because of this, so the father and son had the same thing. They both living. No, the grandfather, yeah. Rabbeinu HaKadosh composed the Mishnah. V'Ratiza Moses our teacher tell Rabbeinu HaKadosh, no one had composed a text for the purpose of teaching the oral law in public. Instead, in each generation, the head of the court or the prophet of that generation would take notes of the teachings which he received from his masters for himself and teach them verbally in public. Similarly, according to his own potential, each individual would write notes for himself of what he heard regarding the explanation of the Torah, its laws, and the new concepts that were discussed in each generation concerning the laws that were not communicated by oral tradition, but rather deducted from one of the 13 principles of biblical, and that next word I don't know what it is, exegesis, what's that? Learning out from, I think. Yeah. Okay. Accepted by the High Court. Let me just explain that. In other words, he said, what does he say? He said, everybody wrote down what had come into tradition from the oral Torah, its laws, and new concepts that were deduced in each generation, not directly communicated in the Torah, the oral tradition, but deduced using one of the 13 principles of biblical explanation, biblical deduction that we have. Now, what are they? This is also very important. In many Sidurim, right before when we start the service, you will find that we say there's a page that's called the Price of Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Yishmael says, Bishlosh Esrei Midos HaTorah Nidreshes. The Torah can be expounded upon using 13 principles. Now, what these are, I'll give you the first one. Kal v'chom. Kal means light, literally. Not light isn't lightweight. Chomer means heavy. Light and heavy. What it means is, if you have a law which is a heavy law, meaning a law which is stated in a certain case, which is more stringent than another given case. For example, the Torah says a person may not marry a grandchild, a granddaughter. The Torah actually doesn't have relationships with, which, the Torah doesn't actually state that one cannot do such a thing with a daughter. So someone's going to come along and say, So the first one of the 13 principles of the Torah, of deducing the Torah, is Kal v'chom. If a law was said in a lightweight case, in a less stringent case, the law obviously applies in a more stringent case. Now, not all of those are as obvious as I just made it. That's a very big one. Okay, that's a very big one. But that now, another one, I'll give you another example. The next law is Gezeira Shava. Gezeira Shava means a verse which uses equal terminology in two cases. A word or a few words which the Torah will use in a certain case and uses the same terminology regarding another case, from which we can learn some rules that apply in that case number one that we know apply there, also apply in case number two, because the Torah used equal terminology. Now, these are principles which are used, but have to be very carefully analyzed. You can't, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry can go and say, oh, well, I'll juxtapose this to that, the prosecutors this way, that way, we can know where all that will go. That's why he said that in each generation, these principles were used. In other words, these principles were given to Moses. And the Torah was always learned and using these principles. However, these principles had to be brought to the Sanhedrin. The Torah tells us that the Sanhedrin in each generation, they are the end all of opinion, the buck stops there. And if they discussed it and agreed that this is a true deduction or learning out of, then the Torah itself says that that's the law. And in any given generation, you'll see in the Talmud, if you learn a bit of Gemara, you'll see that this is constantly, we're learning things out of a verse. It's a very great principle. Not everything was dictated by oral tradition efficiently. Some things we learn out of verses. There are principles of how you learn a verse. What you can and cannot do, even if you do follow the principles, it has to go through the pipeline of Jewish decision, which was and even is the Sanhedrin. And then when the Sanhedrin will decide that this is valid, then it's valid. So people wrote down everything that they had heard and that had been decided anew in previous generations. Second paragraph. This situation continued until the age of Rabbeinu HaKadosh. He collected all the teachings, all the laws, and all the explanations and commentaries that were heard from Moses, our teacher, and which were taught by the courts in each generation concerning the entire term. From all this, he composed the text of the Mishnah. He taught it to the sages in public and revealed it to the Jewish people, who all wrote it down. They spread it in all places that the oral law would not be gotten by the Jewish people. Why did Rabbeinu HaKodesh make such an innovation instead of perpetuating the status quo? Asks the Rambam. Why did he decide to do this? Because he saw the students becoming fewer, new difficulties constantly arising. The Roman Empire is spreading itself throughout the world and becoming more powerful, and the Jewish people wandering and becoming dispersed to the far ends of the world. Therefore, he composed a single text that would be available to everyone, so that it would be studied quickly and would not be forgotten. Throughout his entire life, he and his court taught the Mishnah to the masses. Okay. So this is the stage of Rabbeinu HaKodesh. We know him as Rabbeinu HaKodesh or Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. His character himself is recorded in many places in the Gemara. He was an all-rounder. He was from the house of David, so that immediately got him tremendous, got him respect. He was tremendously wealthy, very wealthy man. He was tremendously scholarly and kind. There was everything going for him, and the people saw him as the ultimate leader. In fact, towards the end of the life, towards the end of his life, actually, it was on his deathbed. The Gemara says he raised his 10 fingers to the heavens, and he said, "Never in my life have I had enjoyment, have I had pleasure from the wealth that I had. He was very wealthy, but he never let himself indulge. He said in his day, every day of the year, he had salad on the table." Those days, that means if it was winter, you were bringing vegetables from I don't know where. You're bringing lettuce. The Gemara tells us which vegetables were all on his table every day of the year. It wasn't an issue for him. That's how wealthy he was in those days. Pretty much just spreading it around. He didn't take it. He didn't sit there and enjoy it. That's what he would tell. That's what he testified on himself, that I never enjoyed anything that I actually owned. Towards the end of his life, he was inflicted with very great disease, which caused a lot of pain. Rebbe was also very friendly with the Roman emperor, who was called Antony. Which Antony exactly it was, because it was two, but he was very friendly with him, Antoninus. This Antoninus guy was maybe a little different, very different than many of the Roman emperors. He was a scholar, he was a philosopher, he loved Rebbe. The story was how their friendship started was that the Romans, in the time when Rebbe was born, was the era of Rebbe Akiva. We said the day Rebbe Akiva was killed was the day that Rebbe was born. At that time, the Romans had forbidden any Jewish activity, including bris milah. There was no penalty for anybody who would make a bris. The mother of Rebbe, who was the sage of the time, he was the night before. She she made a bris, and the Romans and they summoned them to Rome. They had to travel to Rome, and they knew basically what was awaiting them. On the way, they stopped off in an inn, in a hotel. And there was over there a Roman lady, who seemed to be a very nice lady. And she asked the mother, Rebbe, she said, I'm going to Rome. What are you going to Rome for? It's a nice Jewish lady go to Rome. She said, well, this is the deal. This is what being summoned. She was very compassionate, this lady, and she said, you know something, I have a baby which is exactly the same age as yours. Let's switch. Make a switch. Come back. He's not circumcised, obviously. You go to Rome, you see the whole thing is phony, and you'll come back and have it right. And she did. She went and showed the baby. The emperor was furious with whoever gave him this false accusation. The baby wasn't circumcised. He did away with them. What he lied to before the leader of the Jews is a good Roman guy. Everything is fine, and he sent them back. When they switched, that baby became Antony, became the emperor. So the kind of bond between Rebbe and Antoninus started when they were babies. And there's many stories in the Gemara go on and on about the friendship and the bond between the two, to be trusted, and ultimately, and the benefit of that was an era of peace for the Jewish people. Was an era they were able to breathe in the time of Antony. Anyhow. Let's see a little bit further. These are the great sages who were part of the court of Rabbeinu HaKodesh and received the tradition from him. His sons, Shimon and Gamliel, again the name repeats himself, Rabbi Ofes, Rabbi Hanina ben Rabchia, Rav, Rabbi Yanai bar Kufra, Shmuel, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Hoshaya. Now these are all names which are household names, and yeshiva and any these are all repeated hundreds and thousands of times. Thousands and myriads of other sages received the tradition from Rabbeinu HaKodesh together with these sages. Even though all the 11 sages mentioned above received the tradition from Rabbeinu HaKodesh and attended his study sessions, there are differences between them. In other words, there were still questions. You say, what if eternal? There's always, this was what says in the Mishnah, but what if the case differs a little bit? What do we do then? There were differences. At that time, Rabbi Yochanan was of lesser stature. Afterwards, he became a disciple of Rabbi Yanai, received instruction from him. Similarly, Rav received the tradition from Rabbi Yanai, and Shmuel received the tradition from Rabbi Hanina ben Chama. The Rambam's going to say this and we'll also get there, but the Mishnaic period, the period of the Mishnah, is what we call the period of the Tanoim. Tana, or Tana, means to learn, or to learn in front of people. There are two terms that are very important, Tana and Amora. Tana means the learner, the studier, the one who teaches. Those refer to all the sages, basically from the era of the Second Temple to a little bit after Rabbeinu HaKodesh, or around his time, 100 years. What unites them? What unites them is that they are all the ones quoted in the Mishnah. Rabbi Akiva, all these people, Rabbi Meir, Bar Kapara, you have all the rabbis. They are identified, by the way, for the most part, as Rebbe. If you talk about Rebbe somebody, okay, you're talking about a Tana. You're talking about somebody who had joined in the Mishnah. Rebbe also, Rebbe Hanina, Rebbe Yehuda. All these people are referred to as Rebbe. The next term which we need to learn is Tana, and then there's Amora. Amora is somebody who came after Rabbeinu HaKodesh, and they're the ones quoted in the Talmud. Amora comes from the word Omar, to say, to speak. They spoke over what the Tanoim, what the Tana, what they wrote or what they said. They spoke it over. They discussed it. The important Amoraim are Abaya, Rava, Rav Yosef, all the Ravs, Rav Chisda, Rav Huna. Rebbe, generally, is a Tana. Rav, something, is an Amora. Okay? What's the difference between them? Is Rebbe is Hebrew, Rav is Aramaic. The Mishnah is written in Hebrew. The Gemara, the Talmud, is written in Aramaic for the most part. So there is that difference. It's just the time, correct? The Mishnah was written in Israel. The Talmud, Babylonian Talmud, was written in Babylon. In Talmud Yerushalmi, you will find many Rebbes, because the Jerusalem Talmud was written in a place where you called Rebbe. Okay? But since we follow mostly the Talmud Bavli, we can use this divider of Rebbe and Rav. Rebbe is the one who wrote Tanoim, the ones who composed the Mishnah. Ravs are the ones who composed the Gemara. The Talmud.
I can't remember in Rockaway, one of the rabbis gets called for the Torah. Don't they call him his name like Ron or such and such?
Rav, today you would see, well, it's interesting. Today, when you call a rabbi, you would say, Rav Goldberg, which is Rabbi Goldberg. Okay? Rav. Yes. Many people, in most cases, you will call someone Rav, the rabbi. It's interesting, the word Rebbe was often reserved for Hasidic Rebbes. Rebbe was Rebbe Yisrael Baal Shem Tov. So it might have been that was sort of the, Rav, maybe a rabbi of a kehillah, or, the rabbi of the community, or the Rosh Hashiva, somebody who was more of a holy nature, could be, I'm not saying that this is no fact, but something more of a holy nature, a Rebbe was referred to with the Rebbe, and that was possible. Now, there's two names over here which are very important, Rav and Shmuel. The end of the line is Rav, the middle of the next line is Shmuel. Rav and Shmuel were really important, and because they were the ones who were sort of the bridge between the Mishnah and the Gemara. The rule was, or is, that someone who composed the Gemara, the Talmud, cannot argue with somebody who is a Tana. An Amora can never argue with a Tana. The Tanoim wrote down the Mishnah. What they said was true. That was the tradition. You can't argue with the tradition. You can't argue with what they wrote down. You can discuss it. You can figure out what they meant. You can't argue with it. They were the ones who joined in writing the oral tradition. Rav was the bridge. And the Talmud says that Rav, on some occasions, does argue with a Tana because he could have been also to be considered a Tana. He was of that nature that the Mishnah sort of was still in the making until they cut off one. Anyhow, Rav composed the Sifra and Sifrei to explain the sources for the Mishnah. Reb Chia composed the Tosefta to explain the subjects discussed in the Mishnah. Reb Hoshaya and Bar Kafrei wasn't over here, composed the Brises to explain the matters discussed in the Mishnah. Books were authored to explain the Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan composed the Jerusalem Talmud in Eretz Yisrael approximately 300 years after the destruction of the Temple. Okay. The Jerusalem Talmud was composed, I believe, about 100 years before the Babylonian Talmud. So what do we see here? Right after the Mishnah, the next generation already, Rav and Shmuel, they were already writing books to explain the sources and to expound upon the Mishnah. The Mishnah is very, very concise. If you open a Mishnah, the wording is like a verse. It's like it uses such a concise wording that you can dig out. It was written brilliantly. And many books were written for the layman and just to discuss where they're getting it from, which verse. There's almost none of that in the Mishnah to tell you where and from what and all that. It was just a record of the actual books written. Sifra, Sifrei, Tosefta, all these books are available today, which explain us what the Mishnah is talking about. The first Talmud, which was written, which was a collection of a major collection of all the discussion, was written in Jerusalem by Rabbi Yochanan. This is not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. There were a number of Rabbi Yochanans. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's time at the destruction. This is 300 years later. This Rabbi Yochanan is interesting. There are very many stories about all these people. Rabbi Yochanan was the one who wrote the Jerusalem Talmud. He had a brother-in-law who was called Reb Shimon ben Lakish. He's known as Reish Lakish. He'll have hundreds of times. Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish had a discussion. Rabbi Yochanan, the Talmud, again, everybody major the Talmud devotes a lot to the life story as well. Rabbi Yochanan suffered tremendously. He was the composer of the Jerusalem Talmud. Rabbi Yochanan had 10 sons and he lost every one of them in his lifetime. And it says that Rabbi Yochanan carried on him a tooth from his youngest son. And when he would go to a Shiva house, he would say, he would show them and say, I've been there, sort of thing. That was Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan was a tremendously handsome man. And it says, interestingly, that in his spare time, the time he was tired from learning, the Gemara says, he would sit by the mikveh in the evening, although this is not something which is done ever. He would sit by the mikveh, and we know the significance of when a woman walks out of the mikveh, what the conceiving that she has. There's a great significance of what she watches and what she looks at that time. And this is the source of the Gemara that he would sit by the mikveh, and in order that the women should meet him, sort of thing, should see him on that night. In other words, in the Rebbe once commented, this is what a sage of Israel does when he's tired. In other words, he doesn't go and sleep on the couch. He's thinking, what can I do that doesn't involve so much effort to mentor the Jewish people? That's what it is. The most interesting one was Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish was the brother-in-law of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and they were in loggerheads all the time, always arguing over the Gemara. This is how everything was created. Reish Lakish. His history was that he was an outlaw. He was a highwayman. Reish Lakish was a mighty fella, very, very burly, very strong. What happened was, the Talmud says, that Rabbi Yochanan was very handsome. Rabbi Yochanan was standing on the other end of a river. Reish Lakish was on the opposite side. Reish Lakish thought that this handsome he was the she. So what he did was he started playing gymnastics to impress the she. He did somersaults and everything, and in the end he jumped over the width of the river. He was so tough. He gets to the other end and he sees that the she is a he. Anyway, all that wasted effort. So Rabbi Yochanan didn't flinch. Rabbi Yochanan, he realized that this young chap has a lot of potential. He's very strong, but he had it in him. And he said to him immediately, he says, if you learn, I have a sister, and if you behave and if you get to the right places, I'll arrange a shidduch. Reish Lakish saw Rabbi Yochanan, he was taken by him, and he agreed. He says Reish Lakish tried to jump over the river the width again, and he couldn't manage. Immediately, as soon as he made that decision to learn, to behave, his physical might a little bit left and was broken. He delved into the Torah with the same strength that he had and became Reish Lakish, a counterpart of Rabbi Yochanan, and became his brother. So Rabbi Yochanan, after Lakish passed away, was never the same. He said he didn't have anybody to talk to. He said, everybody else, he said, fine, yes people, they're all nodding their heads, yeah, or whatever you say. Reish Lakish was this tough one would clench with him, That was the history of Reish Lakish, how he turned around his stamina to Torah. Anyway.
Whatever you do to I understand that it doesn't have to be worth it. The animal was set aside for the Zara or was worth it. Why? Because
this is the question of all generations. It's not tonight. This is a shear. This is a shear. A separate shear. But wasn't punishment. That's something else. There's a whole set. We won't do justice. We just comment. Right? The second to last paragraph on the page. Among the great sages were the Rosh Hashivas in Bavel, in Babylon. We're going backwards and forwards to Israel to Babylon. This is Babylon. Who received the tradition from Rav and Shmuel was Rav. You see all this. Rav Nachman, Rav Kahana. She received the tradition from Rabbi Yochanan was Rava Baba Chana, Rav Avdimi, and Rav Ovin. The reason why they're called Rav is because they moved to Babylon. They took from Rabbi Yochanan and was that after the destruction of the temple, we want to have it on a graph, the population and it's going on an immediate year by year, especially after the death of Rabbeinu HaKodesh. In the days of Rabbeinu HaKodesh, the Roman Empire was very kind to them, and Israel that was under the Roman Empire was doing very well under him. After Rabbeinu HaKodesh passed, there was sort of no reason to be there. No Beis HaMikdash, no Rabbeinu HaKodesh, no sage. So what are we still doing here? And Jews slowly but surely started moving to Bavel, to Babylon. 3 out of 4 Jewish people, after Rabbeinu HaKodesh passed away, slowly but surely made their way to Bavel. So many went to Spain. This was the beginning of the migration. To Spain, the historians say at that time they must have gone to also to Germany and to France. And at least they visited there. That was the beginning when everything started germinating of the Jewish presence in these countries. Yerushalayim was destroyed. It was in ruins. It was very difficult to live there. You're in the Gabel. What was in the Gabel? So that's how things happened. Whereas in Babylon, at the time, there was a very huge and strong Jewish community. There were yeshivas. We'll get to Babylon. There was entire cities which were Jewish. They had their own sort of monarchy. It was the Reish Galusa, the famous idea of Reish Galusa, who was to be given autonomy by the Babylonian Empire to run all the Jewish affairs. He had extreme power. So this was the place to be. This was the Brooklyn. This was the yeshivas. The great people were there. These were yeshivas that were founded by Ezekiel hundreds or 700 years earlier. Surah, which was the yeshiva, was the yeshiva of Rav, was founded by Ezekiel. These were his history places, and this is where the people migrated. Last paragraph among the sages who received the tradition from Rav Huna and Rav Yehuda were Rabba and Rav Yosef. Among the sages who received the tradition from Rabba and Rav Yosef were Abaya and Rava. You won't find 2-3 pages in the Talmud without mentioning these people. Abaya, Rava, Rabba, Rav Yosef, these are household names. Both of them also received the tradition from Rav Nachman. Among the sages who received the tradition from Rava were Rav Ashi and Ravina. Rav Ashi received the tradition from Rav Ashi, his father, and from Ravina. This is the end of the line. Rav Ashi and Ravina. They were the ones who wrote down the Talmud. Okay, so we've come full circle. Here comes the list that we were using. The list I was using was directly from the introduction of the Rambam. There were 40 generations from Rav Ashi back to Moses, our teacher, blessed memory they were. Now we'll read the whole line. Rav Ashi, Rava, Rabba, Rav Huna, Rav Yechanan, Rabbeinu HaKodesh. You see now there were 6 generations between the Talmud and Rav Ashi and Rabbeinu HaKodesh who wrote the Mishnah. Rab Shimon, Rabbi Gamliel, Rab Shimon, Hillel and Shammai, Shammai and Naphtali, Yehuda and Shimon, Yeshua and Nitai, Yosef and Yezer and Yosef and Yochanan, Antigris, Shimon the Just, Ezra, Baruch, Jeremiah, Tzfanya, Habakkuk, Nahum, Micah, Isaiah, Amos, Hosea, Zechariah, Yehoiada, Elisha, Elijah, Ahijah, David, Samuel, Eli, Pinchas, Joshua, and Moses. Okay? This is the source for everything.
Also be again.
Okay, the way I mentioned this last time, I mentioned it again. It's important. Oh, you say, okay. It's an interesting phenomenon. You wouldn't go in front of Moses and call him Moses. Yet we refer to Moshe Rabbeinu, or the big Elijah, Elisha, right? I was actually thinking about it today. There are those that give reason, others that don't. When did the Rav or Rebbe start? Okay, where do you find the first one?
What about the fact that it's
You're right. Yeah. I don't have an actual reason. Although, if I may assume, it might be because there's no need. If you in a generation when things are obvious, then there's no need for titles. If somebody with his mere stature, if you said, Zachariah, then Zachariah is Zachariah. Isaiah is Isaiah. There's no Isaiah number 2. When the generations diminish, you need titles, right? Today everybody throws around titles, right? This guy is this, and this guy is that, because you need the titles.
So the title worship for Dana was something that we
Not
like what they preferred to down or somebody else.
Actually, interestingly enough, now that I'm thinking of it, I believe there is reference in the Gemara that somebody referred to Rabbeinu Moshe, our teacher Moshe. So that was, whether it was Rabbeinu Yehoshua, I'm not sure. I don't remember if there's such a thing, but it's very interesting. Thus, the source of all these people's knowledge is God, the Lord of Israel. This is how the Maimonides puts it all together. All the sages who were mentioned were the leaders of the generations. Among them were the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, heads of the exile, the Rish Galusa, and members of the great Sanhedrin. Together with them in each generation, there were thousands and myriads who heard these teachings, which is naming one, says the Rambam. That's important to understand. Ravina and Ravashi were the final generations of the sages of the Talmud. Ravashi composed the Babylonian Talmud in Shinar, which is another name for Babylon. The biblical name actually for Babylon, Shinar, approximately 100 years after Rabbi Yochanan composed the Jerusalem Talmud. The intent of both of the Talmuds is to elucidate the words of the Mishnah, to explain its deeper points, and to relate the new matters that were developed by each court from the era of Rabbeinu HaKodesh until the composition of the Talmud. New things came up. From the entire body of knowledge stemming from the two Talmuds, the Tosefta, the Sephra, and the Sefrei, which were the books written right after the Mishnah, can be derived the forbidden and the permitted, the impure and the pure, liable and those who are free from liability, the invalid and the valid, as was received in tradition, one person from another, in a chain extending back to Moses at Mount Sinai. Also, the sources mentioned above, this is important, relate those matters which were decreed by the sages and prophets in each generation in order to build a fence around the Torah. Now what that means is there were rules which were created by the sages to make sure, you have a cliff and you want to build a fence around the cliff. A famous example is the example of Uktzah. On Shabbos, we're not supposed to handle certain things. You're not supposed to handle a pen. The Torah doesn't say, it's not part of the oral tradition that you're not supposed to handle a pen. Why don't we handle a pen on Shabbos? Because it may come to right. Handling a pen, you'll come to right. That was something that the sages decreed. And the Torah gave authority for the sages to decree. Hanukkah, Purim, these are not fences, but these are good things. But still, the Torah gives authority for the sages, but it must be all the sages, to decree. We are explicitly taught about this practice by Moses, as implied in Leviticus. And you shall will observe my precepts, which can be interpreted to mean make safeguards for my precepts. That means Asu Mishmer is the Mishmar to Hebrew words much better. Make a guard for my precepts. Similarly, it includes the customs and ordinances which were ordained and practiced in each generation according to the judgment of the governing court of that generation. For example, Purim, Hanukkah. There will be things, normal things, that obviously are not from the Torah. It is forbidden to deviate from these decisions, as implied by the verse, do not deviate from the instructions that they will give you, left or right. This is very important. In other words, the Torah itself gives authority to the sages and consensus of the sages of the time. Nobody now can create a Hanukkah or Purim because there is not a consensus of all the sages of the time. We don't have the authority, the power now to do that. But the Torah says, don't move from any, don't deviate from any of the instructions they'll give you. If they will convene and they will decide that something is supposed to be law, then that's the law. The Torah itself, in other words, it predicts the obvious. In any country, in any lawmaker, in any place that abides by laws, there will always be new situations. Yes, in the time of the Torah, there was no Hanukkah yet, there was no Purim yet, but Purim did happen and Hanukkah happened. So what do you do? So you do so if the sages will come together and realize that this is something that needs to be done. So the Torah says they have the permission to make a Hanukkah. They have the permission to make Purim. They have permission to make laws which apply in certain cases. And this, by the way, is this is one we all hear every 5 minutes then the other discussion about the second day Yom Tov. Right? This is a big one. What's the business of the second day Yom Tov? The business is very simple. There's a Gemara. The Gemara says, what will happen to the second day Yom Tov? The Sanhedrin would decide when the new moon would be written. And the message did not necessarily get to all the places, right? In time, if the Pesach is on the 15th of the month, so wherever you get to, 15 days, 14 days, you can get to. Wherever you can't. Rosh Hashanah, for example, you can't get anywhere. If the day is the first day of the month, then the day is Rosh Hashanah, right? You're not going nowhere. It's Rosh Hashanah. So everybody who was out of range kept 2 days because it was either Rosh Chodesh was either on day number 30, 29, 30 was Rosh Chodesh, or day number 31. But it had to be either one of those two. It was never 32. The Torah says either 30, 31, and then you make Rosh Chodesh. So everyone kept who was out of range kept 2 days. Out of doubt, because maybe Rosh Chodesh was day number 30, maybe Rosh Chodesh was day number 31. Rosh Hashanah, the whole Israel kept 2 days because we were in doubt because we didn't know what was going on in Jerusalem. Right? That comes on the Talmud and says that when the calendar was fixed, in other words, there was no Sanhedrin anymore, and we weren't fixing the days of the month according to the witnesses coming who saw the new moon. We were doing that. Now, because the Jews were dispersed, no Sanhedrin, no one to decide that now is Rosh Chodesh, so we make a calendar. We figure out when the moon will be seen. We announce at Shul every Shabbos Mevorachim when the moon will be seen in Jerusalem, and on that day, or around that day, wherever, it's all very complex thing of how the calendar works, but in principle, around then is Rosh Chodesh, and we make Rosh Chodesh. Okay, so seemingly now everybody knows where Rosh Chodesh is, everybody knows when the 15th day of the month is, so why keep today's Yom Tov, right? So the Gemara asks the question, and the Gemara says that there was a time, says the Gemara, when Babylon was able to find out when Rosh Chodesh was. And nevertheless, they told them, be careful to keep the tradition of your fathers. The tradition of your parents was to keep 2 days Yom Tov. You have to carry on keeping 2 days Yom Tov. Now, why was this the case? Why was this the case? The sages of the time felt that this is something that had to be done. The reason being, if you have, there had to be borderlines. Meaning, let's say you had a case where there was a certain place where they did hear the news, another place they didn't hear it. clear cut. In other words, people, I came from Israel, so I kept one day Yom Tov. So when I go to, I don't know, when I go to America, I'll also keep one day Yom Tov. Over there you don't know. Over there you don't know, when Yom Tov is. Pesach was always one day. We had to make 2 Seders. One Seder, right? The masses think that way. Masses don't delineate. Yeah, I'm in range. I'm not in range. They know what they did as a kid. So they said, you keep what if you're outside of Israel, that's what they made the borderlines. If you're inside Israel, where mostly that's where the message will inevitably come, so then they keep one day Yom Tov. If you're outside of Israel, although the reasoning has gone away, keep 2 days Yom Tov. You're much safer that way. Now somebody will come along and say, well, we're 2,000 years down the line. Today there's email. Today there's other things you don't know. No, so today's the time to abolish it. So there's a law in the Torah that says that if you want to abolish something, the one who needs to abolish it must be greater in wisdom and in number than those who have issued it. Which means that in simple language, if you start to tamper, then you're going down a very dangerous path. If you had the stature, if we would have the position that they had then, of saying, something, this time, they had to do that then, so as not to forget to keep up the custom of their fathers. Good. But now the reason doesn't apply. Can we abolish it? So the answer is no. Since the decree was made by those who are greater in number and greater in stature, you cannot abolish it. The reason we went away. So the Torah knows the character of people. And the proof is in the pudding. Those who felt that they could, abrogate this law, although they're not as great, and the consensus of sages at the time is not as strong. Nevertheless, okay, we'll keep one day Yom Tov. It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. It goes to things which are there's no reason to abolish. And you can still abolish them. The Torah makes laws that this law can actually understand. In other words, the language in the Gemara is Yordan Asayf Da'at Shel Adam. The Torah penetrated down to the consciousness of people. The Torah is given by Hashem. Hashem knows the way people work. And that's why there is the system of once it's in, it's not simple at all to abolish it. Now, that is on face value. Talking on the spiritual level, Chassidus explains why in the diaspora we must have 2 days of Yom Tov, because it says the holiness of Yom Tov takes more time, so to speak. It takes 2 days to penetrate that which in Israel takes 1 day. But if we're talking on the plane of law, the Torah says, in other words, talking on the plane of spirituality, there is meaning in the 2 days of Yom Tov. It's not something that we just do because we have no choice. But that is on the spiritual plane, which we're not talking about now. Although it's very important. We're talking simply on the plane of law. Talking about the court of law. There are rules that the Torah puts down. That says that if the sages rule something, that's it. There's no moving from it. Although if the rule was put down with a condition that if the reasoning goes away, then you're able to abolish it. Now the some rules are put down because of a reason. This and this was the reason. When this reason will go away, then the result of the law that results from it will also be able to go. Then good. There are some laws, however, that even though the reasoning went away, we still must keep. Because from a law perspective, once things are in, things are in. I always give the example. Is it imaginable today that somebody who claims, a male, who claims to follow Judaism should not wear a yarmulke, even in shul? Unconceivable, right? Is a yarmulke a law in the Torah? There's no law that says you must wear a yarmulke, you must wear a headscarf. It starts at the Talmud, the source for it in the Talmud. The Zohar speaks of it. Throughout the generations, it became a minhag, it became a custom, and a minhag which has the strength of the Torah itself. Nobody today in the wildest dreams will go and say, you know something, forget the yarmulke. Why not? Because it's so ingrained inside of the Jewish psyche that to tamper with that, everybody realizes we'll be tampering with the essence of Yiddishkeit. No yarmulke, so no tefillin. Well, people don't do it. Tefillin, it says in the Torah. Yarmulke doesn't say that. Oh yeah, someone says, I'll throw off my yarmulke, right? So you throw Shabbos and tefillin, and everything goes in a package deal. People don't think down that way. And that's why the Torah says, Minhag Yisrael Torah. A custom by Jews is Torah. You can't tamper with it. And the same thing with this. People go with the second day Yom Tov. If I had to say two Seder's in my life, I kept Rosh Hashanah for 2 days, right? And little more somebody comes along and says, you know something, Bumba, well, we don't need that today, we have email, right? So I don't have to keep the second day Seder. Maybe one day I won't have to keep the first day Seder. Maybe, I don't know, it's playable. The Torah knows that. If Yiddishkeit can become playable, says Hashem, then you're not sure with anything. And in any country, it works that way simply by default. There are some things which are just stuck in the law books, which could very arguably be totally outrageous. But they're there. And if policeman will catch you tampering with that law, they'll find you. You'll agree with the policeman that it doesn't make sense. But that's the law. You can't play around with it. Once you play around with the law, and it's heavy, as they say, then there's no rain. The horse is free. And the Torah knows. The difference, as we said before. The law of a country, it may not make sense, but that's the law. The law of the Torah, and it's when the rabbis made something, when they made this decree and said the second day Yom Tov got to be kept irrelevant, they knew what they were talking about. On a spiritual plane, they understood that in Chutz La'aretz, in the diaspora, from a spiritual point of view, that needs to happen. Nothing is a hollow when you describe, nothing is just because. There's meaning to everything, that's the difference. But from a whole perspective, that's the thing. So this is very important to understand the gravity of a rabbinic law from the Torah. The paragraph also includes marvelous judgments and laws. Marvelous judgments and laws which were not received from Moses, but rather were derived by the courts of the latter generations based on the principles of biblical. Okay. The elders of those generations made these decisions and concluded that this was the law. Rav Ashi included in the Talmud this entire body of knowledge stemming from the era of Moses, our teacher, until his own era. The sages of the Mishnah also composed other texts to explain the words of the Torah. Hoshaya, the disciple of Rabbeinu HaKodesh, composed an explanation of the book of Genesis. Rabbi Yishmael composed an explanation beginning, these are the names, beginning with the book of Exodus, till the conclusion of the Torah. This is also called the Mechilta. Rabbi Akiva also composed a Mechilta, another book called Mechilta. Other sages of the following generations composed other collections of interpretations of verses, Midrash. All of these works were composed before the Babylonian Talmud. Thus, Ravina, Rav Ashi, and their colleagues represented the final era of the great sages of Israel who transmitted the oral law. They passed decrees, ordained practices, and put into effect customs. These decrees, ordinances, and customs spread out among the entire Jewish people in all the places where they lived. After the court of Rav Ashi composed the Talmud and completed it in the time of his son, Rav Ashi, the Jewish people became further dispersed throughout all the lands, reaching distant extremes and far-removed islands. Strife sprung up throughout the world, and the paths of travel became endangered by troops. Torah study decreased, and the Jews ceased entering the yeshivas in the thousands and myriads, as was customary previously. Instead, individuals, the remnant, whom God called an aphorism, would gather in each city and country, occupy themselves in Torah study, and devote themselves to understanding the texts of the sages and learning the path of judgment from them. Every court that was established after the conclusion of the Talmud, regardless of the country in which it was established, issued decrees, enacted ordinances, and established customs for the people of that country, or those of several countries. These practices, however, were not accepted throughout the Jewish people because of the distance between their different settlements and the disruption of communication between them. And the most famous one was the ban against polygamy. Right? That was in the Ashkenazi world, not in the Sephardic world. Again, we see over here is after the Talmud, after the Gemara, there was no consensus of all the Jewish sages. And that is why the Gemara is the end word. There's nothing, we cannot decree anything. Nobody can stand up and say, I'm making something for the entire Klal Yisrael. The rabbi down the street doesn't agree with you. Right? The Talmud, that's why the Talmud is so much learned, because everything needs to be drawn from the Talmud. That's what he says now. Since each of these courts were considered to be individuals, and the High Court of 71 judges had been defunct for many years before the composition of the Talmud, people in one country could not be compelled to follow the practices of another country, nor is one court required to sanction decrees which another court has declared in its locale. Similarly, if one of the Gaonim, and this was the period after the Talmud, was the Gaonim. We're going to learn about all this, but he's going further. If one of the Gaonim interpreted the path of judgment in a certain way, while the court which arose afterward interpreted the proper approach to the matter in a different way, the opinion of the first need not be adhered to absolutely. Rather, whichever position appears to be correct, whether the first or the second, is accepted. Okay. So this is how things sort of got together, and the Rambam goes on as that basically the Talmud by the Gaonim was taught, and since the Talmud was written in Babylon, which was Aramaic, not everybody understood Aramaic, so the Gaonim, the God, the genius of the time, had to teach the people that Talmud. Each one of these Gaonim had yeshivas and so on and so forth. And basically the Rambam finishes off that people are not capable of sifting through the Talmud properly. It's very difficult to draw the laws out of the Talmud. And therefore you'll see the bottom line, we'll go through with some business, but this is because of this later history. Therefore he says, I girded my loins, I, Moses the son of Maimon of Spain, the Sephardi. I realized that from the book, I relied on the rock, Hashem, blessed be He. And I contemplated all these texts and sought to compose a work which would include the conclusions derived from all the texts regarding the forbidden and permitted, the impure and the pure, and the remainder of the Torah laws, all in clear and concise terms, so that the entire oral law could be organized in each person's mouth without questions or objections. That was the genius of the Rambam. Okay? He did it in the way of if you open up a Talmud today, everything's in English, but still you don't know how to learn Gemara. And even when you do, what's the law? What exactly? It's all piled in there. And for the layman today, it's almost impossible. You can't rely on himself, except in obvious cases, to rule. Everything stems, however, from the Talmud. Why? Because that was the last time there was a consensus. After that, we were dispersed, and there wasn't this kind of unity that we may have wanted. So this is the story of the oral law. This is the story of the Torah Shebaal Peh. And that's why we realize over here that, who made up all the Jewish laws? No one made them up. There's a golden chain that stems from Moshe Rabbeinu right until the end. So anything that we pick up today, Shulchan Aruch, we can trace every one of those laws back. Nobody was interested in just saying, well, I think this, that, and the other. Every one of those laws are firmly based in the Talmud, or at some point before the Talmud, a consensus came, and these things were decided with all their details, and therefore, each one of them has the weight, shall we say, carries the weight of Torah it. So that's the thing that they do. The number in the middle of this page, it goes on the Goyim and so on. But we're not up to that yet. So this is the Rambam goes after he explains why he wrote his book. Okay, so that's a different discussion, which we'll get there what the Rambam achieved. But now, at least when we get to the Gemara, we know what the Gemara is. That's why people learning Gemara, learning Yeshiva, they learn Gemara. Gemara. It's not really everything it has to be from the Gemara. Somebody just up and goes to Jewish law and reads off, right? So he'll know that thing. He'll know. Do this, do that, which for many parts works. But we must know the background. We must know how all this came about, which is all pulled together in the Gemara. And once you learn enough Gemara, you have the tools with which how to understand Jewish law. What's the actual interpretation of the word Gemara? Likmor in Aramaic means to learn. I'm sorry, to learn. It's actually interesting. Apparently, just this today, it's in the footnotes in the back over here. The word shas, which stands for Shisha Sedorim. Shisha Sedorim, 6, how do you say, not chapters, but parts. The Mishnah is divided in 6 parts. And the Talmud is based all on the Mishnah. The Talmud is, you have a Mishnah. You looked at the Talmud, you have a Mishnah. And then you have pages of Talmud which discuss the Mishnah. So the name Talmud is the real name for it. All the people, everybody called it Talmud. The name Shas became a code name because Talmud was forbidden by the church and they burned the Talmud, and therefore Shas became the word. Yeah, it's not going to become a different name, but they didn't know what Shas was or something like that. So that was the idea. So we covered the Rabbeinu Kodesh and that's
and eating down all the produce. And Rava said, it's mutter. Rava said, guess what? Totally mutter. Which the rest of the second. It doesn't make sense with the rest of the story. So it says, remember how Os in Rava. 1 second.
No, on the table. 360 degrees. I believe I gotta get a notebook now. This is gonna have to. It's a big circle,
right? So
this is all. They're all. These are rules in astronomy where you can work this out to the split second. So it's doable. It's very doable. Sometimes we say parts instead. So what he did was, he got together the entire Sanhedrin and posed the problem. They agreed that this was eventually, at least not for now, but eventually was going to present an issue. So what they did was, every month that they stood would sanctify the new month. They would say Makodesh, that Rosh Chodesh today is a holiday, sort of. It's Rosh Chodesh. We know Rosh Chodesh is a special day, especially for women. What they did was they convened at that time. They worked out, they laid down the rules for the Jewish calendar, which were always known, but they never actually followed it. They knew if they did one of the ways that they would test out the witnesses. They knew what they were talking about because they knew exactly where and when the new moon would be seen. Okay, and they knew how it would look and where it would be if the new moon would be pointing this way, a little further away. They knew everything, and it's all known today. They knew exactly. They only needed the witnesses because that's what the Torah says. The Torah says the witnesses. When you have witnesses that actually saw it, then you can do it. What they did is that they set the calendar by where they knew when the moon is going to be seen, and sanctified every single Rosh Chodesh from that time until the coming of Mashiach. Which meant that they laid down the rules for the Jewish calendar, and any Jew, anywhere, was able to fulfill the Yom Tovim, Rosh Chodesh, to observe the holidays anywhere they may be. Which was a major, we can even compare it to writing down of the oral Torah. Oral Torah didn't need to be written down for however many, for over 1,000 years, until the days of Moses, until the days of Rebbe, what do you need to write it down for? What the Jews were together. There was transmission from student to from teacher to student. Everything was going well. Now came a time when that wouldn't be, and so too was the Jewish element. And hence, you have the stories of the Jews landing up on a desert island, or the Jews in concentration camps who knew exactly when Pesach was. But when the Rosh Hashanah was, to the day, no questions. Well, they didn't have one of these calendars come and set out to bells, saying it didn't. Because the rules are quite clear. Put your head to it. Maimonides says, the simple part of what a child can acquire this knowledge in about 3 days. The Rambam was talking about one of his kids, or one of our kids, but he says they're very, very simple. And they are. If you put it together, but you got to put it together, and it's doable. Codified it, yeah. The place where you'll see it all laid down and put together. Scientifically, I'm going to tell you, there's been articles written recently that things that scientists and astronomers have only found now were already known by the sages of the Talmud, by what they said things which didn't seem to be correct scientifically. And there's been this just recently, a few months ago, there should be an article written in Israel, a mind-blowing article. You have to just swallow one of these astronomy books to understand it, but it's the exactness to of what they knew then. It only has been something given from the Almighty about science. They got the rules of how to do this. It's a fascinating subject. Anyway.
I don't have an ownership interest of that. I yield my ownership interest of that to you, and you in turn yield your ownership interest of that on Sunday.
The vision was written around in 218, and this is when the Jews started, the Torah started to happen. It was all that era. However, from the year 235 till the year 350, was the time in Israel when there was still yeshivas. This was a gradual descent. But that was the time when the Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud, was put together. There are two Talmuds, there are two versions of the Talmud. There are two Talmuds. One is called the Talmud Bavli, Babylonian Talmud, put together in Babylon, and one the Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud. That was written by Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yechanan, who we went through last week. They managed to put together the Talmud, although things were on the decline, but the Talmud Yerushalmi was nevertheless put together. Babylon also absolutely free. We did say, well, it wasn't a paradise. There were times when things got tough, especially because the Gemara actually makes note of the fellow called Ardashir, his name was, he took over the reign in Babylon, was quite a fanatical individual, and he had all sorts of things that went along with his religion. For example, he forbade lighting candles at night, which meant that Hanukkah candles couldn't be lit, and the Gemara has a whole discussion of where Hanukkah lights, which should be put in a public place, by the window, by the front door, says the Gemara in the time of the Pharisee, in the time of the Persian sort of, this guy was Neo-Persian, who didn't allow lights, so you put it on the table, says the Gemara. This was where the discussion of the Gemara comes up because of this sort of 15-year period, but a very, very difficult period. But even though he did have some very evil decrees, the community in Babylon didn't disturb its ongoing growth. And it was in this era, starting from about 200, give or take, where for the next 7 generations, the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, was put together. Now, that was a major work. What it was is you have, what is the Talmud? What is the Gemara? We're referring mainly to the Talmud Bavli. The Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud, went along similar lines, but today, since the community in Babylon was there on the increase, most of the great were over there, and especially later on, when the migration from Israel came to Babylonia, they had it all. They had the great from Israel, and they had their own great, which constitutes the fact that we follow today and learn primarily today the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud. What was it? Rabbi Yehuda HaMossi drew to the prince put together the Mishnah, as we said in about the year 218. He put it together in a very, very concise manner. It really was. It was a project which was the beginning of the writing of the oral law. They wanted to say, some historians even say it's because of his lack of excitement to do it. It was something which they had to revert to. If this is what it looks like, we will write down just the key things, and all the discussion will remain oral. So we'll have a basis. That's how some people want to understand it, which is very understandable. He wrote things very, very concise, just that things should be written down in its essence, in its seminal way, so not to be forgotten. Now, after that, what the yeshivas were doing and what the greats of that generation were doing were discussing the Mishnah. You have a Mishnah. Let's take the very first Mishnah of the Talmud. Okay, first Mishnah of the Talmud is when there's a mitzvah to read the Shema in the evening. In the evening, b'shach b'cha u'v'kumecha, we say this in the Shema. U'v'shach b'cha u'v'kumecha, when you lay down and when you rise. What does it mean when you lay down, when you rise? Says the oral Torah, you should read the Shema in the evening and in the morning. Okay. So the question is now, when is the evening? Says the Mishnah. When's considered the evening? When do we consider it? Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah has a couple of opinions. This one says it was actual nightfall. One says a little before nightfall. So the Gemara, the Talmud comes and looks at it and says, well, what made this opinion say what he says? Where did they get it from? And more importantly, who do we roll like? Okay. There are many, many principles by which we follow in order to figure this out. Besides that, Judaism has a very lot of information which are around these laws. Learning out the beginning of the first tractate, starts talking about, rising in the. It starts talking about the night being split into three parts. What's the night being split into three parts? The whole story comes. The Talmud goes into King David. King David got up. What time did he get up? It's a whole shebang, right? And where's all that information on the Mishnah? The Mishnah says the Talmud is a record of the discussions which came about from the Mishnah. You can imagine you have an instruction, a very short instruction for a very major thing. And there's obviously a lot of discussion around it. There were 7 generations that the Talmud makes record of. And we'll mention a few of them. Now, all these names are, these names you can start learning Gemara and learning the Talmud. You will be all too familiar with all these names. Many of them worked in pairs and contemporaries. We mentioned last week Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish worked in a tremendous way together. There was in the generations. Along these generations, there was a pair of people called Rav and Shmuel. Now, Rav means Rav, Rabbi, and we already had that before with Rabbi Yehuda HaMossi, Jew to the Prince, also called Rabbi. He was in Israel, so he was Rabbi in Hebrew. Rav, who's Rav? His name was Rabbi Abba. But he was such a great man that people simply called him Rav. Shmuel was his counterpart. Shmuel also was very well versed in secular knowledges as well as Torah. He said that he lived in a place called Nahar Dor, and he said the pathways of the heaven, of the constellations, are as clear to me as the pathways of Nahar Dor. He was a genius of a man who also had a very great contact with the Babylonian philosophers and astronomers, people who highly respected him. Just to give you an idea, in the Talmud, Rav and Shmuel are quoted hundreds of times, mostly arguing with each other. This was the clash. You had some, it was always, as we mentioned by Rabbi Ezra and Reish Lakish, they always wanted somebody to think differently, to deal differently. And much of it followed logic, some of it followed tradition, an argumented tradition, an unclarity which the Gemara always has to unravel, has to make clear this unclarity. Did he get it right? Did he get it wrong? If there's a few people who said one thing, then he's refuted. Yeah, this is how it goes. The law always follows Rav when it comes to forbidden matters or permitted matters. Is something kosher or not? Rav and Shmuel have an argument. The law follows Rav. That was his line of expertise. The law always followed Shmuel when it came to business laws, when it came to monetary issues. The reason was because Shmuel lived in Nahardar, which was a major city of commerce, and these cases were coming to him constantly, and therefore his field of expertise was money matters. And the law follows Rab when it comes to Isur, to forbidden or permitted items, and the law follows Shmuel b'Mamoini in money-related issues. Shmuel, as we said, lived in a place called Nahardar. Rab lived in a place called Sura. Both had very great yeshivas in them. The yeshiva in Haradov eventually got destroyed, and the new yeshiva opened in a place called Pumbedisa, all cities in Babylon. The next pair we'll speak of again is people who brought hundreds of times in the Talmud. Rabbo and Rabbi Yosef. Rabbo, again, Rabbo is the great one. He was just referred to like that. And Rabbi Yosef. The Talmud says Rabbo was somebody who was referred to as the uprooter of mountains. He was so sharp that if there was a mountain, there was something there which seemed to be just so given and so obvious. He was the one who dug under it and uprooted it, and it's not so obvious. He was as sharp as that. Yosef was referred to as Sinai. His nickname, Sinai meaning he was so well versed in quantity of everything that just wants to know. It was as if people compared him, he stood on Sinai and heard it all. He just knew everything. And in fact, there is an argument in the Talmud. The question was, you can only have one Rosh Hashiva. One boss, more or less. They did work in pairs, but who would be the Rosh Hashiva? And a question arose: is who's better, the sharp one or the one who knows everything? And the question, if I remember correctly, was sent to Israel at a certain point, till a certain point. The authority in Israel was recognized by the Babylonians because it was Israel, and ultimately everything goes to them. When the migration started, that kind of faded away because there was nothing left there. So they sent to Israel, they said, Sinai, it is the one Rabbi Yosef, the one who knows everything. Because ultimately, everybody, the phrase was, everybody needs the one who sells wheat. Everybody needs flour. I mean, you gotta know at the end of the day, the question is how sharp you are. Right, but you gotta know it. You gotta know the information for a start. Therefore, he was to be the one more important. Maybe the most famous pair was a pair of people called Abaya and Rova. Abaya, just to give you an idea, lived till 60 years old, and yet is quoted in the Gemara about 1,400 times. Rova, who lived till about 70, is quoted in the Gemara about 2,000 times. And now there are more than much pages in the Talmud, and 2,000 runs around there. You cannot turn a few pages in the Talmud without getting Abaya and Rova once or twice. Abaya, in fact, was an orphan and brought up by Rabba. His predecessor is Rabba and Rova. Abaya was an orphan brought up by Rabba, and in fact, Abaya wasn't really his real name. Abaya is an acronym. There's a verse that says, Asher b'cho Yerucham Yosef. It is in you that the verse says, it is in you, Hashem, that a orphan is given benevolence. Hashem is benevolent to the orphans. Asher B'cha Yerucham Yosef is Abaya. At the beginning of the words that day was referred to, that was Hebrew to be Abaya. The halacha, interestingly enough, although Abaya is quoted this amount of time, 1,400 times in the Gemara, the halacha usually follows Rava. It's interesting. Usually many times how the halacha was decided was by the later ones. That was the next generation were able to look objectively to what the previous generation had says and rule it. So that was what they did, and most of the time it came to be as Rava. But Abaya was the Rosh Hashiva in his day. So just because you were the head of the yeshiva this time in Pumbedisa, it didn't mean that the law always followed you. That was a question of if the next generation was going to give the vote, were they going to give it like? So this kind of pattern followed. These were huge yeshivas. These weren't just a few boys getting together. These were places of Torah, which, and we mentioned the other time, that twice a year the sages instituted in Babylon there was to be something called the Yarchei Kallah. The Yarchei Kallah was a Yerach, a moon, Yorayach in Hebrew. The Yerach is a moon, means a month. 2 months during the year, about 10,000 Jews would converge on these yeshivas and devote the month to learning. All business was stopped, whoever they were doing, they took a holiday, and that was it. They came to learn, and this was all in these yeshivas where it wasn't just boys again. It was older people who wanted to devote their lives to holiness, sat there and at the feet of these great men. The ones who transcribed officially, all this was written in note form, and so the ones who transcribed the Talmud to the end was a pair of people also who were known as Ravina and Ravashi. Ravina and Ravashi, again contemporaries, had started transcribing all this discussion and all this information. We are told that the actual transcribing took about 6 months for each tractate. About 39, if I'm not mistaken, tractates of Talmud, and each one took about 6 months. Again, sifting through what would go in, what would not go in, who would they follow? There was a major amount of discussion, and the beautiful thing about it is that it's many times recorded in the Talmud as a discussion. That's how it was recorded in the generations before. He said this, they said it, and often got rough. The sages always loved each other deeply, and argument was always for the sake of heaven. It wasn't a personal thing, but it was often a question: did you have the right to argue with the Rosh Hashiva? Who were you? There was some people said there was a case where somebody was expelled for not showing the right respect for somebody who knew better. It's very, very lively and very animated. The one who, which we call the Chasimas Talmud, the seal, was laid on the Talmud by the son of Ravashi, who was called Mar Ravashi. Mar actually has two meanings. We go to Israel. Mar means bitter. But if you want to say Mr. Schwartz, it's Mar Schwartz. Okay? Mar Goldberg. Mar means sir, or that way, Mr. or sir. Mar Baravashi, again, he was called sir. I'm not sure what his actual name was, but it was called Mar Baravashi. Again, that's the first syllable of Mara. More for the sake of the bitter, more, yes, the bitter parts of the two have connection. Yeah. So, Mar Baravashi sealed the Talmud about the year 500. From then on, we call it the seal of the Talmud, the sealing of the Talmud, because from then on, nobody has the ability to refute, to argue with anything which is laid down in the Talmud. Why? It was at that time that once again they had the consensus of all the Jewish sages. Everybody got together and everybody in an honest way was able to sift through and to argue through the law of what, one should go in, and they went through it and chewed it over and over for years and years over generations, and it all got into the Talmud. After that, the Jewish people, that was it, communities started to crop up different ways. They put the seal on the Talmud, and that was it. This is the information. From then on, till this day, what we call the basis of Jewish knowledge, where everything is pulled together, is in the Talmud. Mainly for law, there is the Midrash, which is for homiletics, with the other different, there is the Zohar for Kabbalah, different, but then for law. And for much of also the deep elements of the Torah and the stories, the basis is the Gemara. The Gemara does do a lot of ruling, the Mishnah does ruling, and the Gemara doesn't do a lot of ruling. But always new things, vistas are opened. New vistas are always open. We've got to understand that for the next 1500 years until today, there have been thousands of Jewish books written. The question was asked, as we go through Jewish history for the next 1500 years until today, we're going to see how everything was built up to the Talmud. The build-up was, the Talmud has a lot of information. Not always does the Talmud come to a conclusion. More importantly, there are different questions that the Talmud doesn't directly address. And this is endless. It goes on endless, especially when it comes to the modern day era, or the last 100 years, when technology starts. But everything must be based on the Talmud. The question is, according to the principles and the laws that the Talmud prescribes, the Mishnah prescribes, how do we deal with this case? That is the basis for every Jewish law book that comes up from today, from that day, from the seal of the Talmud. No new information was invited. You had new information. Where did you get it from? You heard it from somebody. Why wasn't it transcribed? So there was a reason why it wasn't transcribed, because the law didn't follow you, and so on. So everything, and this is the beauty of Jewish law, that there's not only, but it all must be firmly based on the Mishnah and on the Talmud. There's no making up your own thing. And this is until today, the question is, where are you getting it from? You say something, where do you get it from? What's your source? Are you right by learning that source in this way? And this is in fact what happened about 100 years after the Talmud. There are little known about it. Remember that in the Dark Ages, it started around this point. History was lost. It was also seen how the world, after the collapse of Rome, entered into a dark age where things were very backward and very primitive. All the grandeur of Rome was all but lost, and that included Jews who suffered tremendously, and a lot of history was lost. We know that's probably the pocket in Jewish history where we know least of for the next few hundred years after the Talmud, for about 500 and on, until there's different places where, until things get to Spain and so on, things were much better. But the next 100 years after the Talmud, there was a time called the Rabbanon Saboroi, the rabbis who discussed, and they were basically discussing the Talmud, clarifying the Talmud to the people. Much of their clarifications are actually included in the Talmud, in brackets, in parentheses. In the printed Talmud today, you'll see a lot of parentheses. Not all of them are from the Rabbanon Saboroi, but some of them are just plainly explaining what's going on here. Heaps of commentaries were written on the Talmud to explain what it's talking about. We'll get to that later. That started about 500 years afterwards. So this is the idea. And Talmud today, the Gemara today, is learned as the basis for Jewish knowledge. That we've just come away with this tremendous celebration of the Daf Yomi, the people taking on to learn a page of Talmud every day, who finish it in 7 years. They're learning Talmud for a reason, not because there's no better law books if you want to know what to do. But the information, where is it? Where's the source? Where does it all start? It starts in the Talmud. And thank God, so if you look at, if you went across this country and you looked at 100 different volumes of Talmud, Hebrew, I guess it's in Mishmash of Aramaic and Hebrew. So I know every word in every issue of Talmud would say no. Well, the Talmud is definitely has. There's no two prayer books that have the same. The thing with that's very good. That's very good. Well, the idea is the idea is as follows: the Torah to be a kosher sefer Torah, every word, every letter has to be identical. And Hashem doesn't need our reasoning, but that's a good job because every Torah is exactly the same, ain't gonna change. When you write down the oral law, the sanctity is more in the content rather than in the words. The Mishnah is very exact. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi wrote the Mishnah after thinking 15 times of every word. And that's why the Talmud goes to town for pages of why was it worded this way. Okay, as much as you have a lawyer sitting there pondering on the, this word or that word, and it makes a big difference. So this was why was the Mishnah worded this way, not the other way. The Talmud, although quite exact, was written in an exact way, but the idea was more the content. Because of that, since the Talmud had to be copied over via manuscript, no printing presses until a few hundred years ago, so there were different versions of the Talmud. But was a word in this way or this way? You'll get a lot of Rabba and Rova, one with an Aleph, and one's with a Hey at the end. That makes a big, big difference sometimes, because Rabba was from an older generation, Rova was from a later generation, and sometimes you can have an argument which doesn't make sense, because how can Rava, how can Rabba be arguing with somebody who he died before? So a lot of, and obviously we have to come to the conclusion that it's not Rabba, it's Rava, so we've got to fix the Talmud, right? Manuscripts had to be copied and copied and copied over, and therefore a lot of mistakes did creep in.
This morning, really Mishnah,
A lot of problems happened because of censorship. You had the Pope who didn't like many parts of the Talmud, especially when it addressed JC into Christian countries. That was all, rubbed out. He didn't like certain words in the Talmud. For example, in most different days, editions of the Talmud, you won't find the word goy. Just not free. This word, there's that word, because they and you can see it all the imprints of the Talmud. They have some of the proofs that had to go through, and you see a mark over every word that didn't like it.
Over the course of his 99 years in the
Talmud printed or transcribed in the Oriental countries, but not forever, and vice versa.
to really encourage
So
us to
you
become
had
the best version of
today with the printing, when it started, the printing press will go through when the Talmud started to be printed, and this was a big deal. So like you said before, you mentioned was mentioned 1400 times. Abaya, exactly how big the number 1400 I was so confused. It's okay. That's not going to change from one position to the next. That will go as an exact number again. There could be something which was arguably was either said by Abaya or Abaya or somebody else. But most of the time it's the same. Most of the time it's the same. There are books today printed of the various what we call girses. And girsa, literally they are make means to learn, but a girsa means a version. That's the version of the Talmud. The volumes today printed of they gathered together the versions of the Talmud and pulled them together. Today's the best print of the Talmud today, which is considered to be the older edition, from which probably 80% of the yeshivas learn, the boys learn from today, has on the side of it, and they did a tremendous job of sifting through all of this, and with a team of scholars decided which one would be the better version. So that's just as generations go on, they got better.
Literally a person
That's how the Talmud is alive today.
by day and come to impurity
yeah,
of
God, we can even say tens of thousands of young people who don't know who Shakespeare is, but who know about Aaron is.
Again,
and they are. The Gemara says, mentioned all the time, we say the Gemara says, Rashi says, not his said.
You save yourself from the impure thoughts by
So
day,
as a human
one
being
will
who may
save
have died a
himself
few
from the
hundred
7,000
years ago,
So
says
it's
is
along
that they
this
are
same
here, they
thing
pulsate,
of
they
spiritual
are present,
proactivity.
and the Abayas
And
are
in order to
alive
go ahead and
today
avoid
in the
the
Jewish
spiritual
people
or the negative
because of the
pitfalls
contribution solutions to what they made to
So
the
it's
temple.
actually interesting. I thought about this line.
There's Calusa, the one who headed his community leader, was quite a figure. It was a very important position.
Ultimately,
He had to be, as we
as
said, from the House of David, and he was given unparalleled honor. One of the honors was, Kaddish, we say,
in addition to just hush it like don't have insecure thoughts by you, because if you do, it'll lead you ultimately again to some other extent, or in a greater or in a more expansive way. Make sure that you're being spiritually proactive. Don't allow yourself to get into things that ultimately are going to only lead you to a path of impurity. Be proactive, be forward thinking, be well and know Lord, understand certain activities will lead to certain results, and therefore avoid the activities from the beginning. But it could also mean
the only one later generation is
the
actually
whole spiritual
called
growth.
that was my mom.
There are different periods of life.
He was
There's
included in
young
certain
periods and there's vital
communities.
periods.
He
Young
was such
periods
a
represent the
savior,
times
such
when
a
everything
great
is
man. They
good.
included them in
When
every
things
camp.
are good,
Your lives and the
work on
lives
your
of Moshe and Maimon.
bolster your spirituality. Sure, because if you do that,
Another honor he was given,
then
and
life
unparalleled,
becomes
was
difficult,
at
life
least at
becomes
one
challenging.
point when he
Inevitably,
received an aliyah,
you will
the
be
Torah would be
spiritually
brought to his
prepared
place.
to meet those
Okay,
challenges.
he
People
would
like
have
to
to go
think
up to the Torah
that
was
you
brought to him.
find God
This
in the
was,
midst of
but
adversity.
it was seen,
Sometimes
it was seen as
most of
a
the time, in the
sort
midst of
of
adversity, I'm just too
continuum
focused on
to the king's from the
survival
house of
to
David.
worry about God,
And
worry about
Jews
spirituality.
wanted to preserve this and remember
If I
this,
prove my
besides his
spirituality in
stature
terms of
politically,
tranquility,
but they had
then
in
in
this,
times
you know,
of
the
adversity, I'm
preserving
ready
of
to move
the
to
house
challenge.
of
That's
David.
the chapter as well. So
God
Yahaher Adam Bayom.
and will
Yom represents
always
the good times in life.
follow
Don't be Maharer.
people.
Maharer is like daydreaming. Daydreaming. Don't daydream when things are good. Don't coast when things are good. When life is good, when your family is good, when your parnasa is good, when your health is good, that's good the time. Push on all cylinders. That's good the time. To put the pedal to the metal, that's good the time to work even harder. Don't go ahead and use the young periods of life and kind of just waste them with daydreaming. No. When life is good, life is stable, life is happy, that is that's good the time. To push yourself harder even in your wickedness. Because if you don't do that, the Yahweh will be Tuma Balai. If you least the young periods of life, don't build yourself spiritually, then when you come to light love, when you come to difficult periods of life, which will come, you will come to Tuma. You won't know what to do. You'll be ruined. You won't know how to meet the challenge. You won't know how to meet the adversity. And unfortunately, you could spiritually fall apart. Those who daydream by day, those who squander the opportunity to build themselves spiritually when life is good, tranquil, and happy, ultimately fall apart in the midst of adversity. They come to Tuma by incredible usage. So we'll say, so now we're going to post something perhaps one of the most incredible dinners in all class. Because I'm not going to Ben Yoel. Based on this, the Pinchas Ben Yoel said as follows. He said as follows. Torah, Megillah Daisy. So let's say, interestingly enough, the idea over here is as follows. Now, what does it mean based on this? What the previous Gemara was really teaching us is this idea that life and the periods of life leading one to the other, right? So literally translated, don't have impure thoughts by day, because you come to so many different ends. Not that you do by day, ultimately as at night. Again, if you broaden understanding, if you boast to yourself by your good times of life, you will be ready to meet the adversity in the challenge. So think of the thing that says, now that I understand that in life, every stage builds on the next. Right? Every night builds on day, and therefore life is a series of subconscious tasks. Here's how the thing that says as follows. This is beautiful. Torah, Megillah Daisy. So Torah, look at that. He actually says, "I did Osek Boss Va'od Sheba Umed and Ashar Sheba Nishma." So a person Torah literally means Torah. So Torah brings a person to Zechilus. I will say this is incredible now. Rashi says, "What's Zechilus?" Kishaveda Baliyado Zahir Shana Shalo Yikasha. According to Rashi, Zechilus ultimately means if I'm steeped in Torah, then when presented with the opportunity to sin, I will be vigilant in trying to avoid that pitfall. Girded with the right spirituality, I will be armed to go ahead and avoid the pitfall of sin. Okay, zihirus mevili des rizus. And again, when I go ahead and I'm careful to avoid sin, that leads to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Zrizos, right? Because remember, like everyone else says, surmeira v'yaseh tov. Avoid evil and do good. So if I'm zahir, if I'm careful with the avoidance of avillah, then ultimately again I will come to zrizos, to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Zrizos, mevili v'yanikios. Ultimately, again, if there's zrizos, right, and I'm focused on performing mitzvahs with zeal and with alacrity, that leads to cleanliness. Rashi says cleanliness from what? Cleanliness from sin. Because if I'm so focused on alacrity and I'm so focused on a zeal and a slavos for mitzvahs, then by definition I'm avoiding the temptation to sin. Nikias, maybe in the and if I'm not I'm free from sin, right? I'm cleansed from sin, so to speak, that leads to precious. Precious, he says, means I recognize that even in the realm of that which is permitted, I still have to draw my line. Just because something is permitted doesn't mean that I should do it. Rashi says, even so that's permitted, I'll draw my line and not indulge in my line. Precious. And ultimately I am precious, freeing myself even from that which I needed. Because I know that I don't need it, that leads to a sense of tara, beautiful purity. Tara, the tara ultimately leads to a sense of chasidus. Remember again, which makes sense because precious means going and separating myself, ultimately, even from the things that are permitted, but I know that I don't need, I don't want to overindulge. That leads to a sense of purity. Purity leads to chasidus. Fasting is something that goes above and beyond expectations. Chasidus, maybe a little because again, even once I become a chassid, I recognize that there's so much more that I could be doing that another maybe a leader yiraschet, in order to lead to a sense of yirasin, because once I'm humble and I recognize how much more I have to do, I'm even more vigilant about avoidance of sin. Yiraschet maybe a leader yirasin, and ultimately again, this fear of sin leads me ultimately to a heightened level of holiness. Kedusha maybe a Ruach HaKodesh. So Kedusha leads me to Ruach HaKodesh, and Ruach HaKodesh maybe a Tchias. And ultimately, again, Ruach HaKodesh, that leads to Tchias. What that means to Tchias, the person himself has the power of Tchias. That's what it means is if everybody gets to the level of Ruach HaKodesh, Baruch brings us to Tchias and Mashiach. Chasidus, so the famous of the by the way, what's incredible about this, Ramchal, the most famous example, is the entire Sefer Mesilas Yesharim based on this statement that I've been talking about. So if it sounds familiar, it's because I've seen it in Shas a couple of times also, but it's also because the entire Ramchal, the entire Sefer is modeled on this idea. The most say, so you see we'll get into this more, and there's so much to say that we spend a week just on this tomorrow, just on this tomorrow. But then so I think the thing is that every spiritual growth is multiple steps, multiple sequential steps. One leads to the other, leads to the other,
basic sin that we have today. Is a siddur or called the maser, which today many people have maser is the usually used for a either the high holy day or festival. However, the word maser was used also for a regular siddur. A student of Rashi wrote a siddur. Maimonides, as part of his codification of the entire Torah, writes down the headings of the entire siddur for the entire year. So, but the first one who wrote down the siddur was Amram Goy. Till then, the chazan would really not just need to qualify for being able to read, or being able to sing, or whatever it was. The chazan was somebody who would know the prayers. Everybody sort of knew the Amida. and the Shema, and a few other key things. We remember the man of the Great Assembly, the Antichrists of Adola, Mordechai, his generation Ezra. They were the ones who composed the Shemona Esrei, the Amidah, and some other parts of the key elements of the davening. However, all the build-up that we have to it today, which came throughout the generations, was not really written officially. Amram Cohen was the first one who organized it again. He was the authority of the Jewish world, and therefore he was able to take that responsibility on his shoulders. The most famous of all the Gedolim,
also interprets things a little bit
the
differently
one
than
who
Rashi.
really we can say at the time was again mentioned if we would number 20, 30 people who were the cornerstones of Jewish life and Jewish learning and Jewish continuity. He would definitely be one of them. His name was Reb Sadia Cohen. Reb Sadia Cohen under these writes if it not for Sadia, the Torah would have been forgotten from the Jewish people. Reb Sadia Cohen lived at a time which the yeshivas in Babylon were more on the decline. Things sometimes were difficult. Financially things were difficult in general. There was a lot of internal politics and fighting from the country and also internal. Reb Sadia Cohen, he was born in the year 882 in Egypt, and he was an all-rounder. There was nothing that he could profess. We have 24 books that survived the war that he wrote. We have 24 books that he composed on a vast array of areas in Jewish thought, in Jewish literature, in Jewish poetry, in responsa, books on grammar, books on again on philosophy and on different other sort of subjects that were coming up at the time. A genius. He came at also a very key time as far as the internal problem, shall we call it, that was going on then within the Jewish people. There was the system, as we know, of the Reish Galusa. The Reish Galusa didn't usually,
on the condition,
many times didn't go from father to son. You had to fight for the position. There were qualifications. You had to be for David. So many times it didn't stay in the family. But there was a particular Reish Galusa
even if they say that
who had two nephews. The older nephew was a man called Onon ben David.
So ultimately,
And this
Shachas is like a fire.
although he was, again, from the family of the Reish Galusa, he was the older one of the two nephews who would even be the Reish Galusa didn't have any sons, and therefore the position was going to be up between one of these two nephews. For whatever reason, the rabbinate of the time deemed it fitting that the younger one of these two nephews should be the one to take the position of Reish Galusa. Something that Onon ben David took very offensively. He went to the Caliph, he went to the kings, the Muslim king of the time. The Caliph initially didn't hold them for anything worthwhile. He told them to say, the good thing about the Reish Galusa system for the Caliph or for the king of the time is that the Jews were out the way. The Reish Galusa taxed, the Reish Galusa was, had all the authority. Money came into the coffers of the king, and what do you want better? So he told him to go fly a guy. He said, that's it. When that didn't help,
I would say he's retreating
because of his rage against the rabbinate, it started brooding in him to start off a breakaway. To start off a movement which would be anti the rabbinate. And he started off a movement called the Karomim, or I think in English is the Karaites. The Karomim come from the word Karo, Mikra means scripture. And similar to the Tzdukim, to the Sadducees, something very similar woke up once again much later on in Babylon. He said, these rabbis come and say they have the Talmud, got this and they got that. Who said, don't believe them, we have
والراجل شغال ومنكر شغف بكيبوري بكان في كما باستا بيقول يعني الحاصل ميه ومنكر بالشغف in the pieces where they recognize both perhaps again diabetic is however, about shachas, the idea shachai in all the other but ultimately in the case of the shachas, the father, the dead will be very near. Yes, in the Bahal, and if it's the same case, Bahal will be near. About the Hanach in a more day, Sicha. So the bottom line is the three cases are smaller. Again, all these cases, both between shachas, the father, and the kind of standing, they all have their unique differences, and therefore they all have to be created. See, by the way, so it's the bottom line, that's the ongoing importance of there, and that we in these cases, by the way, so it's by the way, a lot of myself, a lot of ways you asking like every day, right? And as long as you're allowed to sell it, as long as it's over the condition of the things which seem to be saying that they're clearly, you must follow them absolutely. So for example, the famous one was, it says in the Torah, you're not allowed to burn a fire on Shabbos, and that's why the Goyim would have cold food on Shabbos, which was another the other stage where the Cholent idea came in, where the owner of the time, so Cholent is, what should we say, Cholent is 50 now, or it's 1400, 1300 years old. The idea was that he was, what's the situation? What's now? Hasn't kind of nice that we do the dangerous sect. Maybe I do the only allows in the previous cases.
Need to see if it to address them, or definitely not to make an institution to rebut them, but they were.
And therefore the Jews could cut it down.
They had some great following in that day.
But in the case of the animal, perhaps even like the guy says he's buying it, after says he's buying it, for the purpose of Shmita, because it's outside of my
says a person is not supposed to go away from his place on the Shabbos. Now the oral Torah tells us what that means. There's something called Kum Shabbos. The boundary, the place of how far you're allowed to go on Shabbos. Today, they limit for that is 2,000 almost 2,000 cubits outside the last house, the last structure of the city, of the town. That's the Kum Shabbos. Torah wants us, even if you're walking, Torah doesn't want us to go out, till the end of the day. Torah wants you to rest on Shabbos.
So interesting, not the same exact matter. I guess once again here we have the result that the salt one condition is accepted, that is enough to salt in life on the condition that it's accepted. And that concern
These were the kind of things
okay, what's
that they sort of
Mishnah,
went with.
I'm off on the base.
That worked from a political side of view.
You cannot rent
When Honor ben David eventually got a good following, he got to the caliph, he got to the king, and he got permission that since he was a breakaway from mainstream Judaism, that he could become the Reish Galusa over his people. His daughters is a different community. This is a different set of rules. They've got to have a Reish Galusa, to which the caliph agreed.
This is an area that David had never conquered on his own. In other words,
and he started having an influence on the ignorant masses, those who weren't under the direct influence of the yeshivas, as we said.
There's a whole discussion over here
The one who
about
stepped in
whether or not Aran
battle
Silva
them was
Syria
Reb Sadia Gaon.
has
This was one of
Kedusha
the major
as
things that
itself.
he had, that
That's
he
an
did. He
ongoing
wrote
process.
books.
See in the
He
Gemara.
wrote
So
a
the
book
Syria
which he
Kappa
clearly
must still
delineated
about
what the origins and the truth of the oral Torah, and that the Geonim and the Talmud were not standing up for things that they got a bit made up or wanted to bring in, but these are all solidly based from Moses from Sinai. He was a very big threat to the Quran, and until at one point he was physically assaulted by some of members from them and had to flee to Egypt. Sadia Gaon moved to Egypt and then moved away to Israel. He went to Tiberias, to Tiberias, where he also met, there was a great yeshiva over there. Tiberias still around, but things were still going on in Israel. The Gadol especially. There was a great yeshiva over there. Another sort of thing, another thing that happened was is that I think one of the only times in history that since the Jewish calendar was instituted, there was an argument as to exactly how things would be working, and there was the opinion in Tiberias was from the yeshiva over there that everything was a day off.
If nation might use the circle apple
a huge
have
amount
a
of
very
time and
interesting
effort
qualification.
to
In
reconcile
any
this.
areas
This
where
was
we
going
say
to be
any time that we
a
see this
threat
allowed
to,
to go ahead
again,
and
to the Jewish world at large.
or
And
home,
he,
right? It's
there
not
was a lot
really,
of
it's
internal
not really,
strife,
not really the
politics, even as
Jewish
to
home for
taking
just
sides
down
of
the
who
south
was right
purposes.
until
Why?
Reb Sadia
Because we
Cohen,
are
he
continuing
was,
to the
you
winters
know,
of Zono
when he
into
took
that
on something, he
environment
went
of
until the
Kabul,
end,
why?
as we saw with the
Shemar,
Quran.
lo
He didn't
sadi
stop
so
for
ira el
anything,
beishaha.
and he
You
didn't
shall not bring
settle
an abomination,
until
reference to
this was
Zono, into
reconciled.
your home.
In his lifetime, also,
Well,
Reb Sadia Cohen got into a bit of a riffraff with the Reish
no matter
Gavusa.
where you are,
The Reish
Putzlar,
Gavusa wanted him to sign a certain
Syria,
document to which he
Putzlar,
didn't agree,
and
and
Jewish back, your
there
background is
there
true.
erupted
What are we concerned about?
heat
We're
between
concerned
himself
that
and the Reish
the
Gavusa,
Akum
which took years
people
to
know
reconcile.
apparently people
This
do
was
know
Reb
who
Sadia
owns
Cohen.
that
But
house.
in the end of the
These
day,
people who know that
with
this is the
dignity, he
original
went
house.
through
Operating on
everything
Shabbos,
and
they're not going to
prevailed on all his battles.
and therefore they're
It's
going to assume that
interesting,
the Jew
the
is operating
Karaim
that house on
were
Shabbos.
are constant. They actually still
So
exist.
mine in Sarah
There's
Roma
about 300 families
So
in
what's that?
different
So
little towns
what
in
is the
Israel
meaning
today
of the phrase
who
that you don't
consider
even
themselves
have to
Karaim.
suffix? What exactly? What is that?
Zenith at the
Again,
high point,
according
they
to here,
number the
will be
Barovim.
their English, right? The first time the
People
English was
who kind
in
of
Maskilhem
had this group. Most of them
They
at
start
that
from a
time
sentence.
converted
Goes
to
without
Islam.
saying
It was
that you
once
can't
you're
let
out
them
the door.
feel it. So it's almost like it's like Pasha.
To most of
That you
them,
can't let them feel it.
there was
Why?
only a
What
stage
does that
with
mean?
for
You must
assimilation
distinguish in the
and
East
integration with the rest of the
So
people.
maybe
They
there's
weren't.
two
They
issues
didn't have a
that
backbone on their own.
Number
But
one, Chada,
the core
someone is
existed,
giving them
and
a foothold
constantly existed,
in
but
old
was
land
only
ownership
considered
in
to be
themselves. Yes, in
something to
Right, well,
address
Tiffany.
in the time of
Even though again,
Reb
if
Sadia
you rent
Cohen,
will not
as well as
sell,
a few
still,
hundred
you
years
think renting
going
a
down the
field
line every so often,
could be a
there
problem
was the issue of
hold
the
in Eretz
Karaim,
Yisrael. So
which
that's problem
had to
number
be
one.
addressed
But
by a
Chada
number
become
of
a
sages.
Furthermore, the Pashtus, if the field is rented by an Akum, the Gemara is suggesting
What
that perhaps
exactly happens
that
with that?
takes
I
away
don't
the kedusha of the land, and because of that, the
Well,
produce will be
I'm not
nicer.
sure
So
exactly.
you're removing the
you can maybe
kedusha of the
call them an
produce from
interesting
the
bunch, I
produce
guess.
by
But
renting
they
it
still,
out.
at least
So
they're the remnants of
and
them
they're
still.
in
They're
fact,
not
the case
strong.
back in
They're
money,
not,
there should be two pounds for renting a house.
the remnants of
Number
them
one,
do
Chada,
exist.
Chanias Kaba, you're giving up for holding the
Hopefully,
Chada become masculine in the Zuzah. Furthermore, if you rent a home to an Akum, ultimately again, it's no longer subject to the Zuzah. So you're taking away its kedusha from the Zuzah. On the Restream, no, the Zuzah is almost like that. It's interesting. The Zuzah is not a thing on the home. The Zuzah is an obligation on the dweller, right? Bahariah, the proof to that is, if I own a home, no one's living there, there's no obligation on the Zuzah. So therefore, again, the obligation of the Zuzah is upon me, Chova Sadar, not upon the home itself. Therefore, the act of renting out the home to the Akum does not remove the home from the din of the Zuzah, because there just is no din of the Zuzah, as opposed to, let's say, going ahead and renting the field to an Akum, but potentially you're removing the kedusha of the land. So it's incredibly important. So this Gemara is highlighting this idea that the fundamental difference between renting fields and renting homes. Renting fields is going to be more problematic in the position of right? Why? Because again, when you rent a field to an Akum, you're essentially doing two things. Number one, Lo Sichanim, you're giving them a quasi-foothold, an Akum quasi-foothold, quasi land ownership in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, you're removing the kedusha of the land. Now, this idea that rental of land to an Akum removes the kedusha of the land is a big focus. The Gemara is kind of going with that assumption. That's the double problem with renting field. That's why if you notice in Mishnah, both according to the mayor and Rabbi Yossi, you are not allowed to rent fields to an Akum in Eretz Yisrael. Right? According to both of them. So interestingly enough, then the focus is about renting homes. But again, everyone's going to agree that it's interesting. We're a little bit differently, but the rental of fields is a more severe issue than the rental of a home. Amazing. So one goes like this. In the Syrian Ashkenazim, and in Syria, you're allowed to go ahead and
that was it. There was going to be no Judaism.
So you're allowed to
That
rent
was
them
his
homes.
pitch.
So
And
was Maishman Mihira, I'm sorry, Maishman Mihira, so it's so, but why can't you sell them the home in Syria? Mishum Mihira there is Israel. Because we're concerned that if we allow you to sell a home to an Afghan in Syria, you're going to come to sell a home to an Afghan in Eretz Israel. The Syria Shinani is there. So that's the reason we should say you shouldn't be able to rent either. You shouldn't be able to rent a home to an Afghan in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an Afghan in Israel. No, Sarah says, keep Gufa Gzera, Va'ano Nikon, Vinigza Gzera. Someone says, no, because remember, technically speaking, there's nothing, like even renting a home to an Afghan in Eretz Israel, there's only a problem, lest you come to sell them at home in Eretz Israel. So now, we said, what are we going to do? We're going to start saying, you can't go ahead and even rent a home to an Afghan in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an Afghan in Eretz Israel, lest you come to then sell a home to an Afghan in Eretz Israel. It's too many steps to move. And we don't make desires like that. It's so many different ways. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, in Syria, you are allowed to rent a home to an Afghan. I ignore the us, he was studying the Syria, the car got you, one second. Well, we said, but in this area, you're not allowed to rent a field to an Afghan in Syria, and that's a multi-level layer of Syria. I mean, we see still to which the Gemara says, no, it's different. Hassan loves Syria. That's different. That's another Syria. Hasabar Kibush Yafet Shnei Kibush. So again, the issue is like this. Rabbi Meir holds that conquering of double amount conquering of Syria is actually a proper conquering, and was next to Eretz Yisrael with Kedushas and Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, again, you cannot rent a field to an Afghan in Syria, same way that you can't rent a field in Eretz Yisrael. Says Eretz Yisrael. I Gemara says, but if that's the case, Sada, the Isbei Tarti Gaza B'Ramadan, Batim, the less Beit Tarti Gaza B'Ramadan. But although, but still, Syria is different. Syria is different, and ultimately, again, in reality, not only applied the prohibition of renting fields, but not renting a home that's in Syria. So this is very interesting. The Meir's model, Syria essentially has Kedushas and Eretz Yisrael. But in Syria, Chazal only goes there on the rental of the field, ultimately again not the rental of the home. Okay, interesting. Good. The first line, the Gemara says, "Sabed is entirely Gaza." Interestingly enough, so I'm sorry. The first line, Sabed is entirely Gaza. Back in the last one, title of Gaza. So again, like we just said before, field and there's two issues. What are the two issues? Number one, what's the timing? Number two, you remove the obligation of timing. That's what Chazal goes there. But the rental of a home, really, again, there's only one potential thing Chazal will not goes there. All right, incredible. Yossi wanted before starting to steal land back. So Yossi says, in Chutz La'aretz, I'm sorry, there is so much going about this. So now again, remember, we come to the view of Yossi. So Yossi holds, in Eretz, you're allowed to rent them homes, can't rent fields. In Syria, you can sell them homes and rent them fields. And in Chutz La'aretz, zero, whatever you want. He says the Gemara, my time up, Sados is partly Kazra. So there's that like this. So Sados is in this is in Eretz Yisrael. So Sados that field have two issues. Right, remember, no second and removal of obligation of timing. Ultimately, again, you can't rent one after Eretz Yisrael. Right, so like Sados is entirely Gaza B'Rabban. Back in the entirely Gaza B'Rabban. Ultimately, again, one issue, namely the same Chazal will not go. Interesting. As with Syria Mokri, my time, what you see by Syria, you're allowed to sell, there. Or you say you could sell homes and rent fields. Kasabar, people Shafet emotionally. Abuse is of the opinion that ultimately the conquering of David of Syria did not annex the not have Kedushas Israel. The only way to have Kedushas Israel is if it's a war that is sanctioned by the country, right? And again, Charlie saw participated. Aram Silva Syria was David God's personal military campaign, but Yossi is of the opinion that that is not endowed with Kedushas Israel. Sade the state title by the Rabbanan, Fatim blessed the title by the Rabbanan, and therefore again Surya, ultimate so Surya does not have to be Shasar. So therefore again Rabbi Yossi says when it comes to the field, there's two issues, both Sichamim and no Meiser, Chazal would go and a home which only has one issue to it, Chazal would incredible. Overfoot starts nothing. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yossi holds that the starts, you can pretty much do whatever you want. So you must in my time up. Even the Merchat will that since foot starts is so far from Eretz Yisrael, Chazal wouldn't go there. They just weren't going on this. I'm not even going to show. I love Rabbi Yossi. So he was in Shul, I love Rabbi Yossi. I get what's Rabbi Yossi's position. Rabbi Yossi says, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes to an akum, but you can't rent fields. That's the logic behind that. Fields have two issues, both Sechanim giving them a foothold, and also you remove the produce from tithing obligations. Homes only have one issue of low Sechanim. Now remember again, renting the field to an akum technically speaking is not giving them a foothold. It's a zero of if you allow you to rent, you may come to sell. So therefore, so part one, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes, you can rent homes, you cannot rent fields. In Syria, you can sell them homes, which means you can rent homes, and you're allowed to go ahead and rent fields as well. What's the logic? Syria does not have Kibush Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Yak and Moshe. Kibush conquering of the land, ultimately again, did not fully annex it to Eretz. It's part of the territory of Eretz Yisrael, but it doesn't have Kibush Eretz Yisrael. Syria, therefore, again, you can even sell them homes, and you can go ahead and rent them fields. Now, you can't sell them fields, you can rent them fields. Why would we consider that? Because since fields have these double issue, we're a little more careful with it. You can rent them fields in Syria, you can't sell them fields in Syria, because we're concerned if you sell them fields in Syria, you may come to go ahead and engage in the same practices and it's totally problematic. And in Chudaretz, you can do whatever you want. That's the position of Rabbi Yossi. And Rabbi Yehuda says, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi. On Rabbi Yossi, Uberbav, Shelo Yasen Shkuna. Everybody knows. Yes, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi. But what can't you do? You can't sell off land in a way that makes an akum neighborhood. And our Shkuna akum, right? You can't make it an akum neighborhood. So the Gemara says, okay, but how much Shkuna? So how much is a Shkuna? So the Gemara says, Kana in Shkuna Kakusa Mishlosha B'nei Adam. So a shkuna has three families, three people. So this is interesting. Even in situations where you have the right to go ahead and sell off property. Halacha l'maisa, you can't go ahead and make a lakum shkuna to the so I have a lefis from the Azor Hayis from Nazbin Chata because the Azor Heichel Nazbin laid the trade. So I say, why are we concerned about the following? Look at Rashi. Lefis from the Azor Hayis, so the Shar say there's a boy, the Chata Nazbin Hayis. The Azor Ovi Chon Nazbin laid the trade. I'm going to sell to an akum, and maybe the akum is going to subdivide the lot and sell to two more akums. And now suddenly you have a shkuna. So maybe it's going to be problematic to sell to an akum altogether. To which the Gemara says, Amar Abaye, Alifnei Mefakdinon, Alifnei Delifnei Lo Mefakdinon. So little again, both said, so we actually saw this lashon before. Right? So little again, Alifnei Idar, if there's a stumbling block, you can only be concerned for what's in front of you, not for some potential yet unmaterial circumstance. Which I will say is another, as I was saying, you can only take into account that which you have in front of you at the moment. You can't start anticipating for every single circumstance that may or may not. So therefore, the whole thing is I can't sell to three akums. I can't say that if I sell the lot and the akum is going to subdivide it, and now it's going to be three akums. Could that happen? Sure, could happen. I'm obligated to take that into account. Absolutely not. Shabbos, remember again, last week we spoke on this idea just to reinforce the tremendousness of high school. I'll lift the Mefakdinon, I'll lift the Mefakdinon. So often in life, when you want to embark on a new life initiative, you need to think about all the different things that can go on. What about this? What about this? I'd love to be able to try this, but maybe this is going to happen, that's going to happen. And so often in life, people do this, and it results in analysis paralysis. If you analyze anything enough, all the different things that could go wrong, the only thing that makes sense is inaction. Imagine a person standing by the curb, right, ready to cross the street. You begin to think about all the possibilities. Well, again, something like this. I could trip and fall and upstairs. All the different things that could come. And you know what? Ultimately, safe, the only safe thing to do, ultimately, is to stand on the ground. Just stay where you are. That's safe. That's safe. Analyze any life initiative enough, and it will lead you to analysis paralysis. What the Chazal say, we're making decisions in life. Look at what's in front of you. Don't think about every single possible thing that can occur, because again, that will paralyze you. Make good life decisions with the information you have at hand and move yourself forward. That's what I did. After Malcolm Shabbat here, I remember the Mishnah said that even in a place where you have a right to go ahead and rent out a home to an akum, you cannot rent out a home to be used as a palace. So much as in the crowd, you could dip the rope remotely. So it's interesting. So it makes it sound like that there are places ultimately again where we do not rent homes to the akum on the days. The stomach having there. And also just to go ahead and make this family not in accordance with the position of Rabbi Meir. Because Rabbi Meir holds that in Eretz Yisrael we do not let homes to an akum. The Rabbi Yossi, the whole book of the Because Rabbi Yossi, we're allowed to rent anyway. Right? Remember again, the position of Rabbi Yossi that even in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to rent. So that statement seems to really be in control with the position of Rabbi Meir. The whole Mokom Mokom and Yossi was remember again, the Mishnah said that you're not allowed to rent out a bad house. The concern is that since everyone knows that the owner of the bad house knows that so even though the akum is in a rent, if he operates it on Shabbos, it's going to look like the Jews operating it on Shabbos. So the Gemara says, Tanya, the Shimon Yomer, plus have a cutoff makes 21 third line down. The Shimon Yomer. When you start again, in a Fatima, the Shimon Yomer, residents have been looking at that house. Because the bathhouse is known by the name of the Jew. Always called Chavim Mizeh, Oseh, Bom, Malacha, Shabbos, Shem. And what's going to end up happening? The other Chachamim is going to end up leaving on Shabbos. Makes sense. It's allowed. The problem just is, it's going to look like he's working for me, and I, the Jew, am operating my bathhouse on Shabbos and Yom Tov. About a kusim. What about a kusim? We have had a kusim before. Right? Remember again, a kusim. We're transparent to ourselves, but the conversion is subject to dispute. Is it authentic or not? What about a kusim? Sure. The Gemara says, but Kusi be permitted. The Gemara says, why? The Gemara says, about Kusi Mai, Shari. Kusi would ultimately again be permitted. Why was it now? The assumption of you is that Kusi doesn't work on Shabbos and Yom Tov, right? Because he keeps Shabbos and Yom Tov. So therefore, because of that, he's not going to operate it illegally. But the Gemara says, Kusi Imar Ovidei Malacha, the Cholo Shamoli. But again, Kusi is going to have it open on Chalamayit. It's not a Chalamayit person is not supposed to do Malacha. Shouldn't be thinking about that. And listen, why is it Kusi working on Chalamayit? She says, done, and I mean, I'm sorry. Kusi, go back to Rashi. Kusi, Rashi did us Kusi. Well, other than look at the shop, the Kolo Shamoy, I'll be the Medrash, so from Makashi. So Kusi do work on Chol. Shouldn't we be concerned that he's going to keep the bathhouse open over Chol? To which Gemara says, the Kolo Shamoy, Anan Nami Hachi. So the truth is, we also keep that house open on Chol. Because once Chol is allowed to do Malacha, the purpose of the Yom Tov, having a bathhouse. And people complain on Chol is a proper Yom Tov Malacha. So that's not a problem at all. So it's very interesting. Therefore, the Gemara suggests that here, the Halacha reminds you can't rent out your bathhouse to an akum. Why? Because it knows who the owner of the bathhouse is. Even though it's rented out to Yaakov, who operates in the shops in Yom Tov, people will assume that he's working for me. And therefore, I'm in my business, my bathhouse shops. That's what we see, because the police is not going to keep it open on Shabbos. When I was last day, all they go for them. About renting my field to all they go for. When it says, sure, that's permitted. Obviously, this is talking about not in Eretz Yisrael. So let's say in Chutz La'aretz, where everyone agrees to rent out a field to an akum, I'm allowed to rent out my field for my time. But why is that? If the akum is working the field on Shabbos and Yom Tov, shouldn't we be concerned that he's working for me? To which the Gemara says, my time, well, are you sasei ka'av? No, because his fields sharecropping is a very common thing. So when people see the uncle working in the field on Shabbos, they think he's a sharecropper. So because that, he's working for his own benefit. He's not working for them. Therefore, it's going to be permitted. It's going to be permitted. So the Gemara says, this is very interesting, right? Because the assumption is, since he's a sharecropper, he's working for himself. So why don't say the same thing by bathhouse? Maybe there's like a sharecropping, like remember the sharecropping arrangement. So essentially where the Akin's working like, he guarantees me a percentage, or either a percentage or some defined amount. So therefore, again, I'm guaranteed, but if he works on Shabbos, does work on Shabbos, I'm getting my payment. So therefore, when he works on Shabbos, he's doing that for himself. So why don't we say the same arrangement could exist by the bathhouse? I restate the Merchat's obligation. Because listen, that was not the type of arrangement that was commonly done by a bathhouse. Bathhouse wasn't like that. Bathhouse was a typical rent. So because of that, if the other is operating in a Shabbos, it looks like he is working on a bathhouse. As opposed to a field where it is common knowledge that most agricultural relationships were sharecropping arrangements. Therefore, when the Akum is working on the field, ultimately he's doing it for himself, and I am not deriving any benefit from that. Incredible. I was like to stop over today. Thank everyone for all of you. Have a wonderful day.
Rabbeinu Hoshea ended up in Kiruan, which is Tunis. There was
Good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be with you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Our annual commissar sponsor, Tulsa Shulman, dedicating all the children's rushes this year. And Skos, Sarah Shabbos, and our sponsors for the month of Thomas, the wine merchant, thanking us for all of the Nisim, both Diog and Giving. The miracle of Yarsan Shai wine 14 years ago, and makes Hashem such the greatest miracle of all. The arrival of Mashiach in Rather than Bathsheba, Ava Bathsheba, dedicating the Shurim and Josh's Lismo, Ilui Nishmas, Shabbos father, and Shalom Ben Yehuda Aryeh Vei. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Sammy Malka Esterson, in honor of Mr. Morton Esterson's 99th birthday. What a tremendous mazel tov, a tremendous bracha on Mr. Esterson. I would say he could be revenged with Arif Hashem and Mishran. The Baruch Hashem, he has enjoyed Arif Hashem and Mishran. He should continue to enjoy Arif Hashem and Mishran, to gain nachas from his beautiful mishpacha, and Mesh Hashem, and most of all, Mr. Esterson, to be a source of inspiration for us all, because anyone who knows Mr. Esterson knows what a tremendous individual, special and beautiful neshama that he is. One who has helped so many and inspired so many over the course of his 99 years in this world. And yes, should just give the call. Continue to inspire, to continue to uplift, to continue to really encourage us to become the best version of us. Of course, these dedicated our learning in the schools of our holy customs, the strong of the merit of our Holy Spirit, tremendous Yaakov Shmaya, safety, security, to continue to execute our holy mission, which will help the sisters by strong and Sanchez, Shari, Shmir, and Sierra, and Shnafakas, all the promises that we deserve to continue to
tremendous
horse
horse riders,
very wild and
very
we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem.
So they
21 years starting on top on the days 20 we are kicking up attitude that's turn around one 5 lines up from the forecast wide. So some really beautiful remarks in the best today. Turn around one. And the Shmark recalled the other. We must put in the same passage that we saw in yesterday's battle.
Poetry, philosophy, medicine. They had
We
everything
saw
going
this in
for
yesterday's
them.
daf. So literally at the end, you shall guard yourself from any evil thing. So what we saw in yesterday's daf is this is the pasuk
Especially in the Moorish
that teaches us about going on a spiritual offense. Identify the things that are going to get you into a bad spot in
that was
life.
certainly a place to be because the
And avoid
Moorish
them.
were very
Gemara
not
Dash
only
is over
tolerant of the Jews,
here.
but
Yahweh
went
Rebbe
to
Tuma
a
Balayla.
great
Literally, a
degree,
person shouldn't have
extremely
impure
inviting and
thoughts
respectful.
by day
They
and
respected
come to impurity at
philosophy.
night.
They
So the
respected,
pasuk, what the
custom
Gemara is saying,
and culture. And
is that if a person has impure thoughts by day, again, this goes to
contributed to this
matters
tremendously,
of
as we can
morality,
understand.
then will lead to a seminal mission at night. So if you save yourself from the impure thoughts by day, one will save themselves from the seminal emission by night. So it's along this same theme of spiritual proactivity. do what you can in order to go ahead and avoid the spiritual or the negative pitfalls of life. So we'll say it's actually interesting. I've often thought about this before. I've seen this line in Chazal a number of different times. But it's interesting to also understand the idea of Yom and Leila. Ultimately, again, as a reference to Yom being the good times of life, and Leila ultimately again becomes referencing it as perhaps in addition to just Pashat idea. Don't have impure thoughts by day, because if you do, it'll lead you ultimately again to similar mistakes. Or in a greater or in a kind of a more expansive way. Make sure that you're being spiritually proactive. Don't allow yourself to get into things that ultimately are going to only lead to a path of impurity. Be proactive, be forward thinking, be raw, ask and know Lord, understand certain activities will lead to certain results, and therefore avoid the activities from the beginning. But it can also mean the whole of the spiritual growth. There are different periods of life. There's Yom periods and there's Leila periods. Yom periods represent the times when everything is good. What should you do when things are good? Work on your peace. Bolster your spirituality. Because if you do that, then when life becomes difficult, when life becomes challenging, which inevitably it will, you will be spiritually prepared to meet those challenges. People like to think that you find God in the midst of adversity. Sometimes you do. Most of the time, in the midst of adversity, I'm just too focused on survival to worry about God, to worry about spirituality. But if I build my spirituality in terms of tranquility, then in times of adversity, I'm ready to meet the challenge. Perhaps that's what Shakti as well. Shelo Yahaher Adam Bayom. Yom represents the good times in life. Don't be Maharer. Maharer means like daydreaming. Daydreaming. Don't daydream when things are good. Don't coast when things are good. When life is good, when your family and your parnasa is good, when your health is good, that's dafka the time to push on all cylinders. That's dafka the time to put the pedal to the metal. That's dafka the time to work even harder. Don't go ahead and use the young periods of life and kind of just waste them and daydream. No, when life is good, life is stable, life is happy, that is dafka the time to push yourself harder even in your rookiness. Because if you don't do that, the yavel if you waste the periods of life and don't build yourself spiritually, then when you come to light, when you come to the difficult periods of life, which you will come to tumah. You won't know what to do. You'll be ruined. You won't know how to meet the challenge. You won't know how to meet the adversity. And unfortunately, you could spiritually fall apart. Those who daydream by day, those who squander the opportunity to build themselves spiritually when life is good, tranquil, and happy, ultimately fall apart in the midst of adversity. They come to tumah by life. Incredible usage. So we'll say, so now we're going to post something for the most incredible Gemaras in all of class. You can. I'm not Pinchas Ben Yoel. Based on this, the Pinchas Ben Yoel said as follows. He said as follows. Torah, Mediali Daisy Gibbs. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, the idea over here is as follows. Now, what does it mean based on this? But the previous Gemara was really teaching us this idea that life kind of periods of life bleed in one to the other, right? So literally translated, don't have impure thoughts by day, because you come to a similar understanding. So that which you do by day ultimately has an impact at night. Again, if we broaden our understanding, if you bolster yourself by going in the good times of life, you will be ready to meet the adversity and the challenge. So Vinod Benyar says, now that I understand that in life, every stage builds on the next. Every night builds on day, and therefore life is a series of subconscious steps. Based on our focus, says as follows. It's beautiful. Torah, reveal the daily deeds. So Torah, again, look at Rashi says, Ayidisha osek ba, ba'ol shara, or maybe that's hard shara mitzvah. So if a person, Torah quite literally means Torah. So Torah brings a person to Zehirus. I will
They
say this
quoted
is
from the
incredible. Now,
early
Rashi says
generation,
what's
we're
Ezekiel's?
quoting an Aharon,
Kishaveda
we're quoting from a later
Baliado
generation,
Zahir
makes a
Bishana,
difference.
Shula
The
Yukasha.
Rishonim are treated
So
on a higher
according to Rashi,
spiritual caliber, which
Ezekiel's
they were.
ultimately
They were
means
just
if I'm
lost
steeped
in
in
the
Torah,
And
then when
for
presented
example,
with the opportunity
the
to
yeshiva
sin,
world,
I will
you'll
be
have, if you're
vigilant
quoting
in
a
trying
Rishon,
to avoid
then
that
you,
pitfall.
you
Girded
can,
with
you
the
can
right
even,
spirituality,
you
I
can
will be
tell
armed to
something
go
by the
ahead and
wording they
avoid the
used.
pitfall of sin. Okay,
Because the
Ezekiel's,
wording they
maybe
used,
only
since
they
they were
Jesus. And
imbued
again,
with a
when I go
spirit of
ahead
Hashem, which was not
and I'm
parallel
careful to
later
avoid sin,
generations,
that leads
their
to
wording was
alacrity
their
in the
wording is
performance of
exemptive.
mitzvahs.
They said this
Jesus,
way,
right?
not
Because
that
remember,
way.
like Gabriel
That
says,
means something.
Sunni Ra,
Later generations,
Yaseto.
the idea
Avoid evil and do
is the
good.
idea
So
that
if I'm
you
zahir,
can
if I'm
today,
careful with the avoidance of
you know,
Avila, then
one could
ultimately,
argue,
again, I will come
relatively
to
speaking, with
Jesus,
an
to
Aharon.
alacrity in the performance of
Very
mitzvahs.
difficult to go argue with a
Jesus,
Rishon.
Mevili Denikios.
That's
Ultimately, again, if there's
taking much more of a
Jesus,
bold
right,
step.
and I'm
Not
focused
always
on
is that
performing
possible.
mitzvahs with zeal and with alacrity, that leads to cleanliness. Rashi says cleanliness from what? Cleanliness from sin. Because if
As
I'm
we said,
so
the Moorish were
focused
very
on alacrity
cultural,
and
very,
I'm
very
so
pragmatic.
focused
They wanted all of
on the
this to go
zeal
on. They
and the
wanted
slavos
doctors, they
for
wanted
mitzvahs,
philosophers, they
then
wanted
by definition
writers,
I'm
they
avoiding
wanted
the
people of
temptation to sin.
profession. So there's no reason
Nikias,
to go up
maybe
against
in
the
the
tree. You use
Jesus,
his, you
and
use
if
his
I'm lucky,
talent.
if I'm free from sin, right, if I'm
And
cleansed from sin, so to
everywhere where
speak,
they
that
conquered,
leads to
that's how they
precious.
swept through North
Precious, Rashi
Africa
says,
until
means
they got to
I
Spain.
recognize that even in the realm of that which is
When
permitted,
they did get
I
to
still
Spain,
have to
the
draw
Jews
my
followed,
lines. Just
and
because
some
something is permitted doesn't mean that I
magnificent
should do it.
Jewish
Rashi says,
communities
"Achni
started
davar
to
hamukar
blossom
polish
in
v'hachmi
Spain.
alatzmo."
You had
Even something that's
Cordoba,
technically permitted,
Barcelona,
I'll draw my line and not
Sevilla,
indulge in it.
you had
First white
Madrid.
line,
These
precious,
were all
maybe only de
magnificent
taro,
Jewish
and ultimately
communities.
I am precious,
In
separating
Spain, then you
myself
also
even
had
from
that
that which is
was just
permitted.
the center of
Because
the
I know
world
that I
for
don't need it,
knowledge.
that leads
Just
to a sense of
back
beautiful
these, the
purity.
Moorish had a
Taro,
library of
maybe only de
400,000
So Taro
manuscripts.
ultimately
The
leads to a
greatest
sense of
library in the
Hasidus.
world was in
Remember
Spain.
again, which makes sense because
And that was the
precious
that
means
was the
going and separating
goings on
myself
the street.
ultimately, even from the
You
things
know,
that are
people
permitted,
in the
but I
street,
know that I don't
philosophy,
need, I don't want to
and
overindulge.
culture
That
was
leads to a sense of
honored.
purity.
And when
Purity
the
leads to
Jews contributed to this, they were
A
put up on a
chassid is someone
pedestal.
who goes above and beyond expectations. Chassidus, maybe you'll be I know.
We had our number of Jews which we'll go through.
Because again, even once I become a
Which,
chassid, I recognize that
part
there's
of
so much
this
more that I
golden
could be
era,
doing that
which
in
we go
general
through
is not
300 years
humility.
from about
Another
the
need
year
and maybe a
1000,
leader you
coming over to the, about the year
humility
3900
leads to a
in
sense
the common
fear
era.
of sin.
We lived in
Because once
Spain.
I'm humble and
We're
I
finishing the whole
recognize
tonight.
how much more I
But we're
have
going
to
to
do,
work up to
I'm
what I
even more
would say is a
vigilant
crescendo,
about avoidance of
which
sin.
works up
You
to
got
the
taken
era
really
of
ridiculous.
Maimonides.
And ultimately, again, the spirit of sin
Next
leads
week
me
or maybe the
ultimately
week
to a
after, we'll talk
heightened
about
level of
Maimonides.
holiness.
But bear in mind
Kedusha,
the
maybe a
backdrop
Kodesh.
of where
So
Maimonides
Kedusha leads me to
is
Ruach
coming from.
HaKodesh.
What
And
kind of
Ruach
era
HaKodesh
did he live in?
maybe a leader to Kesanasi. And ultimately, again, Ruach
As we
HaKodesh,
know many
that leads
times,
to
when things are going
what
well,
that means to
the
Kesanasi.
Jew responds with
Sometimes the
assimilation.
fact that Kesanasi, that's what it means
Which we
is
know,
if everybody
it's a
gets
fact
to
of
the
history
level
when
of
you're
Ruach
accepted,
HaKodesh,
so you like
the
to know.
Shkaru brings us to Kesanasi and
However,
the
in this era, in
Hasidus,
the Spanish
depends
Jewry,
on the
and
vineyard. And by the way,
much
what's the
less
you know,
due
Ramchal,
to
Moshe Kamentzat,
very
is entirely from
towering
Siyasi
proud
Sharon
Jewish
based on
leadership
this statement
that
of
they possessed. That
the sound
Torah leadership, political leadership,
and
we'll speak
also,
too
but
of
it's also
today.
because the entire account, the entire session is
Leaders who were
on
proud,
this idea.
religious
So
Jews.
you see, we'll get
The
into
first
more
one
and so much
was called
discussion.
Chastai Imshak. They're all very Sephardic. And indeed, we're talking about Sepharad, Sepharad in Spain. An advisor and a doctor and a statesman of the Caliph in Cordoba. Again, he knew a multitude of languages. He could speak to you in Hebrew, in Arabic, and in Latin. He was so fluent in Latin that when an old manuscript was brought and the Caliph wanted to know what it was talking about, one particular monk started reading it off in Latin, and simultaneously Chastai was translating it into Arabic. This was, he was super religious and a very good-hearted man.
Why is that?
And
Why is
he was an example to the entire community. He had many projects he sort of started off. There was a great respect in in Spain at the time, in the era of the time, for grammar. Language was something important. And Chastai imported me from somewhere North Africa two great Jewish grammarians. No. People of grammar. Linguists, right, of Hebrew. One called Dunash ben Labrat, the other one called Menachem ben Zaruk. Both of whom are quoted quite often in Rashi. These are landmark Jewish people who knew what they were doing in grammar, and he brought them in order to be on par with what had to be on par with in those days.
There's a defined path.
He was also instrumental. He was right at the beginning of when the wars conquered Spain and when the Jewish people came into Spain.
You know, it's even just from the heroes.
There was a
one spiritual growth.
and he was really made it his life's
What are you going to start
project
with?
that
What's
there
next?
should become a yeshiva in Spain.
And
And
Hasidus,
he
you
did
don't
not
want
only
to
succeed.
and of all
We
these
mentioned
things, the
before,
Gemara writes,
there was one of these
Hasidus is the
four
greatest.
shipwreck,
Shneimar
not
has
shipwreck,
the
but four rabbis on a shipwreck, but one of these four captured sages ended up in Cordoba. Now, what happened was an interesting story. Was this sage was called Rabbi ben Chanoich. His wife and his child came and he concealed sort of, maybe not his identity, but his greatness. Jewish family came out that the community in Cordoba took pity on them and, ransomed them and he became the Shamash and the Shul.
Again extols the Chassid.
Keeping a very low profile. There was a sort of yeshiva, there was a yeshiva in Cordoba headed by Rabbeinu Nosson.
So what is the greatest of all these
Rabbeinu
mitzvahs?
Nosson was teaching the tractate
Is it
of
by
Yuma,
Nava?
the tractate
And
that
what's
deals
the
with Yom
truth is?
Kippur, which is itself
Both.
goes on to many other subjects and gets very complicated. And there was a
I
certain
need
part
to become a Chassid. I need
which
to become a person who doesn't
Rabbeinu
just
Moshe, the Shamash, was eavesdropping to, and he saw that Rabbeinu Nosson was ignorant of a certain part of the Talmud. He could contain himself no longer and blurted out, well, I think the meaning is such and such, and everybody was very taken aback, including Rabbeinu Nosson. Rabbeinu Nosson was a humble and truthful man. He immediately resigned from his position, stepped down as Rosh Hashiva, and was instrumental in making this Moshe ben Chanoich the Rosh Hashiva of Cordoba. When he became Rosh Hashiva, he was again a student of Rabbi Hagon, a direct link to the magnificent Torah center of Babylon. And when that happened, then he knew how to run a yeshiva. He was sent out by his teacher to fundraise for the yeshiva. He was the one who built up this yeshiva in Cordoba again to be a tremendous Torah center. With the direct influence of Chastai Ibn Shaprut, who was up there, and they say the Hoche Fenster, he was up there in the annals of the Spanish Empire, and was able to, from a political and from a monetary perspective, to get this established. As we said, Mr. Moshe had the son called Chanoich,
on the condition that
Rabbeinu Chanoich, who took over his father.
that's what he got. Ramirez says,
This Rabbeinu Chanoich had a student
Ramirez
who was
says,
called
only
Reb
self-employed
Shmuel.
youth has been cut down.
Not a very
Shabbos says, so
big issue
interestingly
regarding
enough, so
what
three
happened was,
different cases.
is
First
that
was Tree, Elon, second was
at one point
Shachas, Carter,
Cordoba
third
was
was
invaded
Thomas
by the
Stanley.
Berbers.
In all of these
Berbers were the
cases,
wild tribe, the fanatical Muslims, who didn't let who killed Muslim and Jew alike. Everybody, they were the Muslims. And these borders were very far from the Muslims. In their eyes, everybody had to run, had to escape Cordoba if they were able to. Between the refugees was this Reb Shmuel. He was reserved, but a very wise man and genius man. Knew again many languages and an all-rounder. Torah and philosophy. He was a great poet. Including one of his great qualities was he was very good in calligraphy. Now, he ran to Malaga. In Spain. And in Malaga, you had the vizier, who was the second to the king,
but ultimately, again, there's no recognizable Sheva. Right? No recognizable
letters to be sent to wherever he was going to find, how things are going in Malaga, how things back home. The problem was he had the very backward and ignorant Kurd, rather cut rights Arabic properly. Just one as capable, and they were looking for somebody to do the writing for them. I'm sure that opened up a spice store from the palace of the vizier of Viceroy. And somehow they got wind that this Jew sitting in the little spice store learning was a very good at languages and at writing. So they kind of came out to him and asked him if he was able to write the letters in Arabic to the vizier, which he did. The vizier was very impressed. He knew this wasn't anyone of his men who was writing these letters. He eventually, when he came back, he invited Rabbeinu Shmuel to come back with him into his court and serve as his advisor and statesman. In fact, Rabbeinu Shmuel became known soon as Rav Shmuel HaNogid, Rav Shmuel the Prince. He was the right-hand man of the vizier, and on his deathbed, the vizier confessed that basically the country was being run by Rabbeinu Shmuel. The king heard of this, and when the vizier died, appointed Rabbeinu Shmuel HaNogid as the vizier, as the second to the king. He became known as Rav Shmuel HaNogid until he became Rabbeinu Shmuel the Prince. He was an unbelievable talker. He gave great amounts to charity. He had the ability. He supported Israel. Don't forget the war. He had the famous thing was that the oil lamps in the shul in Jerusalem were donated from him. He had the oil going in Jerusalem. What he did was, besides pouring out money to tzedakah, he also hired a team of scribes to copy the Talmud. This is before printing. The Talmud was written in one manuscript here, one manuscript there, and you're sitting there writing the entire Talmud. This is a job of a lifetime, maybe. A scribe was able to write one copy, two copies, and if he was quick, he was able to write more. But because of that, the Talmud was scarce. You had even in the days after printing, we'll see that to have a set of Shas, to have a set of Talmud was a rarity. A town with a shul and a rabbi and everything would not necessarily have an entire Shas, even after printing. Just printing became more popular and books became cheaper. But then there was a great need for manuscripts, and he employed a team of scribes. And this, because of him, the Shas Gemara became more widespread and more learned throughout the Jewish world. He had connections as well with Babylon, the community in Babylon. He was a very straight person, a very honest person, in a country where corruption prevailed. That's just the way it was. You had to schmear your way through everything. You couldn't say, well, you couldn't go to the post office and buy a stamp without giving a donation to the post office, to the postman. Otherwise, just plain and simple, what make your stamp? Or, mafia in a country like that, where that's just the name of the game. To have an honest person like that was both a role model and something to and he had enemies for, which he did. But he had the protection of the king who saw in him the man that he was, and Shmuel HaNogid, and didn't allow anybody to touch him. He did write a book. This book is printed in the back of the Gemara, and it's called Mavoi HaTalmud, the entry to the Talmud. And what it is he's actually printed in the shape of a Talmud, but no, sorry, that's something else. It's printed, it's printed in the back of the first packet of Prophets, and it gives you the history of the Talmud, the history of So besides all we was doing, he wrote this short but very nice book, Till Today, by young boys who are going to start learning Talmud. I personally learned these parts of Rova Talmud before we started learning Gemara, just to understand, because what the Mishnah is and what a Baraisa is, but the one who goes into the Mishnah, he tells you who can argue with who, which generation lived when, and he gives you sort of some rules of how to learn Gemara. This was Rabbi Shmuel Hamnogi. With having such people, we're talking about a span of about 100 years from Chasdai Ibn Shabrut and Rabbi Shmuel Hamnogi, who were the leading figures of the time.
Right?
Proud Jewish people who held such high positions to be performed. Spirituality and community life flourished. There were a number of great Jewish men that lived at that time. We're going to finish it off next week. Who were all tremendous Jewish figures. There was Ibn Gabirul, who in a great big funeral, you won't see his name in many places, but you'll see his pronouns. We just have a lot of liturgy, have a lot of poetry that we say, especially on big days. Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, many Ashkenazim get away with a lot of it. If you go to a Sephardi shul, you'll be there from 6 o'clock in the morning until maybe 12, 1 in the afternoon straight. Saying what mostly is liturgy.
So my
Beautiful
in Roma Sadas.
in that era,
So
poetry was
so
very
what
much
is the meaning
respected
of
and
the
held high.
phrase that you don't
And
even
some of the
have to
greatest
include
Jewish
Sadas?
poets of all time
Exactly?
lived
What is that?
in that,
It's
in
going to get
Spain,
according over
in
here
this
to
era,
Rabbi Meir
and
English, right? The first one
composed
was
beauty
in
and poetry, which we have till today, and are part and parcel of the
Then
davening
start
on
Roma
various
Sadas.
days.
Goes without saying that you can't rent them fields.
Was one
So
of
it's
them.
almost like
You,
it's like
if you
it's
want to
like
look
partial,
out for him
but
many
you can't rent them
places,
fields.
you'll
Why?
see that
does
many
that mean?
poets,
So maybe we should
Chief was one of the
So
greatest.
maybe there's
Many
two
poets
issues
signed
with
their
renting
name
fields.
in
Number one,
their poetry.
Chamias Karma. The one that's giving them
The
a
beginning of
foothold
every
in
stanza was
land
will
ownership
spell
and
out
yes,
Shlomo
like
Ibn
most
Gabirol.
Sikhanim. So even though again if you're rental not a sale, still
You'll see it.
giving renting
This is
a
not
field to
for
an
now,
animal
but you'll
could
see
be a
it
problem of
in the
creating a foothold in Eretz
Chodoti.
Yisrael. So that's problem number one.
See
But
the
Chazal to
Chodoti.
come
Next time you look at the
furthermore,
Siddur,
Pashtus,
if
the field is rented by an
Chodoti
animal,
was about a man who lived about
you
500
are
years ago
suggesting that
in
perhaps
Tzfat.
that takes away
The
the
Arizal,
kedusha
Rabbi
of
Yosef
the
Karo,
land.
in his day, the
And
one who wrote the
because of
Shulchan
that,
Aruch,
the
he was
produce
called
will be
Shlomo
nicer
El-Kabetz.
exempt. So you're removing
Okay.
the
Now, the
kedusha
Shlomo
of the produce from the
if you
produce
look at the Chodoti,
renting
the
it out.
beginning of every
Maybe
stanza
that's the issue.
spells out
And
Shlomo
if that's the case,
Levi.
there should be two columns of renting a house for number
So
one, Chada,
that's what they
and
made. They
yes,
signed their names in the poetry. For example, the Apollo's Sur.
Furthermore, if you
That we
rent
say
a home to
on
an
Hanukkah.
ultimately
We don't know
again,
exactly who it
it's no
was,
longer
but we do
subject to
know
mezuzah.
it was
So
written by a man called
you're
Mordechai.
taking away its
Because
kedusha
the beginning of
from
every
mezuzah.
stanza
Search
is always true.
no,
So if
mezuzah
you look
called
at
us
the Siddur,
It was
it
interesting.
spells the word
Mezuzah
love.
is not a din on the
Uh,
home.
So
Mezuzah is an
remember as well, it's
obligation
a very
on the
important
dweller.
thing to
Right?
know,
So, all
when
right,
we
the
stay
proof
up
to
all
that
this
is,
liturgy,
I own
when
the
we
home. No
turn
one's living
pages
there.
and maybe look
There's
at
no
the rocket shul,
obligation of
you've got to
mezuzah.
remember
So therefore,
we're
again,
not saying
the
the
obligation of
same
mezuzah
size
is upon
liturgy,
me,
we're saying
Chova
Jewish history.
Shadar, not
Every one
upon
of
the home
these
itself. Therefore, the
poems
act of
had a
renting
composer,
out the
have a
home to a
composer.
person
This
is not to
time in Spain
remove
or
the home
earlier,
from the
or
din of
times of,
mezuzah, because there just
each
is
one
no
of them
din
carried
of mezuzah on
a
it.
great
As
message.
opposed to, let's say, going
Rabbi
ahead
Shlomo
and
Ibn
renting
Gabirol
a
was one of the
field
greatest
to an
Jewish
home,
poets
where
the Jewish
potentially
world
you're
ever
moving
saw.
the kedusha out of the land. So
His
it's like, so it's
poetry and
incredibly
liturgy
important.
are
So
included
this
in
Gemara is
Rosh
highlighting
Hashanah
this
Yom
idea
Kippur Davening.
that the fundamental
He
difference
was from
between
Saragossa
renting
in
fields and
in,
renting
in
homes.
Spain.
Renting
He
fields
was an
is going to be
orphan,
more problematic
and
than
sort of had to make his way from one
right?
town to the other,
Why?
from one
Because
community to
again, when you
another,
rent a field to
until
an uncle,
Rabbi
you're
Shmuel
essentially doing
Hamnogi,
two things. Number one,
being the man who he was,
you're giving them a
sponsored him,
quasi
sort of.
foothold, an quasi
He
foothold,
aided his
quasi
table,
land ownership.
and because
In
he
Eretz
saw his
Yisrael. Number
talent that he
two,
had,
you are
and
removing
Shlomo
the
Ibn Gabirol
kedusha of the land. Now this idea that rental of land to an Akum removes the kedusha of the land is a big machlokas. The Gemara is kind of going with that assumption. That's the double problem with renting field. That's why if you notice in Mishnah, both according to the mayor and Rabbi Yossi, you are not allowed to rent fields to an Akum in Eretz Yisrael. Like, according to both of them. The interesting enough, the machlokas is about renting homes. But again, everyone's going to agree that it's interesting. We're a little bit differently, but the rental of fields is a more severe issue than the rental of a home. Amazing. So I'm going to go right there. I'm just showing my screen back. And in Syria, you're allowed to go ahead and this is the vision here. It's so you're allowed to rent them homes. So there's a nice number of Mechira. I'm sorry, nice number of Mechira. So what's I say? Okay, but why can't you sell them a home in Syria? You assume Mechira there is Israel. Because we're concerned that we allow you to sell a home to an Akum in Syria, to sell a home to an Akum in Eretz Yisrael. Mechira Sinam Yizah. So that's the which we say the same. You don't rent either. You should be able to rent a home to an Akum in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an Akum in Eretz Yisrael. No, the Rebbe says. He gufa gzera, va'ana nikom v'nigza gzera gzera. Someone says no, because remember, technically speaking, there's nothing like even renting a home to an Akum in Eretz Yisrael. There's only a problem lest you come to sell them a home in Eretz Yisrael. So now we said, what are we going to do? We're going to start saying you can't go ahead and even rent a home to an Akum in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an Akum in Eretz Yisrael, lest you come to then sell a home to an Akum in Eretz Yisrael. It's too many steps to remove, and we don't make zeros like that in so many different ways. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, in Syria you are allowed to rent a home to an Akum. I ignore the us. He was studied the Syria. Because that's one second. Well, we said that in Mishnah, you're not allowed to rent a field to an Akum in Syria, and that's a multi-level layered Syria. We see still in for which the Gemara says, no, it's different. Hasamad Syria. That's different than that genetic Syria. Asavar kibush yafet shmei kibush. So again, the issue is Rabbi Meir holds that conquering the double amount of Syria is actually a proper conquering and was the next to Eretz Yisrael with Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, again, you cannot rent a field to an Akum in Syria in the same way that you can't rent a field to an Akum in Israel. Simply, Syria's Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. I have Gemara says, but if that's the case, so that the estate hierarchy does it with back in the less spectacular does it, but still Syria is different. Syria is different, and ultimately, again, in reality, Chazal only applied the prohibition of renting field, but not of renting a home in Syria to an Akum. So what's this very interesting? So therefore, in Rabbi Meir's model, Syria essentially has Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. But in Syria, Chazal only goes there on rental of the field, ultimately again not the rental of the home. Okay, interesting. Good. The Chutz La'aretz, so the Gemara says, Sodeh is the entirety does it around. Interestingly enough, so when it's the Chutz La'aretz, Sodeh is the entirety does it around. Often the less we try to look at it. So, good. So again, like we just said before, a field, there's two issues. What are the two issues in the field? Number one, most of the time, right? Do not give them a home. And number two, you remove the obligation of trying to. That's when Chazal goes there. But the rental of a home, where really again was only one potential thing, Chazal were not closing out on anything. So, very incredible. Rabbi Yossi ordered before starting to feel that back. So Rabbi Yossi said, in Chutz La'aretz, I'm sorry, Eretz Yisrael, let's go about this. So now again, remember, we come to the view of Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi holds, in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to rent homes, rent them fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes and rent them fields. And in Chutz La'aretz, you could do whatever you want. So says the Gemara, my time, Sados disputarti gazburabon. So Ramir's logic is like this. So Sados, I remember again, this is in Eretz Yisrael, right? This is in Eretz Yisrael. So in Eretz Yisrael, so Sados that have fields that have two issues, right? Remember again, no sechanim and removal of obligation of housing. Ultimately, again, you can't rent an Akum in Eretz Yisrael. Right? Like, Sados is about Tarti Gazabaraban. Back in the last two Tarti or Gazabaraban. But ultimately, again, with this only one issue, namely Los Sechanim, Chazal were not interesting. Syria Mokum, my so what's Rabbi Yossi's logic in Syria? You're allowed to sell homes, you're allowed to sell fields. What's the logic there? Or I say you could sell homes and rent fields. Kasava, Kibush Yakir, most Rabbi Yossi's of the opinion that ultimately the conquering of Dalara of Syria did not annex the Palestine, did not have Kedusha. The only that Kedusha starts to sell is if it's a war that is sanctioned by the country. And again, Klal Yisrael participated. Aram sold the Syria was governed as personal military campaign. Rabbi Yossi's of the opinion that does not valid with Kedusha status. We saw that the Iskay Taki was Rabbanan, Hakim was Kata was Rabbanan, and therefore again in Syria, ultimately, Syria does not have Kedusha status. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yossi says when it comes to Syria, there's two issues: both the name and the Meister. Chazal goes there, but a home which only has one issue to it, Chazal will not. Incredible. Ubechutz la'aretz mokum. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yossi Ubechutz la'aretz, you pretty much do it. So the Gemara says, "My time, even the Merchak lo gadol." Since Chutz la'aretz is so far from Eretz Yisrael, Chazal weren't chosen. They just weren't chosen on this. I'm not even going to show up. Rabbi Yossi. So he was in the Shulchan Aruch Rabbi Yossi. Again, we'll say, so let's review. What is Rabbi Yossi's position? Rabbi Yossi says, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes to an akum, but you can't rent fields. What's the logic behind that? You also have two issues, both Sechanim, giving them a foothold, and also you remove your produce from tithing obligations. Only have one issue with the Sechanim. Now remember again, renting the field to an technically speaking is not giving them a foothold. It's a zero, and if you allow you to rent, you make a sell. So therefore, this is part one. In Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes, you cannot rent fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes, which you rent homes, and you're allowed to go ahead and rent fields as well. What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Syria does not have Kedusha status. Kibush Yakin Moshe. Kibush, that was conquering of the land. Ultimately, again, did not fully annex it as part of the territory of Israel, but it doesn't have Kedusha status. So in Syria, therefore, again, you even sell them homes, and you can go ahead and rent them fields. Now, you can't sell them fields, you can rent them fields. Why? What are we different, right? Because since fields have these double issue, we're a little more careful with this. You can rent them fields in Syria, you can't sell them fields in Syria, because we're concerned if you sell them fields in Syria, you may come to go ahead and engage in the same practices in Eretz Yisrael problematic. And in Chutz la'aretz, you can do whatever you want. That's the position of Rabbi Yossi. And Rabbi Yehuda says, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi will divide, Shelo Yasen Eshku. This is very interesting. Yes, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi. But what can't you do? You can't sell off land in a way that makes an akum in an not akum. You can't make it. So the Gemara says, okay, how much do you know? So how much is it? So the Gemara says, so Shkuna is 3 families, 3 people. So this is interesting. Even in situations where local Lamaisa, you have the right to go ahead and sell off property. A local Lamaisa, you can't go ahead and allow an akum shkuna to do that. So as I have a relationship with them, also high so not going to have a but also hateful not doing it. So it's like, why are we concerned about power? We did actually. Make some other high so the charts there is a the kind of Muslim high is. But as I open come back to the trade. I'm going to sell to and then the akum is going to subdivide the lot and sell to two more akums. And now suddenly you have a shuna. So maybe it should be problematic to sell to an akum altogether. To which the Gemara says, I'll lift the lifting room effect. So little again, so we actually saw this lashon before, right? So little again, for listening either, if the person is stumbling block, so you can only be concerned for what's in front of you, not for some potential yet unmaterialized circumstance. Which I will say is another Chazal saying, you can only take into account that which you have in front of you at the moment. You can't start anticipating for every single circumstance that may or may not occur. Therefore, the halacha is I can't sell for 3 apples. I can't say that if I sell the lot, the apples will subdivide it, and now it's going to be fiat. Could that happen? Sure, could happen. I'm obligated to take that into account. Absolutely, yeah. So once remember again, last week we spoke on this idea of just to reinforce the tremendous gospel. And lifting the fact and lifting the fact is so often like when you want to embark on a new life. So you think about all the different things like, what about this? What about this? You know, I'd love to be able to try this, but maybe this is gonna that's gonna happen. And so often life people do this and they result in analysis paralysis. If you analyze anything enough, all the different things that could go wrong, does that make sense? Is inaction. Imagine a person standing by the curb, right, ready to cross the street. You begin to think about all the possibilities. Well, again, car accident could come like this. I could trip and fall on a bus. All the different things that could come. And you know what? The only thing that's safe, the only safe thing to do, ultimately, is to stand on. Just stay. That's safe. That's safe. Analyze any initiative enough, and it will lead you to analysis paralysis. Therefore, as I'll say, when making decisions in life, look at what's in front of you. Don't think about every single possible thing that can occur, because again, that will paralyze you. Make good life decisions with the information you haven't had, and make yourself. That's what I think. After all, some of us here, I remember the mission said, that even in a place where you have a right to go ahead and rent out a home, without home, you cannot rent out a home to use as a shower site. You must you could look at the law immediately. So it makes it sound like that the opposite is ultimately again where we do not rent homes to the communities. It's common to be made. And also just to go ahead and make the Spanish not in accordance with the position of the because the near host and Eretz Yisrael we do not let homes to a home. We Rabbi Yossi, the whole book probably. Because Rabbi Yossi, we're allowed to rent anyway. Right? Remember again, the position of Rabbi Yossi is that even in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to rent. So that statement seems to really be in conformance with the position of Homa Homa. Which remember again, the Mishnah says that you're not allowed to rent at a site. The concern is since everyone knows that the owner of that house will know that it's even though the people who are renting, if you place it on Shabbos, it's going to look like the Jews operating outside Shabbos. So you might say, you're a Shimon Wheel Omer, let's have a couple of 21 June, third line down. Shimon Wheel Omer. When you start on the Fatima Omer, was found there, as many copies of the
because the bathhouse is known by the name of the Jew. The always called them Zah, also the Malacha, the Shabbos. And what's going to end up?
It was like the code of Jewish law.
The other called
That was the
end
first
up
thing.
using it on Shabbos.
Well,
Makes sense. He's an
shape
Achel,
a
he's
killer
allowed to.
talent.
The
But if
problem
you
just
wanted to have
is,
a place
it's
where
going to
you're
look
able
like
to
it's
learn
going to look
through
like
Jewish
who's
law
working
just
for
to get
me,
the basic
and
idea.
I, the Jew, am operating my
Many copies of
bathhouse
the
on
Bible
Shabbos.
found them.
About a pussy, man. What about a pussy? We had a pussy before, right? Remember again, the pussy, the transcribes are so converted, but the conversion was subject to dispute. Is it authentic or not? What about a pussy? Sorry. The Gemara says, but a pussy will be permitted. The Gemara says, why? The Gemara says, about pussy, about a pussy, my sorry. Pussy would ultimately again be permitted. Why was it not? The assumption of it is that a pussy doesn't work on Shabbos and Yom Tov. Because he took Shabbos and Yom Tov. So therefore, because of that, he's not going to operate it illegally. But the Gemara says, pussy imar avidei malacha, the cholol shamoy. But again, but a pussy is going to have it open on Cholamayit. And still on Cholamayit, the person is not supposed to do malacha. Shouldn't we be concerned about that? That was why is the pussy working on Cholamayit? Rashi says, you'll be done, and I'm sorry. Pussy, go back to Rashi, pussy. Rashi did not say pussy. No other malacha b'shabta, the cholol shamoy, avidei lemedus, shochem b'chayshi. So pussy do work on Cholamayit. So shouldn't we be concerned that it's going to keep the bathhouse open for Cholamayit? To which the Gemara says, the Cholo Shamoy Anan Nami Hafri. So the truth is, we also keep bathhouses open for Cholamayit. So Cholamayit, we're allowed to do more for the purpose of the Yom Tov. While having bathhouses open for people to Cholamayit is a proper Yom Tov Malacha. So that's not a problem at all. So what's the very interesting is for the Gemara suggests over here that Halach Lamaisa, you can't rent out your bathhouse to an Achim. Why? Because everyone knows who the owner of the bathhouse is. You know, friend, that's the the operation of Shabbos and Yom Tov assume that he's working for me, and therefore I'm running my business, my bathhouse on Shabbos and Yom Tov.
That's what we see. Towards the end of the keynote of the lamentations that we say, there is about 2/3 of the lamentations that that's tourist Obviously,
Jewish people
this
have
is
to go
talking
through
about
at
not
various times.
slow.
There's
So let's say
lamentations
Chus
about
Lala, so everyone agrees to
destruction
rent
of
out
the
a field
temple.
to
There's
an
keynotes
Akum.
written
I'm allowed to rent
for
out
the
my field to
Crusaders.
my time.
Get to
Why
soon.
is that? If the
But
Akum is
about
working
a
the
third
field
of
on
it to
Shabbos
the
and
end,
Yom Tov,
there
shouldn't it be
is
considered
a
such as working
pages
for
of
me?
liturgy which
Which
have
the
the
Gemara
word
says, my
Zion
time,
in it. Zion.
Arisa
He was a Rabbi Yehuda Halevi had a tremendous
is a very
great
common
heart for
arrangement.
Zion,
So when
for you,
people see the
for
Akum
Jerusalem.
working the field on
Zion
Shabbos,
is
they know he's a
name
sharecropper.
for Zion
Because
is a
that he's
name
working
which
for his
we
own
refer
benefit.
to
He's not working for
Jerusalem,
me.
to Eretz
Therefore, it's
Yisrael
going to be
in
permitted.
general. And
It's going to be permitted.
there's
So
a
the
great
Gemara
there's
says,
a
interesting,
liturgy
because
which
it's
we
something
go
since
say,
sharecropper,
Zion,
he's working for himself.
Shalom
So
Asi
let's
Rosa, Zion. Ask for your
so why do we say the same thing
captives.
by
Ask for those
Bethel?
people who've
Maybe
been
there's like a
banished from you.
sharecropping, like remember again,
Oh, beautiful.
sharecropping
And
arrangement.
there's at the end of it, there's
The
a
Akum's
famous
working
song
up here.
called
He guarantees him a
Elizio.
percentage,
Elizio,
either a percentage or
which is something we
defined
which is
amount.
sung in
So
every
therefore,
shul,
again,
pretty
I'm
much the same
guaranteed, but
tune
he
in the
works on
whole
Shabbos, doesn't work on
Ashkenazi
Shabbos,
and
because
Hasidic
I'm getting
world
my time.
everywhere.
So
Some
therefore, he
we
works
sing
on
this
Shabbos,
tune
he's
and
doing
it's
that for
and
himself.
right at the
So
end
why don't we
of
say
the
the same
service in the
arrangement
morning
exists
of
by
Tisha
the
B'Av, when we
Bethels?
stand up
I
and we
restate
speak
the
of the
Merkat's no
consolation,
obligation.
we sing
That
this
was
song
not
of
the type
Elizio.
of arrangement
He
that
was
was
a great
commonly
lover
done
of
by
Israel.
a Bethels. That house wasn't like
One of
that.
his was,
So because of that,
he
he's
said,
operating
my
as in
heart,
it looks like
my
he
place
is
where I
working on
live
my back,
is
as opposed to a
is in
field
the
where
east.
it was common
Right, but my
knowledge
heart
that
is in the
most
west.
agricultural relationships were
My heart is
sharecropping
in Eretz Yisrael.
arrangements. Therefore, when the Akum is
Some
working
other
on the field,
He
ultimately
was in
he's
Spain.
doing it for
That's
himself,
where
and I am not deriving any benefit from it. Incredible. It was us, Gustavo River today. Shkach everyone to know this. All of you have a wonderful day.
So he was so he's such a lover of Yerushalayim and Eretz Yisrael that he actually wanted to go there. And that was pretty dangerous in those days. It was a very hard feat, but he did it. He managed to make Aliyah, as they would call it, to go up to Yerushalayim and actually passed away there shortly afterwards. Another thing which Rabbi Yehuda Halevi did was he wrote one of the greatest works on Jewish philosophy. He wrote a work called the Kuzari. The Kuzari is probably the first of its kind, or one of the first of its kind, which gives a philosophical and logical explanation to the beliefs of Judaism. Now, if we remember the name Reb Sadia Goin, Reb Sadia Goin, the great leader of the Goic leader in Babylon all those years before, had written something similar called the Munus Videos. However, they say that Reb Sadia Goin wanted to bridge philosophy and religion and belief, whereas Rabbi Yehuda Halevi explained the beliefs, all our beliefs, with philosophical proof and strong logic. The existence of Hashem, the divinity of the Torah, and the reward and punishment, and different other great principles of our belief. He logically explained them, that how they must be so according to the rules of philosophy and logic. The Kuzari has been translated into many languages, including English, and also since he wrote it in a he was a poet, and he wrote it in a many times very cryptic manner. The Kuzari has a commentary on it which explains exactly what he was with what he's saying over here. Okay, I was going to get that. Kuzari actually something very interesting. About the time, get this right, of the few hundred years prior to this, era, or the era of Babylon, there was a kingdom in what today is it goes after Russia.
We have to get into
how
the halachas,
the mountains which go after Russia,
we will get to it.
but within Russia you have the
days. So So again,
Anyway, it's
Tanakama says you
very,
can't go ahead and
deep. It's
make
more
any
next
type
to, I
of
believe,
claim
more
on
next to
things
China.
before Apple does it. Whereas it
It's
says
a chain of
if you're getting paid
mountains,
for it,
and
it's worth it.
there was
In
a
Mokula, and then
kingdom over
Mokula
there
Kanto,
called
well,
the
Mokula Mishri
Khazars.
is another interesting
Now,
topic.
these
You are
Khazar
not allowed
people,
to sell the Apple anything that is
what happened
attached to the ground.
is that
Now
their
we'll
king, their
discuss
leader,
exactly why this is actually going to be the first topic.
was a great
So
philosopher.
literally
He wanted to
translated,
understand, he
you
wanted
can't
the secret
sell them
of the
anything
truth,
that is
and he
attached
ended
to the
up
ground.
converting to Judaism, and everybody else followed.
But you can sell them something that
It's a
was
little
attached to the
kingdom,
ground
not a
as
big
long as
place.
it was
The little kingdom, the
detached.
king was the
Okay,
leader of
so
everybody, and
what
everybody in that
exactly does this
kingdom
mean? What's
converted
into
to
this
Judaism.
prohibition?
And
Read it
they
from it.
they
Read
didn't
it
love
says,
that kingdom. That kingdom was conquered by some other people
on
who,
the
you know,
condition
got there,
to sell
and so
it.
that
So
kingdom
it's easy to
vanished.
cut it
But for
down.
a while,
So it's my folks
there
it
was a
sounds
very
like my
interesting
folks that was
phenomena in this very
says,
far-flung
you
place.
can't sell an apple
And the
anything
place
that
was
is
called
attached to the
Khazar,
ground.
and
Period. The only time you could sell them something that was attached to the ground is if it was detached. Now, of course, once it's been
as a
detached, it's
dialogue
no longer
between the
attached.
king of the
But
Khuzari
the
king
Buddha says
and
you could
the
sell them
Chacham, the
something that is
wise man,
attached as long as
whom
it is
he was
clear that
having
the
a dialogue with,
intention
debating with,
is
as
to
to the truths of
detach it.
Judaism. It's a
Okay,
figurative
like I
thing,
said,
but
further
it's
start
written
healing and
in
see
the
further
style of
clarification of this
question and answer. The
incredible.
Khuzari king is
Says
seeking, the
in harmony.
Trinity is seeking an answer to
So we're
questions that
jumping
he's had,
here
and the wise
right
Jew
into
is
this
answering him, and this is how he writes his book.
that
That's
you're
why
not
it's
allowed
called the
to sell an
Khuzari.
apple something that is in the public chemical. So I can't sell an apple anything that's attached to this. Nor says, what is that? What is
Another
that? So
great
first of all,
Jew who lived
understand what this would mean,
around
right?
those
This
times
would mean,
was
again,
a man
a tree,
called
vines,
Ben
a
Ezra.
house, pretty much
He's better known
again,
as the
anything that is
Ibn
attached to
Ezra.
ground. So says,
Many,
what
many
is
that were
this
known
now?
as Ibn.
Stuff like that.
Ibn
This
is
is
the
a
son
din
of in
in
Arabic.
Israel. So
Rabbi
I
Ram
tell you, you
Ben
can't
Ezra,
sell
known
an
as the
apple
Ibn Ezra.
anything that is attached
The
to the
Ibn
ground.
Ezra was
was
a wandering rabbi. He was a very great scholar. He wrote
So the
a
Pasuk says,
commentary on the
Lo
entire
Sifani. What
Tanakh,
does Lo
which
Sifani mean? So
in
the
if you buy a
Gemara,
good
Lo
Chumash,
Sitin
you won't just have
Lahem
Rashi there.
Chania
You'll have a number of the
B'Karka.
key
You
commentaries.
cannot
Many
give an
people, everybody
apple
wrote something
a
on the Tanakh.
foothold in
But
the land of Israel.
some of the key
Eretz Yisrael was
commentaries, you
given
have
to
the
Am
Baal
Yisrael.
HaTurim, you have
We
the
have one
Ramban,
land in this
Nachmanides,
entire
you
world.
have the
One
Kli
land that
Yakar,
is
and
holy,
you have the
solely
Ibn
and
Ezra.
fully honest.
The Ibn
And
Ezra,
therefore, again, the Gemara says, Chosh Baruch Hu says, Lo Sifani.
he was a
Don't give
traveling
up a
person for
portion
some
of
reason,
that
which we
land.
don't exactly know, but he
Don't give
traveled
up a
the known
portion of that
world.
land to
And
anyone else
he's even
outside
said
of
to
Klal Yisrael.
Maimonides,
So again, I want to point out,
in his
we're going
travels,
to see this passage,
he
this phrase
many
is going to be
times
subject
kept
to some level of
himself,
dispute. The
he
passage
kept
in
his
its entirety
identity
reads as
shut.
follows.
He didn't
We may have
disclose
finished the
himself, wanting to know what was going on in different places. He was
This
extremely
is
poor
talking about Klal
and had a
Yisrael's
very tough
conquest
life.
over
In
the
fact,
seven
I believe
nations who
he had
resided
3
in
sons who
Canaan.
passed away,
So
and a
coming to
4th
Canaan,
who
you're going
converted
to
to
do war
Islam.
against all of these
Which
nations.
wasn't
And the
particularly
Prophet is going
nice
to
for him.
deliver them
He
into
spent
your hands.
2 years trying to bring this boy back.
So Akharim Takharim
And he
also.
had done so.
So you
This
have to
is sort
obliterate
of
them.
for business
Now again, I've just
opportunities.
obliterated. They can leave.
Besides that,
But you have to
he
obliterate them.
was
They have to
famous.
leave.
He was
Right?
he
Those
was
Sifros
lived in
Lahabris
abject
do not
poverty.
establish with them
He
a covenant.
was
The
in
Los
those
Sifros
days,
name.
if you were
That's
great,
that
you had
is.
to also
So
be
again,
a
so the
painter. You had
context,
to be
the
somebody
commentary
who
is
was a
called, you
poet.
conquer
And
all of the
he
nations who are
composed
there.
that famous
Do
piece
not
of
treat
poetry
treaties with them.
saying,
Do not go ahead and
if I were to become
right,
a
and
producer of
Los
candles,
What
the
is
sun
Los
would never set.
So again,
And
the
if I were
Los
to be a producer of shrouds, then nobody would ever die.
don't give them a portion of the land. And therefore, again,
Somehow, he lamented the fact that he was sort of always
in
poor.
Eretz Yisrael,
But this
you are
was
not
Ibn Ezra,
allowed
but he made
to
an
sell
imprint on the
an
Jewish
apple,
world, writing this
anything that is attached to
with
the
this
ground.
explanation
Why?
of the Torah,
Biblical
which
prohibition,
is a
most
tremendous
incredible.
explanation.
Now, so I want to
Maimonides
point out
even
something
told
interesting.
somebody in
If you
Atlanta
notice,
that
in
if he
general,
wants to
the
know
form
what the
sex
Tanakh
orders are,
really
an
means, he
apple
must
is
learn
pretty
it
much
with the
referred
Ibn
to anyone
Ezra.
with the exception
That's
of
a
the
big one.
kosher,
Maimonides to go and
who
say
is
that
no,
about somebody.
right? But
That's
then,
that was
and
very
then
great.
Apple
So
Jug, you can
this was a
kind
time
of
when
constricted that
many
folks,
which
so Apple Jug,
produced
an
many
apple
of
is
our
literally
great
someone who
sages.
worships Apple Jug.
Ibn Ezra
Now we're globalizing a
was
little bit
born
more,
in
but Apple means
1092
anyone outside
and passed passed away in 1197, 67, so 1167. So this is the kind of
Second one young was like from on top of another. I lost
but
I
I
mean,
wanted to devote tonight to my remedies to the wrap-up. We make a big deal of the wrap-up. And not for no reason. Well, we'll examine tonight why this is so. What is what the Maimonides was so great that
What is this? A person has don't give this. Says Rashi, Tashi, first line. Shalom, Kama, Avodas, Kofalim, Zeh, Abin, Khamzeh. Don't compliment. I said, most Sechani for Moshe Nefein, don't compliment the Akum. Don't compliment the Akum. Okay, the must be a series of, I don't know, compliments are nice, and compliments are easy. And the Ribbon of the world is seeking to create a distance between themselves and the nations of the world. There has to be collaboration. There has to be sort of partnerships. But ultimately, to serve certain realities, proper also understood that there has to be tradition. And there has to be loyalty. So most of the money, therefore, second approach, don't compliment them. You don't need to ingratiate yourself to them. So you must name a crop, most do not. So the Gemara said, that's the case, then it should have said Los Sifano. My Los Sifanim, why Los Sifanim? So again, if it was just about do not give them fame, then the proper way to write that would have been Los Sifano. Why does it say Los Sifanim? Shmania Party. Two halachas. So they actually do that both. So Los Sifanim means number one, do not give them Tania. Not just parking, right? Don't give them literally again a foothold in life. Don't give them parts of the life. Number two, don't give compliments. Don't give compliments to Yaakov. Rakatni Boile, Hakim Rahmana, Ositi Anan, Matnos Shakuna. There's another interpretation. Another interpretation is don't give them free gifts. Don't give them free gifts. In other words, free gifts is something that Jews do to one another. Don't have that level of friendship, that level of responsibility, that level of love. That's reserved for one Jew to the other. When it comes to Yaakov, do not give them free gifts. Again, here, Los Sefahim is of kingdom. You must think in the name of God, Los Sefahim, then it should say Los Sefahim. My Los Sefahim, Shema Mina. Why is it right in the form of Los Sefahim? Los Sefahim, that form of the word, teaches me all three of these elements. So from one phrase, or from one prohibition, Los Sefahim, we learn three things. Number one, working backwards. Number one, do not give free gifts to Yaakov. Number two, do not give compliments to Yaakov. Those two really are interrelated. Because all that's like Baruch was saying is, okay, there has to be collaboration, there has to be partnerships in certain things, but there need not be, there should not be a forced relationship. There needs to be a little bit of a distance. Don't give compliments, don't give free gifts. Then there's the third halacha. The third halacha, also the same derivative, Los Sifanim, don't give them a foothold in them. Don't give them, don't sell them as freedom, give them parts of Eretz Yisrael. And again, all three of these halachas learned out from the same word. Shiny on top of rice, that's the first is Los Sifanim, Los Sitim Lahem Chania Bekarka. As Los Sifanim, don't give them a portion of Eretz Yisrael. Davar Achar, Los Sifanim, Los Sitim Lahem Chania. Literally again, don't compliment them. Davar Achar, another possibility, Los Sifanim, Los Sitim Lahem Magnas Chinam. Don't give them the beginning of his life devoted it to a tonight. He had this whole idea about free gift when at home. So this is like a free studious unsolicited. He had a brother who was called David, and they made an agreement, him and David, which paralleled a similar sort of agreement which had been done centuries earlier. The sons of Jacob and the two tribes that came out of Jacob, two of them were called Yisachar and Zebulun. Yisachar and Zebulun, the tribes had made an agreement with each other. Yisachar, they were quickly learned, very studious, very wise people. Zebulun were the businessmen. Zebulun got their share in Israel on the port, on the sea. Zebulun were always the people to go out to do commerce, to do business. So the Torah says as follows, if you have anything, I want you to do it. Like here, Hashem Shechat, Zebulun
would support Yisachar, the tribe of Zebulun, would support the tribe of Yisachar, all those who devoted their life to Torah. Many of the members of the Sanhedrin came out of the tribe of Yisachar. Jacob in his blessing to Yisachar says, to
impersonate
Son, Yisachar
tells
said,
us
Yisachar
you
Chamoy
can gift
Gorim.
it to the
Yisachar
giver,
is
or
a
you can sell
donkey
it
which
to the Nasi.
takes a
So
great
the Gemara
load.
says, I only
They
know
were,
that these are
they
the two
were, they
actions
were
at my
people who were
disposal.
able to sit there and
The
learn
Gemara says,
to take
Rabbi
the load of Torah
Mechira,
onto them.
Mechira
And
Minayin.
then
How do I know? Right?
said
Any
Jacob,
Allah Mechira
obviously
Mechira
prophetically,
Mechira.
Zebulun would
Mechira
get
Mechira
his share
Minayin. How
by
do I
the
know that
sea, and he
I
would be
also
the
want
one
to sell
who
it to the giver?
was
How
in
do I know
charge of
that?
commerce. This was
Gemara says,
prophesied in the blessing of Jacob to his two sons, Yisachar and Zebulun. And that's how it came out. That's how it developed into their children and
you can
grandchildren.
either gift it or you could sell it.
Well, the
You could
idea
sell it,
was
so therefore
is
then
that
to
the
the giver,
merit of
you
the
can give
Torah
it to the
learning
giver, or
would
you could
also
sell it to the
be
giver.
split.
Lo bikochav min
Yisachar
ismin.
said,
How do I
Yisachar
know?
with
I'm
Zebulun,
also
Zebulun supported Zebulun, Yisachar financially, where since they gave the financial support for the learning of Torah,
Again, once
the
you
merit
shift
of
to
the
the
Torah of
poetry flow,
Yisachar
but
was
it
split
says,
between
give it to
Yisachar
him
and
and
Zebulun.
you will eat it, or you
A
can sell
similar
it.
idea
So essentially, again, what
existed
we're
many
doing over here is we're using
many
the
examples
phrase
in Jewish
it's
history.
not
We have these great
to
people,
be a
many
modifier
of them
both on
labored
the
themselves, but many of them
and
were supported either by a community or by a relative.
First opinion says,
it was a merit for them to share wealth and support the Torah learning.
Mayor says,
This
and
was
it's
the
supposed to tell me two things. Number one, you can't eat nothing.
Maimonides had with
Number
his
two,
brother David.
don't just throw it out.
What
Give it
happened
away.
was,
Give it away. So
unfortunately,
what are your
that
options?
his
You
brother
can gift
David
it or you can sell
drowned
it.
in a
And who
shipwreck.
can you gift it
He
or sell
was
it to?
traveling
To a
and
gear
he was
or
shipwrecked and he passed away there.
people.
Maimonides
Gift
took
it
this
to a
very
gear, sell
difficult,
it to a
very,
gear.
very hard.
Gift it to
In
enough
fact, he was ill for a year because of the shock of the loss of his
So
brother
it's the
and
point for him,
due to
the mayor,
the pressure that he now had of supporting two families.
Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. He says, no, Devarim
It was then
not true.
that Maimonides
Not true.
reverted
The
to becoming
pasuk
a
is
doctor.
actually
He
explicit
had
and specific.
known medicine somewhat from his travels,
No,
from
that's
from working at different
here are your
places,
options. And you happen to be
but
love.
now he had to support two
So what can
families.
I do with
And
it? One of
he
two
delved
options.
into
Either
medicine,
to
the
the
medicinal
gear,
knowledge of the
sell
time,
it to
and very quickly,
those are the
due to his
options
great
at your
mind,
disposal.
climbed the ranks
No
of
other
the
options.
doctors in
Shut the
Egypt
camera
until he became the personal
For a
physician
second.
of
What about the
the
fact that the
caliph,
mayor
of the
guys
king
send the
of
process so
king of
beautifully
Egypt,
teach me
with
that
the
I
sultan,
both of these
sultan
options
of
by both
Egypt.
of these people. But who's the other one who will say no? He's second I thought
It's
he's
well known that
mayor,
Rabban
mayor,
lived
you are
a
right.
very
That he
even
didn't have the right
Rabban lived a
to
very
gift or to sell
intense
even
and
enough
busy lifestyle. In
or
a letter
or the
that he
gear
writes to
should
one of
lift
his
over
students who asked to see him, Maimonides writes, he said, I'd love to write to you and to talk to you much more, but my schedule simply doesn't allow me. Early in the morning, every single day, I must travel half an hour donkey to get to the palace of the sultan. Over there, I must go there every day to make sure everything's okay. And if anybody sort of feels a little bit off, I have to treat them. I told them I get back tired of weary, and I settle for my only meal during the whole day. And as I come back, there are lines of people outside my home seeking my advice, seeking cure, seeking a question in Torah. And he says, I lie there on the couch, on the sofa, separate from utter fatigue, trying, answering these people's. And this was the kind of life that the Rambam led over there, which is very rare that he should, express himself only once. Do we have, but that letter got to us. Where he expresses his, what kind of life he led.
Better to sell to the gear
This was quickly since Maimonides had such a stand in the non-Jewish world, in the world of the Sultan, and such a great mind in the Jewish world. This is what got him acclaimed fame everywhere. Soon his name started to spread, and hundreds started to flock to him to seek his advice and seek his learning. Maimonides
that's obvious. I
will soon speak of what he said as far as the Jewish global, so to speak, Jewish activities were of his greatest contribution were no doubt his writings, his books. When he was only 20 years old, he made an explanation on the Mishnayos, on the Mishnah, on the entire Mishnah. It's actually printed behind many volumes of the Talmud. You'll have printed there the Mishnah with the explanation, the Pirush HaMishnayos, the explanation of the Mishnah by Maimonides. It was written
the end of the day, ideally, that's
it was written
the
at the time when
society.
Maimonides had to
And this
flee,
is
had to run
absolutely
from
not
where he was
part
born
of
in
his
Cordoba to Fez, to this place, to the Dejos, and back, and then it was written
You
on
can
those
gift
on
it
that
to
route.
excuse me, you can gift
Can
it
only
to
remind me, I mean,
or you can
this is
sell
certainly
it
something
to
which is
the
recent, but
cannot,
after the Rebbe passed away,
gift
they
it
found
to
a couple of
So
notes,
let's remember
books
again,
of
this might
volumes of the
focus
Rebbe's notes that the Rebbe had written before he assumed the leadership. It was something the Rebbe had never personally published, but
three opinions.
many
Number
of
one,
them were written
do
in
not give
situate.
for nothing.
One of them was an entire scholarly thing on the
That
Talmud was written in Vichy, in France. They had to run from Paris, from the Germans in Redevance, and hiding over there, whatever it was, bombs were going. The bombs were flying, and what was he doing? They were learning Torah. The Torah was something, as King David said, when he was running from Shaul, when he was running from Saul and wanted to kill him, he said it was the Torah that kept me alive. It was the Torah. It was the learning of Torah that took me into the world of Hashem, that took me out of my own situation, and that's how I survived, writes David. And this is something reflected over and over. Some of the greatest Jewish works were written in situations which were very far from desirable, in dangerous situations. This was one of them, the Pirush HaMishnayos. It was written in Arabic. Every we mentioned this once, every one of the books of Maimonides, besides the major one, the Mishnah Torah, was written in Arabic for the people to understand. Only later was it translated into Hebrew.
Great discussion of land for
This Pirush HaMishnayos, this
One
explanation on the Mishnah, contains some very, very key ideas.
but just interesting to
We
see.
know the Rambam codified the 13 principles of faith. Now, from the Rambam and on, we always go back. If you want to have one of the principles of faith that a Jew must know, must believe in order to be a good Jew, so to speak. Those 13 principles of faith were incorporated in the Pirush HaMishnayos, in the explanation of the Mishnah that the Maimonides wrote. The reason is there is a certain part of Mishnah that deals with if a certain person is considered to be what we would call a heretic, and a certain halachic, if a person is in denial of the most basic tenets of Judaism, there's a question whether we take such a person as a witness and so on. So halachically, so Maimonides was the one who said, well, wait a minute, what are the basic tenets of Judaism? They're scattered all over the place. This was the beginning, one of the great examples of the genius of Maimonides. Today, it's simple because he did it, but go collect from the Talmud, from the Medrash, from the Sifri, from everywhere, go collect what
There
are
was
the
a story
basic
of Shimon
tenets of
O'Neill,
faith, and if
who
you
was
pull out
on
one of
literally
these,
again
then
the
the whole
steps
building
going up to
collapses. You
paradise.
go collect that. You have to have everything in front
The
of you.
law, and
I did all this very well on the road.
the law עובד לזכות
There's
רבים
another,
פרקוס, לא אביון.
also within the Pirush HaMishnayos, in the explanation of the Mishnah, there was something called Shmoyna Prokim, or Rambam, the 8 chapters. The 8 chapters, it's called the Shmoyna Prokim. The 8 chapters is he wrote an introduction to one of the tractates Sanhedrin, where he puts down, lays down ethics and teachings and the tradition from Moshe Rabbeinu until now. The very, very many children, young adults learn the Shmoyna Prokim, some very basic ideas.
So again, both sides. Interestingly enough, the Gemara, I just want to point out, the Gemara is bringing
Only 2 years after he finished the Pirush
special
HaMishnayos,
ultimately again
did he
understanding
start,
that
did he
what was the
embark
standard of
on the greatest
You're not
project
allowed
of
to
all,
compliment
which was
idolatry.
writing a book
You are
called
raising
the
this
Mishnah
pressure,
Torah.
bringing the story as
Mishnah
the
Torah
Shmuel
literally means
complimenting idolatry.
the
Now, the two
study
things,
or the
the one thing we're going
repetition
to different statement
or
about,
the
just in
learning
general,
of the entire
this is a
Torah.
woman.
Why Mishnah Torah is the name that we give to the last book of the Torah,
What about like the
Devarim.
morality?
The book of
That will get
Devarim,
there.
the
But right
book
now,
of
the
Deuteronomy,
discussion over
has
here is
another
the
name
one
to
that
it,
both
often
Sichanim
referred to
or
as Mishnah Torah, because really it's where the Moshe Rabbeinu sort of says out again, and is in the entire Torah, or the basic ideas of it. So the people,
look at your beautiful creations. Okay.
the
Another
Mishnah
story.
Torah
Back on Yakiva,
has,
law
in
is
his
just
introduction, Maimonides explained the reasons for his work. There are
who was
the Talmud is vast.
was known as the
Even
butcher,
you have
the butcher of the
you
Jews.
have the Rif, you have maybe various other books, but
The Turnus
you
Rufus
need
still
something
during the instruction
for
of the
everybody.
second
You
day
need something to
And what
be able
happened?
to
But
open
he
it
gave
up
a story
and
of life.
clearly
And he
see
gives
where and what to
Rufus'
do.
wife.
Not just
Rock,
tells you what to do,
Sahar,
but have it
Kuba.
also in a proper
spit.
order.
He spit,
Maimonides
he
says,
laughed,
you
and he
know,
cried.
he had
Ra,
the Talmud, but then there were a lot of things that came also after the Talmud that
Ra, see, spit
were sorted
why?
out, that were
Because
learned
she
by
came from a
different
teacher's
courts, different
rock.
places.
I will say, now
Many
that wasn't
scattered,
unique to her.
many,
Right?
many
Now, she
he
was, as
writes,
much as she was an
many don't know
exceptionally
of these
beautiful woman.
things.
And
Not
the
always
Kiva
the books
skip,
available.
because the Gemara says,
The roads are many times, plagued
we know we all come from people,
robbers
we
and
all
so
come
on,
from a
like,
rock, from a
things like
teacher's
that,
rock.
that it's
That's
impossible
how
for
it
people to
begins.
travel
Even
to this age to
she
learn.
was so beautiful.
And therefore, Maimonides
She
says
came from this
that
quote-unquote
he's going to write
putrid
a book,
rock.
which in
So
his
that's why
wording,
he spit,
got
representing the putrid rock.
the great,
Sahar,
as the great,
he laughed
as
why?
the small,
The Asiga
anyone
de
will
Megaira
be able to
Benosimo.
open
He
up
saw
the
prophetically
Mishnah Torah
is
and see
incredible.
exactly
And one
what
day,
the
the
Almighty
wife of
wants
Shem's
from the
Rufus
Jewish
was
people.
going to
They're
convert,
differing with
and
the
Rabbi
Rif
Akiva and
in
her
a
were
great
going
way.
to get married.
Maimonides
We're
was
going to
probably
get
the
married.
first one who
So
made,
the Gemara says,
who
Vinosha
rearranged
Baba,
everything.
why did he
He
cry?
made
The
a
Haishut Bali
14-volume
One day, this woman who was so beautiful,
each
this
one,
beautiful form,
which would be a
and
different
beautiful
section, a different
pose,
subject.
ultimately can live
Within
there.
those subjects,
That
you
was
have
incredible. Now,
halachos, the laws of this, the laws
now
of that,
also,
laws
so
of the
again,
other.
so
Within
interestingly enough, so there's a lot to
say,
unpack
bisections, you
in
have
these
chapters,
stories
and
over
the
here, but
chapters, you
again,
have
how could
paragraphs.
it be, this question
Extremely
how could
organized,
someone
something that
else
didn't happen
was
until then.
complimenting this beautiful woman who he
He
saw
goes
again
so
on
far
the
as to
stairs
say
of the Harat isn't that
if a Jew wants to
complimenting
know the
idolatry?
Torah,
And
he
isn't
can
that
learn the
awesome?
Chumash,
To which
and
the
then
Gemara
learn my
said, no,
book,
no, no.
and
Who
know
you
everything.
the Kamot?
You'll
No,
know
he wasn't
everything he
complimenting
means.
her. Who was
The
he
laws, all
complimenting?
the laws.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
There's other
What
information
the
in the
earth,
Talmud that
again, it
obviously
says,
you won't know from
Marabim
Maimonides.
Asaf
But
Hashem.
if you want
He
to know
sees
the
this woman
law,
as
you
exceptionally
have the
beautiful.
law.
She's an idolatrous Kadosh Baruch Hu.
He
You are the
rewrote
master
it.
creator.
There's also
You
something
create
that different
beautiful forms
tremendously
in
was
this world.
totally novel. The
So much
Rif
Damar,
used the terminology
Agora
of the
Brios
Talmud.
Todos,
He
Omer
didn't go
Baruch
away from the
Shekach
terminology.
Barabah.
He just
Because again,
cut
there's
out
halachas, both in
all
sex
the
brothers. Sex
different bits and
brothers.
pieces
You
that,
see
so to speak, are
beautiful
not
people.
necessary
You
to
see
know them all.
Brios
But if you
Todos,
don't know how to learn
beautiful people.
Talmud,
You
or
see
you don't know the
magnificent
meaning of these words, you're
creations.
stuck with the
So
Rif.
what's the
He'll
halacha?
just tell you, he
You
doesn't
say
go away, he
Baruch
doesn't
Shekach
create something
Barabah.
new. Maimonides,
Blessed
so to
is
speak,
Hashem
shut the
who
book,
has created
everything to the
such
side. We're
beautiful
going to
things in
now
the world.
explain
Okay,
whether
so
he's
it's
going to
fine.
write his
So
own
therefore,
book
what comes
for
out of
the
it here is the
people
halacha
in
as
simple
espoused
language. This
to
is the
intact.
genius of
Meaning
Maimonides.
that
He
halacha
wrote it
l'maisa,
as if
halacha
everything
l'maisa,
smoothly,
we have to
not
go
in
ahead
Talmudic
and
language, but rather in
halacha
Mishnaic
l'maisa,
language,
you're now not
in
being associated
Hebrew,
with
in
compliment to
conventional
Allah.
Hebrew.
Right?
Not
That's
the,
also from
the
I
Mishnah
would
that the
have
Gemara
said
has,
no,
because that was
he wasn't
Aramaic, and
complimenting
many
Allah.
things are
He
not
was
understood.
complimenting
He wrote
the
it, you should be able to
That's
read
what was
through,
All right,
read through the
incredible.
book,
Now the Gemara
and
says, 1 second. We talked about
he,
this story.
he wanted to oversimplify it, and that was one of the reasons why he didn't write any sources.
And
There's no sources in the Rambam.
Right,
You gotta figure out yourself where he got it from. He just wrote, he wants you to have a textbook that you should be able to
right,
read.
literally again, Marabu, Apostle, Marabu, Masaf,
It took their Maimonides 10 years to write where he got the time and the ability to do that is equally miraculous. To have the clarity of mind with all that he had gone through, with his families that he had to support, with the kind of life that he was living, with the Sultan, all that, but dealing with everything he did is truly, truly amazing.
Save yourself from getting into trouble. So how does a man save himself from getting into trouble? Don't look at other beautiful women who are not your wife. Don't
One of
do
the stories
that.
told of
It's
the
only
Rambam
going
is
to
that when he
for one
finished his
thing.
work,
It's only going to
he had a
have
dream
some
where
type
Moshe
of
Rabbeinu
negative.
came
Here's
to him
here's what's
and
clear.
gave him a yashukot. He
Certainly
said,
not going to lead to
good
something
job,
good.
good job,
Right?
old boy.
No one ever
Well done.
believes.
That's when you finish the film. The Rif also
That's never
many
happened.
laws which are not
So
applicable
whatever the negative thing is going to
today.
happen,
Temple
that
times
may
and so
vary
on.
in degrees.
Maimonides
But
includes
really one
everything.
thing is true, which is it's not going to
Temple
be
times, not temple times, those are
Therefore,
purity.
the
It is
Mishmar
what the Torah wants, what the Torah says, this is what it is. He even
the
goes
Lashon
in
of
the
the
last two
Shamar,
chapters to tell us the laws, quote unquote, of Mashiach.
to
Something which, again, nobody codified that except one place here in the Talmud, place there in the Talmud. There are books today which are devoted to finding the source for everything Maimonides
and the
says.
Pasuk says, Aviv Shamar Esatov. Yaakov Avinu literally again Shamar, guarded by Rashi calls it wasn't Shamar. Yosef Umitzaper Masai Yov. Yaakov Avinu knew the dreams were going to come true. Shamar means that anticipatory wait for something to come to fruition. So therefore, again, Shmarto, you hold up Allah means be an anticipatory type of person. Be Loa as Hanola. All of us know the things and the influences which are going to lead us down a back path. So be proactive. Be proactive. Listen, we so often live life in defense mode. Kashval tells us, go on your offense. Go on your offense. Finish means offensively protect yourself. You're on the offense. Offensively protect yourself from the things that you know are going to lead you down the wrong path. And therefore, the Gemara says, place not the other Mishnah. Don't look at a beautiful woman. Right? Even if she's single. The Gemara says, she's married. Even if she's not beautiful. Otherwise, for a married woman, one should never look at another married woman. But even a single woman, if she's beautiful, obviously the definition of beautiful is a subjective definition. Right? But even if she's beautiful, don't look at her. Why? I'm not doing anything. Right now, you're not doing anything. What am I saying? Is anything good? Is it really anything productive? Because that's only into something negative. Therefore, when you shmarta, you hold up around means live life on the spiritual offense. Don't do any spiritual defense. On the offense, Yoshif Umitzaper anticipates what are the things that are going to get me into trouble, lead me down the wrong path, and avoid those things. Gemara says specifically, I'm looking at other women on the days. Now and then, a little bit of things that are solution. Don't look ultimately again at the colored clothing of the Rashi says, "Lo being the solution." Shezel person should know she didn't do that. Right? She did nothing else on the paragraph. Now again, colored clothing are like more not seductive, but more beautiful. So a person shouldn't look at the colored clothing of a woman because again, when he looks at those clothing, he's going to think about that woman, perhaps in an immoral or erotic type of fashion. Furthermore, not only that, you shouldn't even look at animals mating. Right, donkey and yes, whatever the female donkey is, like the chazir and the chazira, even birds at the time that they're mating, miskakin zelazah, don't look. Again, I will say, what should they try to say? What? Again, when it comes to matters of morality, we have to base it off. And one of the things that we are most told here's what he says here, here's what he says there. That's just the nature of man. We are pulled towards morality. And the truth is, all it takes is the smallest trigger. Already again, my head is like in the wrong place, and my eyes are in the wrong place, and my thoughts are in the wrong place. So therefore, again, to kind of the positive in Shmarta, when you Shmarta and hold Davara, right? So that pasuk, finish Shmarta, we hold Davara. All kind of like in this be on the offense. Now, by the way, I'll point out, I didn't mention this before. Plus, the safety master like that. When the camp goes out to war against the enemy, it is certainly called Davara. So obviously, the farmer is talking about heightened vigilance during war. Now, it's interesting, it's far and right that whenever it comes to enemy, it's always a reference to the Sahara. So when the pasuk says, "Sitzi machana al-Rak," if you want to mobilize your personalistic army against your Yetzer Sahara, what's the secret to success in the war against the Sahara? Then Shmarta Mikal Davara. The secret to success in the war against
the other great work that Rambam
the Sahara
wrote was
is
a
not a
book
good
called
defense. It's a good
The
offense.
Guide to the Perplexed.
It's a good offense. It's at the end of the day, take the battle
culture was
to
very
the
high, people were very educated.
When you Shmarta
It was an era
again,
of poetry, an
if
era
I
of
just
great
avoid
knowledge,
getting
and
myself
everybody in
in
the
the
street
negative
was sort
position
of up
and see
there.
that thing over and over. If I could, I know what the triggers are.
Greek
I know the
philosophy,
things that set me
learning
off. I know the
Arabic
things that lead me down the road. I know it. It's not like
many
it's
questions.
I know myself. I know the
Very
things. If I look at
philosophically
this and if I do this,
perplexed.
it's going to set off a
And
whole
the Rambam had to
chain
address
reaction
this.
of events. Okay, please go look. try my best again to avoid things proactively offensively. Therefore, again, Gemara says, look at the animals mating. The animals mating, what was that going to do? I don't know what it's going to do. But why put yourself in that situation? So the Gemara says, that doesn't do it. Even if you're closed with eyes, like the angel of death, and we'll discuss that reference in just a moment. Gemara says, but it's so hard not to look. We're not also going to see as eyes everywhere. We'll discuss what that means. Because because again, I want to digress here just a second. The angel of death is covered in eyes. Molly and I,
when we're called upon to stand their family in a way which defies maybe logic, but because that's the goal. So if our Judaism is sort of symmetrical or logical, then you won't produce the strong Jew that you want. But since there had to be a response, so the Rambam wrote a response.
That at the time that we die, at the time
that was throughout the Rambam
as
an author.
everything is seen.
And
there is nothing that can
in
be
these
hidden.
books,
Everything is
especially in the Mishnah Torah, we see the genius of the Rambam when it comes to learning, when it comes to teaching. You see the Rambam as a teacher, something a great teacher is somebody who he just says something, it sounds so simple, but he's just helped you in figuring out, in unknotting something extremely complicated, that is the Rambam. The Rambam as a leader, we see in his letters,
on the head and top of the epistles. And his sword is that expression in his hand. And there's a little bit of poison on the edge of the sword. Also, so this is pretty wild. Apparently, and the person is ill, about to die. So they see the Malachamos.
Maimonides didn't exactly rule his
their mouth
leadership, didn't exactly reach
France,
Germany of the time. The Ashkenazi countries.
Before you die, you see the Malachamos. Again,
Simultaneous, we're going to rewind, because simultaneous with all this happening in Spain for 300 years, there was a lot of things going on in France, England, Germany, and these places, the Ashkenazic communities. These were the surviving communities.
That's how you die from the poison on the sword of Malachamos. That's what creates death. Mashiach, that's how the body decomposes. Mimena Ponot Moritos, that's how the face
with the community of Yemen,
sunken. We'll come back to that in a full circle. Remember again, why are you doing this? How is it trimming a meal complementing these idolatrous? Right? Remember again, he's standing on the stairs of the Haram Palace. Listen to the he sees this beautiful idolatrous. He says, Mara, do not sacrifice them. So fine. So he said, it's not complementing idolatry because most comments, because God is complimenting fine. But he was still complimenting other women. How could he have done that? With the Gemara answers Karen Zadi. The Gemara answers was a corner. He rounded a corner. In other words, he didn't intentionally look at her.
There was a lot of sodas as well.
What we hear is he was coming around one corner, she was coming around the other corner, and therefore he couldn't just basically saw it. He saw it. So again, there was no way he could have avoided it. So once he saw her, he obviously started tremendous beauty. He complimented her too high. She says, Parents of this, she's a fellow Yemen or the small punishing mother of the mother, holding that. Parents of this.
It was a mess.
The anal roar also helps to robot that he has he didn't have a chance to close his eyes. So because he had a chance to close his eyes, Allah for myself. One will not be able to look intentionally look at another woman, even if the purpose is of praising a person. So a lot more to say on God bless the life. Well, we did illustration. Now the other thing that I said was, again, in smart and
the Jews who had
spiritual offense
not withstood the test and who had converted into Islam were more or less excommunicated or wanted to be, or they wanted to excommunicate them because you had everybody else was standing firm and many being killed because they didn't want to do this. And here you have whoever who just went on and did that. The Jews around Yemen as well didn't want to hear of such Jewish people. They wouldn't give them an aliyah. They wouldn't join them in shul. They and Maimonides had to address this was entirely disrupting the community.
Lokash
addressed
Hanifalov
this by saying, quite
because in
interestingly,
the way it's written, it says
that
you do
Islam
not
was
look
not
at
is
the
not
colored
a
clothing of a woman, which seems to indicate
it's not for the
that you
Jews,
know
but
who
it's
the
not an
woman is.
overt
That's
form
what
of
clothes
idolatry.
is. Islam
Halachically,
clothing
it's Muslim, the Muslim religion for a Jew is much less problematic than the Christian religion because the Muslims believe in monotheism. They've got a guy who they believe in as a prophet, but not as
only talking about
not
clothing
of
that someone
divinity.
needs to
And
wear.
the problem
Right, but let's
is
say again, a
of
woman
idolatry that the Torah warns us so much about is giving
There's no
anything
prohibition for another man to look at
to
that
a
because
creation,
even though
to
she
a
owns
human,
it, she hasn't worn it. So
which
therefore, looking
the
at it will not
Muslims don't
create
do.
any illicit
It's
law.
not, obviously, the Torah warns us against anybody saying that the laws of the Torah are different now, that the Jews should follow a different path.
Go ahead, let's
That's
say,
it's out of the question, but they were treating them as idolaters, says Maimonides, hold it, it's not what you think it is. And therefore, no need is to, the fact that you're excommunicating them. So this was the ploy that Maimonides used, that these poor fellas who couldn't withstand the test did not need to be excommunicated because it's not all, it's not what you think that, it's not what you think they did, it's not actually what they did. Then again, Maimonides had to rebut this whole false Mashiach thing. This is where we have some of the greatest writings of the object of the theme of Mashiach. What is it? What do we look forward to? Who is Mashiach? What is the criteria? And by laying down these foundations, Maimonides by default just explained how well this fellow was standing up for, and what he was saying he wasn't. The Jews of Taimon of him were so deeply thankful to the Rambam is that we mentioned this the other week, is that they included him in the Kaddish. They said, they used to say, B'chayecham, in your life, you may in your days, U'v'chayim, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, in the days of Moshe ben Maimon, U'v'chayim, Chavez Yisrael, Ba'agalos Makarim, and Rami. That's how they used to say the Kaddish every Kaddish. So, this was an example of the reverence, because times were tough, and you had a leader like that.
It is only a
They
din
were ultimately the Jewish people were ultimately thankful.
that a woman had worn before, because since
So this was the short, this is in short the idea. The Jewish people were thankful to Maimonides on every level. On a level of leadership at this time, somebody who any community of Jews were able to go to and draw inspiration, as well as Maimonides made one of the greatest impressions as far as Torah learning is concerned. We call Moshe Rabbeinu Moses our teacher. He taught us the Torah, and from Moshe to Moshe, there rose none like Moshe. Nobody taught the Jewish people the Torah. The Torah was opened for so the teachings of the Rambam is that it is your time to create 1204, which was 3 months becoming 70 years old. And he achieved what he believed. He left a son called Rebbe Avraham Ben Horam from the son Rebbe, who was also a editor and also took over his position in the Sultan's palace. He also wrote some books. He wrote some books that were response and so on. And Maimonides is buried in Tiberia in Israel. Just outside the Tiberia, there's many stories of how he got there, how his coffin got there, and many say there was the coffin was highly Bedouins who thought it was something really valuable that they weren't able to take it, they weren't able to take it, they weren't able to touch it, and the camel just carried the coffin on its own to Tiberia, where the Jewish people interred him. So,
incredible.
The Rambam was after his lifetime was not also immediately accepted. There was a lot of book that Rambam was it was a big shot, and it took a lot of many years for the book to be
to be accepted, but then others unanimously accepted throughout the entire Jewish world. Today, one can marvel, one knows Torah, one learns the Talmud, one can marvel at the clarity that the Rambam gives, the great genius who lived about 100 years ago, was called abusive because he was known as the Rogachover. Rogachover had a master mind. And
First time I should have been that video tutorials.
he said, if you went around, he said, I looked at many teachers, this teacher, that teacher, he says, until I found the man, a teacher, he was called Rabbeinu Moshe, he found the Rambam, he was on the Rambam like no one else, he found that the Rambam just in his writing, somebody who was able to teach.
Okay, next Rashi, I'm part of the Shiva.
So that's what the mind of the Rambam. And until today, there are commentaries written on the Rambam. This is learned, relearned, and so on.
Says, it was up to me when I took a person's life, I ripped it, thrown open like Shiva. Sounds good, but sounds like over here.
That's right, the Rambam did write.
Doesn't spread
Rambam did
as
write
big
books on
as
medicine,
one would do
which we have.
with Shiva. So it sounds like it's
Medicine
not the
today, which
poison that
he
kills,
also
but rather than just
actually
putting it in the throat.
incorporated in the Mishnah Torah.
To which the Gemara says,
In
"Kidding me?
his
I'm
book, the
sorry."
Mishnah Torah,
How's
he
that?
says,
This name?
he has some places where he goes off on a tangent. You can see sort of there was somebody behind the sword. It's not dry. In most places he keeps very to the core, to the letter. Without putting in certain sort of his personality. There are some places that it just emerges. One of the places is at the beginning of the book. It says there's a mitzvah for a person to keep his health. And the Rambam just goes off being the one who he was. He describes you in 2 chapters. He says how exactly you're supposed to keep your health. The Rambam says that if you keep to what I'm saying over here, then I am your guarantor, says the Rambam. You don't need a doctor, and then that person will only die because of natural death, because everybody gets ill before they die. But he said, you can live in a place that if you don't have a doctor, just keep to what I tell you over here. Tells you how to eat, and so on. And many of these things have changed with the change of climate that we live in. Have changed, but he writes that in his Mishnah Torah. But yes, that's how Maimonides became acclaimed in the wider world. He made it up to the Sultan, and with the works that he had, that got him the name of medicine that he did. Till today, you have a statue of Maimonides up in Egypt, and Maimonides Hospital named after the Rambam. So yeah, that's who he was. That's who he was. So this, more or less, next week we'll go on to the situation, what was going on in France and in Germany. Just to put things into perspective, Rashi lived, Rashi passed 5 years before Maimonides was born. In fact, there is one place that Maimonides says that he was going to do a job like Rashi did on the Talmud. Rashi is the commentary on the Talmud. But he said, the French already preceded me, the Frenchman already preceded me. So he obviously saw Rashi, which was quite interesting. Maimonides is quoted once in the Tosafos. Rashi's grandchild, we'll learn this next week, wrote commentary on the Talmud. On one side of the Talmud you have Rashi's commentary, and the other side you have the Tosafos. Tosafos literally means additions. And they wrote additions commenting on the Talmud and on Rashi, comparing different places in the Talmud when they sort of seem to be problematic, commenting different places, the additions. Only in one place is a certain Rabbeinu Moshe ben Maimon is quoted. Only once. Seemingly a letter might have been, there may have been correspondence between the two countries, very, very limited though. So the funny thing is about many places, times in Jewish history, that simultaneously you had two great people who not necessarily even saw each other, or even heard of each other. Many of these And it takes, professors sit there poring over documents and to try and see, if there was any connection between these communities, between these people, and how much did they actually talk with each other, which is quite a fascinating research.
How we actually deal with these contemporary issues of our
Because Rashi, you see, originally published his works
so
in
again,
what's called
kind of comment
big
that you
countries,
can't go ahead and make any type of ornament.
Rashi was very reserved. He didn't speak big. In general, Rashi didn't take on the position as Maimonides, as grand Jewish leader, at least even under his reading phase. Rashi was
You are not allowed to
wrote
sell
his,
an
again,
apple.
brilliant, the thing that, illuminated the Talmud forever and ever. But he originally published it in countries, in little booklets. The Tosafists, when they refer to Rashi, they refer to Pirush HaKutrus, Kutrus, the booklet says. And that's a reference to Rashi. Many there's stories told of Rashi that he wrote down his, booklets and he would go incognito to different shows and drop his book. Not like today, they put magazines around the shows. He would drop a little glint on the said, with the Talmud and bits of the Chumash, and people will, and he would put it anonymously. So that was Rashi. So until everything came together was a long time. But there's always up for speculation exactly how much they knew of each other. But this idea we have that Maimonides didn't know of Rashi and didn't know all of what he did, and there may be correspondence between them as well.
Okay, like I said, further, we're going to see further clarification of this in the Gemara itself. Incredible. So says the Gemara, so the Gemara is jumping here right into this statement of that you're not allowed to sell an akum, something that is mechubel karka. So I can't sell an akum, anything that's attached to this. Nor says, what is that? What is that? So first of all, understand what this would mean, right? This would mean, again, a tree, vines, a house, pretty much, again, anything that is attached to the ground. So the Gemara says, what is this? And I just want to point out, this is a thing
Welcome to another installment
right? So
of
you can't sell an
Jewish
akum,
history,
anything that is attached to the ground.
and
So the Gemara says,
we will be talking at
back,
this time
top of the Omicron,
about
so the
Europe
Pasuk says,
and
Los Chanim. What
mainly
is Los
France and
Chanim?
Germany,
Gemara, Los
a
Sifim
time
Lahem
which
Chania
was, on the
Bikava.
one hand,
You
extremely
cannot give an
dark,
apple
as was soon
in
illustrate
land.
the Middle Ages were definitely very dark and
We
gloomy
have
period
one land in this
on the
entire
collective
world.
side
One land that is only solely
many
fully
people,
ours. And
primarily
therefore, again, the
for
Gemara
the
says,
Jewish
the
people,
Baruch says, Los Chanim.
especially in
Don't
Europe.
give up a
On the
portion
other
of
side,
that land.
we
Yaakov,
have,
don't give up a portion of that land to anyone
particularly and
else outside
ironically
of
at
Providence.
this time, some of
So
the
again, once I want to
greatest
point out,
luminaries
we're going to see this phrase
the
is
Jewish
subject to some level
people
of this.
that ever
The
lived.
passage in its entirety reads as follows.
In general, in Europe,
In the
during
the Kisa,
roughly
this is
about
talking
the
about
year,
Claudius'
talking
conquest
around the
over
year
the 7
900,
nations who resided in
1000,
So you come
around
to
that
Canaan,
time,
you're going to war against all of these
1100.
nations. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to deliver them into
There
the
was
Exodus,
chaos.
promising us
I mean,
victory.
common
So
history
Achari
obviously
Tachemos, some
demonstrates this all too well. There were the vassals and the serfs that you either had a terrible life or a very good one, tormenting those who had
that's
the
that.
less
So again,
fortunate
in the
than you were.
context, in the commentaries is strong, you're going to conquer all of the
Job
nations
was
who
no
are there.
vassal,
Do not
no
create
serf.
treaties with them. Do not
He
go
was an
ahead
alien.
and
The Jew in
right,
Europe
go and
was
Los
not
Chanim.
considered
So what
to
is
be
Los
part
Chanim?
of
So
society.
again,
He
the Los
was
Chanim, Osifim Lahem Chania B'Karka.
an
Don't
alien,
give
somebody
them a
who
portion of the land.
is just
And therefore,
outside
again,
of
referencing
the
that,
regular
whatever
and
the mission
should
says,
really be
in
here.
Eretz Yisrael,
And
you are
only
not
due to
allowed
the
to sell an
benevolence and
apple,
mercy of the
anything that
state
is
and
attached
or
to
of
the
the
ground.
church
Why?
did
Biblical
he even
prohibition,
exist.
Los Chanim. Incredible. Now, so I want to
Always
point out
chased,
something
always
interesting. If you
tormented, and
notice,
always
in general,
suspected
performances
of collaborating with an enemy, or in general just to overthrow the government. Again, we have to remember that although we speak in this time, we have to be able to visualize the history. It's about being able to visualize the time and the situation. which we're talking, and it's very important we don't necessarily relate the kind of mindset, the dark and backward mindset fanatical mindset of many people had in those days. The clergy of the church was a class for itself. They were extremely powerful. Before they had the hand on the masses, call it something holy, and everybody has to obey. Even the rulers, even the government, and there was constantly a rivalry between the government and the church over who had supremacy. In general, whenever the clergy had supremacy, whenever they were on the top, there were problems, and there was very great suffering for the Jews because the anti-Semitism and the anti-Jewish propaganda was at a crazy height.
But ultimately, to serve
The Jews were always suspected, and they were thought of taking under, of overthrowing the Christian religion. They were the heretics, they were the deniers, they were the Christ killers, and they were constantly, the clergy was constantly preaching and revving up the crowds to
then the
kill the
proper
Jew,
way to
and
write
so
that
on
would have
and
been
so
those
forth. The
no.
pogroms,
Why
the
does it say those
massacres that went
Sifkanei?
on.
Shlamina
Even the ones that we
well,
don't hear of necessarily were going on a daily basis. This was
don't give them
we
really
hear
a bit
of,
of
unfortunately,
foothold
only
in
of the
don't
major
give them
ones, but there
parts
were
of the land.
constantly
Don't give
blood libels and killings and just general robbing and making the lives of the Jews totally miserable. This used to happen especially around Easter, around that time, which is coincides more or less with Pesach a lot of times, and they had to
level of friendship, that level of
buy the Jewish people to ransom and buy themselves out just for their very survival if they were only able to. Another thing which didn't do very good for the Jews was the fact that Jews did not pay a tax to the church. All members of the church, and then in Europe, in France, Germany, it was basically Christian, and no one else was really welcome. But everybody paid a tax to the church, and they used to really get a lot of money that way. And if a Jew would buy land, they would be exempt from the tax of the church because they were not members of the church, and this would be obviously a loss for them. And they tried to tax the Jews, whether directly or indirectly. They have to give money for the church. It didn't really work, and that is what started off, or one of the reasons that started off the expulsions in various places that throughout the Jews and the prohibition for Jews to own any land. And it's for that reason that Jews became merchants. They became money changers. They became merchants with various things that were not property that were movable. That's where a lot of the Jewish professions of peddling and of the arts, working with one's hands, that was the norm of how Jewish people lived in those times. It is because of all of this that in Europe, that part of Europe, France and Germany and the surrounding areas, there was not much mingling, we can understand, between Jews and Gentiles. Something very different from the situation in France. In France, we had the Marauders, those people who were so involved and so part of the culture and part of the people of Spain that they couldn't leave or didn't leave, and because they were so rooted over there, and therefore they became hidden Jews, although it meant on the outside converting to Christianity. Over here in these areas, there was much more
or sell it to
self-sacrifice, martyrdom, people who, because of
in your surroundings.
the tormenting, because of everything that was going on. So the Jews would very often be killed and what we call Al-Kiddush Hashem, to sanctify Hashem's name. The Jews were obviously not educated in the common sciences because that belonged to the old study.
How do I know? But any other
The study of Torah was known by the church, and you learned if anybody was educated, that's where it happened. On the backdrop of all of this, there were some flourishing Jewish communities. And some of the greatest Jewish leaders, as we mentioned earlier, came forth at this time. And what we are going to speak about too. The father was a man called Rabbeinu Gershon.
Again, let's
Rabbi
conversation a little bit. It's
lived from the year 960 to the year 1040. Shiva Reb Nosson Bar Yitzchak, who was from those four captives.
And
So
he
were
says,
those were captured by pirates, four great men from the yeshiva in Bovel, and they created yeshivas in four places in Europe and North Africa, and their yeshivas carried on, and in the end, sort of brought Jewish learning into other places outside Babylon, which then became the centers of Jewish learning, and this was, one of them was the yeshiva of Reb Nosson Bar Yitzchak, we learned by other teachers as well, and then moved on to Mayans, to Mainz, and
you're allowed to give
almost
it
immediately became known as his full name is known till today, Rabbeinu Gershon Oyer HaGoyim, Rabbeinu Gershon, the luminary of the exile of the diaspora.
Here are your options.
He was known as
so
the
what
one
can I do with
who
it?
was the
One of two
chief
options. Either
rabbinic authority over France, Germany, and Italy.
those
Till
are
today,
the
he's known
options
with that
at
name,
your
the
disposal.
luminary of
No
the diaspora,
other
of the exile,
options.
and not for no reason.
What
Rabbeinu Gershon,
about the fact that Rabbi
for a start,
Gershon, the
made a
so
Pirush, he made an explanation on the Talmud, on the
Gemara,
Gemara, which adds a lot to our understanding of the Gemara, and many of his works on the Gemara, and many Mesechtes, many tractates printed on the margin, printed on the side of the Gemara, where you can look and get to an understanding. There are also prayers in the Machzor that come from him. So that was as far as learning and prayer was concerned. He made tremendous contributions to that. What he's very well known for, Rabbeinu Gershon, is his takonos. A takona is an edict or an institution which was made and had to be kept. The most famous one, probably, well, not two of the most famous ones, is the prohibition against polygamy. Rabbeinu Gershon himself had two wives, and a lot of Taurus, a lot of problems because of it. And he was seeing that the whole thing was getting out of hand, and therefore made a ban against polygamy. One is not allowed to have more than one wife. That ban spread throughout, we said, the whole Ashkenazic community, France, Germany, Italy, and the surrounding places. It didn't, however, reach the Sephardic community, although many of them today do not have two wives, but some of the Yemenite Jews, for example, who were totally cut off from the general Jewish world for so many years, when they came to Israel in recent times, they came with more than one wife, but that's perfectly allowed, and most of our great had more than one wife. So, I shouldn't say most, many, though. That was perfectly fine. However, the ban did spread through most of Jewry until this day. Another edict which Rabbeinu Gershon made was that one is not allowed to divorce a woman against her will. Because, you
see biblically does say that it is impossible to divorce a woman against her will. It seems in the pasuk in the verses to be much more up to the husband, and therefore Talmudically that it's up to the husband. However, Rabbi Gershom saw again things were getting out of hand, and the Torah gives permission to the rabbinate at the time to make bans, to make edicts, and therefore he made an edict that a woman cannot be divorced against her will. There were also a number of other edicts which Rabbi Gershom made. First of all, he made an edict that the person is not allowed to read a letter that is not addressed to him. We can understand the destruction and problems that can come out of other people reading other people's mail. And there is, again, no explicit prohibition against this, but Rabbi Gershom made this explicit prohibition. You can gift
Another
it to a
one
giver.
of the
You can also sell it to a
edicts of
giver.
Rabbi Gershom was one is not allowed to shame a person who converted to another faith,
That's why we
to
constantly do this.
Christianity,
That's why
and in the
interpretation
end
number 3
did
of both
teshuvah,
of
he
the
returned to his Jewish
you
faith.
can't give up your gift to another.
This was something which was very prevalent.
Number
I
2,
mean, you had people who were
give unsolicited
doing
compliments.
this, who this happened to all the time. On the outside, maybe however much they meant it or didn't mean it, but they converted to Christianity, but then wanted to come back. And there was a great discussion, we even mentioned in another time, that the Rambam, Maimonides, and many other Jewish sages, each one at their time had to deal with this question of Jews who had converted even unwillingly to Christianity or to Islam, and then later on wanted to return. You see, many Jews had been killed because of this, and they let themselves be killed. Those who didn't were obviously weaker in spirit and decided that they were okay with just accepting it outwardly, and inside they would remain faithful to the Judaism, and when the time came they would return. Many Jews saw this with contempt. They didn't like this. Where are you when self-sacrifice is demanded? So they would ridicule such people. Rabbi Gershom made a ban one is not allowed to ridicule or shame anybody who returns to their Judaism after having done this. Two interesting edicts. One against cutting the margin of a sefer, the margin of a book. Paper wasn't all that cheap in those days, and people would often cut away the margins of a sefer, the margins of a book, in order to use it for scrap paper, not scrap paper, but to write on it. And Rabbi Gershom said that this is not respectful for the sefer, for the book, and therefore prohibited doing it. Another famous edict, which still exists today, it was against speaking in shul, talking in shul. It's not a good idea. And for many centuries, and again, each one that go to Jewish law and many other sources speak very harshly against idle chatter in shul, and this was one of the edicts of Rabbi Gershom, something which we're still suffering from and need to fix up today. But again, we can always remember that it was Rabbi Gershom all that time ago. It's an old problem that Jews like to talk in shul.
Okay. The Gemara says, good. So again, on both sides, interestingly enough, the Gemara, I just want to point out, the Gemara is bringing this story as a kesha ultimately again on the statement that was just made. What was the statement that was made? You're not allowed to compliment idolatry. The Gemara is raising this kesha, bringing the story as showing a real complimenting idolatry. Now the truth is, the Gemara is going to go on a different story about just in general, this is a woman. Right? This is a woman is complimenting a woman who's not his wife. What about like the morality concept? That will get there. But right now, the discussion over here is the Gemara just said, do not give unsolicited compliments.
Never liked to do this. However, they had to do it, and it spiraled into
look at your beautiful
the expulsion of the Jews
another
from
story.
mainstream
Where
Rabbeinu Gershom had lived. An unfortunate thing which happened to Rabbeinu Gershom, you see, in those days, you must understand that we mentioned this another time, that to convert to Christianity
the Turner's
to
ruthless
convert
skills
to
bring destruction of the
society, to
secondary son.
convert
And what
to
happened?
becoming a regular person.
Turner's ruthless his wife. Rock,
And however much
Safak,
people could or couldn't be blamed for
he
it,
spit, he
however,
laughed, and he
it
cried.
was
Raw,
definitely something which was very tempting because being on the other
Raw,
side
so he
was not
spit why?
was not funny at all. It was just it was difficult and hard. Rabbeinu Geshem had a son who converted to Christianity through a bunch of circumstances and one thing leading up to another. Rabbeinu Geshem, we can imagine, was beside himself and sat shiver for his son, as many did in such a case. Son, child would betray the faith. They treated it as if their child had actually passed away and sat shiver for them and didn't want to know any more of their
So that's why
child.
he spit.
This unfortunately did happen to Rabbeinu Geshem. He passed away in that year from agony from the whole story.
Prophetically is incredible.
But
One
left
day,
his
the wife
indelible
of
mark
Tarsus was going
upon
to
Jewish
convert,
history,
and
Jewish
Akiva
law,
and her were going
and
to get
Jewish
married.
conduct
They were going
up
to get
until
married.
today.
So the
Our
Gemara says,
sages
"Vinasa
tell us
Bafa." And why did he cry?
something very interesting.
Ha'ishu from Bali Afro, because one day the sun
V'zorach
was so beautiful,
hashemesh
this
u'bo
beautiful form
hashemesh.
would
When
decompose
the sun
ultimately in the dirt. It was
rises,
incredible.
the sun is
Now,
eventually
Rav,
going to set.
Now, well,
But
so
when
again,
the sun sets,
so interestingly
we
enough,
always know
okay, so
that
there's a lot to
soon
unpack
the sun is
in
going
these
to
stories
rise
over here,
again.
but again, how could it be
And the Talmud actually
was
gives us a
complimenting
sequence
woman
of
who he saw
people
again on the stairs of the
passed
Harabais?
away, and
Isn't
that
that
very same year,
complimenting
almost
idolatry?
immediately
Isn't that awesome?
after that,
To which the
the
Gemara said,
star of
"Aguye
another
Hudu." No,
great
he wasn't
leader,
complimenting her.
a
Who was he
great
complimenting?
tzaddik among the
HaKadosh
Jewish
Baruch
people,
What's
rose
that
almost
verse again? It says,
immediately
"Marabum
after
Asefa
his
Hashem."
predecessor
See, this
passed
one is
away.
exceptionally
And along
beautiful.
Jewish
See,
history, we
God,
often
it's
see
powerful.
this
You are the
pattern,
master
and
creator.
this is
You
sort of the
create
pattern that
beautiful
we see
things
with
in this world.
Rabbeinu Geshem.
Gemara says,
Rabbeinu
"Da'amar
Geshem
Rav,
passed
Da'amar
away in the
Ha'lo
year
Brios
1040.
Tovos, Omer
And
Baruch Shekacha
that
Bara
very same
Ba'olamo."
year,
Because again,
the
this
child
halacha
was
goes in
born
sex
who
brothers.
was
Sex
going
brothers.
to
That if you see
illuminate
beautiful
the
people,
entire
you see
Jewish people
Brios Tovos, and not
with
just beautiful
his
people. You
teachings
see
and with his
magnificent
persona.
creations. So what's the halacha?
Rashi
You say Baruch
is an
Shekacha Bara
acronym
Ba'olamo.
for
Blessed are you, Hashem,
his
who
name.
has created such
His name
beautiful things in
was
the world.
Rabbeinu
Okay, so
Shlomo
let's say so far. So
Yitzchaki.
therefore, what comes out of it here
His
is the
name was
halacha
Shlomo,
as espoused
and
is
his
to
father was called
means
Yitzchak.
that
So
halacha l'maisa,
Yitzchaki, the one
halacha
of
l'maisa,
Yitzchak,
we have
Rabbeinu
to go
Shlomo
ahead and
Yitzchaki is an acronym. That's
halacha
why he's known
l'maisa,
as
you're
Rashi.
not allowed to be
However,
associated with compliments
Jews from
too.
all generations have
Right?
always
That's
said
also
that
from
the word
I would
Rashi
Hashem Yomil. He wasn't
stands
complimenting
also
Yaakov.
for the
He was
words
complimenting
Rabbon
people.
Shel
That's what was
Yisrael,
happening.
the
All right,
teacher
incredible. Now the Gemara says,
of all
one
of
second.
Israel.
We talk about these stories in this
For indeed,
Our
Rashi
Rabbi Akiva.
has become and still is
Are you allowed
a
to look at
teacher
when you are in
of
your
all
life?
of Israel. He
And what is it?
is
What is
alive
this
and well.
question? Like the
Rashi
Shmuel was
is
so enthralled by idolaters
thousands of
that
hundreds of
he
thousands
says a
of
bracha.
people who
Right?
study
Literally again,
Rashi
Marabu
on a
apostle,
daily
Marabu
basis,
Ma'aseh
whether it's his
incredible. Rabbi Akiva,
commentary
right?
on the
That's his
Talmud,
roots.
commentary on the Chumash, and
Other
other works. Rashi
I go back
has
to look at women
illuminated
who are not
the
your
Jewish
wife.
people
It says the Gemara
forever
Nesting,
after.
where is the kasha? Finish
Rashi was born in
so
a
plus it says you shall dog yourself in
town
every
of
evil thing.
Tawaz,
Surely you
a
stand
place
here,
still exists
Adam,
today.
you shall not have
And
to
the
the
story of his birth is actually quite an interesting one. His father, Rabbi Yitzchak,
save
was
yourself
a
from
great
getting
man,
into trouble.
great
So how
Torah
does a man save himself from getting
leader, I
into
believe,
trouble?
and a scholar.
Don't look
And
other
he
beautiful
him
women
and his
who
wife
are
did
not
not have any
your wife.
children for a while.
Don't do that.
He
It's
dealt
only
also
going
in
to lead
jewels,
to one thing. It's only going to have
And one
some
day,
type of negative.
a
Here's what's good.
diamond was offered to him,
Certainly
which
not
was
going to
very,
lead to
very
something
expensive.
good.
He pulled the
No one
diamond
ever
and was
gazed
looking
at a woman
for
his wife. And said,
customers
oh, you know
who
what?
would buy the
That
diamond.
is just a pathway to so much ridiculous spiritual growth. Right? That's never happened in the
Delegation
history of humanity.
from
So whatever the negative thing is going to happen,
great
that may vary in
landlord or
degrees.
one of these
But
great
really one thing is
knights,
true, it's not going to lead to
whatever
anything
the
positive.
thing was, a
So
knight,
therefore,
whatever they called them in those days, somebody in power. A great knight came along to him and told him that they were interested, the knight was interested in purchasing the diamond.
Engage in a piece of trade.
Yitzchak, as a merchant would,
Right? So the brothers get all upset at the dreams.
negotiated with them, and
And the
he
pasuk
wanted,
says, "Va'aviv
in the end,
shamar
to
es
show, he
hadar."
wanted to
That
show
Yaakov
the
Avinu
night, the
literally
diamond,
against Shamar, he guarded the night. And Rashi HaKodesh, the
after
word means
talking
Shamar.
to the
Yosef
delegation for a while, Rabbi
Masai
Yitzchak got wind of the fact
Yaakov knew
that
the dreams were
they
going to
were
come
going
true. Shamar
to
means
fix this diamond
anticipatory wait
into
for something to
an
come to
idol,
fruition.
into something
So
which is a
Shmarta,
god or whatever
means be
this
an
knight
anticipatory
believed in,
type of person.
something which was
Be Roa
totally
es
not
Hanova.
kosher.
All of us know the
Rabbi Yitzchak
things and the
kept his cool,
influences which are going
and
to lead us
needed to
down
make
on
the
that
clever
back
decision
path.
to
Be
sell the diamond to
proactive.
the knight.
Be proactive. Listen, we
Almost
so
certain
often
death.
live
You had the
life
chutzpah
in
to, not
defense
sell
mode.
it to him
Because
because,
well, he tells us, go on
especially,
your offense. Go on
suspecting
your
the
offense.
Jew as the
It
time
is
was.
Shmarta Mikol
However,
means
selling it to him meant
offensively protect
giving
yourself.
of
Be
his
on your offense.
possession,
Offensively
selling something,
protect
giving
yourself from
benefit
the things
for
that you know are going to lead you
for
down the wrong path.
idol worship,
Therefore, the
which
Gemara
was
says,
obviously going to be out of the question for him.
don't look at a beautiful woman.
Yitzchak devised a plan.
Even if she's single.
He went
The Gemara says,
some
if
say
she's
both,
married,
some say that he showed the jewel, was showing the
for a
jewel
married
on
woman, one should never look at
the
another married
seashore
woman.
to
But even
the
a single woman,
knight,
if she's
to
beautiful,
his delegation,
obviously
and
it's not
because he
beautiful,
wanted
that's
to,
a
it
subjective
should
definition.
its
But
true
even if she's
beauty would
very
be able to
beautiful,
be reflected when it was
don't
next to
look at
water
her.
and the sun was
Wow,
out. He
I'm not doing
drew
anything.
out the
Right
jewel,
now you're not doing
and
anything.
he was marveling at it,
Who
and
knows
was
if it's
turning
going to
it
lead to anything
backwards and
good?
forwards as
Is
one
it going to
does,
lead to anything
and
productive?
then
Chances are it's only going to lead to something
accidentally
negative. Therefore, the
slipped,
Shmerta,
and the jewel
Nikolda
fell into the
means
water.
live life on the spiritual
Obviously, Rabbi
offense.
Yitzchak
Don't
had
think
done
on
this on
spiritual
purpose in
defense. On
order
the
that
offense.
the jewel should
Yoshif
get lost,
Mitzvah,
and he shouldn't have anything
anticipate
to
what
do
are the things that
with
are
giving
going to
benefit
lead you
to idol
trouble,
worship.
to lead you
Obviously,
down
at
the wrong
his
path, and
own
avoid those
extreme
things.
expense.
Here the Gemara says
He was happy that
specifically
he did it.
about
He
looking
made,
at other
however,
women
as if he
on the
was
days.
crying and screaming and now
Not
he
only
lost
that,
all his money.
a lot of
They
it
felt
is
very bad for
Sabbath
him, but they
Don't
went
look
away
ultimately
empty
again at
handed.
the
And
colored
in heaven
clothing
it
of
was
women. Rashi
decided
says, "What would
that
be the
because Yitzchak had thrown away a precious gem, a jewel, for the sake of sanctifying Hashem's name, for keeping his faith untouched, so he would be given a child who would illuminate, as a jewel does, the entire Jewish people for all generations. It's actually interesting that Rashi, in the beginning his explanation to the Chumash, he starts off with quoting a piece of the Medrash, but quoting the one who said it.
Even birds, at the
Usually
time
Rashi
that they're mating,
doesn't often do it unless there's a specific reason why he wants to quote the one who said whatever they said. Usually in the Medrash and the Talmud you have so and so said this and so and so said that. It's full of names. It quotes you the name of everyone who said it. However, Rashi doesn't do that in his explanation for the Chumash. He just tells you the actual idea that he drew from the Talmud and the Medrash or other sources. In this case, and however, the beginning of the Torah, he quotes the explanation with a name.
in my head is like
The name of the one who said it in the Medrash was Rabbi Yitzchak.
So therefore, again, it's incredible. The positive
And then he wondered,
Shmarta,
why did Rashi
when
put
the
in over
Shmarta
here,
Nicole
over
Davara,
Rabbi
right? So that
Yitzchak, Rabbi
pasuk,
Yitzchak said, why
sorry,
does
finish
Rashi have to
Shmarta
have the name
Nicole
of the person
Davara,
for what
ultimately
purpose?
again
And
is
many say that this
be
was a
on the
demonstration of
offense.
kibbutz
Now, I
love,
want to point out,
of
we
respect
before,
for his father,
the pasuk
that
is, he
since his
states
father was
in
called
Machane
Yitzchak,
Alazah,
so he chose to
when
put in
the
the
camp
word
goes out to
Rabbi
war
Yitzchak.
against the
Rabbi
enemy,
Yitzchak said,
then
obviously this
Shmarta
wasn't his
Nicole
father,
Davara.
but
Obviously,
the
it's one of
idea of mentioning his father's name at the
during
beginning of
war.
his Pirush, the
Now, it's
beginning of
interesting,
his
it's fun, right?
explanation, was a demonstration of respect to his illustrious father.
So when the pasuk says, "Hisitzi machana alayaka," if you want to mobilize your personalistic army against the Yetzer Sahara, what's the secret to success in the war against the Yetzer Sahara? In the Shmarta Mikol Davara. The secret to success in the war against the Yetzer Sahara is not a good defense.
And Rabbi Yitzchak ben Yehuda of Mainz, and who they were students of Rabbi
If at the
Gesher.
end of the day, take the battle to the Yetzer Sahara.
Rashi at a young age returned
In the
as the
Shmarta
rabbi
Mikol
of
Davara.
his
Again, to begin with, I just avoid getting myself in the negative
He
spiritual.
served as a rabbi without
Over
pay.
and over.
Rashi chose not to take
I
any
know what
money
the
from
triggers are.
his
I know the
position
things that set me
and
off. I know the
instead
things that lead me
became
down the road.
a
I know
wine
it's not like
maker.
it's,
Rashi
I know
produced
myself. I know
wine,
the things.
and he
If I
made
look
a
at
living
this,
out
if
of
I
that,
do this, it's going to
devoted
set off
all his time
a whole
that
chain
was
reaction of
possible
events.
to learning and to his
Try my best
rabbinate.
again to avoid
Rashi
things
did not have any
proactively.
sons. Rashi had
Therefore,
three
Gemara says
daughters,
the
three
animals made it.
great daughters they were.
The animals made it. You know,
And
I don't know
all
what it's going
Rashi's
to do.
daughters were known to be
Why
great,
put
great
yourself in
women
that
in
situation?
their own right.
So the Gemara says,
One of them
but listen to this.
married a man called Rabbeinu
Even if
Meir.
you're filled with eyes like the angel of death, I will discuss that reference in the Gemara, but it's so hard not to look. The Malach also going to see his eyes everywhere.
The Baalei HaTosos, we're going to explain that in a
Because
second.
Amar Amodes,
The Baalei
Shekulo
HaTosos, a
Malay
man called
because again,
Rabbeinu
I
Tam,
want to digress here
Rabbeinu
just a second.
Tam,
The angel of
the
death
Rashbam,
is covered
and
in
the
eyes.
Rifon.
Malay and Nine.
Rabbeinu Shmuel ben Meir, and Rabbeinu Yitzchak ben Meir.
Perhaps the symbol of death is,
And they were the Baalei
when
HaTosos.
we're
And the Baalei HaTosos were many of them grandchildren, as we see here, and relatives and of Rashi, but also many other authorities, political authorities that came in a generation or two after Rashi, who commented on the Talmud, also involving a lot Rashi's commentary. They will often quote Rashi and then argue with it or analyze it or so on and so forth. If you look at a page of Talmud, you'll see in the middle is
at the
the
end of the day, after
Talmud on
120,
the
we have to give an
inside,
accounting for everything.
towards the left, on the
Even the
right,
things that we chose to
and the
ignore,
book
even the
towards
things
the
that we
right,
tried to bury, the
left hand
things
of
that we
the
tried
book,
to
and the
hide,
inside margin
still have
you
to
have
give an
Rashi,
accounting.
and then on the outside
The
margin
Gemara says it's called
you
the
have
Shastiti,
the
also
Tosfos.
sorry, Shastiti the Shakola, or maybe the Ara Shosa.
So as we said, Rashi made
They're about to die. The
two
Malach is standing
monumental
on the head, on top of the old
commentaries,
person.
one on
The
the
top of
Talmud
Shlut will
and
be
one
a
on the
dog.
Chumash.
And
The
it's
commentary of the
stretched his
Talmud
hand
is
to keep us
extremely important and invaluable when we learn the Talmud. You see, the Talmud was written in a language and in a style which was understood in its day, roughly 2,000 years ago, a little less. But even in the generation of Rashi, around, however much, 800, 1,000 years later, this sort of language as today is very difficult, and the style is often very, very cryptic. So Rashi made an explanation which simply takes you through the learning of the Talmud and explains it in its most literal and basic sense. Rashi used also many words in Old French to translate difficult words in the Talmud to the current language. You will see this in the word that Rashi has,
How is it
Balaz
complimenting his
stands for
idolaters?
Balashai.
Remember again, he's standing on the stairs of the Halakha. He sees this beautiful idolaters. He says, Maradu Masaf Hashem. So fine. So he said, it's not complimenting idolatry because it wasn't complimenting idolatry, it's complimenting Torah. Fine. But he was still complimenting another word. How could he have done that? To which the Gemara answers,
Genius of Rashi in his commentary, both
you
commentaries,
rounded corner. In other words,
is his
didn't intentionally
simplicity.
look at it.
It's
Instead, what ended up happening over here is
exactness.
he was
You
coming
read
around the
Rashi,
corner.
it
He's coming
reads
around
and
the corner,
flows.
and
There's
therefore
nothing
he couldn't
bombastic.
it.
There's
He saw
nothing
it. So again,
glamorous.
that there
On
was,
the,
there was
on
no
the
way to
superficial
avoid it.
sense,
So
you
once
just
you
read
saw her,
and
you
it
obviously
explains
saw
it
her
to you.
tremendously. And
But
you complimented
how
her
many
to her.
thousands and thousands of pages have been written examining every word of Rashi and its extreme exactness of why did he choose to explain the Talmud this way or the Chumash this way? He could have chosen another way. Even his wording is extremely exact, and yet
one would not be
it
able
doesn't
to
show.
look
It
intentionally
reads
look at another
to
one,
a
even if the
child
purposes
who
of praising
begins to learn the Talmud, or
incredible
a
lesson.
young child, even a
So
younger child
a
who
lot
begins
more
to
to
learn
say. God
Chumash.
bless the
It
Bible.
reads
Well,
so
we get
simple, it reads
now
so
the other
smoothly,
thing that Ransom
and
said
yet
was
it is
again
so deep
in this
and so
Shmarta
exact.
Mitzvot Davarah, being on the spiritual offense,
Wrote
and not
his
looking at
commentary
things
on the majority
that
of
the
the
appropriate desires or
Masechtas of the
wants.
tractates of the Talmud, but did not finish. Actually, if you open up the tractate Maseches Makos and Maseches Baba Basra, you will see that at one point there is like a gap in Rashi's explanation, which said this is where Rashi finished, Rashi passed away at this point, and the continuation of the explanation is not Rashi's, rather it's one of the Rashbam, many times or others that continued the explanation of the Talmud, and you can see the difference immediately. The Rashbam, for example, from Baba Basra, is very long-winded, he says things over and over, choose things, but now Rashi is very concise. Rashi, there's not an extra word that he wrote there. It's different. It's very, very different.
Furthermore, this is only with old clothing.
And then we have the explanation of Rashi on Chumash.
In other words,
Rashi
only
wrote
talking
it
about clothing that
for
someone's
the
worn.
child,
Right, but let's
for
say again,
the
a
one
woman purchases
who
a particular
is
piece of
either a
clothing,
child in age
worn it
or
yet.
a
There's no
child in
prohibition for another
understanding
man to
with
look at that
extreme
because even though she
simplicity.
owns it,
Rashi
she hasn't worn
says
it.
many
So
times
therefore,
in
looking
his
at it will not
explanation
create
that I am only out here to explain the simple meaning of the verse, nothing more. Whichever Midrashic or Talmudic excerpts Rashi brings in his explanation is all the simple meaning, what he understands to be the simple meaning of a verse. And again, so concise, so exact, and yet reads so smoothly. It's no wonder then that the very first book, that Jewish book that was printed in the printing press, was a Chumash and Rashi. And until this very day, the child will begin to learn Chumash, and when ready, will start to learn Rashi immediately together with it.
You're going to be looking at
The
the
boy will
meaning,
start
we just said
learning
that that's a
Gemara,
problem.
Talmud, and
Which the
almost
Gemara says,
immediately will begin to learn Rashi as well.
If
They
I'm
go
the
hand
farmer
in
and I'm
hand,
helping my
and
animals mate,
Rashi's
that's what
teachings
makes me
reverberate
happy, so
today
why not?
in hundreds of thousands of shuls, of yeshivas, of homes. Rashi is alive and well today in the Jewish home and in the Jewish places of learning. There are people that every day learn.
So if I'm going to go ahead, if I'm the shepherd and I have to flock to the blind and the maid, helping the male and the female is not going to elicit me because that's my work. I'm involved, my head is in my work, and therefore I know my head is in my work, I'm not, my thoughts are not
exciting as far as the Jewish
so
scene,
the Gemara says,
because
here by the
Rashi
craftsman also.
lived
The truth
right
is, even if
in
they
the
only had one
onset
clothing, which
of
doesn't
the
really matter for him,
Crusaders.
because
In fact,
halacha
it's a
l'maisa,
story of how
halacha
Rashi
l'maisa,
encountered
is
the
only
leaders of the leaders of the Crusaders and told them
craftsmen
that
who work
they
even on
will
a
fail. He
that woman had
prophesied
worn
them they
before,
will fail.
because
It's a longer
since it's
story,
his
not
work,
here's the place
therefore
for
his
it.
mind is
However,
focused on his work.
this was the life of Rashi. Rashi, who didn't make the headlines in personal life, he was very, very modest. Rashi actually wrote his Pirush, he wrote his explanation in little pamphlets. And in the beginning, it was anonymous. He would drop a pamphlet, lose a pamphlet or two in a shul, and somebody would pick it up and read it and be amazed. And on it went, in fact, went Tosfos. When the commentary of the Tosfos comments on Rashi, it will say, Pirush HaKontos, the booklet, the pamphlet says. They're referring to their grandfather many times, but Rashi's explanation was printed and written in pamphlets. Rashi was extremely modest, never stepped up greatly on the Jewish scene, and yet made such a difference. Next time we'll learn further on about the events of the Crusaders and the aftermath and so on, the different things and people that came up on the scene
I am
after
constantly
this.
engaged in Avodas Hashem. I am torrid ba'avoda and occupied with growth. I'm occupied with service. My life is filled with meaning. No matter what it is that I am doing, then halacha l'maisa, there's no time for the Yitzhak. It's fascinating, right? The craftsman doesn't have time to think in moral thoughts. He's fixing the garment. The shepherd doesn't have time for moral thoughts. He's got to grow the flock. The yid has no time for moral thoughts. When when I am occupied with avodah, when I am occupied with purposeful, meaningful, directed living,
1100, 1200.
Incredible.
And
Oh my God, let's just do one more piece.
Rashi
I'm mad.
lived in that
You
time.
men
In
on this.
fact,
Remember again,
I think we mentioned at the end of last week that Rashi
poison on the sword.
lived to
The person sees the last moments
see
before death.
the
Not
first
opened up,
crusade.
the poison falls in.
That's when
That's when
Rashi lived.
Shmuel. This is seen argument about Father Shmuel. The Amar Abu Shmuel, Amar Malach Hamas, listen to this.
We must
Hamas says as
understand,
follows.
before we go into the whole story of the Crusades, that today
Rip open the throat.
everything is really
It's a pretty dramatic.
anything that the Jewish people ever went through.
First on the side, the Rashi is not
was
Philly, but I'm a lacto.
not the only thing which was on maybe on the level of proportion of the Holocaust was the destruction of that era when about 1,000 Jewish, sorry, 1 million Jewish people lost their lives in the era of the destruction of the Second Temple through the Romans.
Next time,
Petar,
you don't see
the whole stretch of
Again, the
time.
Malach was interesting,
In
right?
that era, that's when it was probably the most tragic.
Father Schultz had
Before we're talking here,
Hamas says, for me, when I took the first like, I would get thrown open like Shtita. So obviously what that sounds like over here is that the Malach Hamas does split
the expulsion of Spain was a big one.
just
Yes, the
doesn't
expulsion of
split
Spain was a big
big
one.
as
Not
one would do
not
with
the expulsion
that
was
sounds
great.
like it's not the
Not
poison
in the
that kills,
proportions,
but rather
however.
it's splitting of the throat.
I don't
To which
believe
the
in the
Gemara says,
proportions of what
to
we're
which
talking
the
here.
Gemara says, Kibbehin, I'm sorry. However, they should be
However,
Doma, Tipa,
Jewish
Nechatu,
literature
Rabu, the Suma.
before the
Maybe it's that
Holocaust,
Tipa, that trap of poison,
the
that actually
Crusades was pointed out to be one of the blood spots, the great deaths and the great tragedies of the Jewish people throughout in all time.
future. These questions beginning by
The beginning of the
the
story,
I wrote it,
how this transpired,
ultimately
was
again, one wants that the body
something
should
that
not
we pointed out the other
ultimately
week,
again turn
of
the
the
body
tug
on
of
its
war
face. That
between
again,
the clergy, between the church,
into the body that causes
the
decomposition.
church was always vying for more power and for more authority in how everything was run.
Everyone, don't worry, tomorrow's a very
The question was who was to be on top. Usually, when the church was on top, it was bad for the Jewish people.
You're here, tremendous.
Times, however, when
so just with all of you, have a wonderful day. The miracle of Yonatan Shai Weinberg for the use of the status from Israel and Eretz Israel and the American speedy arrival of Mashiach on May. We also thank Daniel and Bathsheba Pava for sponsoring all the shurim of the month in commemoration of the second year of Basheba's father, who reflected the Aryeh of Philadelphia, which is the 7th of Thomas. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and of the descendants. And the Shara should have an Aliyah, the Gan Eden, and the family should have continued nachas for all of the grandchildren. We're going to pick up on the bottom of your test on the base with the words Amar Shmuel Bar Nachmani, Amar Rabbi Yonasan. Shmuel Bar Nachmani says in the name of Rabbi Yonasan, Maidachsiv, they added on the side. Maidachsiv, what do we mean by what it says? Ashri Ish Lehalach Matzas Rishayim. Again, analyzing the very first chapter in Tehillim, which is lucky, fortunate is the person who does not go with the path of Rishayim. Who does that refer to? To the top of the Testament Aleph, Zeh Avraham Avinu. This refers to Avraham Avinu. Why shalai halach ba'atzas anshe dara flaga? He did not follow the path of the ways of the dara flaga. Who are the dara flaga? Again, there were people who built this massive this tower, which they were going to use to wage war against the Kadosh Baruch Hu. Why Shayim hayu? They were evil people. Shenemar, for it says Hava nivna lanu ir. Let's go build a city. And he did not get involved in such a group. Therefore, that refers to Avraham Avinu. He did not follow in the path of those who commit Averos. What is again? That's also referring to Avraham Avinu. Did not live. Did not spend the time with the people of Sodom. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives sinning, stayed away from them. Remember, how do we know this? Where it says, "I'm Sheisadayim, people of Sidayim, Roy Bachatayim La Hashem." Bad people, and they constantly sin before Hakadosh Baruch. The pasuk continues says that Asher Yish Halach Lasas Shayim B'Chatam LeOmad, and then it says Moshe Leitzi Vayash did not spend his time, did not do well among those cynical clowns, making jokes out of everything. But Yosef, the most he did not settle down within the settlement of the Restream. Because again, these people were very cynical, constantly joking. Now, interestingly, remember, it goes on. The people who were constantly filled with jokes, why? Because the first story gets so funny to me was like of Avinu. This is the story that takes place later on during the time of Shimshon. Shimshon, who was somebody who told us Joseph, and Shimshon was somebody who was quite an mysterious life. Again, he was Joseph, he was Navi, and ultimately he lived a life which was unique to him. Again, his life was captured by Restream, and after he blinded him, he brought him out and entertained them with all types of jokes. You see this traditional people with jokes. Interestingly, Rashi tells us that Avraham Avinu did live among the Philistines. In other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not live. We look at Rashi, quotes the pasuk. The pasuk says, "Yishigar beinayim the Sid Vayagar Avram the Eretz Philistine Avram." He dwells in the land of the Philistine and Marsha. Exactly what he said. It's very big difference between Avraham Avinu being guard in the land of the Philistine or being the Yeshiv. Interesting. It says the Yeshiv Yaakov, the Eretz Nurei of it. The Rishonim point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Bikish Yaakov Leishev V'Shalva. He wanted to live a life of Leishev. Wanted to settle. The term by Yeshev refers to settle down, going within the community, becomes a member of that Tehillah. By Yagar is much more of a temporary life. He lived among the Philistines. However, he did not kind of integrate into that. Why? Because he saw Now again, it was the Rishonim point out that the Litzanei Hagar had all kinds of to say about Yaakov Avinu and about his children, and therefore that's what it is, really. It's so funny. There's such a narrative outside of Litzanei Hagar in the time of Avraham Avinu. The narrative is that's what he was talking about. Just like the Christian, the Christian were Litzanim all the way back from the beginning, and Avraham Avinu was recognized that he could sometimes live in a neighborhood. It's like a comics will hang out talk to you. The whole city, but yet you stay from the people who are not good. That's what he yes, he did live among the Philistines, but he was no Yashar. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that, generally speaking, he goes but the Gemara continues by darshaning two more psukim, which discuss the unfortunate life that Ashley is. Yirei, as I said, this is not the very first pasuk in Tehillim. This is also a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. Ashley is. Yirei, as I said, Ashley is. Hold on, why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? Why did you say Ashley is? Now, why did we ask this earlier? Usually we ask that's like massive projection because there are refers to this as opposed to somebody else. So it's telling us is that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific. The Ashley Ish sounds much more like it's gender specific. Therefore, they want to ask, why did you say Ashley Ish like Ashley Isha? Amar Rama said, Amar Rama, when the drop Ashley Isha, in this case, it does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman, rather it refers to a young person. What it means is, unfortunately, the person who does to stupidly repent from this mistake is younger. Why? Because when the person is younger, a lot more strength, a lot more ability to be able to reevaluate evaluate
storming
really
the fucking
different life.
gates with
When
illegal
it's older,
immigrants. You don't think that was a
it's
good
much
idea?
harder
You
to
know,
change.
like rampant spending.
So the Levi
completely
Amar,
unchecked,
so when Levi
with
says,
no
Ashley,
documentation, like
Nish,
what's going on in
Miskara,
California.
Yichek, Ish,
You know, like,
when the Pasuk says
I don't
Ish
think that's
over
a
here,
bad thing,
doesn't,
but
again, doesn't
Tim Walz is
necessarily
doing.
mean a man, it means anybody, but the term
There's
Ish
so much of it,
means
man.
it's a
But then
strong
it's
person.
also like, yeah, what ICE is
It
doing,
was kind of like
fucking shooting
man
down
up
seems
and do
crazy.
what's right. That's
You
what
know,
the
like
Pasuk was
grabbing
saying.
people
Actually,
that happen
maybe
to be
the Pasuk
American
was to
citizens
say
and
that.
fucking dragging
But
them
the
out to the
bottom
snow
line
and asking for papers.
is the
That
term
seems
Ish
kind of fucking
describes
crazy to me.
strength,
Yeah, that
which
seems
requires the
insane.
person
But
to
it's
be
also like,
strong and to
they
fight
have
up
a
the Yisrael.
great job. Like, imagine
Actually, Mish, Miskara,
you're an
Yitzchak,
ICE.
Ish,
Listen,
the mitzvot
just
of
imagine
Chafetz
what
Mod. The
happened.
Pasuk continues on and says,
So
the mitzvot
we
of Chafetz
tried,
Mod,
we
he
used
has,
our
he really
sponsor
wants,
for
he has a
Plex
strong
Hand,
desire
tried to figure out
to
through
be able
AI
to
what
fulfill
the
the mitzvahs Amar,
exact number
Rebbe
is.
Lazar.
But when you deep dive, you realize they don't
The
know the
mitzvot
number.
of
They
the
really
low
have like an
time
estimate
mitzvahs.
of
Why is what's this
interactions
person
with
motivated
illegal
by?
immigrants.
He is
And it's
motivated by the
somewhere
mitzvahs. He's
around
not
11
motivated
million
by the
for
prize,
4
by the
years,
reward.
which
The height
is
is not, this is what
fucking
we're quoting in
wild.
Mishnah.
That's 10
Who are you, Omer?
hospitals.
Again, this is the
Okay,
famous Mishnah in the Sefton
east,
Avos.
yeah,
I think it's
illegal
Sofa.
immigrants are allowed
Who are you,
in
Omer?
this
I'll
country,
feel Kawada
needed
Rasham,
in this
the Rabbi
country,
Nafta
they moved to
Kalafras.
states.
Not be like
They
a servant
moved them, they
who
flipped
serves the
them
Kodesh
out
Baruch,
to
serves his
swing
master
states.
because
This is all
he's
Mike
expecting
Pence's
wages.
talking stuff.
And
This
you,
is
Kawada Rasham,
see, they gave
so
him
low,
EBT
Amanat
cards.
Alapras,
So
to be like a
imagine,
servant who serves
you
his
know,
master,
imagine, just
even
want to imagine
if
you're one
you
of
are
those people
not
that, like,
going
dude,
to be
they're asking
in
me
work.
cards. This is
It's
awesome.
very
Now I'm in
interesting
America. I'm gonna get a
just
good
to see
job. I'm
this.
gonna be able to support
You
my
look at
family. And
the
then all of a sudden you have these
specific
fucking dudes with
terminology in the
bulletproof
Gemara.
vests
It
looking
says,
for you on the
Eloheyu
streets.
Avadim,
Yeah.
Amasham
I
Kisarad
thought you
to
said
be
it was okay.
like
I
servants
thought
who
the
serve
Red
their
Cross
master.
gave me a
So
map.
lo almanas the
I
kalafras.
was, he gave me a
So
fucking
lo
cell
almanas
phone,
means
and now you're
not
hunting
on
me, right? They
condition
just like caught in
that
a
you will
crossfire.
get a
But
reward
now
for it.
imagine
Look
the
at
ICE
Rashi.
agents. Okay,
The
this
way
is
that
your
he
job.
writes
Your
it is
job is to go
al
and find these people.
manas
And one
solo
of the things you
lekabel
don't
pras.
get about
There's a
this,
nuance
it's like,
difference
because there's
between
like
a
a recent
person
clip of
who
mine that got
serves
like
their master
highlighted
so
where I was
low
criticizing
almanas
ICE.
lekabel pras, which means he's
One
doing
of the
it
things
even
that
though
you
he's not
don't
expecting
think
a
about
reward.
when you're
But the way
into
Rashi
this,
says it is
just like
al
regular
manas
police
on
interactions,
condition
the
so
ones
low
that you
lekabel
see
pras, you
online
won't get a
are the
reward. In other
hard
words, it sounds like
ones.
he
So
doesn't
if you
want a
think
reward.
all
But
cops
then
are
when you
horrible,
read Rashi,
what you miss is
that's not what he says. He
millions
says,
of
hey,
interactions
live
that
let you
people
know
have with cops,
to
like,
do it
hey,
with
sir, good sir,
Lomar
how you
afilu
doing?
ein
Just say
sofi
pork
b'kabel
short,
star
here it is.
o ani as
You
bore
know, hurry.
b'kabel.
I fucked up. Late
So the
for
way he
work.
explains
all
it
right, man.
is like the words actually written in
Go.
Gemara, which
Like, all right,
is
thanks, bro.
person says
It's
Kodesh
nice.
Baruch
That
Hu,
happens too. Like, there's
even
nice
if I don't
interactions
get
with
a
the
reward. In
cops.
other words,
There's
happy
people
to
that
get a
save
reward,
people from bad
but I'm
guys.
going to serve
It
Kodesh
happens all
Baruch
the
Hu
time.
if I don't
There's
get a
people that
reward.
are
Now,
thankful that they called
Tosfos
the
actually
police
says
and they
something
sent
very
the
good over
burglar
here.
who was
It's
breaking
important
into
to
their
point out.
fucking mom's house
Tosfos
or
says,
whatever it is,
Almanas
right?
the
There's
Kabel Pras,
so many more of those. But you're not
here's
seeing
the
those
Toa.
videos. That's what you're
In other
only
words, don't
seeing.
be a
And
person
you're only
who
hearing
serves
about
the Kodesh Baruch Hu only
American
for the
citizens that have been
reward,
arrested, the
and
lady
if
that
you
got shot
don't
because she
get
came
the
out all this
reward,
debate about it.
you're going
What
to
you're
regret
not
doing
hearing
the
about
mitzvah.
is the
In other
number
words, in
of
low
violent
tavo
criminals that
she'elasa.
have gone.
In other
And
words,
it's a lot.
he's going to go ahead
It's
and
in the
regret
thousands.
doing the
It's
mitzvah. He doesn't
It's
get
not
what he
like
wants. The most
thousands of
also
American
open to
citizens have been
Avo, he says
shipped out
clearly,
to other countries.
in
No,
Eino
it's
Toek,
like
a person
net
wants to get a
positive.
reward, he
If you look
does
at
a
it that way.
particular mitzvah because
Like
he wants to get the
find
reward.
out how
But
many,
he's not
because
going to
I know
regret doing
there's
the
probably going to be a bunch of
mitzvah.
various sources that are not totally
Avon
accurate.
Eino Toek,
Find out, like,
Dami
what is the
Lahada
number
Damrino
of
Parakam
violent
Bal
criminals
Basra,
they've caught
Parakam Bal
since they
Psachim,
started doing
Rosh
this.
Hashanah, the
Well,
Tanya, in other words,
also
the
the
person is not
there's
going
a
to
question on
regret it, similar to
this is how
the Tanya
because
Sela
I know
Zela
that's how they run
Tzedakah
most of my
person is
agents. It's just
donating
like their ads
particular
on
amounts
local
of money
TV,
for
just
tzedakah.
offering
Almanas gift Yevani on condition that his son should have a refuah shalema, array zet tzaddik gomer. Clearly, the Gemara says if a person gives money to tzedakah, well, why does he give money to tzedakah? He articulates, I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want to refuah shalema. So what is that? That's a person who's used to doing it. Alman nafsik adol has. He wants to reward from it. Says Tosis, he's a tzaddik gomer. Why is he a tzaddik gomer? The answer is because even if his child is not going to have refuah shalema, he's not going to say, shoot, I shouldn't give that money. In other words, he still likes the fact, he's proud of the fact, he's happy with the fact that he did this mitzvah. But again, he wants it. The person tells us that there's nothing wrong with wanting a reward. The problem is if the person wants a reward, and if he doesn't get it, he says, forget it. I shouldn't have given that money to tzedakah. I shouldn't have done that mitzvah. That's when there's a problem. Even though there's this nuanced difference in the actual terminology, it seems like both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hopes of receiving a reward, as long as the person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah if he doesn't get it. I will point out that there are those who say that the raya that Tosfos brings is not a great raya, because he's talking about tzedakah. Tzedakah is a little bit different. Tzedakah corresponds to the community of tzedakah is one of those things which it corresponds to say, give it, I guarantee it will be worth your while. And if it's not a perfect raya, but nevertheless we see both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion nothing wrong with wanting the reward as long as the person doesn't regret doing the mitzvah if he doesn't get it. The pasuk continues and says, a person desires the Torah, Amar Rav, Ein Adam Lo Torah Ela Mimakdim Tzedakah. A person should not learn Torah unless it's a place in the Torah that the person enjoys learning. It's a very important rule. We hear about this all the time, but there's so many areas of Torah. Some people like to learn halakha, some people like to learn Agadah, some people like to learn Chumash, some people like in this perspective, another aspect, a person should always learn Torah in a place of learning. So, Torah is his desire, something that he likes. Again, it doesn't mean you should ignore any aspect of Torah. The person should always find himself learning something he enjoys. Levi, Rav Shimon Rebbe, Levi and Rav Shimon Rebbe were learning together. And Yassi Kamei Rebbe, they were sitting in front of their Rebbe. The Kapasuk Sidra. They were learning Chumash and Solid Sifra. They finished learning that particular section they were learning. So again, Rashi says it was Parshiot from Mikra. Seems like they were learning nothing. When they say small minority, they indicated they're learning two. They're learning from the Tanakh. They finished a particular sefer, and after they finished that sefer, Levi Amar, Levi said, you know what? Now that we finished the sefer, let's learn this place. Let's learn. Mishlei. We're going to allow a bunch of people into this country. Proverbs, right? Let's learn Mishlei. Shimon Rebbe said, Omar, Laisilon Tehillim. Let's learn Sefer Tehillim. We got to a little bit of an argument what they should learn next. Should they learn Tehillim first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Levi, Kafki Levi, Levi overpowered him and said, we're learning Tehillim. That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're not going to be learning Mishlei. So why did that happen? Mashak's claims. The order of Tanakh, Tehillim comes first, and there's another reason that the bottom line is able to overpower him and say we learn before we learn Mishnah. Another explanation is actually issue here also a lot of Gira comes from Tehillim as opposed to Mishlei. Mishlei is Chachma, but ultimately to learn it, we thought the Tehillim should come first. He wrote the Tehillim. Now, they sat down in front of the Rebbe, they started learning Tehillim, and Kimaku Hacha, they got to this pasuk of Yimikar Hashem. So it was the second pasuk of Tehillim. In other words, he overpowered him, they started learning it, Asher Ish, Shalala, Shalala, California, if the census, see if we can find out what the number is, but if the census Asher Ish, Shalala, California, I think they would that's what they got up to. So they learned that this Amud of tomorrow. And what happened?
Yeah, well, you gotta do something.
Parish, Rabbi. Omar, Ein Adam Lo Torah, plus the person should always learn Torah from a place that they desire. Right then, Amar Levi slammed his hand down on the table. He said, Rebbe, Asapta Lanu Rishos, Lamo, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of the chair. I did not want to learn Tehillim this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei. Therefore, I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to join the Mishlei here. Have a nice day. Amar Abadimi, Barchama, Kol Osei Torah, and we learn Torah because powerful. Also, the Chafatz of Hashem's going to do his desire. Never, for it says, Ki Mitzvahs Hashem Kefso, person of Hashem Torah, Kefso, Hashem will fulfill his desire. Amar Rava, Olam Yilad Olam Torah B'Makom Shliva Chafetz. Something interesting. So up until now, we said, Ni Makom. What does that refer to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah that you have a desire to learn. Here's the Makom Shliva Chafetz. This says the Marsha means from a Rebbe that a person is really learning from. A person has to choose a Rebbe that is connected, a Rebbe that is able to learn from, a Rebbe that is able to understand. All Rebbeim are great, but not every Rebbe in every Talmud is a good shidduch. Sometimes a person can find the proper Rebbe that is connected. Therefore, the Olam Yilmad Adam, Bimaka, which is the person to learn in a place that he desires for a certain pasuk, he gives the trust to that. So again, they say pasuk, you learn person to find a place to learn. We're comfortable and able to connect with it.
So hooked on using like
Amarava, the Tefillah Nikras HaSharosh HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Initially, who the Torah belonged to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Yourself, Nikras HaShemo, the Torah will be that person's home. And then our first says, Pasuk Torah Hashem. Initially, it's referred to as Torah Hashem. Yachar Kach, it says in the Torah, so in his own Torah, Yega Yom V'Layla, he will toil in it day and night. So, because Baruch Hu Torah to be a person's own personal gift. Amarava, the Olam Yilmad Torah, a person should first learn Torah, Achar Kach Yeg. Afterwards, he should toil in it. And then, for a test response of the Torah Hashem, other with Torah Yega. First the Torah Hashem, afterwards the Torah Yega. So just understand what this means. There are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, with 1,000 questions, and they want to ask all those questions right away, and then come up with all kinds of answers. The Gemara says that's not the way to do it. First we have to do is, we have to learn information. Gather, understand what it's telling you. Learn the Mishnah. Understand what the Mishnah is telling you. Perhaps learn the Gemara. After you learn, go back and ask the questions. You know, if you ask so many questions so early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might be my father, I remember learning English as a young kid. He was always telling me, he would say, you have to get a great type of the sugya before you start understanding. You have to get a wide view of what's going on. First, learn it. Learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara, learn a few pages. Some questions at that point in time, ask those questions. But you ask 100 questions, just you start writing, start learning it. You might just spend all your time with a lot of content. You might find that the answer to your question is really on the next page. So first learn, gather information, and then ultimately you start toiling in it. That will be the best recipe for success. We're going to see constantly there's line more later on this. But see this over here. First amass a lot of information, and then they should go ahead and toil in it. My Rebbe, he used to Berkeley, used to always tell us, so he still tells us that when a person learns, you have to be able to really know what the secret is for. There are some people who they like to get food, like to learn Pilpul. It's beautiful. Learning Pilpul, learning ears is necessary. You have to be around them to be able to understand that's what what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish the surgery, you just gave an hour-long Kabbalah. The person asks you, what one of the features are? You forgot that? You don't have all the basics about that. Your Kabbalah, your Indian, your Yidam is very nice, it's beautiful, but missing the basics. This is what I'm saying. First, first learn, what does the Torah say? What does it say there? What are the words? I remember when I was in 9th grade, the Rebbe used to say, when I was in 11th grade, first get the what, and then get the why. If you ask the why before you know the what, then your why is not relevant. So again, this is what Gemara is saying. All of you other Torah, first to learn Torah. Afterwards, you should toil. Nemar, for it says, the Torah Hashem, the Hazar of the Torah Yega. Olam, Ligris, finish, the person should learn. Alpha Gav, finish. You know, for some people are going to say, what's the point of coming to this year? I'm going to forget it anyway. What does Rava say? Do it. Learn anyway. Another even larger. Alpha Gav, Yoda, I have no idea what's going on. What's the point of coming? Says Rava, person the Olam Ligris, Yafagav the Mishnah, even though you might forget it. Yafagav the Loic doesn't matter. I'm ready to know what he's talking about. Remember, for it says, Garsa Nafsi L'Sava. In other words, Garsa means kind of breaks himself for his desire. Garsa Nafsi L'Sava. Garsa, Rashi explains, Garsa comes from the term Geras, but also used to break things into small pieces. Garsa says, look at this stuff. In other words, you have grain, the best possible use of grain is grind with flour, and you can make bread. Some people don't have the ability to grind with flour. What do? They break it into pieces and turn it into and fall apart. I don't know, turn into a granola bar. So it might not be a soft, smooth flour that you can make into a bread, but even if you can't get to the beautiful final product of understanding Torah with all of its depth, still go ahead, break it into a few pieces. Go as far as you can. We'll see in the market to explain. That person should not stop at that. The person should never say, you know what, I'm going to sit here just like kind of reading through a page tomorrow and not really talking about. There are processes the person has to go through to try to get himself to understand it. And ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's how you get to the place of understanding. If you never start, you're not going to understand it, then you'll never start. Rava Rami. Rava asks the contradiction. Says, Al-Gape. So this pasuk says, Shalcha narosel tikra al-Gapi maromi karet. Referring to the Torah, so the person is going to sit al-Gapi. What is al-Gapi? On wings. So wings, kind of flapping, it's not a very comfortable chair. It's kind of going from one place to the next. Ksiv al-Kisei, person sit on a chair. So the person learns Torah on wings, which is ultimately going from one place to the next. Or he's sitting on a kisei in a chair, which is much more stable. What is the more say the tefillah? When a person first starts learning, it's al-gape, much more unstable, much more hard to be stable with learning. It's difficult. Initially, you feel very unstable. The self al-kisei, ultimately at the end, will be a much more stable ground on a chair. Siv. Again, it says Rosh Meromin. Initially, the Torah seems like it's Rosh Meromin. It's up in the sky. Siv, Ali Dara. Another place it says the Torah is right there on your path. So what is it? You have to ascend to the heavens to get it? Or is it on the path? What Gemara answers for Tila, initially you could feel like Barosh Roman, the Torah is up in the sky. So once the person actually starts and he ends up learning, he gets to the end, Ali Dara ends up being like the end. Again, what does this teach us? It teaches us everything to feel very far away. And once you reach out to achieve it, you'll see that it's much closer than you initially thought. And after you actually start learning, you find out that it's right here. Karo Lecha Hadavan Ula Rami. Ula asked the following stira. It says in the pasuk, "Say nine nipore, drink water from your sister from a pit." It says the nose limit of Eiracha. One place it describes the Torah as being kind of like gathered together in a pit. Now what happens if you have water in a pit? You go in, you drink it. Eventually, it's going to get used up. And another place it describes the Torah as flowing from a well. A well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? Is Torah something which ultimately gets used up when you draw from it, or is it constantly going to be there? The Tefillah should say Miborech. Initially, it feels like you're drinking from the bar, and you feel like you have limited resources. You feel like you can do it all yourself. Person that's learning, ultimately, at the end, when you nose live, yourself a bit in your rafa, the person who is drawing ever flowing amount of water again, more sales are like multiple price. The point where you got it, it seems to be account for Torah. Amarava. Amarav Rav Amarav reminded said, what does the pasuk mean where it says, Hon Mehevel Yima? The person who has Hon, a lot of wealth, from Hevel, from nothing, Yima, ultimately will become nothing. So again, this is the pasuk. Hon Mehevel Yima, the Tove Tayad Yerbes. This is the pasuk in the Mishnah, right? Yes, the Mishnah. The person will have Hon Mehevel Yima, the person has a lot of nothing. Will end up with nothing. The Tove Tayad, the person who gathers slowly, then Yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person grabs a lot at once, he'll have a little bit. Person grabs a little bit, he'll have a lot. Gemara explains, in also Adam Torasa Chavilos Misnayim. The person is going to bundle together tons and tons and tons of Torah. going to happen is it's not going to have anything. Why? Because you just overload the circuit with tons and tons of information, you're not going to retain any of it. In Kovitz al Yad, you learn a little bit, slowly, Yerba, ultimately you'll have a lot. I'm a Rava says, Yadi Rabbana Lahamilsa. Chachamim know about this, they know not to learn too much too quick. The Aviyallah. The desire for learning Torah is so strong, you just want to consume as much of it as possible. But not for Yitzchak, Ana, Havidita, the kind of I ultimately follow this advice. I learn slowly, I repeat what I learned, and ultimately. Again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep this balance. Earlier, we learned that before a person starts dwelling on things, you have to first amass a lot of knowledge. Gemara warns us, though, to say that don't do too much too quick. That's why Baruch Hashem, we have the Gemara before Daf Yomi, because if you just learn Daf Yomi, every day is a new daf. Then you just go more and more as far as you can. Learn the Chazara Chavura, when you learn it one day, spend the day reviewing it, come back morning and review it before the year starts. And this is something you able to retain and ends up staying good. Amar of Shizbi, major was Nazaria. By the Siv, what does the Pasuk where it says, Lo Yachrok Ramia, Yachrok literally means growth, or to burn. A Ramia is a swindler, again, a swindler trapping animals. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. Lo yichya, lo ya'aref yamin. Sayid harab. In other words, what he means to say is, if a person works too quick, he's not going to be able to gather what he has. He gets the pasuk leading at this point.
Of course.
Rashi points out that the word lo yachro, it puts together kind of like a compound of the word lo yifya. You see the first word lo yifya is the best, and the second word lo ya'ara is yachre. It's yifya and yarech together. So lo yachro means ultimately will not be able to roast his prey. What happens if he's just catching too much too quick? Sheshes said the same thing, you just read it differently. He said, Tzayid Harama Yashref. The way he read it was, this Tzayid Harama is ultimately the roast. In other words, he explains to Yosef, Dimi, Amar, Dimi explained what they both meant was, Mashal Azim Tzadzi Paras. This is the parable to a person who's trapping birds. If you catch one and then you break its wings or clip its wings, then what happens is he catches one, clips the wings, now it stays here. When he catches another one, he clips its wings and it stays here. However, if he doesn't do that, in love, in this kind of you catch one bird, you put it on the floor, then guess what happens? As you catch the second one, the first one flies away. So the same is true with regard to Torah. Person just learned, don't mark so quick. Stop spending any time digesting it. It's not going to stay with him, similar to a person who's trapping. The bustle continues. Be like a tree which is uprooted on the streams of water. Look, a person has to be eight shuffle, like a tree that's willing to uproot itself and goes from one place to the next. Look, eight to not like a tree that's planted in one place. Which means someone who only has one Rebbe, Eino Roa Simon Bracha Liola. Not going to see Simon Bracha. Why? You have to have some elements of diversity when it comes to your Rebbeim. Throughout your life, you have to do different Rebbeim. Every Rebbe has something else that you're able to give to your Talmud. You can't get everything from only one Rebbe. That's the purpose of now with the proliferation of Torah. Person has the ability to be able to attend one shir in the morning, hear another shir in the afternoon, and in addition to that, even certain Rebbeim have the ability to pull Torah from so many different sources. So it's very important for a person to have multiple different Rebbeim. Of course, this is the Shalach Harav. You have a Rav, that person becomes your Rav, that person becomes your Rav, that person becomes your Rav, you go to that person consistently to be able to develop your path in life. When it comes to learning Torah, a person has to be able to learn Torah from various different Rebbeim. Every single Rebbe is something else that he has to offer. A person cannot limit himself to only one Rebbe. Amar the word of Chizka, Rabbana. So Chizka told his Talmidim, I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that if I tell it to you, you guys are going to bounce. Vazlisu, and he goes somewhere else. But he ultimately says to them anyway. Koloma Torah Rav Echad, if you only learn Torah from one Rebbe, Eino Roasu Roch Oliola. You're not going to learn, you're not going to have Simon Bracha in your whole life. So what happened? Shav Kuku, everyone got up. But also Kamei the Rava went to learn by the other Rava across the street. He went to Rava. All right, a Rebbe has to be honest. Tell something. Enjoy the fact you come to my shir. Continue coming to my shir. Don't stop coming to my shir. But be in between this shir and the next one. Go to this nugget across the street. The Rava here has something to speak to you as well. Amalahu, Hani Nili Svara. He said that this is only with regard to Svara. Al Gemara Mirav Echad Adif. When it comes to Gemara, it's not one Rav. What he's saying is when it comes to person's Svara, person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have different thought processes. Because Baruch Hu gave Ayin Kohen the Torah so many different ways of seeing the story. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, we don't really have the problem down for us now. When it comes to text of Gemara Marav Echad Adif, the one Rebbe, Yehi Sasa Vitaf on the days, well, literally, you can't have, where you have different actual texts. That's Sasa Vitaf on the days. Al Pal Gimayim, Costa continue. Omrav Tamsin Barachani Loi. Loilam, Yishalish Adam Shenoso. Person should divide his years. Shlish Mikra, a third of his life is to be learning Shlish. Shlish the Mishnah, a third of his life learning Mishnah. And Shlish the Talmud, a third of his life is to be learning Gemara. Gemara says, hold on a second. You are implying that a person knows how long he's going to live. And he takes all those years to divide into three. Miyada Hinish Kama Chayev. Has the person actually know how long he's going to live? In other words, Gemara says every person wants to optimistically believe they'll live until 100 plus. You take 100 plus, divide into three, you get 40, 80, and then 120. What happens to this person that does that? He lives to 120. It's implying that if he passes away at 80, 90, 100, he lost all those years in Gemara. Gemara says, no, that means Biyomi. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Biyomi. Days Yomim Mikra. So get Sunday and Monday he learns Chumash. Days Yomim Mishnah. So you have Tuesday and Wednesday to learn Mishnah. And then you have Thursday and Friday to learn Gemara. And guess Shabbos, according to Rashi, you read everything you learn that whole week. However, Tosfos says differently. You look at Tosfos, he says, "L'kaf nira liyomi b'chol yom." Every single day. L'kaf kiknu, according to note this. Sukkei HaTamid. In davening, every single morning, you have Sukkei HaTamid. You have the Sukkei of the Tamid. Who Mishnas Ezel Mekoman. You have the Mishnas Ezel Mekoman. The Bryce River Shal. You have the Bryce River Shal. The person who davens follows through the sitter, and you learn Mikra, you learn Mishnah, and you learn Gemara. However, he says from very important. Elevated down. The others, hosting the Talmud Bible. We learn Gemara every single day. What happens? Kayeda was good enough for us. Why? Because we follow the Mikra, Mishnah, the Talmud. Just day. In our Amud, we learn Sukkim. We have Tehillim, in Mishlei, we learn Mishnayos, we're learning Gemara. Just learning the page of Gemara gives you the opportunity to be able to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that means every single day a person has to learn some Chumash, some Mishnah, and some Gemara. The pasuk continues, Gemara continues, that Shapir Yitzam B'ito, his fruit will give in your time. Amarava, him Shapir Yitzam B'ito, Galeo, the person is going to be called each and every single day. Galeo, will reap the benefit. Galeo will and the branches of the leaves will not wither. If allowed, if you do not learn Torah or require Torah, then our Lomei, the Alam Alana Leim Kasser on both the Rebbe and the Talmud, the Pasuk says, Locain for a son, he is the most effective. The Torah is not going to ultimately be the sky in it, like the notes. It's going to be like the shaft that ultimately goes far. Amar Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rav, Ma'adat Siv, Rabbi Kalon Rashila. What the Pasuk says that there have been many victims of her. Again, this is referring to Zona, ultimately, what's that referring to in this context? That Talmud this refers to a Talmud who didn't ultimately reach his life where he should be passing fellows. Umara, just nonetheless. The Pasuk continues and says that the strong ones are those who were killed. The Talmud Shigiyah, this refers to a Talmud that reached the point of Hara. Eno Mara does not pass. But Tama, when that Ad men in, the person reaches 40 years old. Hold on a second. In other words, Gemara says you have to be very careful with this balance. Because if you have a Talmud who's low Shigiyah, he's not at the proper age. Proper stage of life to be passing the Shiloh. He passes the Shiloh nonetheless. Then there are going to be a lot of victims of this erroneous thought. Similarly, if a person is supposed to pass the and he does not pass it, there will be victims of the fast and also his Torah. I want to spend some time going through this another time. Beginning of Igros Moshe, it's funny in hindsight, most times to justify what he's writing. You know what Moshe has the way that was uncovered beforehand. He was the posting Hadar of the United States of America. You get me for this, I'll get you for this. So you have some time to read the Hakdama. I think it's just Moshe explains why he feels okay for him to pass through Shiloh. But again, this is the attitude the person has to have when a person answers Shiloh, to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize if you're going to be a person who talks in shadows prematurely, be victims of your erroneous stuff. Similarly, if you have information to share and you don't, then they'll be victims of your lack of stuff. Now, the worst of the Harava, he wasn't 40 years old and he passed through Shiloh. Why? How do we know that he wasn't 40? Rashi tells us he died when he was 40. So the Gemara says to Shavan, in this time he was equal to everybody in the community, therefore it was incumbent upon him to actually walk back because he was being upgraded. But later will Yibal, and the leaves of the branches will not wither. Amar of Aka, Barada, Amar Rav, Amar Rav Aka, Amar Rav, Nuna, Amar Rav. Even the chatter of Tfilas HaTalmud, you have to spend time understanding it. For Nemar, for it says, and the branches will not wither. Ultimately, successful. Again, nothing that comes out of the mouth of Talmud Chacham is Dvarim B'Kalim. Anything that Talmud Chacham says is something that's ultimately learned. Amar Yeshua Levi, Dover Zaykas V'Torah V'Shana B'Diyim V'Tzuf V'Tzuvim. The fact that a person will be successful if they learn a lot of Torah, it's written in the Torah, it's repeated in the Nevi'im, the prophets, and it is repeated the third time in the writings of Suvit. What does it say? Person learns the Torah of Chassav Mutlaka. I think will ultimately be successful in his business. Where's this Machlichim? Where's that custom? The Torah, where's it in the Torah? The Tzib, Mark, Mestivi, Abrisa, Zos, Asis, Osam, Laman, Taskilu, Eish, Kol, Asher, Taski. Taskilu, you smart, hopefully be successful in all that you do. The Tzib, O Yomash, Sefer Torah, Zevaticha, the Torah should not be removed from your mouth, but Yisra, O Yom, Valayli, should toil in it day and night, Man, Tishma, Lashi, Kol, Kafir, that you watch and do everything that's written in it. Ultimately, if you do that, follow the script, and you'll be successful in all that you do. But Haskell and begin to be smart and successful. It's repeated the third time. Where it says, we just read this, and will be like the truth is uprooted by the streams of water. The fruits will give at the right time. The branches will not wither. What's the recipe for success? Machas Rebbe Alexandri, very famous tomorrow. Rabbi Alexandri used to make this announcement: Man boy chayi, who wants to live, wants to be healthy. Everyone would go run up to him with Gabe, running up to him and say, yes, I want to live. Amri would say, Havlon Chayid. He would say to him, give us life, Amr the He would say to them, the Pasuk tells us, who is the one who loves life? The person refrains from speaking negatively. Don't speak Lashara, and you'll merit good life. Surmei Rabba say, no, turn away from bad and do good. Shema Yodam, person might say, Matzar to the Shon Mira, I did not speak Lashon Hara, and therefore it's supposed to be Dabir I held myself back from speaking poorly. Elech, Vezgara B'Shein, I'm going to go take a long nap. In other words, I'll have a long, happy, and healthy life. I don't speak Lashon Hara. Omar, the Pasuk says no. Shomei Rav, I say, Tov. You turn away from bad, but do good. And Torah, Torah refers to Torah. Remember, it says, Kulek Natom is not to them. Rosa Kuzova, person that's Torah, not good enough to not speak Lashon Hara. Person has to actually learn Torah as well. We're going to get to this. Yeah, the Kippah. The Mishnah told us, when you're building a base America, when you're building a bathhouse, when you get to the Kippah, to the little dome on the top of the Kippah of the Zara, Mokum Shmidim, the bar, what tells you to stop. Omer Balazar on Yochanan. In Bana, if he does build it, Skara Mutter, he's allowed to get paid for it. Versus Chita, of course he can get paid for it. Mishtamti, what Mishtamti was the cover name. Mishtamti was the cover. Bein Rabbi Shmuel, Bein Rabbi Kiva, Bein Masurim. He's not actually building the Bazar, this is serving the Bazar. You're allowed to get Hana from that. Versus, actually, until it's actually served. There's no reason why we don't get paid. It's actually building the actual idol. Honey, so was that would only be relevant if it becomes right away as soon as it's built. Until it is served. Shopping, you can understand why he's letting it paid. And that's why he has to be said. According to what it says, it's also right away. Micronym. The why is he letting it paid? We're talking about the final blow that's necessary to be able to make this above the Zara. What turns it into Avodah Zarah? The Gemara Malacha. The aim is having Gemara Malacha. When did Gemara Malacha happen? The Makdash Achron with the last blow. There's no Shavakut in that last blow. In other words, all the blows until then, it's not Avodah Zarah yet. You're allowed to do it. When did you become Avodah Zarah in the last blow? You divide every time you give a blow, each blow is worth less than your Shavakut, and therefore you're allowed to benefit from it. Amal Savar, we see Yeshua Sears the Kilo by itself. We see that a person, when he works with somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end. Ultimately, each act adds up to get him what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than your Shavakut. That's why he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brody Stevens. Brody takes his shirt off and starts swinging it around in the air like a flag. He goes through the crowd. Let's go! Energy! And he just gets everybody fired up. He immediately breaks out the drumsticks, starts fucking drumming on the seat, and then starts telling jokes and just changed the whole tempo of the room. Everything lit up. It was awesome. It was that's what Brody did. Just had pure charisma and talent and just personality. And anytime I see him, anytime I see a person in the audience, it's all arms crossed negative. That's all I can think is wow, you are getting me negative energy right now for no reason. You're at a show, come and enjoy it, especially when you see a quiz. Because a lot of you see it you see people be like, why are you? You come here, you impress me, you're already here.
We're lifted up on the bottom of your chest on the base with the words Amar spoke on the Chmeni, Amar Yonason. About what it says in the name of Yonason, might have said that the added on the side. Might have said what we mean by what it says. After issues the health and Shayim, again analyzing the very first chapter in Tillim, which is lucky, fortunate is the person who does not go with the path of Rishayim. Who does that refer to? So the topic of the Knowledge, Thou, Ramavinu, which is referred to Ramavinu. Why should we Halach, Ba'atzat, Iron, Say, Dara, Flagga, now follow the path of the law. Flagga do it well. Flagga, get people who built this massive power, which they were able to use to wage war against the Kentucky. Why should Shayim, how the evil people, never for such Hava, live no longer here to build the city. and he did not get involved with the group. Therefore, that refers to Avram Avinu. He did not follow in the path of those who commit Averos. Again, the close referring to Avram Avinu. So they Amad Ba'amidas Sidoim Shachayim. He did not live and did not spend his time with people of Sidoim. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives in stayed away from them. Remember, we had another that says, I'm chasing them, the people of Sidoim, Royim, Bachatoyim, Lashem, bad people, and they constantly sin before Kadosh Baruch. The Pasuk continues and says that Asher Yish Shahal Pasach Yishayim, Zerach Hashem, the Omar, and then it says that Moshe Leitzin, Lo Yashem, he did not spend his time, did not do well among those who are Leitzin. Leitzin, again, are those who are cynical, clowns, constantly making jokes out of everything. Lo Yashem, the Moshe Lo Yashem, the Moshe actually Christian, he did not settle down within the settlement of the Philistine. Moshe, son of Hayushai, again, the people were very cynical, constantly joking about everything. Now, interestingly, remember, it goes on, the Yehik Tov Libam, Yom Kiru L'Shushin Tzachon, hasn't listed the people who were constantly filled with jokes. Watch as we first the story, did not say that story of Avinu, this story that took place later on during the times of Shimshon. Shimshon, who was somebody, the story told us in the days of Joseph, and Shimshon was somebody who lived quite a mysterious life. So again, he was he was a Navi, and ultimately he lived a life that was unique to him. At the end of his life, he was captured by the Philistines, and after they blinded him, they brought him out when the kingdom was at the joke. See that the Philistine people were so good. Interestingly, Rashi tells us that Avram Avinu did live among the Philistines. In other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not live. You look at Rashi, so it's the Pasuk. The Pasuk says,
that's awesome. Yeah, it's like
Yishiklar Beinayim, the Siv Yagar Avram, the Eretz Philistine Avram, he dwelled in the land of the Philistines. I told him myself. Exactly, Mars. It's very predictable. Avram Avinu being guard in the land of the Philistines was being Yeshiv. Interesting, because the Yeshiv Yaakov, the Eretz Nigurei of it. We're trying to point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Dikik Yaakov Leishav B'Salva. He wanted to live a life of Leishav. He wanted to be Leishav. He wanted to settle. So the term by Yeshev refers to a person who settles down, joins within the community, and becomes a member of that Megillah. By Yagar, it's much more of a temporary life. The person happens to be there. He lives with Avram Avinu. He lived among the Philistines. However, he did not kind of integrate into that community. Why? Because he saw
I chose that because it's so easy.
Now again, it was the Rishon points out that the Lisane Hadar had all types of rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu, about his children, and they canceled right before. What's the same? Ultimately, the bottom line was when Rashi refers to the Lisane Hadar in the times of Avram Avinu, that's what he was breaking down. Look at the Christians, were the son and all the way back to the beginning. And Avram Avinu was back there. Sometimes you live in a neighborhood, you stay away from your whole city, but yet you stay away from the people who are not good for you. That's what you think that Avram Avinu, yes, he did live among the Philistines, but he was Yachshab. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that generally he jokes at him. Plus, it continues by governing several more psukim which discuss the unfortunate lifestyle. Ashrei Ish, Yirei Hashem. This is not the very first pasuk in Tehillim. This is also a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is Ashrei Ish, Yirei Hashem. Ashrei Ish, V'lo Ashrei Ish. Hold on, why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? So why did you say Ashrei Ish? Now, why did we ask this earlier? Usually Ashrei Ish refers to this person as opposed to somebody else. In other words, what it's telling us is that there are certain types of people who are for That's not gender specific, but Ashrei Ish sounds much more like it's gender specific. So therefore, the Gemara asks, why did it say Ashrei Ish? Amar Rav said, Amar Rav Ashrei Misha Osh Tshuva Kishu. In this case, Ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman, rather it refers to a young person. What it means is, unfortunately, the person does to super repent from the mistake when he's younger. Why? Because the person is younger, a lot more strength, a lot more of an ability to be able to evaluate, and live a different life. Once the person is older, it's much harder to say. Shuva Levi Amar, Shuva Levi says, Ashrei Misha Miskara Yitzchak Ish. When the pasuk says Ish over here, it doesn't necessarily mean a man, it means anybody, but the term Ish means a strong person. So it's kind of like man up and do what's right. That's what the pasuk was saying. Actually, maybe it's not so good to say that, but ultimately, the bottom line is the pasuk is using the term ish to describe strength, which requires the person to be strong and to fight up against the Asher Mish Miskara Yitzchak Ish, the mitzvah of Chafetz Chaim. The pasuk continues on and says, the mitzvah of Chafetz Chaim, he really wants, he has a strong desire. Be able to fulfill the mitzvahs. Amar Rebbe Lazar. Mitzvot the low is time. Why? What is this person motivated by? He's motivated by the mitzvahs, not motivated by the prize, by the reward. I know the Tan. This is what we'll say in the Mishnah. Who are you, Omer? He said, "Who are you, Omer? I'll speak. I love the do not be like a servant who serves the Kadosh Baruch Hu, who serves his master because he's expecting wages. Ella Ayuk Havadim from the Shas and Harav Shalo Amanas Kalafat. Be like a servant who serves his master, even if you are not going to be rewarded. It's very interesting to see this. If you look at this specific terminology in the Gemara, it says, Ella Ayuk Havadim from the Shas and Harav to be like servants who serve their master. Shalo Amanas Kalafat. Shalo Amanas means not on condition that you will get a reward for it. Look at Rashi. The way that he writes it is Al Manas Shalo Kalafat. There's a nuance difference between a person who serves their master Shalo Amanas Kalafat, which means he's doing it even though he's not expecting the reward. But the way Rashi says it is Al Manas on condition Shalo he won't get a reward. It sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when we read Rashi, it says Yehei Imo with his heart Lomar Ein Sofu L'Kabel Always Ani Orei B'Chafetz Chaim. So the way he explains it is like the way the words actually written in the Gemara, which is first he says servant Kadosh Baruch Hu, even if I don't get reward. In other words, I'm happy to get a reward, but I'm going to serve Kadosh Baruch Hu even if I don't get a reward. Now, Tosfos actually says something very interesting here. It's important to point out. Tosfos says, Amanas L'Kabel Pras. Here's the Torah. In other words, don't be a person who serves the Kadosh Baruch Hu only for the reward, and if you don't get the reward, you're going to regret doing the mitzvah. In other words, in low kavod she'elasa, in other words, you're going to go ahead and regret doing the mitzvah, he doesn't get what he wants. The most open kavod. Avo, he says clearly, in Eino Toa, a person wants to get a reward, he does a particular mitzvah because he wants to get the reward, but he's not going to regret doing the mitzvah. Avo, in Eino Toa, Dami Lahad Damrinu Karakam Vastra, Karakam Psakim, Rosh Hashanah, the Tanya, another person is not going to regret it, similar to the Tanya Sela Zela Tzedakah, a person is donating particular amount of money for tzedakah, Almanas Yevani, on condition that his son should have refuah shalema, Arei Zet Sadik Gomel. Clearly, the Gemara says the person gives money to tzedakah. Well, why does he give the money to tzedakah? He articulates, I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want someone to have a shalema. So what is that? That's the person who's doing the mitzvah. Almanas L'Kabel Pras. He wants to reward from it. Says Tosfos, it's a tzaddik gomor. Why is he allowed to come? And the answer is, because even if this child is not going to have a family, he's not going to say, shoot, since he's getting that money. In other words, he still likes the fact, he's proud of the fact, he's happy with the fact that he did this mitzvah. But again, he wants to be rewarded. So Tosfos tells us that there's nothing wrong with wanting a reward. The problem is, if the person wants a reward, and if he doesn't get it, he says, forget it. I shouldn't have done that mitzvah. That's when there's a problem. Even though there's this nuance difference in the actual terminology, it seems like both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hopes of receiving a reward, as long as the person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah if he doesn't get it. There are those who say that the higher the Tosfos string is not a great higher, because we're talking about tzedakah is a little different. Tzedakah is far really not that desire. Whereas you could test it with tzedakah. And tzedakah is one of those things which give it, I guarantee it will be worth your while. Different kind of raya, but nevertheless, this is both Rashi and Tosfos of the opinion that nothing wrong with wanting the reward as long as the person doesn't regret doing the mitzvah he doesn't get. The pasuk continues. It says, a person desires the Torah, other Rav, aim of the Lord Torah, Elam, a person should not learn Torah unless it's a place in the Torah that the person enjoys learning. Very important rule. We hear about this all the time. That there are so many areas of Torah. Some people like to learn halakha. Some like to learn Agadah. Some people like to learn Chumash. Some people like to learn this Pesach, another Pesach. Persons always learn Torah from a place that they enjoy learning. Kenemar, in the Torah for so. Torah is his desire, something he likes. Again, it doesn't mean ignore any aspect of Torah. The person always finds himself learning something he enjoys learning. Levi, Restream and Rebbe. Levi and Restream and Rebbe were learning together. And Yassi Kamei the Rebbe, they were sitting in front of their Rebbe. The Kapasuk Sidra, they were learning Chumash, and Solik Sifra. They finished learning that particular thing they were learning. So again, Rashi says, Parshiot Shal Mikra, seems like they were learning nothing. They were learning from the Tanakh. They finished a particular sefer, and after they finished that sefer, Levi Amar, Levi said, you know what, now that we finished the sefer, let's learn Mishlei. Proverbs, right? Let's learn Mishlei. Shimon Rebbe said, Amar Laisilan Tehillim. Let's learn Sefer Tehillim. So you got a little bit of an argument whether to learn that. Should they learn Tehillim first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Levi, Kafri Levi's Icy Tehillim. Levi overpowered him and said, we're learning Tehillim. That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're not going to be learning Mishlei. Why did that happen? Our subs play. Order of Tanakh, they learn first, and here's another reason. The bottom line is we didn't learn and say that we learned Tehillim before we learned Mishlei.
Like if you just had that one and had her saying a bunch of things,
another explanation is actually is for Yurasik, because that was also a lot of Yura comes back to Tehillim as opposed to Mishlei. Mishlei is a lot of Chachma, but ultimately just the kind of Tanakh, to learn it, we thought that Tehillim should come first. So he brought the Tehillim. Now they sat down in front of the Rebbe, they started learning Tehillim, and Kimatu Hafa, they got to this passage of Yimur Tarsus himself. So in other words, the second he overpowered him. They started learning it. After if
like there's not really a show that like everyone's watching or like a set of shows that everyone's watching. Your algorithm sends you things you like, so you're completely disconnected.
That's what they got up to. So they learned this number of Gemara. And what happened?
In your opinions on it, what side you on? Yes.
Chorish, Rebbe. Omar, Eina the Loma Torah, Elam Akim Sibachafetz. Plus the person should always learn Torah from a place that they desire. Right then, Omar Levi slammed his hand down on the table. He said, Rebbe, Asapta Lanu Roshos, Lama, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of the shir. I did not want to learn Torah this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei. Therefore, I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to join the Mishlei shir. Have a nice day. Amar Abadimi, Barchama, Kol Osei Torah, and the learn Torah goes powerful. Also, look, Hashem's going to do his desire. Never, for it says, He Torah Hashem Chesed, a person who Hashem Torah, so Hashem will fulfill his desire. Amar Rava, Olam Yimad Olam Torah B'Makom Shlu B'Chafetz. Something interesting. Up until now, we said Mi Mako Shlu B'Chafetz. So what did that refer to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah that you have a desire to learn. Here, the Makom Shlu B'Chafetz. This says the Marsha means from a Rebbe that a person is really learn from. A person has to choose a Rebbe that's able to connect to, a Rebbe that's able to learn from, a Rebbe that's able to understand. All Rebbeim are great. And not every Rebbe and every Talmud is a good shidduch. Sometimes a person can find the proper Rebbe to be able to connect to. Therefore, the Olam Yilmad Adam, B'Makom Shlu B'Chafetz, the person should learn from the place that he desires. Now, for it says in the pasuk, begin to talk about so again, in the same pasuk, the other person should find a place to learn. If they're comfortable, the Rebbe connects to the Rebbe. Mama Rava, the Tila Nikras HaShalosh HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Initially, who does the Torah belong to? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. With ourselves, Nikras HaShemo, the Torah will be that person's own. And then our for it says in the pasuk, the Torah Hashem. Initially, it's referred to as Torah Hashem. Yachar Kach, it says in the Torah, so in his own Torah, Yega Yom V'Layla, he will toil in it day and night. So this is from here. So Baruch Torah being a person's own personal gift. Amar Rava, Olam Yilmad Olam Torah, a person should first learn Torah, afterwards he should toil it. And then for a test of the Torah Hashem, other with Torah Yega, first the Torah Hashem, afterwards the Torah Yega. Just understand what this means. There are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, they have 1,000 questions, and they want to ask all those questions right away, and then come up with all kinds of answers. Gemara says that's not the way to do it. The first we have to do is we have to learn information, gather, understand what it's telling you, learn the Mishnah, understand what the Mishnah is telling you, perhaps learn the Gemara. After you learn, go ask your questions. You know, if you have any questions so early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might be in the next month. My father, I remember when he was a young kid, he always tell me, he would say, you have to get a break out of the sugya before you start understanding. You have to get a wide view of what's going on. First, learn it. Learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara, learn a few pages. If you still have questions at that point in time, ask those questions. If you ask 100 questions just when you start writing, start learning it, you might just spend all your time with a lot of nonsense. You might find that the answer to your question is really on the next page. So first learn, gather information, and then ultimately you should start toiling in it. That will be the best recipe for success. You're going to see it's possible that there's a line more later on. It seems like over here a person should first amass a lot of information, and then they should go ahead and toil it. Our Rebbe used to always tell us, I'm sure he still tells us a couple people, that when a person learns, you have to be able to really know what the secret is. There are some people who they like to give Ian, like to learn Tilton. It's beautiful. Learning Tilton, learning Ian is necessary. You have to be allowed to be able to understand that's what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish a sugya, you just gave an hour-long kabbalah. The person asks you what one of the shittas in the Mishnah are, and you forgot that. You don't have all the basics down pat. Your kabbalah, your Ian is very nice, it's beautiful, but it's missing the basics. This is what Gemara is saying. First, L'olam Yilmad Olam Torah. First, learn what does the Torah say. What does it say there? What are the words? I remember when I was in 9th grade, the Rebbe used to say. In 11th grade. First get the what, and then get the why. You ask the why before you know what, so then your why is not relevant. So again, this is what Gemara is saying. All of you other person should learn Torah. I get stewards to toil. That's what it says. The Torah says. Them, the other trust in Yeg. One rebel, Olam, rigorous person to learn. The Alpha Gav, Ishka. Even though I'll forget, so many people are going to say, what's the point of going to? I'm going to forget it anyway. What does Rava say? Do it. Learn anyway. This is another even larger thing. I have no idea what's going on. What's the point in coming? Says Rava, person of Olam Ligris, even though you might forget it. Amar doesn't know what he's talking about. Remember, where it says, Garsa Nafshi Lusava. In other words, Garsa means kind of breaks himself for his desire. Garsa Nafshi Lusava. Garsa, Rashi explains, Garsa comes from the term Garas, which also means small pieces. Garsa says, look at in other words, if you have grain, the best possible use of grain is to grind it into a flour and you can make bread. Some people don't have the ability to grind it into a flour. What do? If you refuse to turn it into a porridge. I don't know, turn to a granola bar. So it might not be a soft, smooth flour that you can make into a bread, and even if you can't get the beautiful final product of understanding Torah with all the steps, still go ahead, break into a few pieces, go as far as you can. We'll see. The Gemara continues to explain. The person should not stop at that. The person should never say, you know what, I'm going to sit here just like kind of reading through a page tomorrow and not know what to do. There are processes the person has to go through to try to get himself to understand. Ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's going to get to the place of understanding. Never start, you're not going to understand it, then you'll never start. Rava Rami, this is the contradiction. Sid as Gafe. So the pasuk says, "Shalcha narsel tikra gafi mikaras," referring to the Torah, because the person is going to sit out. What is a gafi? On wings. The wings kind of flapping. It's not a very comfortable chair. It's kind of going from one place to the next. Siv al kisei, person sit on a chair. So the person learns Torah. See, on wings, which is ultimately going from one place to the next, or is sitting on a kisei in a chair, which is much more stable. What is more stable? When a person first starts learning, it's al gape. Much more unstable. It's much more hard to be stable with learning because it's difficult. Initially, you feel very unstable. With the self al-kisei, ultimately, at the end, will be a much more stable ground on a chair. Siv. Again, it says, Barosh Meromin. Initially, the Torah seems like it's Barosh Meromin. It's up in the sky. Siv, Ali Dara. Another place it says the Torah is right there on your path. So what is it? You have to ascend to the heavens to get it? Or is it on the path? What Gemara answers, the Tila initially could feel like Barosh Roman, the Torah is up in the sky. But so, once the person actually starts and ends up learning, he gets to the end, Ali Dara, ends up being like the path. Again, what does it teach us? It teaches us everything can feel very far away. Once you you reach out to achieve it, you'll see it much closer than the initial thought, and after you actually start learning, you find that it's right here. Karo Milecha, not right here.
Spanish
Ula Rami. Ula asked the following stirrup. Ziv, it says in the pasuk, "Say ma'imi porei." Drink water from your cistern, from a pit. Ziv is limited to eiracha. One place it describes the Torah to be kind of like gathered together in a pit. Now, what happens if you have water in a pit? When you drink it, eventually it's used up. And another place it describes the Torah as flowing from a well. The well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? Is Torah something which ultimately is used up when you draw from it, or is it constantly going to be there? The Tila should say Miborech. Initially, it feels like you're drinking from your bar. In other words, you feel like you have limited resources. You feel like you can use it all. And so, the person ends up learning. Ultimately, at the end, what's going to happen is the nose live, the top bit a rafa. The person's going to be drawing from an ever-flowing amount of water again. Water referring to the Torah that you're starting to multiply by the point where you recognize the infinite amount of Torah that you have. Amarava. Rav Korah, Amaravu, the mind of Buddha mind of Sid. What does the pasuk mean when it says, Hon mehevel yimah? Person who has hon, a lot of wealth, from hevel, from nothing, yimah, ultimately will become nothing. So again, interesting pasuk. Hon mehevel yimah, the tovet hayad yerbet. This is the pasuk in, I think it's in Mishnah, right? Yeah, it's in Mishnah. person will have only hevel yanat. The person has a lot of nothing to end up with nothing. The kovet yad, the person gathers slowly, then yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person grabs a lot at once, he'll have a little bit. Person grabs a little bit, he'll have a lot. Gemara explains, in also other Torah, kavilos, misnayit. The person who's going to bundle together tons and tons of Torah, what's going to happen is he's not going to have any. Why? Because if you just overload the circle with tons of information, you're not going to retain it. When kovetz al yad, you learn a little bit, slowly, yerba ultimately will have a lot. Rava says, Yadi Rabbana Lohamelsa. Chachamim know about this. We know not to learn too much too quick. The Avriyallah. Their desire for learning Torah is so strong, you just want to consume as much as possible. But nothing but Yitzchak, Ana, Avidita, I ultimately follow this advice. I learn slowly, I reviewed what I learned, and ultimately it's very good. Again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep it balanced. Earlier, we learned that before a person starts dwelling on things, you have to just amass a lot of knowledge. The Gemara warns us, though, to say, don't do too much too quick. That's why Baruch Hashem, we have a Chazar for you before Daf Yomi, because if you just learn Daf Yomi, every day is a new daf. Then you can just go more and more and more and more hard to retain it. You learn the Chazar Chabura, when you learn it one day, spend the day reviewing it, come back the next morning and review it before the year starts. Like this is something to be able to retain and just Amar of Shizbi, which major was Nazaria. Neither Siv, what is the when it says, Lo Yakro Ramia Seder. Literally means to roast or to cook or burn. A Ramia is a swindler, but again, he's a swindler because he's trapping animals. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. Lo yifya, lo ya'aref yamim. Sayid harab. In other words, what he means to say is if the person works too quick, he's not going to be able to gather what he has. He's given a pasuk bringing at this point. Rashi points out that the word lo yachro, it puts together, it's kind of like a compound of the word lo yifya. You see the first word lo yifya is the yifas, and the second one lo ya'aref. It's Yachre. It's Yifya and Yaref together. So lo Yaakov means ultimately will not be able to roast his prey. What happens if he's just catching too much too quick? Shafer said the same thing, he just read it differently. He said, Zayit Arama Yachre. The way he read it was, this Zayin Harama is ultimately going to roast. In other words, he explains Yasser Dimi Amar. Dimi explained what they both meant was Mashal Adam Shitzad Siparim. This is the parable to a person who's trapping birds. If you catch one and you break its wings or flip its wings, then what happens is, well, this guy catches one, flips the wings, now it stays here. And he catches another one, and flips the wing, and it stays here. However, if he doesn't do that, in love, you catch one bird, you put more, then guess what happens? If you catch the second one, the first one flies away. So the same thing you do with regard to Torah. Person just learns so much, so quick, without spending any time digesting it, it's not going to stay with it, similar to a person who's trapping. The pasuk continues. Be like a tree which is uprooted on the streams of water. Amr Dvayana, eight shasel look into a person has to be eight shasel, like a tree that's willing to uproot itself and go from one place to the next. Look eight into a matter like a tree that's planted in one place. Which means someone who only has one Rebbe, Eino, Roa, Simon, Broccoli, Ola. Not going to see some. You have to have some element of diversity when it comes to your Rebbe. Red life, you have to be different Rebbe. Rebbe has something to be able to do to your balance. You have to get everything from only one. That's the bar from now, for the creation of Torah, has the ability to be able to attend one share in the morning, hear another share in the afternoon, and addition to that, even certain rebellions have the full Torah from so many different sources. It's very important for us to have multiple different rebellions. Of course, just because the Shalach Harav, you have a Rav, that person becomes the Rav, that person becomes the Mori and Rav, that person becomes the Mori Derek, you go to that person consistently to be able to develop your path in life. When it comes to learning Torah, a person has to be able to learn Torah from various different rebellions. Every single Rebbe is something else. If you have to offer for only one Rebbe. Amar the Rav Chisda Rabbana. Chisda told his Talmidim, "Beina de'emel chumilsa mistafina shaskisu." I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that if I tell it to you, you guys are going to bounce. Vazlisu, and you go somewhere else. But he ultimately said it to them anyway. Koloma Torah Rav Echad, if you only learn Torah from one Rebbe, Eino Roas Bracha Liola. You're not going to learn. You're not going to have a sin and bracha your whole life. But what happened? Shavuhu, everyone got up. But also Kamed the Rava, he went to learn by the other Rav across the street. He went to Rav. All right, a Rebbe has to be honest. He tells Talmidim, I enjoy the fact that you come to my shir. Continue coming to my shir. Don't stop coming to my shir. But be in between this shir and the next one, go to Beit Medrash across the street. The Rav there is going to teach you as well. Amalahu, Hani Mili, Svara. They said that this is only with regard to Svara. But Gemara, Mirav Echad Adeh, when it comes to Gemara, it's not one way. What he's saying is, when it comes to a person's Svara, a person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have different thought processes. So as far as gave I am part of the Torah, so many different ways of seeing the Torah from one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, we don't really have that problem. It's down for us now. When it comes to the text of Gemara, Marav Echad Adeh, to have one Rebbe, yes, the top of the text you can't have, where you have different active texts. You have to be speaking. You have to give you a story from one Rebbe. The top of the text of the base. Al Pal Gemayin, the pasuk continues. Amr of Tankin Barakani Loi. Loilam, Yishalish Adam Shenosav. Person should divide his years. Shalish to Mikra, a third of his life he should be learning Chumash. Shlish to Mishnah, a third of his life he should be learning Mishnah. And Shlish to Talmud, a third of his life he should be learning Gemara. Gemara says, hold on a second. You are implying that a person knows how long he's going to live. He takes all those years and divides them into three. Miyada inish kama kaye. Has the person actually know how long he's going to live? Or says, Gemara says, every person wants optimistically believe will live to 120. Take 120, divide into three, you get 40, 80, and then 120. What happens if this person is not Zocha, lives to 120? You'll find that if he passes away at 80, 90, 100, he lost on all those years of Gemara. Gemara says, no, that means Biyomi. Between Rashi and tells us what this means. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Biyomi. Days Yomim Mikra. So I guess Sunday and Monday he learns Chumash. Days Yomim Mishnah. So then Tuesday and Wednesday he'll learn Mishnah. And then you have Thursday and Friday to learn Gemara. And I guess Shabbos, according to Rashi, you reviewed everything you learned throughout the whole week. However, Tosfos says differently. If you look at Tosfos, he says the Kaf Nira Liyomi B'chol Yom. Every single day. Lokach Tiknu, important to note this. Sukkot HaTamid. In davening, every single morning, we have Sukkot HaTamid. You have the Sukkot of the Tamid. Umishnas Ezel Mekoman. You have the Mishnayos of Ezel Mekoman. Bryce Rabbi Shmuel. You have the Bryce of Mar Rabbi Shmuel. Person is davening. Consider, then he learns Torah, he learns Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, it says in the very important. The elevated down. The others, the Talmud Bavli. We learn Gemara every single day. We come to Daf Yomi every single day. What happens? Dayenu is good enough for us. Why do you follow the Mikra, the Mishnah, the Talmud? Just today, in our Amud, we learned Sukkot. We have Tehillim, in Mishlei, we learned Mishnayos, we're learning Gemara. Just learning a page of Gemara gives you the opportunity to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's what I mean. Every single day, a person has to learn some Chumash, some Mishnah, and some Gemara. The pasuk continues. The Gemara continues that Shapir Yitam B'Yisrael, his fruits will give in their time. Amrava, Impir Yitam B'Yisrael, the person's going to be Tovei, eating the Torah every single day. Leo, reap the benefit. Leo will Yibal, and the branches of the leaf will not wither. If the lav, person does not learn Torah all the time, not the Torah, then on both the Rebbe and the Talmud, the Pasuk says, Torah is not going to ultimately be the sky and it's like motes. It's going to be like the shaft that ultimately goes upon. Amar Rabbi Abba, Amar Ravuna, Amar Rav. Might have said to Rabin Kalol Kila. One possibility says that there have been many victims of her. Again, this refers to the Zona. Ultimately, what's that referring to in this context? Is that how much they feel this refers to the Talmud who did not ultimately reach the stage of life where he should constantly silos. Umara, it does nonetheless. The Pasuk continues and says that soon call the strong ones are those who were killed. The Talmud Shekila, this refers to a Talmud that reached the point of Hara. The Eno Mara Kama is that Ad Mem Min when a person reaches 4 years old. Gemara says, hold on a second. In other words, Gemara says you have to be very careful with this balance. Because Talmud is low Yelo is not at the proper age, the proper stage of life to be passing the Shiloh. He passes the Shiloh, then they're victims of his Pesach. So the person is supposed to be passing, and he does not pass it, still be victims of the fact he didn't offer his Torah. I want to spend some time going through this every time. Beginning of Igros Moshe funny in hindsight. What
is that snake's
you know, Moshe
punishment
has
forever?
the
Is that like
biggest
why God did that to the snakes, period?
He was the posting Hadar.
Right.
Of
That's
the
what I
United States
feel
of
like.
America.
Just explain what a
It's
snake is,
important,
looks
yes,
like
in
rather
time
than describe
to
a
read the
dragon.
Hakdama, the introduction to the
Like, why
Sacred
doesn't that
Moshe.
let God
He
two
explains
ways
why
live?
he feels okay for him to pass inside.
Maybe it's reversed.
And again, this is the attitude a person has to have when a person answers Torah to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize if you're going to be a person passing Torah with people slowly, to be victims of your erroneous stuff. But similarly, if you have information to share and you don't, then they'll be victims of your lack of stuff. Now, the words of the Harava, he wasn't 40 years old and he passed the child. Why? How do we know? How do you know that he wasn't 40? Rashi tells us he died when he was 40. So the Gemara says B'Shavin. In this time, he was equal to everybody in the community. Therefore, it was some to find him actually off the back because he was good. Ultimately, good. Well, later lo yibal, and the leaves and the branches will not wither. Amar Rav Acha bar Ada Amar Rav Amar Rav Ada Rav Acha bar Ava Amar Rav Runa Amar Rav. The chatter of the comments treats the Talmud. You have to spend time understanding it. The Nemar, for it says the later lo yibal, and the branches will not wither. Pasha Yasi Yatzliach, ultimately person is successful. Then they do. So again, nothing that comes out of the mouth of the Talmud Chacham is Moram B'Kalim. Anything that Talmud Chacham says is something you can also learn. Amar Yeshua Levi, Davar Zaykas B'Torah V'Shana B'Riyim V'Shulus B'Ksuvim. The fact that a person will be successful if they learn a lot of Torah, it's written in the Torah, it's repeated in the Nevi'im, the prophets, and it is repeated the third time in the writings of Ksuvim. What does it say? Torah. Person learns the Torah in a chasa v'tzlachim. I think will ultimately be successful in his business. Where's it? Where is that chasa the Torah? Where's it written in the Torah? The Tziv, Mark to Mistivi Abrisa Zos Tashis Osam, Laman Taskilu Is Kol Asher Tasu. Taskilu means to be smart, ultimately be successful with all that you do. Shannon, the Nevi'im, the Tziv, Lo Yomash Seif Torah Zemicha. The Torah should not be removed from your mouth. But Kisa Bayom Balayli should toil in it day and night. My Tishma Lash should call a Kasrifo. This will watch and do everything that's written in it. The Uz, Hapsliach, Esrafecha. Ultimately, if you do that, you follow the script, then you'll be Matzliach and be successful in all that you do. So as Pascal and again, you'll be smart and successful. Shulish Ksubim, it's repeated the third time with Ksubim, it's Siv, where it says, and Tehillim just read this, give it Torah to Shartefso, Sarasa Yegiyam Gulala, the Laila, Hayak Ikshaso Al Pagimayim, Ashapir Yitim Yito, and would be like the tree which is uprooted by the streams of water. Ashapir Yitim Yitim Yito, the fruits will give at the right time, the Leil, the evil, the branches will not wither. Kol Asher Yaseh Yatzliach. First we do Yatzliach, what to do. What the recipe for success? Limud HaTorah. Nachas Rebbe Alexandri. Very famous Gemara. Rabbi Alexandri used to make this announcement. Man boy chayi, who will live, wants to be healthy. One of the Oscar Kuliyam will go run up to him with chayi. Running up to him, want to live. Amri, have one chayi. They would say to him, give us life. Amri, we would say to them, Mi Ya'ish L'chafetz Chaim, the Pasuk tells us, who is the one who loves life? So they're not direct ancestors, but they're still relatives. Don't speak Hara, and you'll merit good life. Stormy Rava, Sito, turn away from that is good. Shema Yomar Adam, person might say, not Sarki, Rishon Yirah. I did not speak Lashon Hara, and therefore it's supposed to be that I held myself back from speaking poorly. Elech, Vezgara B'Shem, I'm going to go take a long nap. In other words, I'll have one half of speak Lashon Hara. One Mara says no. Stormy Rav, I say to. You turn away from bad, but do good. And he told us, Torah refers to Torah. For says to let Torah is not for them. Torah not good enough to not speak Lashon Hara. The person has to actually learn Torah as well. We're going to get to this. The Kippah. The Mishnah told us when you're building the Beis HaMerchat, when you're building a bathhouse, when you get to the Kippah, there's a little dome on the top where they put the Avodah Zarah. Stop. Omer Balazar Omer Yochanan. In Bana, if he does build it, Sarah much he's allowed to get paid for it. Once it's cheap, of course you can get paid for it. Mishamti brings the cover name. Mishamti brings the cover. Hey, Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shiva, and Yasurim. It's not actually building the Avodah Zarah. This is to build this thing that serves the Avodah Zarah. You're allowed to get hana from that. Unless it's until it actually serves. There's no reason why we wouldn't be able to get paid. It's actually building the actual item. Honey, from Adam was to that would only be relevant if it becomes us the right way it's built. Until it is served. Shafi can understand why he's letting it. That's why he has to say. According to what it says, it's also right. Micronym. But why is it? We're talking about the final blow that's necessary to be able to make this Avodah Zarah. What turns it into Avodah Zarah is the Gemar Malacha. The aim is having Gemar Malacha. When does the Gemar Malacha happen? Because the Shachar was the last blow. The Shachar less based on a fruit. There's no Shava fruit in that last blow. In other words, all the initial blows until then, it's not Avodah Zarah yet. So you're allowed to do it. When does it become Avodah Zarah? In the last blow. You divide every time you give a blow, each blow is worth less than the Shava fruta. Therefore, you're allowed to benefit from it. Alma Kasavar, you see, you see that a person, when he works with somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end. Ultimately, each act adds up to get him what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than a Shava fruta. That's why he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Is it possible that there's something else like that that's on land? Less likely, I think. I think ocean is more likely. Well, it's more undiscovered, right? So not just that. It's also like
I might ask the Barai, so why did you go ahead and learn Torah? Or, we outlawed learning Torah. Why did you learn Torah? So he said, because this is what God commanded. What happened? He had Gazra above the Sreifa. So the Lord would be burnt. They command that his wife would be killed. He was a heavy wounds by the sword. And they condemned his daughter to a life in a brothel. So what happens? We must try to understand why were the children condemned to their respective punishments. I love the Sefer. The Kohen and Chacham was decreed to die by fire. Shayahobia and Hashem Bosyosa was the top of the Chesam Dali. Because he went ahead and literally, actually the last, go back to the design of the moment, the last Rashi. I love the Sefer. Lamanan and Chacham, Shayahobia and Hashem Bosyosa. There's the 42-letter name of the Bible. They're going to say one is not permitted to articulate the letters of that name. And as a result of articulating the letters of that name, he was killed. He was burned. But how did we'll say first line did Chesed with Aleph, but how now second line? But how did the resident Chachim do this? How was he able? Why did he articulate the 42 letters of the 42 letter name of the Shvarim? Perhaps not. But we learned Elu Shem Lem Chayim Tzoram Haba. These are the people who do not have a portion of the world to come. Ha'omer is Torah Min Hashemayim. He says there is no portion in Torah. Torah is not from the Shvarim. Ve'ein Kiyashamis. Or there is no biblical source for resurrection of the dead. In other words, there is no Doraisa concept of Kiyashamis. Abishol Omer, Apahoge as Hashem Bos Yosef. Ultimately, again, even when he goes in and articulates the 42 letters of the 42 letter name of the so how could a Kalim and Shashil do this when it is clearly also to which the message with Islamic Baba? The most of you did this for the purpose of ultimately teaching. In other words, he didn't do this ultimately again to just simply articulate or enunciate the name, but rather he did this in order to teach the secret of the name to others. So that should point out that the Shvarim is medactic to tzaddikim k'zvut hashara. Even though again on a technical level he didn't do anything wrong, yet the Shvarim felt that apparently the way that he did it was inappropriate. So the Gemara says to the Sanya, no sumot la'asos about antam amid v'chabi ulahoyos. There are certain things that we're not allowed to do, but we're allowed to teach in order that others understand the intricacies of halacha. So the Chayyim ben Shachim teaches the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to his students, not for the purpose of but apparently there is still something flawed in his behavior. Obviously, because he was such a great tzaddik, he was held to this higher level. Ella, my kind of it. So ultimately, so if that's the case that he was doing it in order to teach it, then why was he punished? Which the lesson is how does Hashem with our Hesed? Because ultimately, again, he did it in public. It's okay that he did it to teach it, but apparently he should have done it privately, and instead he did it publicly. So because he did it publicly, he was condemned to this brutal death. Why was his wife killed by a sword? The Lomi Chaber, because the Moshe should have objected to his behavior. Incredible. Let's say, part of the dominant koach, of a wife, is a wife has the unique ability to tell her husband when he's wrong. And even if a husband can tune out everyone else, he can't tune out and really should not tune out his wife. And if any of the Shachim was doing something wrong because he was teaching the 42 letter name of his wife, teaching it for good reasons, but he was doing it publicly, his wife should have said to him, "You're wrong." She did not do that, and therefore she's held accountable. We can't. Ultimately, here we learn that anyone who has the ability to object to negative behavior, but does not do so, punished ultimately again for failure to offend. Most times you see something wrong occurring, and you don't go ahead and voice objection to that which is wrong, you are held liable as well. And why was his daughter condemned to live in a brothel? One time a Kanim and Chachim's daughter was walking before the nobleman of Rome. And they said, "Look how beautiful the steps of this young girl are." So they admired her, literally they admired the steps. They admired the way that she was walking. So what happened? So when she heard this compliment, she paid even more attention to the way she was walking. She was even more meticulous with her steps. And that was considered to be the compromises of her speech. The Haidu's Torah Shimon Lakish Ma'ik said, Avon, the pasuk from Tehillim, Avon Akiva Yisidim, literally again, the sin of my heel will surround me. Avonos Sha'adam Dash Bakiva Ba'olam Hazeh, those avenos that a person tramples on the seal in this world, sometimes it's surrounded on the day of judgment. Most of the idea here is that compromised her modesty because of that she was held accountable and condemned for life in the blackness. Obviously, we're talking about people who are judged in such a exacting way. But again, this is the model which the Bible holds out for itself. The more righteous the individual, the more exacting the judgment. So if any of the judge burnt because he taught according to the name of Allah Baruch, his wife healed because ultimately she did not object to his behavior and reported condemned to a life of immorality because she compromised her sins. Because she Yatsi Shashkan as all three were being let out for their judgment, each of them accepted the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They saw that whatever Tziduk was translated as acceptance of judgment, not just acceptance. Tziduk means the acceptance of the justice of the emotional judgment. A recognition whatever HaKadosh Baruch Hu does is just. Who Amar the said, literally the rock, purpose on Ishta Amra, El Emunah, the Adam. Literally a trustworthy God, ultimate again, with no iniquities in him. Ita Amra, the Gonasa, the Rafa Aliyah, Asher Ilech up the Kubos, Al-Kol Darfei Adam. Al-Kol Darfei Adam. But since Ishta the Father, his brother said, in version gives every person what they are using. So he's speaking sounds familiar. It's because again they all come together to form the tier that we call Sidukati. It's a model of someone a person is when a person is better than the loved one, and then we say the tier of Sidukati, and Sidukati is comprised of peace and more. Amar Rebbe, Kama Givolim Sadikim Halalu, how great are these righteous people? She is Damnu Lahem Shalosh Mikrosh of Sidu Kadin, Bishas Sidu Kadin. We'll say how great are these people that these three psukim of acceptance of divine judgment were found in their mouths at the moment that they are being led out to be punished. We'll say an incredible mindset. The Gemara now was a little bit chronological order. Now that we understand the punishment of the Chanina ben Chachon was enslaved, as we'll discuss in just a moment. Then the Gemara takes a step back to take us back to an earlier story. Tanur Rabbanan, Tishachala Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. So Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma became ill. Halach Rabbi Chanina ben Chachon the background. Rabbi Chanina ben Chachon came along to be behold him. Amar Lo, Chanina, Achi, Iyan Tanodea, Shehuma Zumin Hashem Nichma. So let's listen to this. The first of the wider line, not the widest, but the wider line. So Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, "When you judge us, Chanina, do you not know that the Baruch Olam has given the Romans the ability to rule over us?" How do I know that? Shechriva es beso, v'sarfa es follow, v'harga es kasida, v'amda es kibla, v'adayim hayeres. Rome obviously has been granted power by God. How do I know that? They destroyed the Beis killed out the Tzaddikim, and they still have power. In other words, Rome is in power because God wants them in power. The Sefer Torah Munach B'Chelkecha, and Chanina, I did it for teaching Torah in public. The Romans outlawed Torah, right? We obviously have divine power, or as I say, they've been granted their power by the divine, and what? And I think that you're teaching Torah in public, in public defiance of their edict. Listen, this is change. Amalo. So what happens? Amalo. So what is what Chanina ben Chachon is saying? Essentially, people will take care of you. Well, listen to this exchange. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, "Ani omelcha amalo, ani omelcha dvarim shalkan, va'ata omer li min hashemayim yirachamu." So what's the latest exchange? Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, "I'm talking to you in a rational conversation. Don't be so low. Don't tell me, saying that. Don't tell me that God is not protecting me. The word works in a certain way. I'm giving solid advice, but stop it. Stop it. Ultimately, again, there's something deliberate. There's something clear about the power that Rome has. They're trampling over us. They're destroying this oppression. They're killing us with tzaddikim, and yet they're only rising in power, not diminishing. That means that the Muslim has vested them. Ultimately, again, with the scepter of rulership. This is not going to end well with you. You're telling me, there's not going to take care of me. There's not going to take care of you. There's not was giving the rulership to Rome.
he can make it what he wanted to make it.
So what happens? Tamani, once the season amazing. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, Tamani, the Moyisniku Oscha, that's the Sefer Torah Ba'ish. So he said to the Anima Chacho, the way you're going to end up being burned together with your Sefer Torah by the Romans. Amar lo, Rebbe, Ma'ani l'chayol ha'abba. So Rebbe tell me, if the Romans do kill me, and I'm going to go to Torah ha'abba, Amar lo, my said about Maliyah, that's what is actually very interesting. So he says, tell me something that's happened to you. Tell me something that's happened to you, and how you reacted, and I'll tell you if you're a Ben Olam Haba. Amar lo, Ma'os, Shaporim, Mischalfim, B'Moshe, Staka, V'chalachim la'ayim. Rashi says over here, Ma'os, Shaporim, Shinachim, Sudas Purim. So it's many charges says like this. I have money that I set aside for my own Sudas Purim. They got mixed up with tzedakah money, and I distributed it all to the poor, and I did not seek reimbursement from the tzedakah funds for my personal funds, which got mixed in. Hamelo, you said we were going to tell about tzedakah. Hamelo, eating, Mikel Chayim, oh my God, so that's what Yossi ben Kisma says. Of course, you will go to Olam Haba and tell I actually have a portion like this. This dramatic story. What's the first of the widest line? Just a couple of years ago, Yossi ben Kisma died. The whole people the macro. There were a couple of cities, and all of the noblemen of Rome came to attend the Yossi ben Kisma's rebellion. This Bidua has been struggled, and it became a great history. The Chazar also was over the Tantra, but also the Torah. Makio kilos Rabin, the Sefer Torah, Muna, also on the way back from the Yossi ben Kisma's rebellion. Remember, all of the Roman noblemen were there. On the way back, what do they find?
Yeah, when you hear that noise, you're like, oh,
they find that Hamina ben Shachio teaching Torah in public. Teaching Torah in public, and the Sefer Torah is resting by his chest. And the Guru was hoping that the punished him in front of Hamina ben Shachio. They transformed the Sefer Torah, they wrapped him in the Sefer Torah. Before the Chavide Zimura, they surrounded him with branches that ceased behind us and they literally lit him on fire. They abused Sikudim Shalsema, they brought tufts of wet wool. Ushuram Mamayim, Yiyukum Alibon, it tasted on the Hamina ben Shachio's heart, the gate showed into his muscle in order that he should die a slow death. What's that? So dramatic, brutal death by Hamina ben Shachio. Amr Rabito Abba, Eric Pitach, it was a snapping death, but apparently they made his death a public spectacle. So it's sort of Hamina ben Shachio's story. We'll discuss his story just a little bit. But it's sort of Abba, so she says, Father, how could I want this? Because she was saying about something much more dramatic. She was saying, Father, how could this happen to you? How? Like, what does this mean? Allah, these words are amazing. Allah, your Mali, I'm instructing you about Hayar Davakasar. You know, the Hamina ben says to his daughter, once they understand, this conversation is happening while the flames are engulfing his body. This really comes to things happening. So she says to him, oh, Mother, I didn't stop to the body if I was being burned by myself. Hayar Davakasar. This whole thing will be very problematic for me. Actually, now that I've been burned together with the Sefer Torah, you should mevakish alona shel Sefer Torah. Uyevakish alona. The word is dramatic. This is what he's saying to his daughter, my dear daughter, don't worry, because I've been brought with the Sefer Torah, and he who is going to come and make amends for the degradation of the Sefer Torah will come and make amends for my degradation as well. He's telling his daughter, don't worry. The Lord will come and will fix the covenant Torah, and Torah will come and take care of my covenant. I will come in the Rebbe, Ma'at Torah. So students said, Rebbe, what do you see? I remember I had Gilyo Nisraf, the Osios books. He said to them, he said, I see the parchment is burning, but the letters are ascending to Shemayim. He was saying that, you know, they could destroy the parchment, you could destroy the physicality of the Jew, you could destroy the physicality of Torah, but you can never destroy the Neshama, you can never destroy the Osios. The letters themselves are ascending heavenward. So what's it saying? Ata, Pasha, Kikavati, Panis, he said, then open your mouth. Open your mouth, let the flames come in and kiss you again. So the Kenyan Tiger says, no, what do you do in my life? What do you do in my life? that I will in any way expedite my own death. I'm a little culture, so once you have to understand something, so what happens? The executioner is standing there, seeing all this. As the executioner hears the conversation, it looks like, sometimes like the greatness of the Tzaddik is the ability to maintain a measured, thoughtful response, even in the midst of the most ridiculous of circumstances. And he would have been tragically being burnt alive, and he's carrying his daughter. He's consoling his daughter. His daughter doesn't understand what to do with this entire spectacle. He's telling her, don't worry. The Sefer Torah is with me. The Baruch was going to take care of it. The Sefer Torah will take care of it. The students are saying that, what are you saying? And he's giving them the chum. He's saying, don't worry. It's only the book. It's only the parchment that's being burnt. But the neshama, the letters will always remain. He's giving them the chama in the midst of this ridiculously brutal and horrific scene. We see all of this Roman execution of this Levi Antibate. The executioners call him Cleveland in charge of Rebbe. Rebbe. Rebbe shall have his notal solution shall tell me I'll be back on. I tell you, I need to say one of my advice is Rebbe. Tell me if I take the tufts of wool away from your heart. If I take the tufts of wool away from your heart and expedite your death, will you bring me to Olam Haba? I'm not over. The Cleveland charge says yes. You shall swear to me that you take me to Olam Haba. Mishpalo. He swears to him, shall have as in that moment the executioner went ahead when he was the The executioner went ahead and increased the fire, removed the tufts of wool. Now he will be just on the trust of the hero. And if any of the charges he died peacefully, after Kafas, enough on the sofa on. In that moment, then the executioner jumped into the flames as well. Yotza Baskova Amra, the Yisraelim and Shajon becomes the new Rimus, Manan and Lechayo Lavava. In that moment, began a basketball match the Yisraelim and Shajon and the executioner are invited for the eternity to Olam Haba. Bacharet was eventually cried whenever he heard this story. Can't not cry. Bacharet Ba'amar is Kolala V'Sha'achas is called Hamashayim. There are some people ultimately again will acquire their Olam Haba in many years. There are some people who acquire their Olam Haba in 1 month. The execution, I will say, let's understand, you don't get that job because of your leaders in the Roman execution. Right? That's one guy you do not want to run into. Anywhere. And yet, in this moment, this person, everybody needs the ready. Even the Roman executioner needs the ready. And he found his ready. He found his ready in the great Hadithanim and Mitzvah. And at that moment, you're going to see a person around the light that is filled with depravity, filled with bloodshed, it's filled with everything that is disgusting in this world. And a person can turn around that life with one heroic spiritual act. That you find, because there are some people who take the life and to get to Olam Haba, there are some people who get it with just simply a moment. Uri of this the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, I will say 7 lines up in the line. Uri of Islam there, supposedly this. Uri was the wife of Rabbi Meir. 5 who got the same in their child, supposedly the familial relationships. Uri was the daughter of Rabbi Hanina ben Chaytra. So remember, again, I will say, he said one of the punishments of Rabbi Hanina ben Chaytra was what? He was burnt, his wife was killed, and his daughter was condemned to life in a brothel. He had 2 daughters. One was Maria, the other was a single unnamed daughter. The single unnamed daughter was not condemned to life in a brothel. He's married to Maria, says to her husband, so she said, Maria says to her husband, it's not nice that my sister is living in a brothel. You have to do something for her. She says, Maria, you have to rescue her. So what does Maria do? Shakal Tarkal, Maria's a good husband. So what does he do when his wife tells him to do something? He does. And I would say, it's not a point this out, it's not a point this story. You could be Rabbi Meir, you could be Rabbi Yehuda. Your wife tells you to do something. People say, not keeping his side. Why do Rabbi Meir do this on his own? Well, hold on. But it was so that if his wife tells him to do it, it's a good thing to do. So he goes and what does he do? Shakal Tarkal, he takes a large bag of gold coins. But also, he loves everything the service says. Nowadays, the Lord's not being here's the problem. His sister-in-law is condemned to live in a brothel by Roman people. It's going to take a miracle to get her out. See, the way he figures is like this. If she is still virtuous, if she has not sinned, then a miracle will help me get her out. If she sinned, then a miracle, there'll be no miracle. So what happens? Also, not to not take the time punishment. So what happens? He decides to figure out if she's been, has she maintained her purity enough. He literally, disguises himself as a Roman horseman. He goes into the brothel. He says, hey, he propositions her. He propositions her. Amalek, that's Sana. So what does she say? She says, Amanita, I'm menstruating. I'm sorry, I can't be with you. Amalek, Miss Salah, she says, okay, I'll wait. Amalo, the fusion so she says, don't wait for me. There are many other girls here who are more beautiful and who are available now. So I said, he understood that what was she doing? What was she doing? This was the line she used with every single man who came into the brothel. Amar, Shmami Nama Abdis. Call the Asi Amrale Haki. She understood ultimately again that this was her line to every single potential customer who came into the brothel. And this is how she saved herself from sinning. He said, the Gemara says, also the guy was so many so he goes over to the guy who's in charge of the brothel. He says, let me buy her from you. Let me buy her from you. So the brothel watchman says, I'm scared because remember she was here through Roman decree. Hold up. So he says, listen, I'm giving you a bag for the gold coin. Half of it keep for yourself, half of it use to bribe the road. There's more than enough money for all of these to be happy. I'm a lady, you sound my out. Wasn't listening to this. There's all of this, it's not the nobleman. This guy's not a nobleman. The brothel watchman says, okay, what happens when the money runs out? You have to bribe people continuously. So I'm a lady, wow. I'm a lady, Ema, Elokah, the mayor, I mean. Don't say that you hear about it. Right? So remember again, so he says, don't worry, when you're in trouble, just say Elokah, the mayor, I mean. Just say God of mayor, answer me, and you'll be fine. The most, by the way, that mayor Balanese, we learned this 5 years ago, but it's like yesterday. Right? Longer than 5 years, I think. Right? Whatever. So if you don't get in trouble, just say God of mayor, answer me. You say, I'm not letting so much of this. They're always so much trying to be a nice guy. Like, not that I don't believe you, but can you give me like a little bit of a gator assurance? When we gamer the how do you know this is gonna work? So let's listen to this. How about I know Hobby doing these dogs in town. Was it literally used to bite? He doesn't really eat people. He just used to bite people. Shuckle color shuck. Let's listen to this. The man picks up out of her and he throws it at this pair of vicious dogs. So what happens? How about Osman make, right? And these dogs members are charging at the mayor to bite them. Amar Elokah the mayor I mean. Says God of mayor Anthony Shapua Yahavis City Yahavis. So we'll say what happens? So they left him alone. And what happens? I will say. And then what happened? He gave him the money, and the mayor bought back his sister-in-law and brought his sister-in-law home. The soap Shama Milsa Ben Malka was that afterwards the matter became known that his brother keeper had sold his brother Rabbi Hanina ben Shadjo, who was supposed to be kept captive in the brothel for the rest of her life. So they bring the brothel watchman to Rome to stand trial. So as cool as the people, so we'll say what happens. They bring him up to the platform to hang him. Amar Elokah B'nei Ani, and he cries out, God of Mayor Anthony, and we'll say what happens. And they can't take it. They can't take it. For whatever the reason, not just over here, they say to him, Achsua Amrle my eye. So they said to him, why can't we hang you? Whatever's happening. The rope keeps snapping, whatever it is, you realize like you literally can't hang the guy. We'll say the Romans again were religious people, they were polytheistic. Right? They said, what's going on over here? So So he told me, listen, here is the story. I have this get out of jail card. It's called Elokah the mayor I mean, God of mayor Anthony. So I'll say what happens. So I'll get myself. Also, so I'll say what happens. They engraved the image of the mayor on the gates of Rome. They will say, This wasn't as a compliment. This was the precursor to the wanted signs in the post office. Right? So what they did is they engraved his image on the deeds room and they said essentially, whoever sees this guy, only called the hobby the Parshuba name, Lice, whoever sees this guy's image, bring him to me. Listen to this. Yom Chazua, one day there was walking and one of the Roman officer saw him, he saw his image, run about straight. So what happens? He goes ahead and he began to pursue him. Run into the charge runs away. All the base soldiers. He ran into a brothel to seek protection. Others say it wasn't a brothel, but rather he ran into a non-kosher restaurant. So now what happens? So the Gemara tells us, how much what did he do? He dipped one food and sucked on the other thing. So he made it look like that what? He made it look like he was eating non-kosher food. So we'll say, therefore, again, he threw people off his tongue because everybody would assume the great Judea is not going to be eating non-kosher food. So what happens? He could on the other say, us saying that Yarna came along, and Yana made himself look like a harlot. So what happens? And the Zona embraced Rabbi Meir. So when the Roman officer saw this, he said, this must be someone else. Then it came Rabbi Meir was in the bronze being hugged by a harlot. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Meir hava, lo hava avidah. Right, this really from there we're not going to mistake. Once at this point, Rabbi Meir realized that he was not safe there as Yisrael, and therefore, come Allah to the Baba. Ultimately, again, he went and he ran away to Baba. He did the army of my son. Also, some say this was the reason Rabbi Meir went and escaped to Baba. He did the army of nice and the and was others say it was because of the episode that happened with Bruria. His wife. He was learned about the episode with Bruria. So they said this is Bruria again, Rabbi Meir's daughter, Rabbi Meir's wife, who was the daughter of Rabbi Chaim ben Chadja. What was the episode with Bruria? So what's the last points out to the year? We did only Shemais to Bruria. Shepam Afas, Little Draas, Amru Chachamim, Noshim Daikon Kalos. So I say one time Bruria was disparaged in the Rabbinic statement, Noshim Daikos Kalos. So I say this in of itself is a statement of Noshim Daikos Kalos, of what exactly does it mean. It does not mean that women Chas V'Shalom are not smart. It does not mean that women lack the intellectual prowess of men Chas V'Shalom. Just the opposite. It's Chazal's ways of saying that ultimately again, women are often more emotional or bring the level of compassion to things that men do not. That level of emotion, that level of compassion sometimes, well, and also I want to put it else. It's not a disparaging term. It's Chazal's ultimate statement about the different emotional, intellectual disposition of a man versus a woman. Whether it was Chazal's, whatever it is for today, the point is really disparaging thing. So it was a very dramatic tragic story that I heard. Again, Rashi says over here, it's a complicated message which we're not getting into now. The point is that Rabbi Meir tested the virtue of his wife by having one of his students try to constantly proposition her. And she resisted until one day that she did not. When it became known that she was willing to compromise her morality, again, she didn't end up doing it. When it became known that she was willing to give in, and this was a test set up by her husband, she was humiliated and she hated herself. She committed suicide. So again, we'll go over this the next cycle in the next session. So in a couple of years, we'll come back. It's a very dramatic, and I want that Bruria was an exceptional woman, an incredible and righteous sacrifice. And this particular episode in general should not mar the general virtuosity and piety. Even great people make all kinds of mistakes. And it's possible that even over here, the mistake was also that Meir's mistake in how he set up his wife. But again, not our topic for now. The point is that Meir speaks to Baba. There's a machlokas as to what was the motivation for his escape. Was it humiliation over the death of his wife, which he had abandoned, the suicide of them he had abandoned, or was it because he was trying to escape the Roman authorities? Okay, I will say that is dramatic story of the kingdom of God. Like, what's the first white man? Turn around. Holy Christ, somebody goes to the extent that Rashi says it's the arena where they have the words. They don't call it words. What do they call it? Gladiators, right? But again, let's both fighting gladiators. The point is, they're going to a place where they have people for sport. That's the Italian or the turtle. What's the turtle? Rashi says it's a sea. Now, what would happen is sometimes when the Romans apparently would make a siege around the sea. So, sieges take a long time. So you have to need entertainment, right? Because remember, again, while they siege, so again, they have like the fair. So you have the siege, what do you do with the siege? Right? You sit there. Right? So what happens is you kind of anticipate with hell, like celebrations there. Let's look at the character. The Rosh Hashanah had the Choshim. Was in the Choshim ultimately again the sorcerers or Chabarim are also different types of sorcerers. These are snake charmers. Mukyan, Mulyan, Valuyan, Salhurin, these are all different types of jesters, of clowns. Hareza Moshe Blitzing. Most I personally engages in this behavior. This is Moshe Blitzing. This is called literally again the company of Blitzing. Let's say someone who doesn't take anything seriously. This is the pasuk from praiseworthy is the person who did not go ahead and follow in the ways. Ultimately, again, of the Shon, Ubederech Hatam Ba'amah, Ubeno Shaf, Lo Yashaf. The Gemara says, "Give the doors to Shem Kamso." Halamatov, Shatvarma. Maybe that's how Adam did it before. Also, when a person engages in the tzalas, like the silliness, this ultimately again leads to the Torah, or meaning, the whole thing is mutter, because ultimately again, if you have to say now, so the Bible says that a person who goes to the arena to ultimately see the gratitude in the bullfight. Why? Because also sometimes you get to with the Jews going to them, they can call out to the officer in charge of attention, say it's a Jew, well, the character similar again, you can go to the fair and buy the siege why. It's a huge Medina, because also sometimes you can go ahead and help the Jews who are living in that city which is under siege. Although that is Kasha Divine, but ultimately again, as long as you do not become part of the festivities themselves in this Kasha Divine also, unless they can become part of the festivities with the siege, or the gladiators so what's a Kasha Stadlan that you Kasha Karkamakaka? So we have a contradiction. The first thing is that we determine was that you can't participate in these activities. The second part says you can't participate in these activities, so which one is it? This summer Karkamakaka, so they can't contradiction by the siege. You can't do this Kasha Divine, combination this Kasha Divine. If you're part of the siege, it's also. You're not part of the siege, but you're there to warn the Israelites. It's okay. Ellen, not you not having Kasha. But what about again? Are you participate? Not participate? You know, you can okay, so focus on the sign that emotional racing. You can't go to the arena to see the bullfights and the gladiators because it's emotional racing. It's a company of scorners, scoffers, lazy people. That doesn't matter. Mercer says it's okay. Why? Because stage five. Mercer says no two reasons. Number one, after the mission, it's not was the one because again you can call out to potentially save a Jew who might be the victim there. The accommodation may lead this feature lahasiya. This is dramatic. Why? Because this is about to remember again, if the guy does get killed, the Jew does get killed, you can't save him, you could be a good echad who would allow his wife to read that. Remember again, I'm also halachah one witness is believe ultimately so you can get the season pass. So glad you so at least again you can do something. You can't save them, you can do a echad to allow the wife. What's incredible?
Right. And that's like an A-list celebrity is now. There's so much stuff you're competing with. There's so much content always watching it.
Ain't hoping.
Right. Always.
The Tartios or Tartisios. Also, you can't go to the Roman theaters or to the Roman circus. מבני שמזב שם ציבור לעבוד כוכב. Why? Because it's there that they go ahead and they take up all kinds of collections and make all kinds of arrangements for Avodah Zarah. Give it a minute. Chacham the Chacham say, Makom Shemizab and Asher Meshach Avodah Kochavim, or Makom Shemizab and Asher Meshach Moshavim. They'll say the minute, so Chacham say, you can't go, or you see if there's an Avodah Zarah component, you can't go because of Avodah Zarah. But even if there's no Avodah Zarah, you can't go. Why? Because the Moshe is called Moshavim. Moshe is called ultimately again. It's called Moshavim. Moshavim is any place where people who are lazy, in other words, they're silliness or scoffers, or just waste of time occurred. Rabbi Navas, what's the kind of difference? The difference is what happens if you transact your business there. So if you hold that there's a strong Avodah Zarah, and it closes on any kind of business things that occur, there will be us. If you hold that it's most relates, then any business will be most. Darshan Shem Echaz, Ma'id Siv, Ashrei Ish Shlohalach Ba'asas Shem Lechatem La'amar, most of it's Mira. So what's that? What is it? What is the person? He did not walk in the ways or the counsel of the wicked. And in the pathway of sin, he did not stand. The emotion of reason and the company of scoffers or scorners and people sin. If he didn't walk in the way he had to stand, if he didn't stand, he had Yasha. How do you sit? If he didn't sit, then how do you stop? We'll say, watch this. And over the call, we'll say, if ultimately again you walk in the wrong path of life, you will stand there. We'll say, what does standing represent? Standing represents being stationary, being stationed in a place. So we'll say sometimes I think, you know what, I'm just going to walk down the wrong path, but I'm just going to walk through. There's no such thing as walking through. If you walk through it, you walk, you end up standing. If Amar, you end up standing. So Olation, you're going to sit. In Yasha, you sit. So for moments. So we'll say you will end up scoffing. In lots, and if you scoff, Allah Akasim Omer, in Chachmas, Chachmas, Mechabim, that's the bad part. So this is an incredible use of the person. An incredible use of your ultimate use. What ultimately is, and I will say sometimes in life, we go down a path that ultimately, again, I know is not going to be good. I know it's not the right one for me. But at the end of the day, you know what? I'm just going to pass through. I will say, when it comes to negative behaviors, when it comes to negative influences, even just passing through poses existential things. Because once you pass through, once you're home, you end up being an Omen. And once you're an Omen, you end up being a Yoshi. And once you're a Yoshi, also you become embedded in a whole negative framework of life. And once a person will say, here's what's interesting. And what am I doing wrong, Abbas? What am I doing wrong in this case? What am I doing wrong? I'm stopping. I say, you know what the Lex means? Being Lex means being cynical, being sarcastic. They will say, when people are cynical and sarcastic, nothing is serious. Nothing is sacred. Nothing is important. There's a one-liner about everything. There's something sarcastic to say about everything. I will say that's the most dangerous thing. That's late sunners. Because where there's late sunners, nothing is covered, nothing is covered. Means I will say that a person takes nothing serious in their life. You take nothing serious, or you're above everything. But unfortunately, that is the beginning of one spiritual life. I will say, stop over for today. With Amar Belaza, share with you a short video on the parasha.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the best pastrami Reuben on earth. It's right up there with Cat's Deli in New York City, which is maybe the king.
So let's say there's a beautiful pasuk. So in response to Moshe,
you get a ticket when you get there.
ultimately it tells Moshe,
You might have to pay cash.
tells Moshe, it's okay. Tells Moshe ultimately to prepare the nation. So the pasuk says, this is imperative test. Pasuk, which imperative test pasuk
Since the 20s.
so imperative test
They'll
pasuk
slice you off a couple of pieces of brisket, slice you off a couple of pieces of pastrami. You get to
not to
eat
mention
right
imperative test
while
pasuk.
you're waiting for your sandwich.
So Vayomer Hashem Moshe,
Tell them what
the
you
prophet
want.
says to Moshe Rabbeinu, Lech Elaham, go to the nation, V'chidashtem Hayom U'Macha, sanctify them today and tomorrow, V'chibus L'Simosam, and tell them to launder the clothing. So launder the clothing, of course, means go to the mikvah, right? So remember again, This is the famous drasha where in the Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, "Kidash Yom Machar." I need 2 days of preparation. We'll say this very day we studied the Gemara that says that certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on. Moshe Rabbeinu is Daito. This thing of something that Moshe Rabbeinu added on by himself and got agreed. What did Moshe Rabbeinu add on over here? 3 days, an additional day. That's why we have Shloshis in that follow. We have 3 days of preparation for Kabbalah stuff. The Baruch Hu only mandated 2. That's the Hayom Machar. So we'll say, I want to share with you what I think is just a light changing verse by the Baal Shem Tov. It's actually quoted by the Beis Avram in the name of the Baal Shem Tov. So let's listen to this. Time runs the Torah. So the Baal Shem Tov says here, especially in Machar, the Torah hints to us, and we'll say in this phrase, Keshim Hayom Machar, we'll say it's contained the very battle with Yitzhara, but also the very ingredient of success against Yitzhara. Listen to this. So Yitzhara the Fatah Adam. Yitzhara often says to us, and also in Mesilas Yesharim, Yitzhara doesn't try to get me to sin. Why? Because Yitzhara knows that we're tzaddikim, and I know that faith is wrong. So I'm gonna figure out muster up the courage not to sin. How does Yitzhara do? Yitzhara says, I know you want to be punished. I know you want to be holy. Listen to me. What's the rush? What's the rush? You'll get started on the new you. You'll turn that new page. Right? You'll turn over and you'll begin. Oh, when? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, listen, it's already 6:41. Half the day is gone already. Right? Don't worry about it. You start tomorrow. Shabbos is such a good day for us. Chachus, it's wonderful. It's a short day. You've got so much to do. Today's not the day to change. Today's not the day to be great. Today's not the day to turn over. You get to it tomorrow. But really, tomorrow is tomorrow's really going to be that day. That's what transformers are used. Right? It was in Source Session. This is again the Shara Zeros. The Rashal talks about this. This is how the Yitzhara works. Everything is always about tomorrow. Anything you want to do, the most beautiful, noble goals is great. It's just not such a great day to accomplish great things. So therefore, what does the person answer to the Yitzhara? No. So says the Lashon, that's something amazing. What is exactly answering Yitzhara? No. I'm disciplined. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Tomorrow, I can't control tomorrow. Maybe I'm going to be tired tomorrow. Maybe I'm not going to be tired tomorrow. I don't know. I can't control tomorrow. The only thing I can control is what Shavuot says. Today is the now. And then the Shavuot says, listen to how we type this pasuk. V'kidashtem hayom. The Lord says the now is today. Right now is now. I have control over what I do right now in this moment. I have control over the day that is in front of me. And what am I going to do? Because that's them hayom. I am going to make today holy. I'm going to capitalize on the moments that literally are within my grasp right now. Hayom in this time is b'chol mekir. Umachar eshto be'udam ma'alases. Tomorrow, I don't know what tomorrow is. So I can't make too many plans for tomorrow. And I can't make too many promises for tomorrow. I'll deal with tomorrow when tomorrow comes. So we'll say here, how the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh punctuates this passage. Again, you look at this inside the Chumash later on. Yud Tes Yud. V'kidashtem hayom. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Sanctify today, I will say. Seize the moment. Seize the moment. Seize today. Maximize the moment you have because that's what you control in life. How you use the now. How you use the present. How you use the day right in front of you. That is the only thing that we control in life. Umachar, what's this? We're about to send a punch which is like this. V'kidashtem hayom, exclamation point. Actually, it's triple exclamation point. V'kidashtem hayom with an emoji on it, right? V'kidashtem hayom. You have to sanctify me because that's all I control. Umachar is the question. All right, what about tomorrow? Can't tell you that tomorrow. Don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. See, what I'll do is, When tomorrow becomes today, I'll switch the umachar to what? To what? To Dashkem Hayom. So tomorrow becomes today. Move the machar Yom and tomorrow to the machar. That was the machar that I finished. That's the way you do successful. So first of all, to combat Yitzhak's greatest tool is the tool of procrastination. Is the tool of kicking the can out. What's like? If something is important enough to get done, it's important enough to get done now. Because if you don't get it done now, we know this, we don't need to rush up the process because we live this every single day. If it doesn't get done now, then chances are it doesn't get done. That's how that needs to hurry. Dashkem Hayom. But the Oracle Baruch Hu asks of us to sanctify today, maximize today, take advantage of today. Do what you have to do today. Tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow will bring? That's the great question mark, right? So it's like, we should be Zocher Mer Hashem to live our life by this mantra. We should be Zocher Mer Hashem. It's a great part about being about Shem. You can punctuate even the pursuit of the Ribono Shel Olam Torah any way you want. That was this is the true punctuation. We should be Zocher Mer Hashem to live lives of where we focus on Dashkem Hayom, sanctify, take advantage of the day we have in front of us. Maximize the opportunities that are right in front of us. Tomorrow, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the question mark, which the American show will be Zocher to deal with when we get to it.
So much. Oh yeah. Not for show. That's always something that people make. Bro, last time we had a whole group of us, like made them sit next to Matt's hurt. I was in the corner.
I'm alright. I might ask about Isa. Why did you go ahead and learn Torah? Or we outlawed learning Torah. Why did you learn Torah? Amalu, Kasher Sivani Hashem. So he said, because this is what God commanded. What happened? He had Joshua and Rabbi Sfeir. So the Rabbi Elazar ben Shadson would be burnt. Would be burnt alive. They come out. He decreed that his wife and his children was Harita used by the sword. And he condemned his daughter to a life in a rock. So what happens? The Gemara tries to understand why were the children condemned to their respective punishments. I love this paper. The Chayim ben Shadson was decreed to die by fire. Shayahogia as a shin was a top of the Chesam Dalit. Because he went ahead and literally, Rashi actually the last, go back to the Zion with this just a moment. The last Rashi, I love this paper. Lama Nana's Kakmas, Shayahogia as a shin was Yosef, Dorish Ma'avon Time Osios, Va'osa Bo Mashu Chapin. So we'll say, there's the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and we're going to say one is not going to articulate the letters of that name. Rabbi Chanina ben Shadson did, and as a result of articulating the letters of that name, he was killed, he was burned. And here's the other copy, and how did was the first line was Chesam Dalit, but how now second line. But how did Rabbi ben Shadson do this? How was he able? Why did he articulate the 42 letters of this 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? But we learned Elu Shem Len Kol Kol Haba. These are the people who do not want a portion of the world to come. Ha'omer in Torah Min HaShamayim, he who says there is no portion in Torah, means Torah is not from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There ain't Piyasamit, not Torah, or there is no biblical source, the resurrection of the dead. In other words, there is no Doraisa concept of Piyasamit. Abba Shol Omer, Akahoge Es Hashem Bos Yosef. Ultimately, again, even one who goes in and articulates the 42 letters of the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how could anyone try to do this when it is clearly usher to which the Muslims in Islamic the most egregious the purpose of ultimate teaching. He didn't do this. We didn't do this ultimately again to just simply articulate or enunciate the name, but rather we did this in order to teach the secret of the name to others. So that just points out that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is medactic with tzadikim kichut hasara. Even though again on a technical level he didn't do anything wrong, HaKadosh Baruch Hu felt that apparently the way that he did it was inappropriate. So the Gemara says, "Shivisanya no sumos la'asos about antam amid v'chavim ulaholos." There are certain things that we're not allowed to do, but we're allowed to teach in order that others understand the intricacies of halacha. So the Chanina ben Shadson teaches the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to streams, not for the purpose again of having a sin, but that you should know it, but apparently there was still something flawed in his behavior. Obviously, because he was such a tzaddik, he was held at this higher level. Ella, my time another. So ultimately, again, so if that's the case that he was doing it in order to teach it, then why was he punished? Which is much mission. Holy Hashem Nifar Hester. Because ultimately, again, he did it in public. In other words, it's okay that he did it to teach it, but apparently he should have done it privately, and instead he did it publicly. So because he did it publicly, he was condemned to this brutal death. Why do I kill by a sword? Because the most you should have objected. Incredible. Let's say, part of the dominant claw of a wife is a wife has the unique ability to tell her husband when he's wrong. And even if a husband should tune out everyone else,